After another half-day's journey, the channel of Ghost River became narrow. In the distance, a dark mountain appeared, which looked like a tomb. However, the mountain was too huge and towering, completely shrouded in black smoke, covering hundreds of miles around. The Ghost River flows out of that black mountain, but because the fog is too big, you can't see where its source is. Many human monks are gathered hundreds of miles away from the Black Mountain. There are not only some powerful people, but also many martial arts practitioners. The 16 metal flying boats of the Lei family are suspended in the void not far away. The fog surrounding the flying boat has dispersed. Standing on the ground, you can clearly see the Lei warrior standing on the flying boat. Those martial monks are very afraid of the martial artists of the Lei clan. After all, the Lei clan is the top clan in Jiu territory, and they can't provoke them. The Taoist monks of Xianqin Temple gathered outside a dense forest in the northwest. Hey! Brother, you can't break through the burial mountain. It's the forbidden area of death. Several martial arts masters have died on the ground before. A kind person reminded me. Ning Xiaochuan had been running along the Ghost River, trying to get back to the Black Fog Ghost Land. He didn't see a black mountain in front of him until someone stopped him. The skinny man who stopped Ning Xiaochuan continued to advise, "Brother, you are too rash. You know that if you walk in front of him again, you will be buried in the holy mountain." This thin man looked like he was in his 20s. His martial arts cultivation was not high, but his eyes were very clear without a trace of mottled. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at the other party and knew that the other party had good intentions. He said, "Sorry. I have something very important. I must go to the upper reaches of the Ghost River to find a friend of mine." The thin man said, "The upper reaches of the Ghost River? But the Ghost River flows out of the Funerary Mountain. Is that your friend in the Funerary Mountain?" "What? The source of the Ghost River is the Burial Mountain? How can this be possible? I remember there is a black wilderness, from where I jumped into the Ghost River, and was washed down by the river." Ning Xiaochuan looked around and found that everyone's faces were wearing strange smiles, like looking at a fool. In the camp of the Lei clan, a talented hero in a dazzling gold robe came out, and he couldn't help laughing and said, "So you still got up from the Ghost River?" "That's right." Ning Xiaochuan's solemn way. The talented hero of Lei nationality smiled forward and backward, and the teenagers of Lei nationality standing behind him also laughed more than once. Even some talented women from Han nationality and Daoguan also pursed their mouths slightly, and almost laughed out of their manners. "This guy is a fool, isn't he?" Unexpectedly, he said that he could get up alive after jumping into the Ghost River. Doesn't he know that what flows in the Ghost River is hell's panic water? A boy from a certain sect sneered. Hell Huangshui can corrode the bodies of heaven and man. Once it falls into the Ghost River, it will die. A girl in purple gauze said coldly. The girl in purple had a tool on her face, and her eyes were exposed outside the tool, like two green springs. Through the gauze, you can see a beautiful face outline. The skin between her neck is particularly delicate and white, with soft curves, giving people an elegant and mysterious feeling. Behind her stood two purple-robed elders with profound cultivation, with purple gold and jade belts tied around their waists, full of energy. The eyes of the two purple-robed elders were sharp, emitting a powerful martial arts aura, which frightened those martial arts practitioners, and no one dared to approach the girl in purple at all. Ning Xiaochuan separated the power of a mind and silently explored the two purple-robed elders. The result surprised him slightly. The two elders are both the 9th strongest in the territory of Dizun. The strong at this level are enough to be crowned as princes in the Yulan Empire, or become the ancestors of the Bulk Door, enjoying extremely high treatment. However, it seems that the status of these two purple-robed elders is not high, like the two guards of the girl in purple. Let the 8th most powerful person in the territory of Dizun be the guard, and the girl in purple must have an extraordinary identity. Many people are laughing at Ning Xiaochuan, thinking that he is trying to impress. Because it's impossible for someone to get up after falling into the Ghost River. That talented hero of the Lei clan is called Lei Jiu. He is the 9th outstanding person of the younger generation of Lei nationality. Although he is young, his martial arts cultivation has entered the territory of earthly honor, and his future achievements are unlimited. Lei Jiu walked towards Ning Xiaochuan, with a steady pace, a strong body, and a somewhat cynical smile, and said, "Boy, didn't you say that you can get up from the Ghost River? Or you show us." The Tianjia children of several big families are all looking forward to your martial arts magic. Haha. Lei Jiu, you're not bullying others. It's martial arts, casual cultivation. How can you get up after jumping into the Ghost River? Someone from another big family said so, with a bit of schadenfreude in his tone. Lei Jiu stopped and said, "You can't say that. Since he dares to claim that he can get up from the Ghost River, he must have extraordinary magical powers." The children of the Lei clan behind Lei Jiu laughed scornfully. "Boy, jump. If you don't jump, we'll help you. Blow the cow's hide. The water of hell is difficult for heaven and man to cross. Do you think you are a god?" Those girls in Taoist robes in Xianqing Temple also stared at the direction of the Ghost River. They have heard of Lei Jiu's means, and their eyes are full of pity. They know that the casual martial artist is going to be unlucky today. This kind of thing happens at any time. No one cares at all, and no one will have enough to eat and nothing to do. In order to protect a casual martial artist and offend the Lei clan, such a behemoth. Young Master Lei Jiu, he just said nonsense in one fell swoop. Why do you take it seriously? Brother, if you don't leave quickly and annoy young Master Lei Jiu, even if you have 10 heads, it's not enough to chop. The thin man winked at Ning Xiaochuan and motioned him to run away quickly. Ning Xiaochuan just looked on coldly and didn't mean to escape. It's also unreasonable. I just said a word casually. Is it about half a coin for these people? Even if he was cynical, he wanted to force him to jump into the Ghost River. If it weren't Ning Xiaochuan today, would he really be forced to die in the Ghost River by another person? Pa. Lei Jiu slapped the skinny man on the ground, punched and kicked him, and said, "Situ Jing, you are so brave that you dare to meddle in Lao Tzu's business. If it weren't for seeing that you are the eldest grandson of Sima family, Lao Tzu would have killed you. Qua qua. You're still tough, and you didn't even hum. Hit me." Until he begged for mercy, what's the eldest grandson of Situ family, who was abolished 3 years ago. The thin man was knocked down on the ground, his body rolled into a ball, and his mouth kept coughing up blood. After seeing it, those young warriors of the Lei clan sharpened their fists and palms, with a cold smile on their faces. Beating a drowning dog is a thing they can't love anymore. Besides, it was the eldest grandson of the Situ clan who was beaten. It's great to think about it. Bang! Bang! Those young warriors of the Lei clan didn't leave their hands at all. They punched and kicked the thin man in the face and chest. The girl in purple frowned slightly and said, "After all, he is the eldest grandson of Situ family, and once was the first pride of Situ family. If you humiliate him like this, I'm afraid Situ people won't give up." Lei Jiu laughed and said, "If I had been in awe of him 3 years ago, it's a pity that he has long been abandoned, and he is just a waste of being excluded and humiliated in Situ clan. If I beat him to beg for mercy, many people in Situ clan will applaud." Haha. Don't start yet. If anyone can beat Situ's eldest young master to beg for mercy, I will give him 1,000 shanshur. Haha. Those young warriors of the Lei clan couldn't help it anymore. They all walked over and fought against Sima Jing, who was lying on the ground. Among them, 2 young martial artists from Lei Zhu even came to Ning Xiaochuan. They got a sign from Lei Jiu to throw Ning Xiaochuan into the Ghost River. The young warriors who can be sent to bury Shinshan must be the top talents of the younger generation of Lei nationality. These two young martial arts men are all refined cultivation. In the Jade Haze Empire, with their martial arts cultivation, they can be honored as the elder of Keqing in the royal residence. Bang! Bang! Without any sign, the two young talents of the Lei clan screamed twice, threw out at the same time, fell into the Ghost River, made a poop sound, and sank to the bottom of the river. When the two screams sounded, everyone was shocked and stared at Ning Xiaochuan, standing by the Ghost River. Just now, everyone's attention was focused on the beaten Situ Jing. No one cared about the life and death of a martial arts monk. However, how did those two talented heroes of Lei clan fall into the Ghost River? Falling into the Ghost River is naturally a dead end. Those young warriors of the Lei clan who originally wanted to beat Situ Jing surrounded Ning Xiaochuan, with an angry look in their eyes, and wanted to destroy Ning Xiaochuan's bones and ashes. Lei Jiu's eyes were also very cold, and he said in a deep voice, "Just now I looked out of my sight, and you are actually a martial arts master. However, even if your martial arts cultivation is no matter how high, offending the Lei clan will only be a dead end. Lei Hai, Lei Can, you go and try what means this boy has?" Previously, the two young talents of the Lei clan fell into the Ghost River without warning, so that Lei Jiu didn't dare to underestimate the martial artist in front of him. Therefore, the two Lei children sent by him are first-class masters among young martial artists. Lei Hai and Lei Yun are the ninth heroes in the realm of secularity, and they are among the few strong men of the younger generation in the Lei nationality. But something more strange happened. Lei Hai and Lei Yun rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan, but did not fight with Ning Xiaochuan, but ran from the left and right sides of Ning Xiaochuan. Poop! Poop! They even jumped directly into the Ghost River, only two waves appeared, and they completely sank to the bottom of the river. This scene was so shocking that even Lei Jiu's face changed. Lei Hai. Lei Bao is crazy, and unexpectedly jumped into the Ghost River? A young woman of the Lei family was shocked. Are there water ghosts in the Ghost River that hook away their souls and lure them to jump into the Ghost River? The scene at this time is really too strange. Two martial artists, the ninth heaviest in the secular realm, jumped into the Ghost River and drowned themselves. No one doubts that Ning Xiaochuan's head, no one will believe that he has such a great skill. Unexpectedly, there are experts helping you secretly. Anyway, you two are lucky today. Lei Jiu stared at Ning Xiaochuan and Situ Jing coldly, and looked around warily. Finally, he gritted his teeth and left with the young warriors of the Lei clan, distancing himself from the Ghost River. Ning Xiaochuan came to Situ Jing's side, took out a healing intermediate pill and handed it to him. Although Situ Jing didn't help, at least he was beaten because he helped him speak. Ning Xiaochuan is still quite fond of him. After taking the intermediate down, Situ Jing showed a trace of surprise on his face and said, "Brother, it seems that he can take out the intermediate Dan. It's not an ordinary martial artist." Ning Xiaochuan didn't explain so much, saying, "There's one thing I want to know about Xia Ning Xiaochuan. It's too dangerous to break into the wilderness with Brother Situ's martial arts cultivation." Ning Xiaochuan can see that the martial arts cultivation of Situ realm is only the 9th level of Xuanqi realm. This level of martial arts cultivation is much weaker than those martial arts scattered cultivation present. Situ Jing's face showed a somewhat disappointed look, but he soon recovered calm and said, "It's a long story. I just want to try my luck at the burial mountain." His face became solemn, and he continued, "Brother Ning, be careful of the Lei clan. Just now, there was a senior expert secretly helping us, so Lei Jiu left with the Lei clan. However, Lei Jiu is a person who will repay his evil, and it is impossible to give up." Ning Xiaochuan's expression on his face was a little strange. Just now, the 4 talented heroes of the Lei clan would jump into the Ghost River. Naturally, he did it all. Ning Xiaochuan used the power of the magic heart of the 7 orifices to control the minds of the 4 Lei family's genius heroes without the knowledge of the gods, and turned them into Ning Xiaochuan's heart slaves. Any action they make will naturally be controlled by Ning Xiaochuan. So, there was the previous scene: 4 Lei genius heroes, like evil spirits, jumped into the Ghost River by themselves. Ning Xiaochuan scared the Lei people away in this way, but he didn't want to cause too much trouble. He also has to rush to the upper reaches of the Ghost River to find Ningxing. He doesn't want to waste too much time here. Thank you, Brother Situ, for telling me, but I really want to go to the upper reaches of the Ghost River. If I have a chance to catch up with Brother Situ again in the future. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Situ Jing hurriedly said, Brother Ning, I don't know what strange thing happened to you, but I have to remind you that the source of the Ghost River is really the Burial Mountain. This is the upper reaches of the Ghost River, and then you will break into the forbidden area of death. There is no Black Monument, you said. Ning Xiaochuan stopped, frowned deeply, and said, How can this be? Maybe the Ghost River just flows through the Burial Mountain. It seems that I have to forgive the Burial Mountain. There is no Ghost River at the other end of the Burial Mountain. Situ Jing said again, the source of the Ghost River is in the Burial Mountain, which is recorded in ancient books. Ning Xiaochuan naturally didn't believe it, which was completely different from what he had experienced, so he immediately rushed to the west along the periphery of the Burial Mountain. He must find the upper reaches of the Ghost River and the Black Fog Wilderness. How can the Black Fog Wilderness disappear out of thin air? The Burial Mountain is huge and towering, covering hundreds of miles. No one dares to break in easily. The mountain is a land of death, in which heaven and man once fell. Ning Xiaochuan ran quickly along the edge of the Burial Mountain, circling for more than 1,000 miles before reaching the other end of the Burial Mountain. However, it's so desolate here that you can't even see a tree, let alone the Ghost River. Ning Xiaochuan is naturally very unwilling, and continues to search around the periphery of the Burial Mountain. When he meets the Ghost River again, he has already turned around the Burial Mountain. Ning Xiaochuan stood by the river, staring at the dark river, with an unbelievable look on his face. How could this happen? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. It was obviously washed from the upper reaches of the Ghost River to the lower reaches. However, after finding the upper reaches of the Ghost River, I found that there was no road ahead, but there was a mountain that had buried the secondary god. Is it all related to the emergence of the Burial Mountain? God tombs change the world. Even if change the world, how can the Black Fog Wilderness disappear out of thin air? Where is the blood-red camel? Where is Ningxing? Ning Xiaochuan stared at the Ghost River below, and wanted to jump into the river and head up from the bottom of the river to find the answer in his heart. However, with his current martial arts cultivation, it is the limit to stand firm at the bottom of the Ghost River for a moment, and it is impossible to go upstream, unless he has the cultivation of heaven and man. Hey! Ning Xiaochuan sighed. Just then, on the other side of the Ghost River, there was a burst of agitation. An old man in a Taoist robe came in a cloud car, stepped down from the cloud car and walked towards the Burial Mountain. This old man is the owner of an ancient Taoist temple. His Taoist cultivation is extremely profound. However, his longevity is not much, and he is about to die of old age. Therefore, he plans to gamble for the last time, and wants to break into the Burial Mountain to find a miraculous psychic medicine to prolong his life. His pace is steady. With each step, his body can go forward 10 feet, like walking in the gap of time and space, with a faint rhyme. Since the Ghost River flows out of the Funerary Mountain, as long as you follow the Ghost River, you must be able to enter the Funerary Mountain. This should be the safest way to enter the Funerary Mountain. The old man in Taoist robe said. After saying this, a thick layer of cyan haze gas poured out of his body and condensed into a huge yuan qi cover with a diameter of more than 10 meters. 6 Xian vessels were suspended in the yuan qi cover, guarding him in the most central position. Boom! The Taoist-robed old man walked along the Ghost River towards the burial mountain, holding the Yin formula in his hands. About 10 miles away, suddenly, there was a vicious strange sound in the burial mountain. The Taoist-robed old man suddenly stopped, and the yuan qi cover, covering his body, began to tremble. Bang bang! 6 mysterious weapons exploded one after another, turning into a pile of scrap iron. The Taoist-robed old man's face changed greatly and he wanted to go back, but there was an invisible force between heaven and earth that suppressed him and made him unable to move. No, don't. His mouth sent out a scream, and his skin became dead gray, constantly cracking, and finally, Bang burst into a blood-red fog. Just walking more than 10 miles, a powerful Taoist celebrity died like this, which made everyone feel frightened. Ning Xiaochuan originally planned to enter the burial mountain along the Ghost River to find the source of the Ghost River. However, after seeing the end of that Taoist master, his heart was also slightly cold, and he immediately gave up the idea just now. We have to find another way. It seems to improve my strength, before I can enter the burial mountain again. Since it's not far from Jiu Xinjiang, I'd better go to Jiu Xinjiang to buy a ground product shancher first. As long as there is a ground product shancher, I can make the shancher doll burst out the power of heaven and man, and then I'll have a little more confidence to rush into the burial mountain. However, Ning Xiaochuan didn't know about Jiu Jiang, so he had to find someone who was very familiar with Jiu Jiang to help. Ning Xiaochuan looked across the Ghost River. On the other side, many martial arts practitioners began to withdraw, ready to return to Jiu territory. Obviously, the fall of the Taoist master just now made many people retreat. Although the treasure is good, the best treasure is not as important as life. Situ Jing stared at the direction of the burial mountain and was very unwilling. However, at last, he sighed and returned to Jiu with those who scattered martial arts. Wow! A figure suddenly flew down from the sky and stood in front of him. Brother Ning, you didn't go to the other end of the sacred mountain. Why did you come back so soon? Situ Jing was a little surprised. It was only an hour before, and he naturally did not expect that Ning Xiaochuan had turned around the burial mountain. If there were such a terrible speed, it would be too shocking secular. Ning Xiaochuan said, I have figured it out. I should accept the reality that the source of the Ghost River should really be the burial mountain. Situ Jing smiled and said, after all, people can't come back to life after death. It's a rare happy thing that Brother Ning can come out of sadness so quickly. What's Brother Ning's next plan? In Situ Jing's view, it should be that Ning Xiaochuan's relatives or lovers died in the Ghost River and were overwhelmed with grief. Only when they lost their minds and said some crazy words, they should be desperate to find the upper reaches of the Ghost River. If it wasn't for losing heart, how could I say I got up from the Ghost River? If it weren't for losing heart, how could he rush to the mountain of burial god regardless? Ning Xiaochuan's mouth moved slightly and his heart sighed secretly. It seems that he also thought I was crazy previously. Brother Ning, what's the matter with you? Seeing Ning Xiaochuan was silent, Situ Jing advised him with some worry, Brother Ning, you'd better mourn. Sometimes death is also a relief, and living is not necessarily better than death. Ning Xiaochuan said, Oh. Brother Situ, it seems that he has deep feelings? Situ Jing smiled bitterly and said, Let's walk and tell you my story slowly, and you will find that I am worse than you. Next, Situ Jing told Ning Xiaochuan his story. Situ territory was once the first pride of Situ clan. He entered the realm of God at the age of only 10, and reached the realm of Dizun at the age of 22, becoming the youngest warrior in the history of Situ clan. However, the good times are not long. In an experience, Situ Jing was secretly plotted by a mysterious master, and even dug out his hetero martial arts heart palace, humanoid heart palace. Although the Situ family later spent a lot of resources and hired a great heart trainer to transplant another martial arts heart palace into his body, his martial arts realm continued to decline. Finally, from the land respect realm, it fell to the 9th level of Xuanqi realm. When the cultivation of martial arts decreases, the status immediately decreases. From genius to waste material, his status in Situ clan naturally plummeted, and I don't know how much humiliation and ridicule he suffered. After hearing his story, Ning Xiaochuan sighed and said, "Brother Situ, did you come to bury the holy mountain this time just to find a miraculous medicine to cure your injuries, so that you can continue to cultivate martial arts?" Situ Jing shook his head with a smile and said, "It's been 3 years, and I've seen it for a long time. If you go back, go back. It's a big deal to be an ordinary mortal. A martial artist has the happiness of a martial artist, and a mortal also has the happiness of a mortal. Actually, I came to bury Shinshan this time, to look for a miraculous medicine, and take it back to save my grandpa." "Your grandfather is not the king of Situ clan?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. Situ Jing sighed, "If my grandfather is really still the king of the Situ family, how dare Lei Jiao and those people of the Lei family really fight me? Alas! The king of the Situ family has already changed. 3 years ago, when I was plotted, my grandfather was also plotted. He has been ill in bed for 3 years. If he can't find a miraculous medicine to prolong his life, I'm afraid it's hard to survive this year." "Then you are too miserable." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Situ Jing said with a smile, "Only after experiencing the ups and downs of life, can I understand the value of life. If I hadn't been tricked by others and lost the aura of genius, I'm afraid I would also become a supercilious son of a clan like Lei Jiao. If I lost something, I must have gained something." Ning Xiaochuan said, "I have also learned some medical skills of a heart-nourishing master. Why don't I come to see Brother Situ's injury?" Situ Jing was slightly surprised and said, "Are you still a heart-nourishing teacher? If I wasn't a heart healer, how could I give you an intermediate pill to heal?" Ning Xiaochuan laughed. "This time I really missed my point. Brother Ning was still an intermediate mental health master. However, I was poached from the heart palace of Wu Dao, and even the great mental health master was helpless, and it was impossible to recover." Although he said so, Situ Jing still respected Ning Xiaochuan and stretched out his hand. Ning Xiaochuan separated a mind, condensed into a light spot, and flew into the palm of Situ Jing. The light spot flew into the blood of Situ Jing and followed it for a whole week. After a big Sunday, the light spot flew out of Situ Jing's body and flew back to Ning Xiaochuan's body. Ning Xiaochuan slowly opened his eyes, his face dignified, and said, "There is a problem." Situ Jing said, "Brother Ning, what did you find?" Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, "You said that after your hetero heart palace was dug away, the family invited a great heart-nourishing master to help you transplant a new martial heart palace. However, no one told you that the martial heart palace transplanted by that great heart-nourishing master is not only very ordinary, but also incomplete." "What? Incomplete Wudoxin Palace? How can this be possible?" "That great heart-nourishing master is extremely famous in Jiu Xinjiang. How can he transplant an incomplete Wudoxin Palace for me?" Situ Jing Dao. Ning Xiaochuan sneered, "The great spiritual master wouldn't do this. Wouldn't people of Situ clan let him do this? You were secretly plotted, and your grandfather was also secretly plotted. How can there be such a coincidence in the world? I think someone in Situ clan wanted to seize the position of clan king, so he deliberately abandoned you and your grandfather." Situ Jing used to be so suspicious, but he couldn't believe that the person who once spent a lot of resources to invite a great mental health master to help him heal the heart palace of Wu Dao was the one who hurt him. Is it really the 6th grandpa?" Situ Jing's face showed a bitter expression, and he was very unwilling to believe his guess. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Who is Grandpa Six?" "Grandpa Lu is my grandfather's brother and now the king of Situ clan. He once, regardless of the opposition of the elders in the clan, spent a lot of resources and invited a great heart-nourishing master to help me transplant the heart palace of martial arts, hoping to help me continue my cultivation." Situ Jingdao. Ning Xiaochuan said, "If he really cares about you so much, he won't allow his people to bully you these years. If I'm not wrong, the reason why he behaved so righteous, so affectionate and righteous in those years is entirely to get your grandfather's support and pass on the position of clan king to him." That's right. After being plotted, Grandpa was bedridden. At that time, Grandpa also felt that Grandpa Lu's character was the best, so he passed the position of clan king to him, and then he retired to heal himself. Situ Jingdao. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, "I'm 100% sure now that you and your grandfather were plotted. Even if your sixth grandfather didn't do it himself, it must have something to do with him. Ning Xiaochuan is only an outsider, but only an outsider can see it best." Situ Jing was naturally not a fool, and he also understood that what Ning Xiaochuan said was indeed reasonable. With a smile worse than crying, he punched the trunk as hard as iron, making a dent in the trunk, but his fist broke and shed crimson blood. "I hate it. I must tell Grandpa all this and let him expose Situ Namli's ugly crime." Ning Xiaochuan said, "It's useless. I guess your grandfather must have seen Situ Namli's true face long ago. After all, your grandfather once came from the king of Situ clan, and his mind is extraordinary. Situ Namli can only fool him for a while at most. However, now Situ Namli is already the king of Situ clan, and you can't compete with him at all. The reason why your grandfather didn't tell you everything was because he was afraid of your impulsive and foolish behavior." Situ Jing also calmed down and said, "That's right. Situ Namli has now taken control of the whole Situ clan. My grandfather's former confidant either died inexplicably or was sent to a remote place. Now I'm just a useless man, and I can't be his opponent at all." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Although your cultivation retreated to the Xuanqi realm, you were the first genius of Situ family after all. If your martial arts heart palace can recover, there is always a chance." Situ Jing shook and said, "Since you are a heart trainer, you should know that a martial artist can only transplant the martial arts heart palace once in his life. The martial arts heart palace in my body now is an incomplete heart palace, so it is doomed that I can't practice martial arts in the future." Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, "Although a martial artist can only transplant the martial arts heart palace once in his life, I know there is a way to make the excavated martial arts heart palace grow again." "What? You can make my former human heart palace grow again? How can this be possible? Even the great heart-nourishing master said that this is impossible, aren't you?" "A great heart-nourishing master?" Situ Jing stared at Ning Xiaochuan in disbelief. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Although I'm not a big heart healer, sometimes I can do things that a big heart healer can't do." Situ Jing quickly bowed to Ning Xiaochuan and said, "If Brother Ning can make my martial arts heart palace grow again, no matter what reward Brother Ning wants, I Situ Jing will do everything to send the reward." Ning Xiaochuan smiled and said, "Brother Situ doesn't need to do this gift. It may be impossible for others, but it's a piece of work for me. It only needs a drop of Brother Situ's blood." "A drop of blood can regenerate the heart palace of martial arts?" Situ Jingdao. "Haha. Maybe it's so simple. If you're lucky, maybe Brother Situ's martial arts accomplishments can be restored to 7 or 8 levels." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Situ Jing was too excited to speak, and he didn't expect to recover his martial arts cultivation at all. As long as the heart palace of martial arts can grow again, he believes that with his own efforts, he will definitely be able to practice martial arts. Without any hesitation, Situ Jing condensed a Xuanqi short sword and cut his fingers. Blood flows out of the skin immediately. Ning Xiaochuan took away a drop of blood from Situ Jing, and used his vitality to carry the blood into the blood vessels in his body. Finally, the drop of blood entered Ning Xiaochuan's heart and suspended into the heart. The Xinqiao of the 7 orifices demon heart palace represents life and the divine side of the heart palace. Blood orifices represents destruction and the demonic side of the heart palace. Other great mental health masters, naturally, can't let martial artists grow out of the heart palace of martial arts that has been poached. However, the Xinqiao of Qiqiao demon heart palace has such ability. Although the Wudoxin palace in Situ Jing was excavated, the blood in his body was bred from the former Wudoxin palace, with a trace of the former Wudoxin palace. Ning Xiaochuan only needs to extract this breath, and he can use the power of the mind to recultivate the human heart palace. Time is slowly running away, and half a month has passed. Ning Xiaochuan sat on an ordinary green deer carriage and rushed to Jiu Xinjiang. Suddenly, his eyes opened, his pupils burst with dazzling brilliance, and he said with a smile, "It's done." Situ Jing, who was driving, lifted the curtain of the car and said happily, "Brother Ning, did you succeed?" Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said with a smile, "That's right. Find a quiet place and prepare to restore the heart palace of martial arts. Then go to the place where I live now. We are less than a day away." Situ Jing was naturally quite excited and waved the whip to make the green deer and horses run faster. They have come out of the wilderness and entered the northern border of Jiu Xinjiang. Sitting on the green deer carriage, I rushed to the largest ancient city on the northern border of Jiu Xinjiang. At dusk, they finally came to the outside of Tianzhi city. The green deer carriage did not enter Tianzhi city, but drove to a small village not far from Tianzhi city. The carriage stopped outside a small wooden house. Jumping off the green deer carriage, Situ Jing invited Ning Xiaochuan into the wooden house. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the furnishings in the wooden house. Although it was very simple, it was still very clean. Situ Jing said, "A year ago, I moved out of the clan and settled in this small village. First, I can avoid the humiliation of those people in the clan. Second, I can enter the wilderness at any time to look for miraculous drugs. Let's start." Ning Xiaochuan has just explored carefully. There is no danger in the small village, and ordinary people live there. Another half-day passed. Boom! A strong wave of martial vitality broke out in the cabin, and a white column of light broke through the cabin and took off. Situ Jing flew out of the pillar of light, smashed out with a fist, and a huge fist mark flew out, smashing the whole wooden house into pieces and collapsing into ruins. From now on, he will never have to live in this small wooden house. Situ Jing looked at his fist and the ruined wooden house. He cried excitedly and screamed, "I'm born again. I want you to return everything to those who destroyed, humiliated and bullied me." After roaring, he gradually calmed down, as if he had vented all the humiliations of these years. Ning Xiaochuan carried his hands on his back and turned into a colorful streamer, which moved in front of him and said, "Brother Situ, although your current martial arts cultivation has been restored by 30%, it is not suitable to use force with others. After you can nurture and mature the still weak martial arts heart palace, your martial arts cultivation should be able to recover to about 70% of that 3 years ago." Situ Jing nodded. Suddenly, he knelt on one knee on the ground and said, "I, Situ Jing, have never knelt down anyone except my parents. However, the eunuch has done me a second favor and must bear Situ Jing's 3 obeisances. You don't have to give such a big gift. Let's match it with our brothers. I help people heal, only depending on whether the other party is agreeable or not. If he is agreeable, I can help him heal for free. If he is not agreeable, even if he gives me 10,000 bangs and gives me Jinshan, I can't help him." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Situ Jing said, "It's different. For eunuch, it's just to heal an ordinary injured person. but for me, it's to get a new chance. After eunuch accepts my 3 prayers, it's not too late for us to be brothers again. Ning Xiaochuan smiled bitterly and said nothing. Since Situ Jing had his own insistence in his heart, no one could change his will. Dong. 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 Situ Jing stood up after 3 bows, and then bowed to Ning Xiaochuan again, saying, Brother Ning is a hidden expert. I have another thing, I want to ask Brother Ning for help. Do you want me to help your grandpa heal his secret wound? Ning Xiaochuan rode. That's right. Although my martial arts cultivation has been able to recover, I can't compete with Situ Nanlai with my strength at all. Only when my grandfather's injury is healed, it is possible to defeat Situ Nanlai. Brother Ning's medical skill is superb, which is stronger than those heart therapists I have seen. As long as Brother Ning can heal my grandfather, Brother Ning's business in the future will be the business of our Situ clan. Situ Jing stared at Ning Xiaochuan with expectant eyes. Ning Xiaochuan thought for a moment and said, I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint Brother Situ. I have a very important friend who is still missing, and I must go back to find her. If I find her, I will go to Situ clan personally to check your grandfather's injury. If I can cure him, I will certainly cure him. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan didn't refuse, Situ Jing's face lit up and said, I don't know where Brother Ning's friend was lost. There are Situ people in Tianzhi City, one of whom is my grandfather's former confidant. I can ask him to send someone to help Brother Ning find your friend. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, No. This matter may be related to the emergence of the burial mountain. She may be trapped in the burial mountain now. Brother Situ should know well about Jiu, and he doesn't know where to exchange for Diping Xuanqi? Diping Xianshi? Situ Jing frowned slightly and said, Diping Xianshi is quite rare, and its value is terrible. Only the top clan and Taoist temple in Jiu Xinjiang can have a small amount of inventory. In the northern border of Jiu Xinjiang, I'm afraid only the mining and animal husbandry clan Yan clan can have Diping Xianshi. How can we find the top level of Yan nationality? Ning Xiaochuan's heart was slightly happy. Situ Jing said with a smile, the whole northwest of Jiu Xinjiang is the territory of Yan nationality. You can find Yan people in any city. If Brother Ning really wants to exchange for local Xianshi, I have a way. Oh? Brother Situ, tell me. Situ Jing said, every big family has its own auction house, and Yan people naturally have auction houses. Every month, Yan people's auction house will hold a large-scale auction. What is auctioned is the top treasure, which will attract many people to bid. I just need to release the news that someone is going to spend a high price to buy Dipingxuan stone in Tianzhi City. The senior management of Yan clan will definitely seize this opportunity and will probably auction a Dipingxuan stone at that time. After all, the value of a Dipingxuan stone is equivalent to 1 million Xianshi, but if 1.3 million Xianshi can be auctioned, it is equivalent to 300,000 Xianshi in vain. 300,000 Xianshi is not small. The number of high-level people in many big families may not have so much wealth. However, in this way, Brother Ning must have spent a lot of Xianshi, some of which are not worth the loss. Ning Xiaochuan laughed, no. As long as we can get a ground-grade basalt, it's worth the cost. We'll go to Tianzhi City now, and do it according to Brother Situ's method. For others, a ground-grade basalt is only a high-grade basalt, but for Ning Xiaochuan, it represents the power of heaven and man. Jiu Xinjiang is a very chaotic civilization. There are not only martial artists, monks, but even a small number of Buddhists who come to preach. In addition, many Shan beast races also live in Jiu territory. They can even establish caves in human cities and compete for cultivation resources and territory with human warriors. Tianzhi City is the largest city in the northwest of Jiu Xinjiang. Because it is close to the Great Wilderness, many mysterious beasts coming out of the Great Wilderness will pass through Tianzhi City. Therefore, the number of Xian beasts in Tianzhi City is almost the same as that of human warriors. On the street, green-haired tree beasts, graceful and charming fox women, and stone clan Xian beasts with high bodies can be seen everywhere. There are also many big forces in Tianzhi City, and the most powerful human force is naturally the Yan nationality. However, in addition to the human power, there are many great forces of the Xian beast race. They also occupy one side of Tianzhi City and often fight with human warriors. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan sat on a restaurant in Tianzhi City, combed and washed in the guest room, and ordered a large table of delicious wine and vegetables. He hasn't eaten, slept or bathed well for a long time. Sometimes, he feels that the life of ordinary people is actually very comfortable. Sitting on a chair, bathed in the sun, looking at the martial artists and Xian beasts passing on the street below. In fact, the wisdom of Xian beasts is very high. As long as they have the intention to learn, they will soon be able to master human language. Not far away, a leopard of the level of 5th-grade Xian beast was bargaining with a human warrior. Finally, that leopard spent 3 Xian stones to buy a bottle of Yun blood. Ning Xiaochuan couldn't help smiling. This scene was almost invisible in Yulan Empire. If a Wupingshuan beast appears on the street of Yulan Imperial City, it is estimated that it will soon be killed by martial arts masters, and the black stone in its body will be dug out. From the side view, it also shows that in Tianzhi City, Xian beasts are powerful, and even human warriors dare not kill them easily. Situ Jing came up from downstairs, sat directly opposite Ning Xiaochuan, poured a glass of good wine, drank it in one gulp, and said with a smile, "I have asked Xiao Bo to send someone to spread the news. I believe that the Yan people's high level in Tianzhi City will soon know the news. Moreover, I also asked Xiao Bo to get an entry token for the Yan people's auction. Ning Xiaochuan just needs to wait 10 days and go directly to the auction." Situ Jing took out a black token and put it on the table. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at the black token, put it in his sleeve and said, "It seems that your uncle Zhao has a high status in Tianzhi City." Situ Jing was in a good mood. Since Wu Daoxin Palace grew up again, he was also a little more confident, saying, "That's natural. Xiao Bo was once the first general of Situ clan. Even Situ Nanlai couldn't help him, so he had to be dispatched to Tianzhi City, a city far away from the clan. Xiao Bo was the total debtor of Situ clan in Tianzhi City, and it was not difficult to get the admission token of Yan clan auction." "But what's the matter?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. Situ Jing's face was serious. The news of the birth of the burial mountain has caused a sensation in the whole Jiuyue region, and many big families have sent experts to Tianzhi City. Now, the situation in Tianzhi City is more complex than before. The vast majority of the warriors who went to bury the mountain last time returned to Tianzhi City. However, those big families and transcendent Taoist temples can never give up at this point. They should send more experts from other families and go to the burial mountain again. "Brother Ning, if you really want to break into the burial mountain, you'd better follow these big families and Taoist temples and let them open the way." Ning Xiaochuan gently nodded and said, "Brother Situ, don't worry. If I'm not sure, I won't rush into the burial mountain." At the moment, the conversation of several diners not far away attracted the attention of Ning Xiaochuan and Situ Jing. It is said that Miss Yan Mingzhu of Yan nationality will come to Tianzhi City in person. "How did you know? Where did you get the news?" a martial artist nearby asked excitedly. The martial artist who was the first to tell the news laughed and said, 10 days later, Miss Yan will personally preside over the auction of Yan nationality, and the items auctioned at the end of the auction are also related to the burial mountain. It is said that there will be strong people from heaven and earth in the 9 families and the 4 Avenue Temple, and the young generation of influential people will also gather in Tianzhi City. The Yan auction house, 10 days later, will definitely be a battle between dragons and tigers. When hearing the name Yan Mingzhu, Situ Jing's face changed slightly, but soon he became calm and couldn't see anything different. These subtle expressions naturally couldn't escape Ning Xiaochuan's eyes. His fingers played with the wine glass on the table and asked, "Brother Situ seems to have a lot to do with that Yan girl?" Situ Jing shook his head with a smile and said, "I can't hide it from Brother Ning's eyes." "In that case, I'm even more curious about that Yan girl." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Situ Jing's eyes sank and said, "If someone mentioned this woman in front of me, I would definitely turn against him. In fact, there's nothing to say. This woman, if it's about her appearance, I'm afraid she can be called Tianxian level. If it's about her cultivation qualifications, she is also the top generation in the younger generation, and she can even compete with the top 10 young masters in Jiu Xinjiang. However, if it's about her personality, she's not worthy to give me shoes." Ning Xiaochuan became more interested and said, "The evaluation is so low. It seems that she must have done something sorry for you." Situ Jing filled a glass of wine again, poured it all into his mouth, and said, 3 years ago, she was my fiancée. In another 6 months, she will marry Lei Yi, the eldest son of Lei clan." Although Situ Jing only said 2 words, he had finished what he should have said. Ning Xiaochuan was silent for a long time, and finally filled himself with a glass of wine, saying, "There is no fragrant grass in the end of the world, why do you have to suffer for a woman? How many women will it take when you recover your martial arts cultivation?" Situ Jing also filled a glass of wine and said with a smile, "In fact, it has been 3 years. I've seen it very lightly and won't take it too seriously. Come on, have a drink." After drinking the wine, Situ Jing returned to the room to practice, ready to recover his cultivation as soon as possible. Ning Xiaochuan also returned to the room, released the black-haired bat beast from the Xian beast Jian, and guarded it on the roof of the room. And he called out the heart-nourishing tripod and put it on the ground, ready to take advantage of the remaining 10 days to refine some iron bone pills. First, you can accumulate the experience of alchemy and increase your success rate of alchemy. He wants to reach the standard of making advanced pills by the great heart-nourishing master as soon as possible, with a success rate of 70%. Second, there are still 10 days to go before the auction. It will definitely cost a lot of xianqi to buy a piece of ground product xianqi. Ning Xiaochuan's black stones were collected and scraped from the lair of Bai Li's ancestor. Altogether, there are about 2 million pieces. However, if you buy local basalt in the situation of auction, in case of an emergency, 2 million basalt will certainly not be enough. Refining more iron bone pills and selling them all at that time must be a lot of income. I don't know if it's because the vitality in the body is transformed into Tianwu vitality. Ning Xiaochuan's alchemy speed has doubled, and it takes 1 day to refine a furnace of pills. In 4 days, he refined 4 heats of pills and succeeded in 2. The success rate reached 50%. This gave Ning Xiaochuan a boost, so he couldn't stop and continued to refine iron bone pill. 5 days later, Ning Xiaochuan refined 5 heats of elixir. 3 of them succeeded in refining pills, while the other 2 failed. In 9 days, 9 heats of elixir were refined, 5 of which were successful and 4 failed. The rate of elixir formation reached more than 50%, which was close to 60%. In such a short time, Ning Xiaochuan has been quite satisfied that the success rate can be increased to 50% or 60%, and the success rate is not much different from that of the big heart trainer. 5 heats of pills were successfully refined. The least one of them produced 5 iron bone pills, and the most one produced 9. Now I have a total of 37 iron bone pills. Iron bone pills are high-grade pills, each of which is worth more than 20,000 basalt. 37 iron bone pills are sold at the same time, and the price must be higher. Tomorrow is the day of the auction. Ning Xiaochuan plans to sell iron bone pill and replace it with xianqi today. Ning Xiaochuan found Situ Jing and planned to let him introduce a more secure buyer. After all, he was more familiar with Jiu Dang. After 9 days of practice, Situ Jing's martial arts cultivation has been restored by 60%. There are wisps of white martial arts vitality flowing on the surface of his body, and there is a strong momentum between raising his hands and lifting his feet. Ning Xiaochuan secretly estimated that Situ Jing's cultivation should have reached the 7th level of Dizun Jing in his heyday 3 years ago. It really deserves to be a genius with humanoid martial arts heart palace. People with the humanoid martial arts heart palace are natural martial arts wizards. Once they embark on the road of martial arts cultivation, their physical bodies will be particularly powerful, and their refined martial arts magical powers are far beyond ordinary people. Just in terms of combat effectiveness, in the same realm, it is not weaker than the owners of 7 Orifices Demon Heart Palace and Chaos Heart Palace. However, the advantage of the humanoid martial arts heart palace lies in its combat effectiveness, while the 7 Orifices Demon Heart Palace and Chaos Heart Palace have other special means. For example, after reaching a certain level, the martial artist in the 7 Orifices Demon Heart Palace can see what other people's hearts are thinking. It can control the enemy, destroy others' Wudoxin Palace silently with the power of Xinqing Palace, and help others heal the damaged Wudoxin Palace at the same time. The martial arts in the Chaotic Heart Palace can control the power of time and space, which is also unparalleled in the martial arts in the Humanoid Heart Palace. Situ Jing sensed the arrival of Ning Xiaochuan, so he immediately put away the scattered Wu Dao vitality, opened his eyes, stood up and said with a smile, "How did Ning Xiaochuan come?" Ning Xiaochuan immediately explained his intention to him. 37 advanced pills. So many? Situ Jing was startled, pursed his lips, looked at Ning Xiaochuan like a local tyrant, and said, "No wonder brother Ning dares to buy local xianqi. He is really rich. Your spiritual master is too rich. Advanced Dan, even in Jiu Xinjiang, is also quite precious. Every high-level pill is invaluable. How can Situ Jing not be surprised to take out 37 high-level pills at the same time? Situ Jing Dao, there are really not many forces in Tianzhi City who can buy 37 high-level pills at one time. Although all the families have branches in Tianzhi City, it is impossible to keep so many xianqi. Otherwise, Brother Ning would sell these high-level pills in batches, and sell them to the shops of all the families in Tianzhi City, which will definitely sell at a high price. I will send someone to copy the address of the shops of all the families. The restoration of the martial arts cultivation of Situ realm has already been connected with some strong men of Situ clan, and naturally has also mastered some potential forces. Before long, Situ Jing returned to the inn again, handed an envelope to Ning Xiaochuan, and said, "What's recorded on it is the address of the 9 family shops in Tianzhi City. We'll visit them one by one now. But for the sake of safety, we have to change our appearance. Leave this to me." Ning Xiaochuan took out 2 bone fault pills and handed one of them to Situ Jing. After taking Quoguden, the bones in their bodies grew up, the color of their skin changed, and their muscles moved, turning into 2 burly black-faced men. They first went to Tianlei Pavilion, the largest shop of Lei clan in Tianzhi City. Tianlei Pavilion is built in the central area of Tianzhi City. Nearby are shops selling xianyao. There are many young human warriors walking through the streets. The men are handsome and elegant, and the women are beautiful. Of course, some of them are high-level xian beasts that turn into human shapes. They will also buy xian dan to improve their realm and recuperate from injuries. The blood quality of high-level xian beasts is far better than that of Terrans, but they are far inferior to humans in terms of alchemy and medicine refining. When they dig up high-grade mysterious medicine, they will also take it to the territory of human civilization to find a heart-nourishing master to help them refine pills. The Tianlei Palace is extremely magnificent and magnificent. It is paved with golden stones and built with white jade walls, which shows the wealth of the Lei family, and the gorgeous degree can be compared with the royal residence of the Yulan Empire. This palace has a total of 5 floors, and most of the first floor is filled with low-level mysterious drugs, such as heart-nourishing liquid, Yun blood, Ganoderma lucidum liquid, and so on. Ning Xiaochuan and Situ Jing changed their appearance and figure greatly because they took Kogudan, just like 2 big black men with tall horses and developed limbs. Their bodies were wrapped in animal skins, and they rushed into Tianlei Pavilion with big steps. Ning Xiaochuan stood in the center of the lobby on the first floor, his hands in his waist, shouted at the top of his voice, and said, "Is there anyone who is in charge?" This roar was really loud, attracting the eyes of the people in the whole Tianlei Pavilion, and staring at the 2 black men curiously. On the second floor of the pavilion, there was a veiled woman in purple, with a slender figure, elegant temperament, long hair and waist, who exuded a faint fragrance of epiphyllum, and a pair of lavender eyes were as confused as clouds. She was talking with Lei Jiu, the top talent of the younger generation of Tianlei Pavilion, about buying Xiandan, and heard the noise downstairs. Everyone upstairs went to the railing, looked down, and stared at the 2 black-faced men standing in the center of the lobby on the first floor. The guard of your Tianlei Pavilion is too bad. It's incredibly easy for people to break in. The black eyebrow of the woman in purple frowned slightly, and a shallow smile appeared in the lavender pupil. Lei Jiu's face sank slightly and scolded, "Lei Rong, don't go down and see what happened? How can 2 barbarians break into Tianlei Pavilion?" A 50-year-old man hurried to the lobby on the first floor, walked across from Ning Xiaochuan and Situ Jing, carefully looked at the 2 black men in front of him, saluted politely, and said, "I'm the steward of Tianlei Pavilion, Lei Rong. I don't know what mysterious medicine you 2 want to buy." Ning Xiaochuan patted his chest and said gruffly, "My name is Ning Xiaochuan. This is my eldest brother Ning Duchuan. To be honest, we are not going to buy Xianyao in Tianlei Pavilion this time, but to sell Xianyao. Selling mysterious medicine can sell so high profile. Is it possible that we have dug up miraculous drugs for channeling?" A warrior said. The word miraculous medicine has attracted the attention of many people. Even Lei Jiu and the woman in purple standing on the second floor were a little suspicious, and their eyes were fixed on the 2 black-faced men in the center of the lobby. Ning Xiaochuan said, "If I really dug up miraculous drugs for channeling, I would have eaten them by myself. How could I sell them? I'm a spiritual master, and I'll lack so little money. Are you a heart nurse?" Lei Rong widened his eyes and looked at Ning Xiaochuan again. This guy looks like a big bull. Maybe some high-level mysterious beast turned into a human. Will he be a heart nurse? Those human warriors in the Tianlei Pavilion were also stunned, and it was the first time to see such a rough spiritual trainer. Bullshit. I'm a senior heart trainer. Ning Xiaochuan took out a cold ice jade bottle and opened the bottle cap. The cold ice jade bottle sent out a very fresh fragrance of medicine. A blue Dan fog escaped from the jade bottle and condensed into a blue cloud. In the cloud, there were beautiful light spots like starlight. It's so rich in Dan Qi. It's really a high-level Dan. Isn't he really a high-level psychological therapist? There are only 2 high-level psychological therapists in the whole Tianchi city. Those martial artists talked about it one after another, and were very interested in the senior Dan in Ning Xiaochuan's hand. Ning Xiaochuan wants this effect. If it is sold to Tianlei Pavilion alone, the price will certainly be pressed very low. However, if there are many martial artists nearby who raise the price will certainly be much higher. Ning Xiaochuan covered the cover of the cold ice jade bottle and said, "This is a bottle of iron bone pill. It is refined from the bones of 13 high-level Shan beasts, and dozens of auxiliary drugs are added inside to form the medicine power, which is transformed into Dan Qi and cast into Dan body. Taking a piece of iron bone pill can increase the strength of a warrior's single arm by 90,000 gene. Lei Rong said, if the high-level pill you refine can only increase the strength of the martial artist by 90,000 kilograms per arm, then it can only be regarded as the low-grade among the high-level pills. I can buy it at the price of 10,000 xianshi at most. Increasing the power of 90,000 jin with one arm is absolutely the best medicine for martial artists below the territory of Dizun. For example, after taking an iron bone pill, a 9th-level martial artist in the refined realm can have the strength comparable to that of the 1st-level martial artist in the land honor realm, and will naturally be robbed. However, it is not very important for martial artists above the territory of Dizun, especially those who have reached the 4th weight of the territory of Dizun or above, to increase their strength by 90,000 jin. Ning Xiaochuan said with a smile, "Qua qua." Increasing the strength of 90,000 jin is only the embodiment of half the power of iron bone pill. The real function of iron bone pill is to improve the physical strength of martial artists and increase the physical resilience. For Taoist monks, iron bone pill is simply priceless. Taoist monks practice differently from martial arts practitioners. Martial artist, majoring in physique. Taoist friar, majoring in Taoist vitality. The physical strength of Taoist monks is naturally far inferior to that of martial artists. The physical strength of Taoist friars who have reached the 9th level of the earth reverence level is equivalent to the physical strength of martial artists who have reached the 9th level of the secular level. In close combat, martial artists in the same realm are stronger than Taoist monks. In the long-distance battle, the Taoist monk has the advantage. Therefore, all monks of Taoism will take pills to increase their physical strength, so as to avoid being at a complete disadvantage after being approached by the warrior. After hearing Ning Xiaochuan's words, several old men in Taoist robes were moved and their eyes became hot. Situ Jing said, "My brother has made more than one iron bone pill. If someone can refine 3 iron bone pills, he can increase the strength of 270,000 kilograms with one arm. Moreover, Danzi will be born in the bone. Even if the bone is broken, the Danzi will still be connected." After hearing this, the old men in Taoist robes couldn't help it anymore. Among them, the old Taoist priest, with a fist-sized scalper standing on one shoulder, came out and said, "I'll offer the price of 15,000 pieces of basalt. This respected senior heart-nourishing master, sell me all the high-grade pills you refined." How many I want." Another old Taoist with a white jade Taoist crown also came out, wrapped around his waist with a jade belt. His eyes were bright, giving people a feeling of immortality, and said, "This high-level pill has a great effect on our Taoist monks, and I will offer the price of 20,000 pieces of basalt." Famous old Taoist of Shu, your view of heaven's secrets is rich and powerful, and you have cultivated a great heart-nourishing teacher by yourself. It's not easy to get high-level Dan. Why do you have to fight with me? Old Scalper said. The famous Shu Taoist shook his head and said, "No. No. Advanced pills are not so easy to refine, and even the great heart-nourishing master is not 100% sure that they can be successfully refined every time. Moreover, to refine advanced pills that increase physical strength, the materials needed are 10% precious, and the probability of becoming pills is lower. Anyway, this little friend's iron bone pill is about to be made." Lei Rong naturally knew the 2 old Taoists in front of him. They were elders from 2 ancient Taoist temples. They were of high status and had profound cultivation. He could not afford to provoke them. However, for the high-level pill in Ning Xiaochuan's hand, he still hardened his head and said, "2 elders, don't wait for this senior heart-nourishing master to sell the pill to our Tianlai pavilion, and then you can buy it from our Tianlai pavilion? Impossible. If you buy high-grade Dan from your Tianlai pavilion, don't you raise the price several times?" The famous Shu Lao Dao's eyes stared, and 2 dark lights shot out of his pupils. A shocking momentum erupted, staring Lei Rong back 3 steps. Lei Rong felt as if he had been struck by 2 flashes of lightning. His blood stagnated for a moment, and he was sweating. How dare he continue to interrupt? The famous Shu Taoist priest walked up to Ning Xiaochuan, smiled kindly and said, "Our Tianji Taoist temple always respects the heart-nourishing master. Otherwise, you can go to the shop of Tianji Taoist temple with the Taoist priest and slowly discuss the purchase of high-grade pills." Niuhuang Taoist priest also came over and said, "Our Jiuashan Taoist temple also has the financial resources to buy a large number of high-grade pills. As long as the grade of Xiandan in your hand is high enough, the Taoist priest will definitely give you the most reasonable price." On the second floor of Tianlei Pavilion, Lei Jiao's face sank slightly. This is a big business. Tianlei Pavilion must be won. Never be robbed by two old bulls. He immediately used his mind to transmit a message to Lei Rong, saying, "What are you still doing there? Go and ask your lord to come and talk to them." Lei Rong was shivering all over. He immediately withdrew from the crowd and hurried to tell the leader of Tianlei Pavilion about it. Only the leader of Tianlei Pavilion could be equal to the famous Taoist of Shu and Taoist of cattle. If someone competes for the price, it's naturally the best thing. Ning Xiaochuan Lang said, "Since you all want to buy iron bone pills, and there are several senior experts present, we can't help but do a small auction in Tianlei Pavilion, and sell the iron bone pills we have in our hands to you in batches. Whoever has a high price, the pills belong to who? What do you think?" The famous Taoist of Shu and Taoist of cattle frowned slightly, and their hearts secretly said that if the pills were sold by auction, the price of iron bone pills would certainly be raised. However, there are not many Taoist monks present, and there are not many competitors. No matter how high it is, it can't be much higher. If we wait for the news of iron bone pill to spread, I'm afraid the big people of the 4th Avenue view will come, and the price will be higher at that time. Taoist Ming Shu and Taoist Huang Miao looked at each other, and then nodded at the same time. Ming Shu wrote humanitarian, "Okay. Do as you want. However, in order to maintain the order of the auction, I suggest that once the auction starts, no one else can be allowed to join. Yes, those who participate in the auction must also be people who really have the ability to buy high-grade Dan, so as not to be involved by some people with unknown intentions, which will mess up the good auction into a pot of porridge." Ning Xiaochuan said, "I have no problem. However, the xianxue at auction must be handed over to me on site. One hand is xianxue, the other hand is senior Dan. It's natural. Now that we have reached an agreement, let's start the auction," Taoist Scalper said eagerly. At this time, the leader of Tianlei Pavilion came over surrounded by more than a dozen lay people, and said with a smile, "Welcome to Tianlei Pavilion, leader of Tianlei Pavilion, Lai Yushan. It's our pleasure to hold a temporary auction in Tianlei Pavilion. We don't want the venue fee, but I also want to participate in the auction. What do you think?" The lord of Tianlei Pavilion has a high position in Lei clan, and is in charge of all things of Lei clan in Tianzhi city. He looks like he is over 100 years old, and his martial arts cultivation is extremely profound, which makes people unable to see through. This is originally the territory of Tianlei Pavilion. It is natural that the pavilion mainly participates in auction activities. Ning Xiaochuan bowed to the lord of Tianlei Pavilion, and his eyes slightly looked at Lei Jiao behind the lord of Tianlei Pavilion. His heart moved slightly, and he actually came back from the wilderness. It seems that the burial mountain is really not so easy to break in, and even the strong of the Lei clan have failed. Ning Xiaochuan looked at Situ Jing with some worry. After all, in the wilderness, Situ Jing was badly beaten by Lei Jiao. However, Situ Jing was very calm and did not show his hatred. The expression on his face was very calm. Ning Xiaochuan's heart secretly praised, worthy of being extremely arrogant, able to bend and stretch, and his mind and wisdom are far from ordinary people. It seems that he also knows that now is not the time to revenge Lei Jiao. Ning Xiaochuan saw another beautiful woman in purple, who was the noble and beautiful woman she saw at the foot of the burial mountain. The two guards beside her are the 9th-level martial arts masters in the territory of Dizun. At this moment, the two purple-robed elders, the 9th heaviest in the land, still stood behind the woman in purple, blocking everyone around them and escorting the woman in purple. No one could want to get close to her. The temporary auction was held on the 3rd floor of Tianlei Pavilion. A total of 6 people participated, including the Lord of Tianlei Pavilion, the famous Taoist of Shu and the Taoist of Cattle. In addition, there was the woman in purple. The other two are big men from 2 big families, and their status is not under the Lord of Tianlei Pavilion. Ning Xiaochuan stood beside the front counter, but he was particularly calm in the face of several big people in front of him. Just now, the Lord of Tianlei Pavilion has asked the heart-nourishing master of Tianlei Pavilion to identify the quality of iron bone pill, so everyone can be completely relieved of the medicine of iron bone pill. Because I have produced a large number of iron bone pills, it will be auctioned in 3 batches. The first batch of auction items are 3 iron bone pills, with a starting price of 50,000 xianqi, and no less than 1,000 xianqi for each increase. Now, the auction begins. The 6 people sitting below were a little surprised. The first batch took out 3 high-level pills. Isn't the number of high-level pills on him more than 10? I produce 50,000 xianqi. Taoist Scalper was the first to bid. The famous Taoist of Shu was also unwilling to fall behind, saying 60,000 basalt stones. Taoist Scalper bit his teeth and said 61,000 xianqi. Without blinking, the famous Taoist of Shu said 65,000 xianqi. Taoist Scalper was so angry that he said, I said, why do you want to quarrel with me? There are 2 batches of iron bone pills behind. Can't I give this batch? Of course not. I'm going to take pictures of all iron bone pills. The leisurely way of famous Sichuan Taoist. Taoist Scalper stopped talking and said, 70,000 xianqi. The famous Taoist of Shu frowned slightly. The price had exceeded the real price of a single iron bone pill. He hesitated a little and said, 75,000 basalt stones. Taoist Scalper will no longer fight. Obviously, this price has exceeded his tolerance. In terms of family background, the Tianji Taoist temple where the famous Shu Taoist is located is indeed rich and powerful, and has its own mineral veins and pastoral plains. In addition to the transcendent 4-avenue Taoist temple, there are few Taoist temples comparable to Tianji Taoist temple. The auction of the first batch of iron bone pills became a show for famous Taoist Shu and Taoist cattle, and no one else bid. Finally, the famous Taoist of Shu spent 75,000 pieces of basalt to buy 3 iron bone pills. The famous Taoist of Shu took 75,000 basalt stones from the Qiankuan cloth bag and handed them to Ning Xiaochuan. Then, he took 3 iron bone pills from Ning Xiaochuan's hands. He opened the jade bottle and took a sip of Dan Qi, and a fragrance was introduced into his body. His blood vessels burst and his bones rang, and he immediately felt that the whole person was refreshed. If he can refine these 3 iron bone pills, his physical strength can be compared with that of the martial arts. If he breaks into the burial mountain, he will also have a little more life support. Fortunately, the people of Sidaiguan didn't come. Otherwise, the price of iron bone Dan would be too high to more than 40,000 basalt stones. How could he buy it so easily? The famous Taoist of Shu was so excited that he put the pill bottle away. After Ning Xiaochuan put away the xianqi, he continued, the second batch of auction items are 5 iron bone pills. The starting price is 100,000 xianqi, and each increase in price should not be less than 5,000 xianqi. Now the auction begins. The more iron bone pills there are, the greater the value will naturally be. This time everyone can't sit still. The Lord of Tianlei Pavilion first began to bid, laughing, the increase of iron bone pill on the body is not big for us old guys who practice martial arts. However, if those young talents in the clan can take an iron bone pill, they will certainly be able to enhance their potential, strengthen their physique, and fight far beyond the martial arts of the same level. Let me shout first. 100,000 Shancher. 100,000 and 5,000 Shancher. Taoist scalper shouted. 10,000 basalt. An elder from the Yen nationality bid. 150,000 Shancher. The famous Taoist of Shu shouted again, and directly shouted the price of a single iron bone pill to 30,000 Shancher. Everyone was slightly surprised and stared at the famous Taoist of Shu. Taoist Huang Niu's face was very ugly. He stared at the famous Taoist Shu angrily and said, "You don't really want to buy all the iron bone pills back?" The famous Taoist of Shu smiled and touched the beard on his chin, saying, "That's nature." 200,000 Shancher. The voice of the Lord of Tianlai Pavilion rang out. The smile on the face of the famous Taoist of Shu suddenly froze, stared at the Lord of Tianlai Pavilion sitting not far away, and said, "Taoist Lei, spend 40,000 pieces of basalt to buy iron bone pill, which is twice the value of iron bone pill. Do you want to sell it at a higher price?" The Lord of Tianlai Pavilion shook his head with a smile and said, "I didn't say that buying these 5 iron bone pills is not for sale, but to be given to a younger generation of the family. 6 months later, when the successors of the Lei family fight, you should understand my good intentions, and please make sure to give these 5 iron bone pills to the old man." Several people present showed an expression of enlightenment, gently nodded, and no one shouted again. Finally, 5 iron bone pills were bought by the Lord of Tianlai Pavilion at the high price of 200,000 basalt stones. Next, there is the third auction. This time, Ning Xiaochuan directly took out 10 iron bone pills, which immediately shocked everyone present again. "Senior Dan, but a precious treasure, how come to him, it becomes as much as sugar beans?" 10 iron bone pills were finally bought by the elders of the Yen nationality with 350,000 Shancher. Ning Xiaochuan sold a total of 18 iron bone pills and a total of 625,000 basalt stones. Being able to sell such a high price has far exceeded his estimate. "Everyone, the iron bone pill has been sold out. I'm leaving." Ning Xiaochuan now has more than 600,000 pieces of basalt on his body, which is a huge wealth. Naturally, he wants to get away faster. The Lord of Tianlai Pavilion stood up and said, "Mr. Ning, can you wait a moment first? I don't know if I should ask a question." Ning Xiaochuan was alert to the Lord of Tianlai Pavilion and said, "Ask the Lord." The Lord of Tianlai Pavilion said, "Since Mr. can refine iron bone pill, there must be a prescription of iron bone pill. If Mr. can sell the prescription of iron bone pill, I'm afraid the selling price will be higher." The elders of Yen nationality and famous Shu Taoist also showed great interest. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at the people's expression, smiled and said, "Sorry. The prescription of iron bone Dan is handed down by my master. I can't sell it without his old man's permission." "Oh. What a pity." The Lord of Tianlai Pavilion sighed gently. Without any hesitation, Ning Xiaochuan and Sidu Jing quickly walked out of Tianlai Pavilion. After walking out of the Tianlai Pavilion, the two of them immediately spread out their posture and hid in the bustling crowd. They recovered their appearance only after confirming that they were not followed by others. Tianlai Pavilion, the 3rd floor. Everyone has left, leaving only the Lord of Tianlai Pavilion and the 9th master of the younger generation of Lei clan, Lei Jiu. Lei Jiu stood behind the Lord of Tianlai Pavilion, with a cold look on his face, and said, "Uncle Yutian, there must be other iron bone pills on those 2 black-faced men. Is it true that they will be let go like this?" The Lord of Tianlai Pavilion sat on the sandalwood chair, with a faint smile on his mouth, and said, "How can we earn so much from the Shancher of Lei clan? When they left, I had sprinkled Lingtang pollen on them." The smell of this pollen is very persistent, but human martial arts can't smell it at all, and only the 4th grade Shan beast Ling Tangbi can smell it. With that, the Lord of Tianlei Pavilion took out a fist-sized black box and opened it. Buzz! In the box, a colorful bee with 6 wings flew out. After flying around in the air, it flew towards the outside of Tianlei Pavilion. The Lord of Tianlei Pavilion said, "Lei Jiu, I'll leave it to you. Bring more people. Not only do you have to get the iron bone pill on them, but you'd better be able to snatch the Dan side." Lei Jiu's face showed a cruel grin and said, "How strong is the combat effectiveness of the heart-nourishing division? I'm enough to kill them alone. Uncle Yutian will wait for my good news. It's better to be careful. I'll let Lei Rong go with you. Be sure to be clean and don't let people doubt our Lei clan." When the Lord of Tianlei Pavilion finished saying this, Lei Jiu had walked out quickly, followed by Ling Tangbi, and walked into the street where people shuttled. The Lord of Tianlei Pavilion immediately sent Lei Rong to follow up and protect Lei Jiu's safety. Lei Jiu is the 9th genius of the younger generation of Lei clan. He belongs to the core child of Lei clan and must not have an accident in Tianzhi city. Although he knew that the probability of an accident was very small, he was still very cautious. After Ning Xiaochuan and Situ Jing changed back to their original appearance, they didn't immediately return to the inn, but walked around the streets of Tianzhi city in case someone followed them. Situ Jing said, "Brother Ning doesn't have a total of 37 iron bone pills. Why do you only sell 18? Ning Xiaochuan laughed, "At the auction of Tianlei Pavilion, it's just throwing stones to ask for directions. Wait and see. When we show up again, I'm afraid people from Sidaeguan will come to us, and the price of iron bone pills will certainly rise a little." However, 18 iron bone pills can sell more than 600,000 shancher, which is beyond my expectation, and I'm a little more confident about buying prefecture-level shancher. A cold laugh rang out and said, "Qua qua. Although the basalt is good, it has to have a life flower." Lei Jiu came out in front of the alley and stopped Ning Xiaochuan and Situ Jing. Above his head, flying a colorful bee, issued a buzzing sound, flew towards Ning Xiaochuan, lying on the blue-gray wall. Ning Xiaochuan and Situ Jing were also slightly surprised and looked at the back of the alley. I saw that the steward of Tianlei Pavilion, named Lei Rong, with a group of fierce warriors, blocked their retreat. Lei Rong took out a fist-sized crystal ball from his sleeve. After he put his vitality into the crystal ball burst into white brilliance, and thousands of light patterns flew out. Suddenly, the whole alley became quiet. The surrounding space became gray, as if separated from the whole Tianzhi city, presenting an independent small world. Situ Jing stared at the crystal ball in Lei Rong's hand, and his eyes shrunk slightly. "Shimi crystal." Lei Rong's face showed a proud smile, some old faces with a joking smile, and said, "Master Situ's eyesight is not bad, it is Shimi crystal. This small space is wrapped by Shimi's light, and it is difficult for you to fly today." When Lei Jiu saw Ning Xiaochuan and Situ Jing, he also looked a little surprised, laughed, "I didn't expect that those 2 black-faced men should be you too. When I was in the wilderness, I didn't get rid of you, and I felt a little pity. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to deliver it to me. Situ Jing, your luck is too bad. You used to be the top martial arts wizard of the young generation in Jiu Xinjiang, and even I can only look up to you. Unfortunately, your life is not good. First, the martial arts heart palace was abandoned by others, and then by clansmen, to flow to such a remote place as Tianzhi city, and even your fiancé will become my eldest brother's woman now, haha. 6 months later, they will get married. I wonder how you feel now." Those warriors of the Lei clan burst into laughter, and someone said, "Yan Mingzhu is the most famous daughter of heaven in Jiu Xinjiang, just like a fairy coming to earth, and will soon become our Lei clan's daughter-in-law. Lei Yi is the first genius of our Lei family, and she and Miss Yan are absolutely a match made in heaven." Unfortunately, some people can only watch their fiancé become another woman. If I were him, I'd rather kill myself. Situ Jing clenched his fists tightly, and veins appeared on his arms. His face was full of anger, and a strong anger rushed out of his eyes. Lei Jiu looked at Situ Jing's angry appearance, and his heart was particularly happy, saying, "Angry? Haha. Look. He actually learned to be angry. It's so scary. I'm a little scared. Unfortunately, it's useless to be angry. In front of reality, a waste like you only deserve to be bullied." Lei Jiu's face was smiling, and he thought of a better way to stimulate Situ Jing. He walked over, reached out and patted Situ Jing's face, laughing, "Waste, I'll tell you the truth. Yan Mingzhu and my eldest brother have been better, and my eldest brother said that her body is really soft." Ah! Lei Jiu's mouth sent out a scream like killing a pig. His strong body flew backward and fell to the ground with a bang. He rolled 3 times in a row, covering his bloody shoulder and howling in pain. Situ Jing resolutely stood still, his eyes sharp, tore Lei Jiu's arm off, held his bloody arm, and walked murderously towards Lei Jiu, shaking with anger. 3 years. For 3 years, he has been forbearing and living a miserable life. Today, he can't bear it anymore. When a man is hot-blooded, he kills thousands of troops in anger. Bang! Situ Jing pinched Lei Jiu's arm and turned it into a blood mist. He flew the 2 warriors of Lei clan out, smashed the bones in their bodies into powder, and poured them soft on the ground. Lei Jiu curled up on the ground, his eyes full of panic, staring at Situ Jing who came step by step. His lips trembled and said, Your cultivation has recovered?" Situ Jing laughed loudly and said, "Yes. My cultivation has been restored, and you should die. After killing you, your eldest brother will be next." Ning Xiaochuan just stood aside and looked at all this faintly, with no intention to start. After 3 years of humiliation, it broke out once. Lei Jiu was no longer arrogant and begged, "Brother Situ, I was talking nonsense before. Don't take it to heart, I'm damned. I've always admired you." A sinister look flashed in Lei Jiu's eyes. Suddenly, his body catapulted, his legs slammed on the ground, his arms were wrapped by lightning, and a palm hit Situ Jing's heart. Lei Jiu is the 9th outstanding person of the younger generation of the Lei family. His martial arts cultivation has reached the 4th highest level in the territory of Earth Honor. With all his strength, he naturally has great power. Situ Jing showed a sneering look, and his body suddenly burst up. In an instant, he jumped over Lei Jiu, turned his palm into a blade, and chopped it down. Die. He clenched his teeth and turned his arm into an iron arm. Poof. Lei Jiu's body was cut off by his waist, and his blood splashed 3 feet. The body became 2 pieces, fell to the ground, and the viscera flowed out of the chest, emitting a disgusting smell of blood. Lei Jiu didn't die immediately. He touched his waist and abdomen, with a look of panic on his face, and a sad scream came out of his mouth. In the end, he died. Situ Jing fell to the ground, staring at Lei Rong and those martial artists of the Lei family, coldly, and walked over step by step. Lei Rong and those Lei Jiawu people have been frightened. If they hadn't been stopped by Ning Xiaochuan, they would have escaped. God. Originally, I came to rob the Iron Bone Pill. How could I meet 2 murderers? A series of massacres began. Situ Jing used killing to vent the anger and humiliation squeezed in his heart for many years. Before long, all the Lei people died in his hands, leaving only a lot of dead bodies in the alley. Ning Xiaochuan leisurely stood at the entrance of the alley, looking at Situ Jing with blood in his hands coming out of the alley, laughing. "How do you feel?" "Refreshing." Situ Jing's mouth also showed a smile, threw a fist-sized crystal to Ning Xiaochuan, and said, "Thank you for giving me this opportunity to kill." Ning Xiaochuan caught Shumi crystal, played with it for a moment, then put it into the Qiankuan cloth bag, with a hint of cold in his mouth, and said, as long as it's the person, naturally you can't be soft. Wow! Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan turned into a colorful streamer, and just in a moment, he passed through a 300-meter-long alley and fell on a deserted open space outside the alley. A yuan qi sword condensed in his hand and pointed at the neck of a woman in purple. The whole process took place between electric light and flint, and even Situ Jing reacted half a beat late. The woman in purple was also surprised. She didn't expect that Ning Xiaochuan's alertness and speed were so fast that she simply had no chance to escape. Situ Jing also chased out and stood beside Ning Xiaochuan, emitting strong martial vitality, staring at the woman in purple and the two old men in purple behind her. The eyes of the two purple-robed old men shot a dazzling fine light, and the palm of their hands gushed out a thick vitality of martial arts. Almost at the same time, they said, "Let go of our young lady?" Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were indifferent, and the sword in his hand was almost close to the skin of the woman in purple's neck. He said faintly, "I'm afraid you two are not my opponents. If you don't want her to die under my sword, you'd better tell me honestly why you want to follow us secretly." In addition to some surprise at the beginning, the woman in purple soon recovered her composure and said, "We didn't mean any harm, but we accidentally found the warrior of Lei clan, so we followed curiously." Situ Jing said coldly, "Zihanyan, since you have discovered our secret, do you think we will save your lives?" The woman in purple, named Zihanyan, is the proud daughter of a big purple family in Jiu Xinjiang. Her martial arts talent is also extremely high. Among the young generation of women, only Yan Mingzhu of Yan nationality and the other two Tian's Hegio women of Taoism can compare with her. Purple smoke in the beautiful eyes with a fog, eyelashes blink, the voice is very sweet, said, "Situ Jing, your martial arts cultivation recovery is a matter of congratulation. However, your wisdom has not recovered, killing me is definitely the most stupid way." A purple-robed old man standing behind Zihanyan said, "That's right. First of all, you may not be able to kill all three of us. As long as one of us can escape, we will publicize your secret. If you let the Situ family know that your Situ realm has resumed cultivation, I'm afraid you will immediately send experts to kill you at all costs. Moreover, your friend will certainly be implicated by you and find the obliteration of the Situ family. Secondly, my miss has a life charm on her body. Once she is killed, the ancestor of Tianrenjing in the clan will immediately notice it. With the cultivation of martial artists in Tianrenjing, even if you want to kill you across hundreds of thousands of miles, I'm afraid it's not difficult. Besides, we have no malice, but can cooperate." Ning Xiaochuan said, "I advise you not to oppress me with the strong man in heaven and earth. Believe it or not, even if I kill her today, how can the strong man in heaven and earth fail me? Ning Xiaochuan is telling the truth. He cultivated Tianwu vitality. If he wanted to escape, at his speed, he was sure to escape as long as it was not the real arrival of the strong in heaven and man." The two purple-robed elders were a little nervous. They had just seen Ning Xiaochuan's speed, which was amazing, and they didn't see it with their 9th-level cultivation. "Zihan Flu, young Master Ning wants to kill me because we found your secret. I can swear by the divine power of the Emperor of Heaven that I will never tell what I just saw." The two purple-robed elders also promised to swear with the divine power of the Emperor of Heaven. Zihanyan said again, "Situ Jing, since your cultivation has been restored, you will definitely return to Situ family and take back everything that belongs to you in the future. With your personal strength, you will certainly not be able to fight against the people of the Situ family king. If you can get the support of our purple family, you may not be able to overthrow the Situ family king and seek justice for yourself in the future." Ning Xiaochuan glanced at Situ Jing and said, "It doesn't matter to us whether we kill them or not. What do you think?" Situ Jing congealed for a moment and secretly transmitted a message to Ning Xiaochuan, the Purple Clan has a great influence in Jiu territory, and the position of Purple Han Yen in the Purple Clan is quite special. If you kill her, I'm afraid that the ancestor of the Purple Clan in Tianrenjing will definitely hunt us down at all costs. It's not a good thing for us to be targeted by the existence of a Tianrenjing. In fact, we can still cooperate with them, and maybe you can use the huge power of the Purple Clan to find your friend. Ning Xiaochuan pondered for a moment, put away the vitality sword and said, "Swear." Zihanyan and the two purple-robed elders all looked relaxed. Knowing that they had saved their lives today, they immediately dropped a drop of blood and swore with the divine power of the Emperor of Heaven. After swearing, Purple Hanyan's beautiful eyes showed a charming smile, with a bit of wisdom in their eyes, and said, "Lei Jiu has been killed by Situ Jing, and the experts of Lei Clan will definitely come soon. We'd better leave here first and change a place to talk. However, before that, you have to change your clothes." Situ Jing frowned slightly and said, "Why?" Zihanyan said with a smile, "Don't you think it's strange that Lei Jiu can find you so easily? In fact, when you leave Tianlei Pavilion, the Lord of Tianlei Pavilion has sprinkled Lingtang pollen on you. They just need to follow behind Lingtang bees to find you." Ning Xiaochuan suddenly realized, "I see." At the same time, Ning Xiaochuan's heart is also a little more alert to Purple Han Yen. This woman's mind is meticulous, and she is not weaker than him in terms of mind. And when Ning Xiaochuan put his sword on her neck, she was so calm that she didn't even frown. This can only explain one thing. She must have some special means to escape from Ning Xiaochuan's sword, otherwise she would never be so calm. If she really had the same state of mind that Mount Tai collapsed in front, it would be even more terrible. Ning Xiaochuan and Situ Jing quickly changed 2 sets of clothes, and then took Zi Michelle and 2 purple-robed elders to the inn where they lived. As for the cooperation, it has nothing to do with Ning Xiaochuan naturally, and Ning Xiaochuan is also too lazy to participate in the struggle of the big families in Jiu Xinjiang. From beginning to end, Situ Jing was talking to them. Zihanyan walked in front of Ning Xiaochuan with a faint fragrance and a soft voice. With Master Ning's martial arts cultivation, even compared with the top 10 masters of the younger generation in Jiu Xinjiang, she is not weak, but the younger sister has never heard of Master Ning's name taboo before. I take the liberty to ask, I don't know which clan Master Ning is, or which sect he follows. It has to be said that this woman is really charming. Every frown and smile gives people a charming feeling of soul-stirring. Ning Xiaochuan said, "I'm just a casual practitioner of martial arts. I'm not a member of any clan or sect." Zihanyan's star eyes showed shining star brilliance, and said, "With Child Ning's talent, if you can join our purple family, you will be able to get key cultivation. In the future, even if you become a martial artist in heaven and man's territory, it is not impossible." Ning Xiaochuan naturally heard the meaning of flattery in her words and said, "That's not necessary. I'm a senior heart trainer. I can get all the cultivation resources that the purple family can give me." Zihanyan didn't give up and said, "Master Ning is naturally not short of cultivation resources. However, Jiu is still very chaotic after all. If there is no protection of the big family, some people will definitely envy your cultivation talent, and may secretly kill you in the cradle." Ning Xiaochuan said, "I can have the current martial arts realm. Does Purple Girl really think that there is no master protection behind me?" Zihanyan's heart moved, showing a thoughtful smile, and said, "I see. Then, I didn't say what I said before. There should be other iron bone pills on Prince Ning?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "Do you want to buy iron bone pill?" Zihanyan nodded and said, "If Master Ning really has iron bone pills on him, no matter how many, I will buy them at the price of 50,000 pieces of basalt as our sincerity for cooperation. What do you think of Master Ning? The Purple Clan is a big clan that has been inherited for thousands of years in Jiu Xinjiang, and its wealth is probably more than the total wealth of the entire Yulan Empire. If such a big family can be slaughtered, Ning Xiaochuan is naturally quite willing. Okay. I do have 19 iron bone pills here. Since Miss Z wants to buy them, she can sell them all to you. Although Ning Xiaochuan was happy, his face was calm. The original value of iron bone pill is only 20,000 pieces of basalt. She is willing to spend 50,000 pieces of basalt to buy, which is naturally quite happy. Zihanyan was slightly surprised when he learned that Ning Xiaochuan had 19 iron bone pills, but he also behaved very calmly and said, the total price of 19 iron bone pills is 950,000 xianshi. However, the younger sister and young master Ning were like old friends at first sight, so round up a whole number and raise the price to 1 million xianshi. Brother Ning, what do you think? Miss Z is worthy of being the heir of a big family. Her boldness is not comparable to that of ordinary people, so it's settled. I don't know how long can Miss Z send the basalt? Ning Xiaochuan naturally did not believe that she would carry 1 million basalt with her. Zihanyan's bright eyes and bright teeth smiled and said, Prince Ning raised xianshi so loudly, it should be for the auction of Yan nationality tomorrow. Just tomorrow, my younger sister will also attend the auction, or will I give xianshi to brother Ning at that time? Okay. That's it. Ning Xiaochuan is not afraid of her tricks. Anyway, he will not give the iron bone pill to her until she pays xianshi. Purple Han Yan and 2 purple-robed elders walked out of the inn. On the street, there was already a gorgeous car coming to meet him. The driver was an old servant of the purple family. He stepped down from the car and suspended the soles of his feet in the void, a foot away from the ground. It turned out to be a strong man in the land. The old rickshaw driver bowed respectfully to Zihanyan and whispered, Miss, the old ancestor has come to Tianchi City. What? Even the ancestors have come to Tianchi City? Is it also for the burial of the sacred mountain? Zihanyan was a little surprised. The old servant said, the strong ones of heaven and man came to the other big families. Soon, the ancestors of several big families should join hands to rush into the burial mountain. The purple-robed old man standing behind the purple smoke said, Miss, since the old ancestor has come to Tianchi City, we are no longer afraid of Ning Xiaochuan and Situ Jing, or... Purple cold smoke stopped what the old man in purple robe wanted to say next. Purple martial spirit gushed out of his body, forming a sound insulation barrier, and looked at the window eaves on the inn, low channel. Situ Jing and Ning Xiaochuan are both dragons and phoenixes among people. They can compete with the top 10 masters of the younger generation of Jiu Dang, and they all have the possibility to enter the realm of heaven and man in the future. Talented heroes at this level, if they can make friends with them, they'd better not be enemies. Moreover, Ning Xiaochuan's talent is too high, so I can't see through it. He not only has the highest martial arts cultivation, but also can become a senior mental health teacher. Such a person, you say his back, is it possible that there is no big man to support you? What the young lady said is that just now my subordinates were thoughtless. The old man in purple said repeatedly. Purple smoke dissipated Wu Dao's vitality, gently twisted the skirt, gracefully boarded the car, and said, Take me to see my ancestors. The gorgeous car, pulled by 3 high-level Shan beasts, took off and flew towards the central area of Tianchi City. After Zihanyan left, Ning Xiaochuan continued to practice until the next afternoon. Today is the opening day of Yan auction. As early as a few days ago, internal news came out that the items auctioned at the auction were a corner map of the burial mountain. Therefore, in Tianchi City, many powerful monks rushed to the Yan auction house. 1 hour before the opening of the auction, the Yan auction was already overcrowded, crowded. Ning Xiaochuan and Situ Jing naturally rushed over, standing among the crowd, waiting for the opening of the auction. Ning Xiaochuan noticed that in addition to human monks, there are many high-level mysterious beasts. They turned into human shapes, some dressed like emperors, with a majestic domineering spirit, sitting on the golden chariot, followed by many grotesque mysterious beasts. There are also some high-level mysterious beasts transformed into charming and sexy seductive girls, many of whom are dressed violently. The exposed woman followed her, seducing some human warriors into confusion, staring at them with fiery eyes. There are also several high-level Xian beasts that intentionally or unintentionally emit a terrible smell, which makes Ning Xiaochuan feel strong pressure, like several mountains standing there, giving people an unshakable feeling. A lot of martial artists screamed when a noise rang out. Yan Mingzhu, the proud daughter of Yan nationality, is here. Lei Yi, the first pride of the Lei clan, has also come. Sure enough, two magnificent cars took off and landed outside the auction house surrounded by the warriors of the two families. A gorgeous woman came out of the car in front. She looked very young, as if she was less than 20 years old, which made many human monks in the battlefield exclaim. Is she Yan Mingzhu? Why don't you go and say hello? Ning Xiaochuan also showed an interested look, stared at the woman, nodded slightly, and was worthy of being the top beauty in the 9Yu realm. As expected, his temperament was outstanding, which was rare in the world, just like a beauty from the painting. Situ Jing also stared at Yan Mingzhu, who was surrounded by the crowd. Just like her name, it was really dazzling, which made countless people cry out because of her beauty. At this moment, in the gorgeous car behind, out came a man with a sword eyebrow and a heroic spirit, nearly 2 meters high, wearing a gold robe and silver armor, with a faint vitality fluctuation, but giving a strong pressure. His eyes were as bright as the scorching sun. Every pore was breathing the vitality in the shape of a golden lion. Just stepping on the ground, he shocked the hearts of everyone present. Needless to say, this person is the first pride of Lei clan, Lei Yi. Your rival in love is very strong. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes narrowed. According to the vitality fluctuation emitted by Lei Yi, he could roughly guess Lei Yi's martial arts cultivation. Situ Jing added his lips and said, Lei Yi is one of the top 10 masters of the younger generation of Jiu Xinjiang. He is arrogant and has always been cultivated by the Lei clan as the heir of the clan king. 3 years ago, at my peak, he was not much weaker than me. For 3 years, my cultivation has been retreating, while his cultivation has been making rapid progress. Now he may have reached the peak of the land and began to understand the ladder of heaven. While Ning Xiaochuan was talking with Situ Jing, Yan Mingzhu, who was standing in the crowd, noticed that someone was looking at her with strong hostility. She has a pearl heart palace, with extraordinary physique and strong mental power. Even if 10,000 people are present, she can accurately find the person with hostility. Martial arts cultivation reached her level, even if someone peeped at her from dozens of miles away, she could detect it. She suddenly turned around and looked at the eyes, just opposite Situ Jing. Pearl, what's the matter? Lei Yi, who walked behind, naturally noticed Yan Mingzhu's abnormality. He looked down her eyes, and was slightly stunned at first. Soon, his eyes became cold. Yan Mingzhu walked towards Situ Jing, with an elegant smile on her face and a beautiful voice, and said, Situ Jing, I heard that you were sent to Tianzhi City by Situ clan, but I didn't expect to see you here. Yan Mingzhu's clothes are very luxurious. Her skin is white and crystal. She has emerald hair bands on her head. Every look is full of confidence. Situ Jing spread to ordinary cloth clothes, and their identities and positions seem to be very different. A high above, bright as the moon. A lowly and lowly, like the dust and mud of the earth. Situ Jing stared at Yan Mingzhu and squeezed his fist tightly. Finally, he loosened his fingers and calmly said, Yes. I also feel so clever. Yan Mingzhu was a little surprised. She didn't expect Situ Jing to behave so calmly. As soon as Lei walked to Yan Mingzhu's side, he grabbed Yan Mingzhu's jade arm, with a smile on his face, and said, Brother Situ, everyone will encounter setbacks, and the key is not to fall down in setbacks. In fact, a flat and light life is not a bad thing for you. Half a year later, Mingzhu and I will be married, and you will come then? Lei Yi seemed to be very friendly, but every word pierced Situ Jing's heart. In front of Situ Jing, he hugged Situ Jing's former fiancée and said some general principles to comfort him. Almost every knife stabbed Situ Jing bloody. Situ Jing bit his lips out of blood, but he was still restraining himself. He kept telling himself that now was not the time to expose his martial arts cultivation. Ning Xiaochuan knew that it would be difficult for Situ Jing to answer this question, so he helped him answer. Rest assured, you two, half a year later, we will definitely go to Lei Clan to witness the happy moment of the two. Who are you? Are you qualified to talk to me? Lei Yi's eyes sank and stared at Ning Xiaochuan. There was a strong vitality wave in his eyes, and each light was like a substantial sword, which was enough to kill people with his eyes. If it were, other martial artists would be blinded even if they were not stared to death by Lei Yi's eyes. However, what kind of person Ning Xiaochuan is, he doesn't retreat at all, but also moves his vitality into his eyes, and his pupils also burst into bright lights, just like turning into two burning flints. Lei Yi didn't expect Ning Xiaochuan's strength to be so strong, so he exerted the power of Wu Soul Seal, and a human figure condensed by lightning appeared in the center of his eyebrows, forming hundreds of lightning seals, and attacked Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows appeared a mark of the Emperor of Heaven, and a white column of light rushed out of the mark of the Emperor of Heaven. Boom! A powerful wave of martial spirit broke out between them, and Ning Xiaochuan and Lei Yi retreated 3 steps at the same time. After Lei Yi stood firm, he stared at Ning Xiaochuan in surprise and said, "What a powerful Wu Soul Seal, who is your excellency? How can you walk with Situ Jing?" Ning Xiaochuan smiled faintly and said, "I'm just an unknown person. I won't know if I say it. Just now I have to thank Mr. Lei for letting me, otherwise I may lose my life. Although your cultivation is good, there is still some gap between you and me. Lei won't care about you today. Pearl, let's go." Lei lightly pursed his lips and pulled Yan Mingzhu to leave. Yan Mingzhu was also slightly surprised just now, and her eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply, although she didn't know who lost and who won. However, there are not many young monks who can force Lei Yi out. Situ Jing actually made a friend. She finally glanced at Situ Jing, sighed, and sent a message to Situ Jing with her mind, saying, "Situ Jing, I know you hate me and Lei Yi, but you should understand that the strength of Yan and Lei is far from what you and your friends can compete with. I advise you to live an ordinary life. Otherwise, it will be easy to kill you and your friends with Lei Yi's cultivation." With these words, she followed Lei Yi to leave. "Brother Ning, did you not get hurt by Lei Yi just now? Situ Jing cares about Tao." Ning Xiaochuan shook his head with a smile and said in a low voice, "Lei Yi has been hurt by my Wu Hunin in the fight just now. Unfortunately, he is desperate for face and deliberately pretends not to be hurt. Then I will naturally let him continue to hold it like this. The more he pretends to be light, the more serious the injury on his body will be. If you want to kill him, now is the best chance." Lei Yi's soul was hurt. If Situ Jing declared war on him at this moment, it was indeed possible to kill him. "Kill your lover and recapture your fiancé." Situ Jing laughed and said, "As soon as Lei met you, he really met his nemesis. He obviously suffered a loss and didn't dare to say it. He can only hold it in his heart and make the injury worse. However, now my martial arts cultivation can't be exposed. Once it is exposed, Situ Nanlai will definitely kill my grandfather. I must bear it before my grandfather's injury recovers. Well, if you can resist it, it means that you have really put Yan Mingzhu down. It's also a good thing for you." Ning Xiaochuan looked at Yan Mingzhu's back and said, "This woman is not worth your nostalgia." Not far away, on a purple gold dental cart. Sitting in the car, Zihanyan naturally looked at the confrontation between Ning Xiaochuan and Lei Yi just now, and was very shocked. Ning Xiaochuan actually has the power to compete with the top 10 masters of the young generation, and it's really powerful. Yenner, do you know the young man? An old man with white hair was sitting on the soft white marten skin. His face was full of wrinkles, but his eyes were extremely bright, just like the eyes of a newborn baby. Have the oldest body, but have the youngest eyes. This is the realm of returning to nature, and it is also the realm that countless martial artists in the world are pursuing. Zihanyan withdrew his eyes and said, "Old ancestor, he is Ning Xiaochuan I mentioned to you. He is not only a martial artist, but also a senior heart trainer." "Oh. Then you may not know him well enough." The white-haired old man's eyes were extremely deep, as if nothing between heaven and earth could hide from his eyes, and said, "I'm afraid he is not only a martial artist and a spiritual master, but also practiced Taoism." "What? Have you practiced Taoism? How can the ancestors know?" Zihanyan was a little surprised. The white-haired old man said, "The Wu Soul seal he just displayed is very similar to the Tianzuan seal in the legend of Daomen. Although he deliberately hid the breath of Wu Soul seal with Wu Dao vitality, he can hide it from others, but he can't hide it from me." "Do you think it was Lei Yi who gained the upper hand just now?" In fact, Lei Yi suffered a heavy loss in his hand, and obviously was injured, so he didn't dare to say it. He can only hold the injury in his body, making the injury worse. Hey. This son has no whether it's talent or ingenuity, it's better than Lei Yi." Zihanyan was stunned. Ning Xiaochuan was so powerful that even she would have been cheated if she hadn't been told by her ancestors. The white-haired old man's face was solemn and said, "Can you find out what his origin is, and can you draw him to the Purple Clan?" It was the first time Zihanyan saw that the old ancestor was so concerned about a young martial artist, and he said helplessly, "Tell the old ancestor that he only said that he was a martial arts practitioner, and he wouldn't say anything else. Then go and invite him over, and I'll talk to him myself." The white-haired old man said. Zihan flew. Is he just a young martial artist worth seeing in person? Worth it. Don't underestimate him. He may have the same talent level as you. The white-haired old man said. Is it possible? Purple smoke gently tooted his mouth and stared at Ning Xiaochuan again. At the moment, Lei Yi's eyes also stared at Ning Xiaochuan. There was a faint murderous intention in his eyes. He was determined to get rid of Ning Xiaochuan. However, at this time, he saw Zihanyan walking towards Ning Xiaochuan and talking with Ning Xiaochuan and Situ Jing, which seemed to be very familiar. Is he a strong man secretly cultivated by the Purple Clan? Lei Yi's heart guessed so. Purple smoke with a thin veil, jade face hazy, purple clothes wrapped around the body, outlined a concave convex graceful posture, smiled sweetly at Ning Xiaochuan, and said, "Young Master Ning, by 1,000,000 black stones of iron bone Dan, and the younger sister has brought it. However, our ancestors of the Purple family want to see you. I don't know whether young Master Ning is willing to enjoy it." The ancestor of the Purple Clan? Ning Xiaochuan and the Purple Clan don't have any friendship, and they really don't want to see any ancestors. However, Situ Jing secretly gave him a message and said a word. After hearing this, Ning Xiaochuan's face changed slightly and exclaimed, "Tianren." Okay. Purple girl leads the way. Ning Xiaochuan is still very awed by the martial artists in the realm of heaven and man. Not to mention the realm of heaven and man, even people at the level of Emperor Yulan are the existence he needs to look up to now. However, there is a difference between the Jade Orchid Emperor and the warrior in heaven and man's territory. It can be said that every martial artist in the realm of heaven and man is a figure completely beyond the category of martial artists, not Ning Xiaochuan can imagine now. Ancestor, Ning Xiaochuan has brought it. Purple smoke gave a gentle bow to the car. Ning Xiaochuan felt a faint air flow escaping from the car. Wow. Immediately, he and Zihanyan entered a white independent world, and everyone around them disappeared, leaving only the two of them and the gorgeous car in front of them. It's incredible. It's like the whole world has disappeared. Ning Xiaochuan immediately mobilized his mind and explored the surrounding space, but it was still a piece of nothingness. Fierce. The other party's cultivation is too high, which has separated the whole space. Even if Ning Xiaochuan uses all means, it is impossible to break this space. In the purple and gold car, an old voice sounded and said, "Young man, don't be nervous, old man, please come here. There's no malice. I'm just curious about some things, and want to consult you." Of course, you can choose not to answer. Ning Xiaochuan knew that the other party was far better than himself in martial arts practice, so he looked quite respectful and said, "As long as the younger generation feels that they can answer the question, naturally there will be no concealment." The old man's voice sounded again and said, "Have you practiced Taoism?" Ning Xiaochuan's heart was slightly surprised. It seemed that he had just shown the power of the heaven seal, but he was still perceived by the real martial arts strong man. The secret of the seal of heaven is related to the white bone bead, which is a treasure that can't see light. Even martial artists in the realm of heaven and man will be moved. Once the ancestors of the Purple clan knew that he had such a mysterious treasure, I'm afraid he would not be so polite as now. Ning Xiaochuan tried to control his emotions and calmly said, "The younger generation didn't practice the Taoist method, but the younger generation's practice method is heaven and earth xuanqi." With the deepening of practice, the younger generation found that heaven and earth xuanqi and the Taoist practice method have many similarities. What you cultivate is the mysterious qi of heaven and earth? Zihanyan was a little surprised. Heaven and earth xuanqi is known as the most common cultivation secret script, which can be bought everywhere in Jiu territory. Only those martial arts practitioners can cultivate this low-level cultivation skill. Practicing heaven and earth xuanqi can cultivate to the current martial arts realm. Naturally, she was surprised and stared at Ning Xiaochuan curiously. The ancestor of the Purple family said, "How far have you reached?" 10th floor. Ning Xiaochuan didn't hide it. Zihanyan was even more shocked. Can heaven and earth xuanqi be cultivated to the 10th floor? The old man in the purple and gold car was silent for a long time and said, "I see. Are you a disciple of Tiandi Mountain?" Ning Xiaochuan was slightly stunned and said, "I have never been to Tiandi Mountain." Impossible. If you are not a disciple of Tiandi Mountain, how can you have the 10th level cultivation skill of heaven and earth xuanqi? Do you know that heaven and earth xuanqi was originally created by a great figure of Taoism, and only in Tiandi Mountain can there be the 10th level cultivation skill? Ning Xiaochuan naturally did not dare to say that he found the cultivation formula of heaven and earth xuanqi on the white bone beads, so he made up a lie and said, "I don't know what's going on. In fact, the cultivation formula of heaven and earth xuanqi was passed on to me by the master." "Who is your master?" asked the ancestor of the Purple clan. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, "I don't know. The master's identity is mysterious. The younger generation also met him in the wilderness. After he taught me all kinds of cultivation, he left. I'm also looking for him now." "Haha. I see." Inside the Zijin car, there was the laughter of the ancestors of the Zizu, saying, "Your master must be a heavenly man from Tiandi Mountain. The reason why he left should also be to experience you and give you the opportunity to grow independently." Ning Xiaochuan showed a happy look and said, "Thank you for pointing out the way. There's another thing I also want to ask you. You've seen a lot. Have you ever heard of a blood-red camel?" "Blood-red camel?" Purple Smoke frowned slightly and said, "Aren't there many blood-red camels in Jiu Xinjiang?" Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, "Is there a blood-red camel with a body of more than 10,000 meters in Jiujiang?" Zihanyan was stunned and said, "There can't be such a huge creature in the world." "But I met it." Ning Xiaochuan rode. The purple golden car sent out a stinging purple brilliance, which gradually faded, and an old man with white hair was already standing next to the car. Every hair on the old man's head is as crystal clear as jade silk, emitting white treasure light, and his eyes are as sharp as a sword, with some excited words. "Where did you meet that blood-red camel?" Zihanyan first saw his ancestors so impolite. Ning Xiaochuan was stunned by the strong martial arts breath of the other side for a moment, like 9 mountains pressing on his head, making people unable to breathe, and said, "It's in the wilderness." Later, Ning Xiaochuan told what he had encountered and seen. After hearing Ning Xiaochuan's story, the eyes of the ancestors of the Z nationality became cloudy and sunny. After a long time, Kai Dao, it seems that the blood-red camel you said should be the legendary creature in the era of gods. It walks in all major spaces, carrying the ancient treasures of gods, and goes to the unknown direction. Many supreme powers have predicted that the era of gods is not completely over, and there are great hidden dangers, which is likely to continue to this era. There is a great secret about the apotheosis era hidden in the blood-red camel. Many people want to solve that secret. However, few people can meet that camel. It is definitely not a coincidence that you can witness its awakening. Maybe this is a sign of something? Ning Xiaochuan said, "What does elder mean?" The sleeping blood-red camel is like a closed door. However, you are like a key, inadvertently breaking into its sleeping place and waking it up, like a door has been opened. The ancestors of the Z nationality stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply. The birth of the burial mountain should be affected by its breath, and the space fluctuated, which stimulated the burial mountain from the ground to the ground. I said, "Well, how could burial mountain be suddenly born?" It was that thing that woke up again. I'm afraid a big era has really come, and many creatures who have slept since ancient times are afraid to wake up one after another. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Since the burial mountain was born, where did the blood-red camel go?" The ancestor of the purple clan said, "It's a creature that no one can guess. No one knows where it has gone now. It may have reached the territory hundreds of millions of miles away." The birth of the burial mountain is just because the space fluctuated violently, and it was shocked out of the earth. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Since the source of the ghost river is the burial mountain, why does it appear in the black fog ghost land?" The ancestor of the purple clan smiled faintly and said, "When the blood-red camel was born, the space in the whole wilderness had been disordered at that time. The ghost river appeared in the black fog ghost forest." Does it not just mean that the birth of the buried god mountain is related to the awakening of the blood-red camel? What I am worried about now is whether the black fog ghost has been transported to the buried god mountain by the disordered time and space. The ancestor of the purple clan showed a calm look, issued a guest expulsion order, and said, "Little friend, the old man has asked all the questions, and you can go back." A white light flew from the fingertips of the ancestors of the purple family and fell on Ning Xiaochuan. Phew! Immediately, Ning Xiaochuan felt himself pulled by a force, and his body took off. When he fell to the ground again, he was already standing beside Situ Jing. His eyes looked at the purple and gold car driver not far away. The means of the warrior in the realm of heaven and man were too terrible, and he simply exceeded the scope of the warrior. The words of the ancestors of the Z nationality just now also made Ning Xiaochuan think a lot. Since it is because of spatial fluctuations, I will jump into the ghost river. Then, it shows that Yu Ningxing is probably still in the black fog ghost land and is not trapped in the burial mountain. However, another situation cannot be ruled out. Maybe, the whole black fog ghost was moved to the burial mountain because of space fluctuations. This is also the worst case. When the yen auction is over, I will immediately rush to the black fog ghost land. As long as the black fog ghost land does not disappear, Yu Ningxing must still be in the ghost land. In the purple golden car, the ancestor of the purple clan pondered for a moment, and then sent a message to a 5-step ladder of the purple clan. "Zilin, you immediately go to the wilderness area ruled by the king of Qing dynasty. If the black fog ghost has disappeared in the wilderness, you can send a message to me as soon as possible. A middle-aged man standing behind the purple and gold car, after hearing the summons from the ancestors of the purple family, immediately left Tianchi City and rushed to the wilderness. When the sun set in the sky, a bright full moon appeared in the sky and shed bright moonlight. The auction of Yan nationality has finally begun. All human warriors, with heads and faces, Xian beasts with profound cultivation, took out tokens symbolizing their identity, and walked into a huge gray castle. Of course, there are also many people who are blocked outside the auction house. Because their status is not enough, they are not qualified to enter the auction house. After showing their tokens, Ning Xiaochuan and Situ Jing entered the castle. Led by a maid, they came to the lobby on the first floor of the castle and sat down in two relatively back positions. Ning Xiaochuan raised his head and looked forward. In the center of the lobby on the first floor, a 10-meter-high round platform is built with blue crystal. Under the round platform, there were 12 warriors in black gold armor, holding swords as wide as their palms. Every part of their bodies was covered with armor, and even their eyes and teeth were blocked by crystal pieces. Their chest position is inlaid with a top-grade basalt, which provides the source force for their armor, and can amplitude their combat effectiveness to the 7th level of the Earth Zone territory. The armor worn by the 12 warriors must be the black gold armor forged by the big forge master of the Yan family. As long as you wear this suit of armor, even martial artists in the refined realm can burst out the 7th weight of combat effectiveness in the territory of Dizun. However, the price of black gold armor is very expensive, and the value of each set is at least 100,000 basaltic stones. Moreover, the black gold armor needs to be maintained with top-grade basalt, which consumes a lot of basalt. Only those dead men trained by big families are qualified to wear black gold armor. Situ Jing whispered. Black gold armor is really a good thing. If you bring it back to Yulan Empire, even if it is a set of 100,000 basalt stones, it is estimated that it will be robbed by all kings and Ho mansions. In the Yulan Empire, the 7th heaviest warrior in the territory of Dizun is already standing on the top echelon of the martial arts world. However, Ning Xiaochuan's Xianchi doll is much stronger than the black gold armor. If you can buy a ground-grade Xianchi, it may even break out to compete with the martial arts in heaven and man. The auction house is divided into 6 floors. Every floor was full of monks, and 1/3 of them were high-level mysterious beasts with strong breath. Too many people came to bid. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly. The more people bid, the greater the competition. The treasure that used to only need 10,000 basalt stones may be fried to the price of 20,000 basalt stones. Situ Jingdao, at ordinary times, there are not so many people in the Yan auction house. It is mainly because the birth of the burial mountain attracted many powerful people in Jiuyue Xinjiang, which caused the scene of overcrowding now. This level of auction activities, even in Jiuyue Tiancheng, are at the top level, and there are many powerful giants hidden among the auctioneers. The Yan family will certainly not miss this opportunity to take out the auction things. I'm afraid they are all great treasures. Pa. Suddenly, the lights in the auction house were completely extinguished and plunged into darkness. The whole auction house became quiet. Wow. In the middle of the auction house, the 10-meter-high blue crystal dome lit up, and a faint mysterious gas escaped from the crystal and filled the whole auction house. In the dark blue light fog, out came a graceful and beautiful woman, with her black hair neatly tied behind her, wearing a treasure coat of blue scales, each of which was flashing crystal light, setting off her skin to be particularly white. This woman is Yan Mingzhu, the most outstanding daughter of the Yan nationality. She was really beautiful and moving, which made many martial monks in the auction hold their breath, just like seeing the fairy who stole the earth from the sky. Even some high-level mysterious beasts were amazed, and were impressed by their beauty. Yan Mingzhu's martial arts cultivation is the top of her generation. Her speech and demeanor are particularly elegant, and her voice is very soft, which spread throughout the audience. Welcome to the Yan auction house. Today is the busiest day in Tianzhi City and the most prosperous night in the Yan auction house. Some of you present are senior celebrities, some are the king of the Shan beast, and some are the youth supreme of the younger generation. Your support is an affirmation of the Yan auction house, and the Yan auction house will never disappoint you. There are 176 items at auction tonight, each one, they are rare treasures. Next, let's welcome our first auction item tonight. 2 brute force warriors, with a height of more than 3 meters, carried a 3-meter square iron box to the auction table. The box seemed to be very heavy, which made it difficult for the 2 brute warriors to carry it. Everyone present was very curious. What was it that could be so huge and heavy? After lifting everyone's appetite, Yan Mingzhu stretched out her slender jade hand and removed the iron sheet on the 4 sides of the iron box, which suddenly burst into a silver glow, stinging many people's eyes. Foreign star iron, but also silver star iron. On the 2nd floor of the auction house, someone shouted out the origin of the silver article. A beautiful smile appeared on Yan Mingzhu's face. Yes, this is a silver-grade extraterritorial star iron, which is the top treasure material for forging xuanqi. I believe I don't need to go on talking about how high the value of extraterritorial star iron is. I'm afraid all the calciners present know better than me. Now the auction begins. The starting price of the silver-grade extraterritorial star iron weighing 180,000 kilograms is 60,000 xianqi, and each increase must be no less than 1,000 xianqi. As soon as Yan Mingzhu's voice fell, more than a dozen people were bidding. 60,000 xianqi. 62,000 xianqi. 65,000 xianqi. 7,000 Shanbing stones. Situ Jing stared at Yan Mingzhu standing on the auction platform, with a cold look in his eyes, and said, "The auction has just begun," and he took out treasures such as silver extraterritorial star iron. It seems that Yan people have really worked hard for this auction. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were also fixed on the silver extraterritorial star iron, and then he thought of the Jiuping xuanqi single round star ball taken from the ancestor of White Beaver, which seemed to be made of this material. However, the amount of silver foreign star iron used to forge a single round star ball is more than 10 times that of the one on the auction platform, weighing millions of kilograms. If it weren't for the single round star ball being refined into a xuanqi, I'm afraid Ning Xiaochuan might not be able to hold this Jiuping xuanqi. If there were more silver-grade extraterritorial star iron on the auction platform, Ning Xiaochuan might shoot it to forge the single round star ball into a double round star ball, and even the legendary treasure 9 stars in a row. However, the number of silver-grade extraterritorial star iron on the auction platform is too small, far from enough to forge a double-wheel star ball, so it is not within Ning Xiaochuan's consideration. Finally, the silver-grade extraterritorial star iron was bought by an old man wearing a calciner robe at a high price of 100,000 pieces of basalt. Being able to buy silver-grade foreign star iron as forging materials is likely to be a great forging master with high status. The second auction item was sent up and put in a glass tray. When Yan Mingzhu lifted the veil that covered the tray, 10 white ice jade bottles were immediately exposed. Tonight's second auction item is a high-level Dan refined by a mysterious senior heart-nourishing master, named Iron Bone Dan. Then, Yan Mingzhu explained the efficacy of Taiguden. The efficacy of iron bone pill has aroused the interest of many Taoist monks. Some high-level Shan beasts also whispered, and they were very interested in iron bone pill. Because iron bone pill can make their bodies stronger. In the end, these 10 iron bone pills were bought by Shanqing Temple, one of the Jiuyue Xinjiang 4 Avenue temples, at the price of 41,000 basalt stones. The elders of the Yan nationality bought 10 iron bone pills from Ning Xiaochuan at the price of 350,000 xianqi and put them in the auction. They earned 60,000 xianqi just by changing hands. However, Yen nationality also bears the risk. If the auction price of 10 iron bone pills is less than 350,000 xianshi, they will also lose. Ning Xiaochuan thought to himself that if there were any treasures in the future, they would have to be consigned to the auction house to maximize the value. Later, more than a dozen rare treasures were auctioned off, including a beautiful human woman with snow-white skin and graceful appearance. She even sold 30,000 pieces of basalt at a high price. Another auction item was a small piece of Xianling wood, which was bought by a heart-nourishing master at the sky-high price of 230,000 xianshi. At this time, another auction item was sent up, put in a white prohibition box, and wrapped by a white light. Yan Mingzhu said, "The starting price of this auction item is 1 million xianshi." As soon as the voice fell, it caused a lot of startling cries. The starting price of the items just auctioned is almost tens of thousands of basalt, which has opened the eyes of many people. However, at this moment, the starting price of the items put up for auction has reached the sky-high price of 1 million basalt, which naturally aroused everyone's curiosity. Situ Jing said, "Xiao Gao of the auction. The tide is coming. Let's see what level of things Yan clan has come up with." It turns out that the starting price is 1 million xianshi. Do you think it's Daipen xianshi? I'm not sure. Ning Xiaochuan also sat up straight. If it was really a ground-grade basalt, he would shoot it at all costs. Yan Mingzhu looked at everyone's reaction and slowly said, "This auction item is a volume of martial arts sutra. The predecessors of Yen nationality found it in a wild and secret place, but this volume of martial arts sutra is somewhat contrary to our purple family's cultivation skills, so it will be put up for auction. It's actually a scroll of martial arts." Even the senior masters of all ethnic groups were shocked. Each volume of martial arts sutra was an unparalleled treasure, which was very rare, and its value could not be measured by basalt. Ning Xiaochuan was also shocked. He also knew the importance of Wu Jing. It can be said that if a warrior did not hold a volume of Wu Jing in his hand, he would never be able to understand the realm of five-step ladder. Before the 9th level of Dazun realm, you only need to cultivate the skill and absorb the xuanqi to improve the realm of martial arts. However, once you reach the 9th level of Dazun territory, you must begin to understand the martial arts sutra and cultivate your own martial arts. Everyone understands the Tao differently. Only those who cultivate their own martial arts can understand the ladder of heaven. In other words, heavenly ladder is actually martial art. Because each martial artist has different understanding of martial arts, the ladder of heaven is divided into 5 steps. Therefore, there is another realm 5-step ladder between the 9th weight of the earth reverence realm and the heaven-human realm. Only by understanding the martial arts, to a certain extent and condensing the Tao Yuan, can we truly reach the realm of heaven and man. The cultivation from the 9th level of the Earth Zun realm to the Heaven and Man realm is the cultivation of martial arts. Although Ning Xiaochuan's current martial arts cultivation has entered the 7th level of the Earth Respect realm, he has only cultivated qi and force, and has not formed his own Tao at all. Even if he practiced the way of destroying the world, so far he also practiced the gas of destroying the world and sword formula of destroying the world. He still hasn't understood the way of destroying the world. Just one word of Tao suppressed many people in the realm of earth respect, unable to understand the ladder of heaven, unable to reach the realm of 5-step ladder of heaven, and even more unable to reach the realm of heaven and man. Even if you have a rare talent and constitution, if your savvy is not high enough, you will never be able to reach the 9th level of the earth reverence and cannot be improved anymore. If you have excellent physique and excellent understanding, but you can't understand the true meaning of martial arts without the martial arts sutra that you can cultivate, and you can't reach the realm of 5-step ladder. It can be said that a volume of martial scripture is very, very important for martial artists in the territory of Dazun. Take Yulan Empire for example. There is only one volume of complete martial classics in total. That is the Dragon Power Sutra mastered by the royal family. It is said that it is the martial sutra obtained by the ancestors of the royal family from the dragon family. As for the martial scriptures mastered by the demon sect, Yuan sect, Tianyin sect, and Jiang'a Marquis Mansion, they are incomplete and very incomplete. It is quite difficult to practice to the 5-step ladder of heaven, let alone to reach the realm of heaven and man. The Heart Furnace Sutra mastered by the Marquis of Jiang'a is only 1/10 of the complete martial sutra. The ancestors of the Marquis House of Jiang'a in the past dynasties achieved the highest level of martial arts cultivation, which reached the level of the 4th step of the ladder of heaven, and they could no longer break through. The Demon Emperor, the Sword Saint and the Queen of All Voices are all Tianzong wizards of martial arts. It's a pity that the martial arts scriptures in their hands are all remnant scriptures. Therefore, in their whole life, they can only reach the realm of the 5th step of the ladder of heaven. If they had mastered a volume of martial classics, with high integrity, they might have reached the realm of heaven and man as early as decades ago. Of course, they are all lucky. There are also some Zongmen and Hofu. They don't even have incomplete martial classics at all, so there will be no martial artists in the 5-step ladder realm at all. Even in Jiu Xinjiang, the martial classics are extremely precious treasures. Only the hands of the 9 families hold a complete volume of martial classics. This is also the reason for their transcendent status, which is far from being comparable to other big families. Other martial artists who want to cultivate complete martial classics can only depend on the 9 families and become their vassals and generals. Because Wu Jing is precious, it will cause such a sensation when Yan people auction Wu Jing. Even Ning Xiaochuan was moved. Because he has now reached the 7th level of the Lanzun realm, and will soon begin to understand his own martial arts and attack the 5-step ladder. However, he had not seen any other martial arts sutras except the Remnant Sutra Heart Furnace Sutra of the Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion. If you cultivate the Heart Furnace realm, it is estimated that you can only reach the 4th step of the ladder of heaven at most, and you can't impact the realm of heaven and man at all. Therefore, when he came to Jiujian this time, he also wanted to get a complete volume of martial classics, so that he would not delay his future martial arts cultivation. Every volume of Wu Jing is priceless. How can the starting price be only 1 million basaltic stones? This volume of Wu Jing auctioned by your Yan family should not be a complete Wu Jing. A strong man of Lei clan said and asked. Yan Mingzhu said with a smile, if the martial arts sutra is completed, we Yan people will not auction it. To be honest, this volume of martial arts sutra is indeed a remnant sutra, which is about 1/5 of the complete martial arts sutra. 1/5 volume of martial classics. Many people nodded. If it was only 1/5 of the volume of martial arts sutra, the starting price of 1 million basaltic stones would still be quite appropriate, which would be normal. A 5th volume of martial arts sutra is still priceless to many martial artists, which is much more precious than the Heart Furnace Sutra of the Marquis of Jiang'a. If the price is appropriate, Ning Xiaochuan wants to take it down. Even if you don't practice yourself, it's better to take it back and give it to the children of the Marquis of the Jian Pavilion to practice. Yan Mingzhu said, this incomplete volume of martial arts sutra is called 10,000 Sword Sutra. The starting price is 1 million xianqi, and the price increase each time should not be less than 10,000 xianqi. Now, the auction begins. I produced 1.5 million xianqi. At the beginning of the auction, a strong man of Lei clan raised the price by 500,000 pieces of basalt, which made many martial artists who wanted to bid helpless. Although they have accumulated countless wealth, they can't be compared with the top clan like Lei clan at all. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the strong man of the Lei clan, and the 7 orifices demon heart felt a sense of familiarity. Obviously, that person should be the big man of Lei nationality whom Ning Xiaochuan met in the wilderness. His name is Lei Ao, and he is one of the 10 most powerful people of Lei nationality. Although I only saw his silver medal flying boat, Ning Xiaochuan remembered his martial arts breath. Even the arrogant Lei family Tianjiao, Lei Yi, sat obediently behind Lei Ao. Lei Yi's face is a little pale, which is obviously the reason for the deterioration of the injury. He is quietly breathing to recover from the injury. 1.55 million xianshi. The strong man of another clan also bid. 1.6 million xianshi. 1.7 million xianshi. The price of 10,000 sword sutra is rising. Only the strong of the 9 ethnic groups are bidding. Other martial arts people don't dare to bid at all. The price is too high. Ning Xiaochuan originally wanted to shoot the 10,000 sword sutra, but when the price climbed to 2 million pieces of basalt, he didn't even have the confidence to bid. 2.5 million xianshi. Lei Ao, the big man of Lei clan, once again raised the price of Wu Jing by a large margin. 3 million xianshi. A dressed in white palace clothes sat on the 5th floor of the auction house. She stood up and shouted out the price. Everyone stared at That looks like a man in his 20s. His face is like a peach blossom, enchanting and charming, and he has a special and charming charm. Next to there was a man in Confucian clothes with a slightly morbid face, with a somewhat evil look on his face, and he said with a cold smile, Lei Gong, this volume of the Remnant Sutra of the 10,000 Sword Sutra, our Situ clan is bound to get it. Oh. Really? It depends on who is the final winner? Lei Ao laughed. Situ Jing stared at the sick man, and his eyes showed hate, crushing the armrest of the chair. Ning Xiaochuan said, How? Do you know them? Situ Jing nodded and said, That sick man is Situ Nanli's second son, named Situ Lian. Now I seriously suspect that he was the one who poached my martial arts heart palace at the beginning. Because he has cultivated a kind of evil skill, he must take the martial arts heart palace of other martial artists to improve his accomplishments. That, named Qin Qingluan, is Situ Lian's married wife, known as Mrs. Luan. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were dignified and said, You'd better restrain yourself first. The martial arts cultivation of that couple has reached the state of ladder of heaven, which you can't deal with now. Brother Ning, don't worry, I won't do anything impulsive. Situ Jing gradually calmed down. The price of 10,000 Sword Sutra has been called to the sky-high price of 5 million basalt stones, and the only people still bidding are Lei Ao of Lei clan and Situ Lian of Situ clan. It seems that the two families are bound to win the 10,000 Sword Sutra. It's only a fifth of the Remnant Sutra, and the price has reached this level. If it's a complete martial sutra, isn't the price more frightening? Ning Xiaochuan sighed in his heart. 8 million xianshi. The named Mrs. Luan stood up again and shouted out a price that made everyone in the auction house jumpy. She stared at Lei Ao and said, If Lei Gong increases the price again, we Situ clan can only give up this volume of martial classics. Mrs. Luan added the price too hard, which made Lei Ao meditate. After a moment, she said, Awesome. She is worthy of being a wise woman of Situ clan. The 10,000 Sword Sutra belongs to you. I give up. Luan's face showed a sweet smile and slowly sat back. 8 million xianshi, once. 8 million xianshi, twice. 8 million xianshi, 3 times. Congratulations to Situ family for taking the 10,000 Sword Sutra. Yan Mingzhu also showed a bright smile on her face. It is naturally quite gratifying to be able to shoot a remnant sutra at a high price of 8 million basalt stones. On the 5th floor of the auction house, Mrs. Luan and Situ Lian used mind to transmit sound. Luanfu humanitarianism. Finally, this volume of remnant scriptures was photographed. Although the price was raised by Lei Ao, it was quite worth it. Situ Lian also laughed, That's right. No one knows that our Situ clan also has some fragments of the 10,000 Sword Sutra. Plus this 5th, it should be able to make up more than half of the volume of the 10,000 Sword Sutra. If the ancestors of the clan modify and supplement it, it may become a complete volume of the Martial Arts Sutra. We have made great contributions to the Situ clan this time. When we return to the clan, my father will definitely reward us. Now that we have come to Tianchi City, we need to get rid of some potential threats. Mrs. Luan's eyes looked towards the lobby on the first floor and fixed on Situ Jing. Everything will be done according to Madame's wishes. Situ Lian's eyes showed a gloomy murderous intention. If my nephew was more secure, maybe I could spare his life. However, he actually walked with a young martial arts genius, then no wonder I want to take his life. Mrs. Luan's eyes swept over Ning Xiaochuan intentionally or unintentionally, showing a smile, and said, "That young martial arts genius seems very unusual, and he can compete with Lei. It is estimated that the background is not so simple. It's just a young martial arts genius. Even if he really has a wonderful background, how can he win our Situ clan?" Situ Lian giggled. Ning Xiaochuan naturally felt the eyes of Mrs. Luan and Situ Lian, and a smile also appeared on the corners of his mouth, and he didn't take it too seriously. Another auction item was sent up and placed in a hexagonal crystal tray, covered with a layer of black gauze. Inside the gauze, a dazzling brilliance escaped, as if to burn the gauze. Although the black gauze has not yet been uncovered, the strong dark qi wave still makes the blood in all martial artists present run quickly, and the pores of the skin automatically absorb that dark qi into the body and turn it into their own strength. Ning Xiaochuan was excited. You don't have to guess that it must be a ground-grade basalt. Only the ground shancher can have such a thick xuanqi fluctuation. The next treasure to be auctioned is a ground product, basalt. The starting price is 1 million basalt, and each increase must not be less than 10,000 basalt. The auction begins. Yan Mingzhu uncovers the black gauze, revealing a white spar shaped like a flame. Wow! The bright brilliance spreads out and illuminates the whole auction house. That piece of ground-grade basalt, as if it had life, beat in accordance with the regular rhythm, like a cold heart full of aura. Even in Jiuyue Xinjiang, ground-grade basalt is quite rare. Only those big families can have inventory to provide the ancestors of heaven and earth for cultivation. In the auction, many people saw the ground product basalt for the first time and were naturally amazed. However, few people really bid. Because, Daipen Shancher is also a kind of Shancher. In terms of price exchange, 1 million Shancher is equal to 1 Daipen Shancher. Of course, Daipingxuan stone also has its special value. If someone really needs a Daipingxuan stone, the price of Daipingxuan stone will naturally be raised. Yan people also brought a piece of ground basalt as an auction item because they heard that someone in Tianchi City wanted to buy it at a high price. A rather old heart nurse took the lead in shouting out the price, 1 million Shancher. In order to refine the human-level pill, the great heart-nourishing master must add some ground product Shancher into the pill. Therefore, ground product Shancher is still very attractive to the top heart-nourishing master. 1.05 million Shancher, shouted an old woman in a Taoist robe. In order not to make people aware of his desire for ground-grade basalt, Ning Xiaochuan also shouted conservatively, 1.1 million basalt. However, even if he bid conservatively, he still attracted the attention of several interested people. For example, Lei, who was healing, immediately stopped, opened his eyes, stared at Ning Xiaochuan, and his eyes showed a strange smile. Situ Lian and Mrs. Luan sitting on the 5th floor also showed surprise. In another corner, the ancestors of Zihanyan and Zizu also glanced in the direction of Ning Xiaochuan. He was so eager to raise Shancher that he actually wanted to buy Daipen Shancher? Is it he who is rumored to spend a high price to buy Daipen Shancher in Tianchi City? Zihanyan's heart thought so. However, she was always paying attention to Ning Xiaochuan's every move. Seeing that he finally began to bid, she knew that the target he was targeting turned out to be Dipinshan stone. Why did he buy Dipinshan? Isn't he a senior heart healer, but a great heart healer, who wants to use Dipinshan to refine human-level pills? Zihanyan was frightened by his own guess. It's quite remarkable to be able to cultivate martial arts to his level at a young age. If you can still reach the level of a great spiritual trainer, it is two shocking secular things. The eyes of the ancestors of the Purple Clan also showed a somewhat confused look, but soon closed their eyes, like a dead tree, and became motionless. Previously, Ning Xiaochuan and Lei had a confrontation. Many people remember this young man. At this moment, seeing him bidding, they immediately began to talk. This young man was able to take out millions of shanshur. It seems that his identity is not simple. No wonder he can compete with Lei Yi. However, Dipin shanshur is not very useful to the martial artist in Dizun territory. Why does he buy Dipin shanshur? Ning Xiaochuan originally wanted to buy Dipin shanshur in a low-key way, but he didn't expect such a result, which made him laugh bitterly. Yan Mingzhu, who was standing on the auction platform, also looked a little surprised and said, 1.1 million shanshur, once. 1.1 million shanshur. A loud voice sounded, 150 shanshur. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes sank and stared in the direction of that voice. Isn't it Lei Yi? Lei Yi's face wore a faint smile and said, unfortunately, I also want to buy a ground product basalt recently. If he really wants to buy a piece of ground-grade basalt, just tell the ancestors of the Lei family that with his talent, he can naturally get a piece of ground-grade basalt. Why do you need to buy it at the Yan family auction? Most of the monks in the auction are smart people. Naturally, it can be seen that Lei Yi wants to deliberately quarrel with Ning Xiaochuan. At this moment, the two people who had previously bid were also silent. After all, 1.5 million pieces of shanshur have far exceeded the value of Dipin shanshur. 1.5 million shanshur, once. 1.5 million shanshur, twice. 1.5 million shanshur. Ning Xiaochuan finally shouted again, 1.6 million shanshur. When Ning Xiaochuan bid again, everyone in the auction can be sure that he is the one who wants to spend a lot of money to buy the ground product basalt. A young talent in a big family laughed and said, Lei Yi has always been unreasonable and unforgiving. That man is definitely unlucky today. I'm afraid he'll lose his fortune for a piece of ground basalt. Everyone knows the hostile relationship between Lei Yi and Situ Jing. He dares to stand on the side of Situ Jing. Who is unlucky for him? Lei Yi's face also showed a smile and said, 2 million basalt. The more Ning Xiaochuan cares about the ground product basalt, the more Lei Yi wants to raise the price. This feeling of trampling on people is really great for him. The ancestor of the Purple Clan opened his eyes again and whispered, Yenner, tell Ning Xiaochuan that we Purple Clan can exchange for a piece of ground-grade basalt for him. We only need 1 million pieces of basalt. Tell him not to bid with the people of the Lei clan. After learning that Ning Xiaochuan's master was probably a great power in Tiandi Mountain, the ancestors of the Z nationality intended to make friends with Ning Xiaochuan, and even deliberately set him up with Zihanyan. In fact, even if Ning Xiaochuan doesn't have a strong master as a backing, his talent alone is worth the Purple family to invest in him. Zihanyan nodded, her pink lips slightly opened, and a mental force condensed into a sound wave, which introduced the words of the Zizu ancestor Gangkai into Ning Xiaochuan's ears. Ning Xiaochuan was still thinking about whether to continue bidding. After hearing the sound of purple smoke, a trace of happiness suddenly appeared in his eyes. That's great. If the ancestors of the Z nationality could exchange a ground product basalt for him at a fair price, they would not be suppressed by Lei Yi, but could fight him back. Ning Xiaochuan suppressed his joy and deliberately showed a distressed look on his face, saying, Lei Yi, this ground-level basalt is really important to me. I hope you can give it to me. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's softness, Lei was more excited and said, "Are you begging me? But this ground basalt is also very important to me." Situ Jing didn't know that Zihanyan had just spoken to Ning Xiaochuan, and thought that Ning Xiaochuan was really suppressed by Lei Yi, so he stood up and said, "Lei Yi, please don't involve my friend in our gratitude and resentment. This ground basalt is really important to him." Lei Yi also stood up, adjusted his clothes as a winner, and stared at Situ Jing from a high position. "Situ Jing, you used to be the king of the younger generation of Jiu Xinjiang. Even if your accomplishments were abolished, at least your demeanor should still be there? When did you see me bullying your friend? This ground product, xianshi, is really important to me. Is it wrong that I spend a high price to buy it? The essence of auction is not to get the high price. We Lei clan are rich. As long as we can buy this ground product xianshi, it is worth any money. Money is willful. Many people sigh like this." Yan Mingzhu only sighed when she saw the scene. Situ Jing is no longer the Situ Jing he used to be. It is far from Lei Yi's identity and status, and can only become the one who is trampled on. Please observe the order of the auction market, or you will only be expelled. The eldest young master of the Lei family shouted the price of 2 million xianshi. If no one increased the price, this local xianshi will belong to the eldest young master of the Lei family. Yan Mingzhu rode. Ning Xiaochuan glared at Lei mercilessly, with matchless anger in his eyes, and said, "Everyone knows that the relationship between Miss Yan of Yan nationality and Lei Dashao of Lei nationality is extraordinary, and they will soon be married. How do I think the auction of Yan nationality will be a little fishy? Is it the reason why Lei people come to help Yan auction house raise the price? The previous 10,000 sword sutra was raised to 8 million xianshi by the Lei people. Now the Lei people have begun to deliberately raise the price of xianshi too high. It is said that the auction of the Yan people is the most fair and just. How can I absolutely not be so?" After Ning Xiaochuan said so, the whole auction house was in an uproar. Yes. Lei and Yan are indeed going to marry, and their relationship is extraordinary. That's reasonable. Lei Ao tried to raise the price of 10,000 sword sutra there before. The 10,000 sword sutra, which could have been bought as long as 4 million xianshi, was raised to 8 million xianshi by him. Alas! The fishiness of the Yan auction is getting worse and worse. Everyone is raising prices like this. Who will come again in the future? The big man of the Lei clan, Lei Ao, suddenly sank his eyes, and a sharp brilliance flew out of his pupils. He said in a deep voice, "Boy, you can eat rice indiscriminately, and you can't talk nonsense. The auction will always pay attention to fairness and justice. If I really spent a high price to buy the 10,000 sword sutra before, I will definitely pay the corresponding price. It's too bold." Lei Ao was naturally extremely angry when a younger generation dared to mock him in public. Lei Ao's cultivation was many times higher than Lei Yi's, with a powerful momentum and a voice like a bell. However, Ning Xiaochuan did not show weakness at all, and said, "How much money will you give? Who knows? Anyway, in my opinion, 8 or 9 out of 10 Lei people are childcare children invited by Yan people." If it weren't for the auction, Lei Ao really wanted to slap Ning Xiaochuan to death. The old man of Yan nationality was also startled and stood on the auction platform, holding a roll of account books in his hand and staring at Ning Xiaochuan. "Avenue, this little brother, our Yan auction house is absolutely fair and just. The price of each auction item will be recorded in the account book and sent to the Presbyterian Council for verification every year. Not to mention the Lei people, even if our Yan people have auctioned items, they must pay according to the actual auction price. Yan people are the top clan in Jiu Xinjiang, and integrity is more important than anything. Therefore, you can rest assured that we will not be in the dark behind the bidding every guest." "So it is. That's my worry. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Lei Yi again and said, "Don't think you're the eldest young master of Lei clan. You're so arrogant. You really think you're rich and powerful. To tell you the truth, I have to buy this ground-grade basalt." Situ Jing thought Ning Xiaochuan was really angry and advised, "Brother Ning, why don't we think of another way?" "Don't say. Brother Situ, we hit it off at first sight. I respect you as friends, so your business is my business. We can't lose to anyone today, but to the person who robbed your fiancé. No matter how deep and rich the Lei family is, I will spend all the costs today, and I will shoot this ground product Xiancher." Ning Xiaochuan's expression was angry. He escaped a silver ball as big as a fist from the Qianquan cloth bag and put it firmly on the table. "Aren't the Lei clan rich and powerful? I have an ancestral Jiuping Xuanqi here. Who will give me an estimate to see who has more money? Even if I bet on this Jiuping Xuanqi today, I will buy that Daipin Xiancher." When Ning Xiaochuan touched out the single round star ball, everyone in the auction was stunned. The giants of all ethnic groups, the king of high-level Shan beasts, and the celebrities of all Daoguan all stared at the single round star ball. Jiuping Xuanqi is also the supreme war soldier in Jiuyue territory. Only an ancient clan like Jiu Dang clan can have one or two Jiuping Xuanqi. Moreover, it will not be used at ordinary times, but only as a deterrent war soldier. Any big power, if it has a Jiuping Xuanqi, is enough to dominate one side, so that outsiders dare not deal with them easily. It can be said that the value of a Jiuping Xuanqi is comparable to a complete volume of martial arts classics. The chief appraiser of the Yan auction house came to identify it in person. After a while, his eyes also became hot, and his hands trembled, saying, "It's really a 9-grade Xuanqi. There are 2 ruins in the Xuanqi, which is preliminarily estimated to be worth at least 100 million Xiancher." When the appraisal results came out, countless pairs of greedy eyes appeared in the auction house, and even several powerful eyes were killing. Lei Ao and Lei Yi's eyes also showed a look of greed. Even heaven and man would be moved in the face of 9-grade Xuanqi-level soldiers. Lei Ao whispered to Lei Yi secretly and said, "Lei Yi, this boy has been completely angry, and he has lost his reason to take out all the Jiuping Xuanqi. Hey. Since he has lost his reason, you will raise the price severely for me." Lei Yi also added his lips and said with a smile, "I understand." Ning Xiaochuan pinched the Jiuping Xuanqi in his hand, and Situ Jing couldn't stop it, so he continued to shout, 3 million Xiancher. 5 million Xiancher. Lei Yi's face was with a sneering smile, and he calmly bid. 6 million Xiancher. 10 million Xiancher. One by one, the sky-high price was shouted out from the 2 people's mouths, and everyone present was stunned. I have never seen anyone fight so fiercely for a ground-grade basalt. Many people stared at Ning Xiaochuan with compassionate eyes and said, "This young man is too easily irritated. I'm afraid this Jiuping Xuanqi will become something in the pocket of the Yan nationality after tonight. When he wakes up, he is expected to regret committing suicide." Yan clan picked a big bargain. After getting this 9-grade Xianware, their strength will be greatly improved again. Zihanyan was also shocked beyond measure, gently pursed his lips, and said, "My ancestor, Ning Xiaochuan is crazy. We Zizu have not all promised to exchange a ground product Xiancher for him. Why does he want to mortgage the 9-product Xiancher? Do I want to stop him?" The ancestors of the Purple Clan seldom laughed, but now they couldn't stop laughing and said, "Do you really think he's crazy? He's going to pit the Thunder Clan." Zihanyan was a little stunned at first, and immediately thought of something. He almost screamed out, and quickly suppressed the horror in his heart, saying, "If this is true, Lei will be executed as soon as he returns to the Lei clan." The ancestor of the Z clan laughed and said, "Yes. I'm afraid the Lei clan will be badly hurt this time, but the Lei clan has a strong foundation in the 9 families, and it's good for them to lose a lot of money. Moreover, this event may also cause contradictions and gaps between the Lei clan and the Yan clan, and the relationship will not be so close in the future. This boy is a big help to the Z clan. Zihanyan was also a smart woman. She instantly understood the fishiness in it. Her eyes stared at Ning Xiaochuan again. There was more unspeakable look in her eyes. She smiled and said, "Why is he so bad?" First, Lei choked his internal injury, and now the Lei family suffered heavy losses. This person's heart is too deep. What? Did our proud little Yenner meet a moving person? How can it be? I've only met him a few times. A blush of shyness appeared on the face under the purple smoke veil. The purple ancestor's face was solemn and said, when he took out the Jioping Xuanqi, I was more sure that his mysterious master was definitely a big man in Tiandi Mountain. With his identity and talent, he was a perfect match for you. It's too early to talk about this now. Let it be. Purple smoke whispered. At this moment, the bidding of Ning Xiaochuan and Lei has entered a white hot. Ning Xiaochuan's forehead was sweating constantly, and his eyes were extremely angry. He was almost crazy. Anyone with a clear eye can see that he has lost his mind at the moment. Situ Jing originally wanted to stop him, but he slapped him and flew out. In everyone's view, Ning Xiaochuan has lost his mind in order to fight with Lei. He is like a gambler on the gambling table. In order to win each other, he can even bet his wife and head on the gambling table. The more crazy Ning Xiaochuan was, the more excited Lei was, and he continued to bid with confidence, 60 million xianshi. 61 million xianshi. Ning Xiaochuan rode. 70 million xianshi. Lei enjoyed this feeling and raised the price by a large margin. Lei has never been so happy as today. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's crazy appearance, he wanted to laugh and felt that he was playing with a crazy monkey. 71 million xianshi. Ning Xiaochuan rode. 80 million xianshi. Thunder shouted. 81 million xianshi. Ning Xiaochuan rode. 90 million xianshi. Lei felt that the price was almost the same. If Ning Xiaochuan bid again, he would give up directly. However, sometimes things don't develop as he imagined. Ning Xiaochuan suddenly became very calm and said, "Well, you're cruel. That ground-grade basalt belongs to you." "What did you say?" Lei was stunned at first. Immediately, his face changed greatly and said, "If you increase the price again, I'll let Di Pinqian give you a place." "No, 90 million basalt stones are beyond my psychological bearing range. Since you need them so much, I'll give them to you." Ning Xiaochuan seemed a little disappointed and sighed a long time. You lost, you. Lei's forehead was sweating, and he couldn't speak clearly. Ning Xiaochuan patted Situ Jing on the shoulder and said, "Brother, I'm sorry, we finally lost. The Lei family's heritage is so deep that we can't compete with them after all in order to get the sky-high price of 90 million pieces of xianshi for a local xianshi." Situ Jing didn't understand what was going on. His eyes widened and he admired Ning Xiaochuan. He strongly suppressed his smile and said bitterly, "Hey, brother, I can't blame you. You've tried your best. Lei clan is too strong, and we can't compete." At this moment, everyone can see that the Lei clan is suffering from the pit, and many people are gloating. 90 million pieces of basalt, for general large doors, clans, has been astronomical. Even for the 9 clans, it is a considerable amount of resources, enough to make Lei clans hurt their muscles and bones. Lei clan is awesome. It is estimated that 90 million basalt stones can buy a scroll of martial arts classics, which is an unimaginable wealth. Brother Lei, you Lei clan are really impressive to us. 90 million basalt. Pride. Situ Lian's face showed a gloomy smile. Do you think there is something wrong with the Lei people? Everyone is congratulating them, but they don't seem to be very happy. A somewhat absent-minded young monk whispered. The giants of other big families also joked one after another, saying, "What do you guys know? The Lei family is a big family in Jiuyue Xinjiang, fighting for a face. You can lose everything, but you can't lose momentum. Rich people, too willful. Enough." Lei Ao drank with a deep voice, and a violent sound wave came out of his mouth, shaking everyone in the auction house with a burst of tinnitus. Auction house, suddenly, quiet down. Lei Ao was really so angry that he almost vomited blood. He glared at Ning Xiaochuan fiercely, and his arm slowly lifted up, and wisps of lightning came out of his arm. A terrible force broke out, and the breath was extremely strong, rushing towards Ning Xiaochuan. This is an extremely powerful force, comparable to the Sword Saint and King de Jinping. Under the suppression of such terrible forces, ordinary Lanzun martial artists will be directly pressed to kneel on the ground. Ning Xiaochuan also felt great pressure and was about to release the power of Jiu Dang Jia to resist the suppression of Lei Ao. Suddenly, the pressure in the whole auction house dissipated. I don't know when a woman with white hair appeared on the auction platform in the center. Although the woman had white hair, her skin was young and delicate, without any wrinkles, and her body also sent out strong power fluctuations, blocking Lei Ao's power back, and said in a deep voice, "No one can do anything to disturb the order of the auction. If there is gratitude and resentment, please solve it outside the auction. If you dare to fight in the auction, don't blame me for being rude to him." Yan Shui. Lei Ao also somewhat taboo the white-haired woman on the auction platform. She stared at Ning Xiaochuan and Situ Jing, snorted coldly, and then sat back on her seat. Lei Yi, who is sitting next to Lei Ao, is still a little dull at the moment, and obviously has not reacted from the mutation just now. No way, this blow is too big for him, and he will definitely be severely punished when he returns to the clan. On the auction platform, Yan Mingzhu was also stunned, staring at Ning Xiaochuan and Situ Jing deeply, and her mood was so complicated that she didn't know how to describe it. Pearl, continue to host the auction. The white-haired woman who is somewhat similar to Yan Mingzhu said. Yan Mingzhu quickly withdrew her mind, bowed to the white-haired woman and said, "Aunt, rest assured that Mingzhu will host the auction tonight." The white-haired woman nodded, and then walked down the auction table. The auction will continue, and the treasures auctioned out one after another are becoming more and more precious. Even several treasures have been auctioned for more than 1 million basalt stones. Situ Jing gently touched Ning Xiaochuan's arm and said with a smile, "Brother Ning, you were too real just now. Even I was cheated by you." Ning Xiaochuan said apologetically, "In order to deceive Lei Yi, I slapped him out." "Brother Situ, won't you be angry?" "No. Absolutely not. As long as you can see Lei Yi's dead face and Yan Mingzhu's dumbfounded expression, Brother Ning, even if you slap me again, I'm very willing." "Why don't you do it again?" Situ Jing was a little crazy with joy. For 3 years, his heart has been like a knife twist, but today he is very comfortable, with a feeling of revenge. After being happy, Situ Jing's face became serious again, and he said, "Brother Ning offended the Lei clan for my sake, and I'm afraid the Lei clan won't let you go easily. Moreover, you also exposed the Jiu Dang Jia, which will certainly be remembered by many people. Once the auction is over, there will be many giants to us." Ning Xiaochuan didn't think about this problem, but it's not easy to cheat the great power of the Lei clan. They will take the bait only if they take out the Jiu Dang Jia for gambling. Ning Xiaochuan is still quite confident about his current speed. As long as he is not the strong man in heaven and man, it is definitely not easy for others to leave him. Even a person of Lei Ao's level can't kill him. Of course, if you can get a ground-grade basalt from the purple family, then even the strong man in heaven and man may not be able to get him in any way. The auction continued. During the auction, Ning Xiaochuan also took a fancy to an auction item. This auction item is black gold armor. A total of 10 sets of black gold, Kai, starting at 1 million pieces of basalt. Because the burial mountain was born, the dead will definitely be sent to explore the way. I'm afraid the dead of ordinary cultivation will die before they enter the burial mountain. However, if we can make the dead wear black gold armor, we can burst out the 7th heaviest combat power of Dizuan territory. It is for this reason that the Yan nationality will take out 10 sets of black gold armor for auction. If these 10 sets of black gold armor can be photographed and brought back to the Jade Haze Empire, wouldn't the Marquis House of the Sword Pavilion be able to produce 10 more powerful people in the 7th level of the territory out of thin air? Ning Xiaochuan thought so. 1.5 million xianshi. Ning Xiaochuan directly raised the price by 500,000 pieces of basalt. When Ning Xiaochuan shouted out the price, the atmosphere of the whole auction house became a little strange. Some people who were ready to bid also began to hesitate. You know, the Lei clan was badly hit in the past. Everyone knows that Ning Xiaochuan's scheming is so deep that people can't guess, so they don't dare to bid easily. 1.5 million xianshi, once. 1.5 million xianshi, twice. 1.5 million xianshi, 3 times. Deal. When the auction hammer fell, Ning Xiaochuan was relieved, and he couldn't help feeling a little bored. It was so easy to take 10 sets of black gold armor. What happened to these people? Why don't you bid? After another round of auction, finally ushered in the final auction tonight. This auction item was placed in the 9th floor prohibition, escorted by 2 elders of the Yan nationality, and placed in the center of the auction table. Many giants who have not bid have opened their eyes and stared at the auction platform. Obviously, this is their goal tonight. Ning Xiaochuan also stared at the past, and saw a broken ancient picture of animal skin in the 9th floor prohibition. The lines on the picture were covered, and only some corners could be seen. How does this picture resemble the material of the remnant picture that monk Tanqian sold me? Ning Xiaochuan wrote. Because the 2 remnant pictures are carved on the animal skin, and the 2 pictures are made by burning the same kind of animal skin. How can there be such a coincidence? They are all made of the same material, and some of the gaps can be combined. Did I misunderstand monk Tanqian? What he sold me was the real picture. Ning Xiaochuan thought of monk Tanqian's honest face, and his heart suddenly apologized. It seems that monks really don't lie and don't deliberately lie to me, xianshi. Master Tanqian treated me sincerely, but I thought he was a liar. Hey! Next time you see Master Tanqian, you must apologize to him. Ning Xiaochuan really misunderstood this time. That picture was also bought by monk Tanqian at a low price from the stall. He never thought it was a real picture. If monk Tanqian knew that he sold a real picture to Ning Xiaochuan at the price of 100 xianshi, he would surely regret and slap his face. Yan Mingzhu began to introduce the remnant picture, Avenue. Everyone knows the legend about the burial mountain. Every hundreds of years, the burial mountain will be born, and each birth will definitely disturb the whole Jiu territory. Since ancient times, anyone who can enter the burial mountain can get the unparalleled treasure. Some people have found the powerful Jiuping Xuanqi ancient soldiers, some people have dug out the miraculous medicine, and even some people have brought out a roll of powerful martial classics. Of course, everyone knows that the most precious treasure in the burial mountain, it is the Zixia Sutra and the Zijin divine sword left by the Emperor of Zijin. The Emperor of Zijin is in the north. There are many legends in Xinjiang. If you can find his divine scripture Zixia Sutra, you may not be able to become a peerless emperor in the future. If you can get the Zijin sword and command the world, who dares to disagree? However, the burial mountain is extremely dangerous. Every birth will definitely kill many people in the mountain. In history, all those who can bring out treasures from it are those who carry the burial mountain map. I believe many people have heard of the legend of the burial mountain map. Before a very long time ago, a strong man with extraordinary cultivation reached the depths of the burial mountain and drew a map of the burial mountain. After coming out of the burial mountain, the strong man with extraordinary cultivation claimed to have seen the trace of the purple gold sword in the burial mountain and marked it on the map. However, not long after, the strong man became crazy and died a mummy. Subsequently, the map of the burial mountain was circulated. Unfortunately, in World War I, the map was torn into 9 copies. Fortunately, we Yan people got one corner of the 9 maps and were willing to auction it. Although it is only 1/9 of the map, many people are still fascinated by it. As long as there is a corner map in hand, it will be much safer to enter the burial mountain. If we can find a scroll of martial scripture or a 9-grade Xuanqi in the burial mountain, then a family may develop into a transcendent force at the level of the 9 families. If we can find Zixia Sutra and Zijin Divine Sword, it will be even more wonderful, and it may even create an unparalleled civilization. Yan Mingzhu said, the starting price of the remnant map of the burial mountain is 3 million xianqi, and the price increase each time shall not be less than 100,000 xianqi. The auction begins. 3 million xianqi. 3.5 million xianqi. 360,000 xianqi. 4 million xianqi. It is not only the families who are bidding, but also the old men who wear daomen and the high-level mysterious beasts with beast spirit who are bidding. Some old antiques who had previously hidden their identities have also sold out one after another, shouting amazing prices. 5.4 million xianqi. An old man of the ancient nationality shouted. 7 million xianqi. Shouted a man with a golden crown. 7.1 million xianqi. Shouted an old man in a Taoist robe. 8 million xianqi. The man wearing the golden crown shouted again, and each price increase was 1,000,000 pieces of basalt, which showed great confidence. Many people stared at the man with the golden crown, and some of the old guys recognized his identity, with a look of shock on their faces. Ning Xiaochuan also generally heard some signs through the comments of everyone in the auction. The man with the golden crown turned out to be a master in the wilderness. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the man carefully and found that there were indeed several golden fish scales on his right face, which seemed to be really not human. It's the Holy Fish King. My God! This is a great wilderness master, who is in charge of hundreds of millions of Shan beasts. It has also come to Jiu territory. Those big families didn't want to offend the master in the wilderness. Many people didn't bid any more and kept silent. 10 million xianqi. A young woman's voice rang out. The monks in the auction house were shocked again. They looked at the bidding voice and stared at a woman in purple with a veil. It was the proud woman of the purple family, Purple Cold Smoke. However, what really surprised everyone present was the white-haired old man sitting next to Zihanyan. It turned out that the ancestor of the purple family came to Tianchi City in person. No wonder that little woman dared to bid with the Holy Fish King. The old man in Taoist robe muttered. Zihanyan smiled, we purple people have no intention of being enemies with the Holy Fish King, but we are willing to help the Holy Fish King take a picture of the remnant. After taking a picture of the remnant, the purple people are willing to lend it to the Holy Fish King to watch. Originally, the man wearing a golden crown heard someone bidding and showed a rather dissatisfied look. However, after hearing Zihanyan's words, his face immediately showed a shallow smile. Many people secretly scold the purple clan for being too watertight in doing the truth. They not only photographed the remnant picture, but also took this opportunity to get in touch with the Holy Fish King, which can be called killing 2 birds with 1 stone. If anyone doesn't open his eyes and bid again, he will offend the purple family and the Holy Fish King. Naturally, no one will bid again. The remnant picture of the burial mountain was taken away by the purple family at the price of 10 million basalt stones. After the auction, Ning Xiaochuan immediately went to find the ancestors of Zihanyan and Zizu, and spent 1 million xianshi to exchange for a local xianshi. After getting the teppanyaki, Ning Xiaochuan was naturally extremely excited and finally had a bottom of his heart. Now, even if the strong man in heaven and earth wants to kill him, he is sure to retreat. Zihanyan's smile was elegant, and her eyes were as clear as water. She said, "Young Master Ning's intelligence is extremely admirable. However, you have suffered a lot from the Lei clan in the auction, and the strong of the Lei clan will certainly not let you go. You should be careful. If you need it, you can always turn to us, the Z clan." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Thank you for your concern. This time, thanks to the help of the Purple family, otherwise I really don't have so easy access to the ground product, xianshi. Please say thanks to my ancestors, and I'll go to get the auction items first." Ning Xiaochuan and Situ Jing hurried to the backstage of the auction house, intending to leave the auction house immediately after taking away the 10 sets of black gold armor bought in the auction, so as not to be surrounded by those who covet Jiuping Xuanqi. "How can I feel that the purple girl of the Purple family is a little interested in you? It seems that Brother Ning's charm has conquered this Tian's Hegio girl," Situ Jing said with a smile. Ning Xiaochuan's face was very serious and said, "I've only met her a few times. At most, it can only be regarded as mutual appreciation. Don't underestimate her. Her wisdom is definitely not inferior to that of you and me. The previous hand of buying and burying the remnant Tulu of the Holy Mountain is stronger than many elders who have lived for more than 100 years. Situ Jing laughed and said, "You have top talent and a 9-grade, Xuanqi. I believe the Purple family will be happy to recruit you as a son-in-law. Believe it or not, I told Yan Mingzhu that your martial arts cultivation has been." As soon as Ning Xiaochuan said this, he immediately closed his mouth and stared straight ahead. A woman with the appearance of a closed moon and a shy flower came out of the cloister, with a graceful body, a beautiful face, and a slim beauty like the fairy of the fairy palace. Her bright eyes were more beautiful than the stars, staring at the direction of Ning Xiaochuan and Situ Jing. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Come on. Just talking about her, she appeared. Talk to her. I'll go to get the auction items first, and we'll meet at the gate of the auction." Ning Xiaochuan stepped out quickly and walked into the backstage of the auction house. As for the reason why Yan Mingzhu came to Situ Jing, he had no interest in knowing, because he believed that Situ Jing was not a person who would eat back. The whole Yan auction house is shrouded in a tense atmosphere at the moment, which is not as peaceful as it seems. Lei Ao walked into a brilliantly built stone chamber. His face was very gloomy. He stared at the white-haired woman sitting directly above the stone chamber and said, "Yan Shui, we Lei and Yan are cooperative relations. Why should we help an outsider at the auction?" The white-haired woman sat on a huge stone disc, stood up, and white light fog flowed around her body, coldly said, "How many people gathered in the auction house at that time? If you were to kill the young warrior, we Yan people would have credibility in the future? Lei Ao, I have heard about your grumpy temper for a long time, but I didn't expect that you are not grumpy at all, but have no brain. It's just a young warrior. With your martial arts cultivation, it's not easy to kill him when you get out of the auction house. You." Lei Ao's arms were full of thunder and lightning. For the time being, he held back his anger and said, "Okay. I'm wrong about this, but what about the 90 million basalt stones? You Yan people won't really let us Lei people use 90 million basalt stones to buy a ground product basalt?" The white-haired woman said indifferently, "Everyone knows that your Lei clan spent 90 million xianshi to shoot a ground-grade xianshi. Do you think you can just forget it? Do you think this is a child's family? That's 90 million xianshi, which is a huge resource even for our Lei family. Besides, Lei Yi and Mingzhu are going to marry. At that time our Lei family and Yan family will be a family. Why make the relationship so rigid for 90 million xianshi?" The white-haired woman laughed, "Avenue, you also know that 90 million xianxue is not a small amount. Such a large amount of resources is enough for the Yan family to cultivate many strong martial arts and raise their strength to a higher level. Do you think the elders of the Yan family will give up this huge cultivation resource because of the marriage of two younger generations? Besides, the Yan family is also divided into many factions, some of which oppose the marriage with the Lei family. If something like this happens, they will take it these 90 million xianxue came out to talk about things. Lei Ao, I advise you to inform the Lei clan to prepare 90 million basaltic stones. In case the relationship between the two clans is so angry that other big clans will see a joke. It's only because you have no brain and are fooled by two young martial artists. In fact, you don't have to be so unwilling. You still have a chance to turn the tables. That young martial artist doesn't hold a Jiuping Xuanqi in his hand. If you bring that Jiuping Xuanqi back to the Lei clan, it's still a great achievement. The two pupils in Lei Ao's eyes turned into thunder balls, shooting purple thunder and lightning, and a raging flame appeared on his head, making his hair stand up. The white-haired woman was not afraid at all, and seemed very calm. We'll see. Lei Ao clenched his teeth, put away the anger in his eyes, and walked out of the stone chamber with big steps. Albua, what do people in Yan nationality say? Lei stood in front of the gate of the auction house. Seeing Lei Ao coming out, he hurriedly greeted him. Lei Ao's eyes were very gloomy, and he shouted loudly, "Do you think the Yan clan will give up 90 million xianxue? Damn it, it was planted on a boy. If I catch him, I have to strip him of his muscles, destroy his bones and ashes." Albua, I just saw them go out of the auction house and leave towards the south of the city. Lei said. Why not follow up? Lei Ao murmured. Lei said with a smile, when I fought with that boy earlier, I had written down his martial arts mark. Even if he escaped to the horizon, I could find him. Lei Ao finally smiled on his face and said, well done. Go and gather all the experts of the Lei clan in Tianzhi City. I want them to be difficult to fly with wings. After Ning Xiaochuan and Situ Jing walked out of the Yan auction house, they immediately took Quoguden and walked on the crowded street, constantly changing their appearance. After more than 10 circles in Tianzhi City, he stopped in a desolate city. How can you get rid of all your followers so easily? Ning Xiaochuan opened his mind, and no longer found the smell of the tracker, but his heart was a little uneasy. Soldiers come to block water and earth cover. Big deal, we escape into the wilderness. Situ Jing's face was smiling. Ning Xiaochuan said curiously, how did you talk with Yan Mingzhu? Situ Jing said, she told me that her marriage with Lei Yi was arranged by the elders, and she didn't really want to hurt me. What about you? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Situ Jing laughed and said, I just said 2 words to her, goodbye. Good. Free and easy without losing demeanor, this is the nature of a man. However, although I have only met her twice, I can see that Yan Mingzhu is a proud woman. She was hit in front of you, and I'm afraid she won't give up. I have a deep experience of this kind of thing. A man hates a woman, and his heart will soften in order to maintain demeanor. And a woman hates a man, his heart will always harden and do anything. Ning Xiaochuan smiled and walked on. Situ Jing touched his chin and felt a little bored. What do you mean? I'm going to be elegant. What's the matter? I don't know whether it's a fool to let go of a woman who has hurt you. But I know that a man who slaps a woman will definitely make me look down on him. Since she's not the same as me, I'll draw a line with her from now on. I'm afraid no woman likes a man like us? That's reasonable. Your heart is really too broad. If Lei Yi and Yan Mingzhu really go to the day of marriage, are you sure you can maintain your current state of mind? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Situ Jing was silent for a moment, his eyes became deep, and said, what doesn't belong to me, even if it belongs to me now, it will belong to others in the future. What belongs to me, even if it belongs to others now, it will belong to me in the future. Jia. On the scarlet courtyard wall next to it, a shabby wooden door opened, and a stout and honest fat monk came out of it. Ba. Benefactor, you look so kind. I heard what you just said. It's really Buddhist. Why don't you come to the temple and have a cup of tea? Why don't we talk about Buddhism? Ning Xiaochuan was a little surprised. Looking up, he found that it was really a dilapidated temple built in the city, but it was very cold. On the plaque of the gate, there were 3 Sanskrit ancient words Bhikkhu Temple. In Tianzhi City, Ning Xiaochuan saw a temple for the first time. When Ning Xiaochuan saw the monk, his face was immediately happy and said, Master Tanqian, I can be said to have found you. Benefactor, I'm mistaken. Monk Tanqian glanced at Ning Xiaochuan and was startled. He hurried back to the temple and was about to close the gate. Ning Xiaochuan rushed up with an arrow, supported the gate with his arm, and said, Master, farewell in the wilderness, I've been looking for you. Benefactor, you really recognize the wrong person. Monk Tanqian held the door firmly. He knew that Ning Xiaochuan must have found that the remnant map was a fake one and came to settle accounts with him. He came to Jiu Xinjiang to preach, but he didn't make Buddhism prosperous, so he didn't want to ruin the reputation of Buddhism. At the same time, Monk Tanqian was also muttering that it must be because there was no incense burning today, and the Buddha did not manifest his spirit. Otherwise, Jiujiang was so big, how could he find here? Ba. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, Master, open the door first. I know your old man is an eminent monk. I'd like to go in and discuss some Buddhism with you and learn something about the origin of Buddhism. It's no use deceiving me. Unless you kill me, you can't step into the temple. Monk Tanqian's attitude is very tough, said the man who cut gold and iron. Ning Xiaochuan sighed and said, Master Tanqian, how can I deceive you? Your old man is really a Taoist monk in my heart. He is noble and regards money as dirt. When we were in the wilderness, we still had some misunderstandings, which are the mistakes of the younger generation. The younger generation came here just to apologize to the master. The more Monk Tanqian heard it, the more he felt something wrong. The boy outside seemed to be really sincere, but it was impossible for him to open the door. He said, Benefactor, if there was really any misunderstanding between us in the past, please bear with me. The night is already deep, and I'm a little tired. Can't we spend it like this? Ning Xiaochuan thought for a while, and finally released his hand and bowed to the temple avenue. Well, Buddhism stresses the word fate. Since the master feels that our fate is at an end, the younger generation won't bother. However, I have to thank the master again for his gift. If the younger generation didn't participate in the auction of yen nationality today, I don't know that the remnant picture sold by the master to the younger generation with 100 pieces of xianqi turned out to be a real picture. This remnant picture is worth tens of millions of xianqi. If it wasn't for the master's gift of fate, the younger generation would buy it by tens of thousands up. If the younger generation really finds treasures from the burial mountain in the future, they will certainly rebuild the golden body for bodhisattvas at that time. Bang! Monk Tanqian heavily opened the gate of the Bhikkhu temple, almost tearing off the door plank of the gate. What? What did you say? True picture? Thousands of xianqi? You. Take out the picture and have a closer look. Monk Tanqian's lips trembled and he couldn't speak clearly. Ning Xiaochuan was a little surprised and said tentatively, Master, you don't know that it's a real picture? I'll tell you, I don't know. That must be a real picture. Do you know the Buddha Dharma golden eyes? I've practiced for many years, and I can't tell the true picture from the false one? Don't you believe it? I'll show you now. Monk Tanqian stammered. Ning Xiaochuan hurriedly said, No, Master, since you already knew that it was a real picture, why are you still so excited? Monk Tanqian took a deep breath, and his expression became calm. Ba. For me, real and false plans are just a skin, not arrogant, not impatient, not stupid, not greedy. This is the great realm of life. The reason why I was so excited just now is, when I just showed my golden eyes, I unexpectedly found such a thick wisdom root in your body, benefactor. It's really rare to see me. I've traveled in the world, read countless people, and it's the first time to see such a strong wisdom. The root is hardly seen in 10,000 years. Benefactor, you are probably the reincarnation of a Buddha. Situ Jing saw that Ning Xiaochuan had great admiration for Master Tanqian and thought that monk Tanqian was really a Buddhist expert. Therefore, he also paid full respect to Master Tanqian and said, "Dare you ask, Master, there are also thick and thin Hugan?" Tanqian and Shang said, "Cheer. Cheer. Your understanding is not civilized. As the saying goes, Hugan is divided into thick and thin, and Buddha nature has length and short. Hugan and Buddha nature are both indispensable for Buddhists." Situ Jing said, "I dare to ask you, Master. Since you can see that Brother Ning's wisdom root is as thick as a watermelon, how thick is my wisdom root? Why don't we talk about this problem first? Let's talk about the burial of the remnant map of the Holy Mountain first. When it comes to my experience of getting this map, it's simply an immortal legend. There are many dangerous places and forbidden areas in the wilderness. For human monks, they dare not take a step in their whole life. However, I'm not afraid. I've walked through many forbidden areas of life, fought dragons, destroyed souls, beheaded monsters, and experienced 9081 tribulations before I can live in one place forever, the place of constant imprisonment, found this remnant picture and brought it out. However, I regard money as muck, and only pay attention to the two words fate, because Benefactor Ning is destined for remnant map, so I sold remnant map to him at the price of 100 xianshi. With the true value of remnant map, this is simply a free gift. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, "I can testify that the master is really generous." Monk Tanqian's words turned and said, "But, Benefactor Ning, your fate, with remnant 2, is over." Fate is over? Ning Xiaochuan always felt something was wrong and took a slight step back. Monk Tanqian took a step forward. That's right. I've just pinched my fingers, and the fate between you and Cantu is really over. Almsgiver Ning, you should be more open. Fate has a time limit. Have you ever seen a banquet that doesn't end in the world? Have you ever seen a flower that never withers? Have you ever seen a lover who has been in love for 100 generations? Fate comes and goes quickly. You must learn to put it down and give it away before you get it. Return the Cantu to me. I will look for it again, a predestined person. Are you kidding? How can Ning Xiaochuan return the remnant map? At this time, suddenly, a thick black cloud quickly diffused from the direction of the city center. In the dark clouds, dozens of thunder and lightning are shuttling, with a terrible evil spirit. Shwa shwa. Under the night sky, countless broken winds sounded, and it seemed that many strong men came. He is the strong man of Lei clan. Ning Xiaochuan and Situ Jing's faces changed slightly, turned into two streamers, rushed into the Pichu temple and hid in the Buddhist hall. Bang! Monk Tanqian shut the Buddhist door and rushed into the Buddhist hall, shouting, "What happened? Benefactor Ning, take out the remnant map. What doesn't belong to you now, even if it belongs to you now, it will not belong to you in the future." Boom! A purple lightning bolt chopped down from the sky and bombarded the garden of the Bicho temple, striking a huge pit with a diameter of 10 meters. The smoke filled the air and formed a pillar of smoke. The stone slabs around the huge pit cracked, and two Buddhist halls nearby collapsed with a crash. The whole monk's temple shook slightly, and Monk Tanqian almost fell to the ground without standing still. Outside the Bicho temple, there are many martial arts masters of Lei nationality, which surround the whole Biqiu temple. Wow! A purple thunderball rose from the ground and turned into a huge lightning cover, which imprisoned the space with the Biqiu temple as the center, and made the atmosphere in the whole Biqiu temple become desolate. This naturally shocked the monks in the whole Tianzhi city, looking towards the south of the city. I saw thunder clouds rolling in the sky, and a huge lightning cover appeared on the ground, imprisoning a large area of urban space. Situ Lian and Mrs. Luan stood in the middle of a long street, glanced in the direction of Lei Yun, and their faces showed a gloomy smile. Situ Lian's face looked morbid, and he laughed very gloomy, and said, "Lei Yunmian, Lei clan is going to be serious, and will not give those two boys a chance to escape. My nephew is afraid to die." Mrs. Luan smiled and said, "It's not right, so we don't have to do it ourselves. However, the boy really has a Jiu Dang Jia on his body. If he is given by the Lei clan, he will get a big bargain. How precious the Jiu Dang Jia is. It's strange that it can be easily obtained by the Lei clan. Wait and see. When the Lei clan kills the two boys, someone will definitely fight. It's unknown who the Jiu Dang Jia belongs to. Don't forget that there is more than one old director in Tianrenjing in Tianzhi city." Hee hee. Situ Lian laughed. "It will explode in half at noon today and the other half at 12 a.m. tonight. Chapter burst, and finally have the confidence to ask for tickets. Hey! Our goal today is the first. Please help Lao Jiu rush up. Luanfu humanitarianism, hey! It's strange that the boy really doesn't know the greatness of the world. He dares to show off his Jiu Dang Jia. He deserved to die unnaturally. You won't like that boy?" Situ Lian sneered. Mrs. Luan smiled charming, her red lips glittering and translucent, and said softly, "To be honest, that boy is really handsome, and his martial arts cultivation is also very outstanding. If I can get his yang yuan, maybe my cultivation will be better." Situ Lian was not too angry, but smiled faintly. "That's a pity. He was destined to be broken into pieces by the Lei people. You have no chance." Hee hee. Mrs. Luan smiled leisurely, and her eyes were extremely enchanting. Another city, above a navy blue 7-story tower. Purple smoke stood on the 7th floor of the tower, overlooking more than half of Tianzhi city. A pair of star eyes looked at the huge lightning cover in the distance, slightly frowned, and said, "Ancestors, do we want to rescue them?" The ancestor of the purple clan sat in the tower, his body covered by white glow, and said, "You have to think clearly. We purple clan can help him in some aspects and make a good relationship. However, if we save him, we will completely offend the Lei clan, and even be likely to bear the attack of other forces in Tianzhi city." Zihanyan naturally understood the stakes and said, "However, the Lei clan already has 2 Jiu Dang Jia. If they get another Jiu Dang Jia, their strength will surely become stronger, which is also quite detrimental to our purple clan. Yenner, the old ancestor knows that you have a good impression on Ning Xiaochuan, but the premise of helping others is not to take yourself in. The purple clan is not only us, but also tens of thousands of people. Today we save his life, and I'm afraid hundreds of people will die in the hands of the Lei clan in the future. You have to continue to learn about the interest relationship between the big families." After saying this, the ancestor of the purple clan closed his eyes, remained silent for a long time, and then said, "In fact, you don't have to worry about Ning Xiaochuan. His mind is not under you. Since he dares to take out the Jiu Dang Jia, it shows that he must have a way to keep it." Does he really have a way to keep the Jiu Dang Jia? But Lei Ao's martial arts cultivation has reached the level of the 4th step ladder, and has mobilized many strong people of the Lei clan. Alas! Zihanyan sighed softly, bit Bei's teeth, and continued to look at the direction of the thunder cloud cover. In Biqiu Temple, Ning Xiaochuan stood in the Buddhist hall, his face a little dignified, and said, I see. It must be when I fight with Lei that he wrote down my martial art mark, so the Lei people can find us. To figure out the key reason, Ning Xiaochuan immediately mobilized the power of the magic sword in his body and covered up the mark of martial arts with the gas of destruction. Monk Tan Qian looked sadly at Ning Xiaochuan and Situ Jing in the Buddhist hall and said, Who can tell the poor monk what happened? Situ Jing said apologetically, Master, it's we who have troubled you. I'm really sorry. Ning Xiaochuan was not flustered, and quickly thought about ways to deal with it. In his hand, he held a ground-grade shancher, which could make the shancher doll explode the fighting power of the warrior in the realm of heaven and man, which was enough to get out of trouble. However, Daipen shancher is too difficult to find. As a last resort, he doesn't want to expose the shancher doll. This is his strongest card now. The people of the Lei clan use Xuanqi to imprison the space. Later, I will use Jiupin Xuanqi to break the space. After I get out, I will break through the wilderness. Ning Xiaochuan rode. No. Tan Qian and Shang said, You left. What should I do? I'm an innocent man. Do you have the heart to see me killed by them? Ning Xiaochuan frowned and said, What do you want? Take the poor monk and leave together. Tan Qian and Shang said, By the way, wait for the poor monk first, and I'll pack the scriptures. Those scriptures are treasures of Buddhism, and they must not be damaged. Situ Jing was a little anxious and said, There are too many things about monks. Hurry up. The night was hazy, with thunder and lightning. Outside the Pichu temple, the figures shook, lightning streamed, and I don't know how many strong people surrounded the outside of the temple. It was an unsettled night, and the whole Tianzhi city was disturbed. Lei Yi came out of the black night, with a burly body, a silver robe and gold armor, a white jade crown on his head, a gold belt around his waist, and a silver cloak on his shoulders, and said, He covered up the mark of martial arts. It doesn't matter. With a thundercloud cover blocking the space, he can't escape. Lei Ao was sitting on a huge silver metal flying boat, and his voice was like thunder shaking into the Pichu temple. Silver metal flying boats, wrapped by purple thunder clouds, rotate at the bottom and top of the flying boats, forming a huge thunder cloud vortex above the Pichu temple. It's like Thor sitting in the divine ship, threatening the world. Then I'll bring someone in now. Lei Yi took out a purple spear, jumped down from the edge of the metal flying boat, fell on the ground outside the Bicho temple, and smashed the earth into a 3-meter deep pit, splashing a large area of mud and dust. Situ Jing, don't get out and die. Lei Yi's eyes were like electricity. With a wave of his long gun in his hand, a piece of purple lightning chopped out, knocking down a large area of the wall of the Pichu temple. Most of the Pichu temple seemed to be lifted up, and the ground paved with bluestone was completely broken. Shwa shwa. The Lei dead men in black armor took off one after another, turned into dark shadows, and broke into the Pichu temple. Some dead men fell to the top of the wall, some dead men stood above the Buddha hall, some dead men stood on the pagoda, and some dead men fell into the courtyard and gathered from all directions towards the most central Buddha hall. Bang! Suddenly, the door of the Buddhist hall opened. A white sword gas gushed out from inside, with hundreds of sword gases, which was like a river where sword gases converged. The river dispersed and turned into a sword rain. Poof! Poof! All of the more than 30 lay people who broke into the Bicho temple fell to the ground from the top of the wall, the top of the temple and the top of the pagoda. The ground is full of dead bodies, no one alive. The monk's action is too slow. Go and urge him. I'll go out first to block the Lei clan's masters. Ning Xiaochuan said a word to Situ Jing and walked outside the temple. Standing outside the Pichu temple, Lei Yi saw that the dead man of the Lei clan was killed by the sword gas just now, and his face was a little ugly. He was ready to commit suicide and go straight to the head of Ning Xiaochuan and Situ Jing. Jia! The door of the Buddhist hall opened again, and a handsome young man in a green robe came out, stood straight on the 9-story steps, looked at the dark thunder fog under the night sky, and said with a smile, "Lei's friends, since they have come, why should they hide their heads and show their tails?" Lei clan's killing is always fair and aboveboard, and it will never hide. Lei, carrying a 4-meter-long purple spear, came out of the black and was wrapped in fine lightning, just like a young Thor. The young king of Jiu Xinjiang naturally has supreme style, which is unmatched by his peers. Behind Lei, there are more than 10 old Lei clan masters. Each of them is a top person, over 60 years old. Among them, several centenarians have caused great pressure on Ning Xiaochuan, and they are definitely the strong ones on the ladder of heaven. This is only the apparent strong sent by the Lei clan. There are also many martial arts strong hidden in the dark, and the number is simply impossible to count. Obviously, the Lei clan did not underestimate the enemy at all. It was really to mobilize all the strong Lei clan in Tianzhi city. It was necessary to use overwhelming force to seize Jiu and never give Ning Xiaochuan and Situ Jing any chance to escape. In order to deal with my younger generation, you have mobilized so many strong people. Are you too excited? Ning Xiaochuan was a little surprised. The number of Lei clan's masters was so large that it was estimated that he would not be able to break out today if he did not use Xianxia puppets. An old woman who looked more than 60 years old, with a rather fierce look, said, "Young generation, hand over the Jiu obediently, and you can keep a whole corpse today." Since the Lei clan is so popular and has made it clear that they want to be robbers who kill people and loot goods, then don't blame me for killing. Ning Xiaochuan took out the 8th-grade Xuanqi soul-killing bell and mobilized the Tianwu vitality in his body to enter the soul-killing bell. The bell, which was only the size of a wine glass, suddenly became 3 meters high, like a glittering bell. Using Tianwu Yuan Qi to activate the soul-killing bell naturally shows all the power of the soul-killing bell. Ding ding. The light of the soul-destroying bell was extremely bright, suspended 10 feet above the ground, and burst out a circle of sound wave attacks. The attack of soul-destroying bell is not to attack the body of the warrior, but to attack the soul of the warrior. Lei and those elder masters of Lei clan all thought that Ning Xiaochuan would burn Shu Yuan, sacrifice Jiu Xuanqi, and make a dying struggle. When the soul-destroying bell rang, they realized that it was bad. Although they all cultivate the soul seal, which can resist the sound wave attack of the soul-destroying bell, other Lei warriors suffer. In the night, there was a large scream. Just in one breath, the spirits of dozens of martial artists were shattered by the bell, and their 7 orifices were bleeding to the ground. No, Lao Ji offered the soul-killing bell, but she almost killed the whole dragon elephant Shenwu camp. Ning Xiaochuan uses Tianwu Yuan Qi to activate the soul-killing bell, and the power burst out is several times stronger than that of Balaji, and the destructive power is naturally more terrible. He actually has an 8-level Xuanqi that specially attacks the martial spirit of martial artists. Everyone stop him quickly. If he continues to urge, I'm afraid all the young martial artists of the Lei clan will die. The fierce old woman's body moved, turned into a remnant, and rushed to Ning Xiaochuan at a very fast speed. Her arms were very dry, and her 5 fingers were like eagle claws. Her nails were wrapped by lightning and pulled out towards Ning Xiaochuan's heart. This old woman has the 8th level of martial arts cultivation in the Land of Honor. The martial arts magic power she plays is Electric Eagle Cracking Stone Claw, which is a quite powerful martial arts magic power in the Lei family. Ning Xiaochuan also made a handprint, and a huge lightning claw rushed out of the palm of his hand, sending out a fierce animal roar. A fight. Ning Xiaochuan flew the old woman out, but he didn't budge. The old woman looked at her bloody arm. Many places were blackened by lightning, and she stared at Ning Xiaochuan incredulously. His cultivation is obviously higher than that of him, but why did he lose with one move? Lei clan is best at lightning magic. However, the lightning magic just played by Ning Xiaochuan is extremely powerful, which hurts her instead. Naturally, the old woman was very frightened. Ding ding. With a wave of his arm, Ning Xiaochuan drove the soul-killing bell and threw it at the old woman. At this time, another lay elder, the eighth heaviest in the territory of Dizun, rushed up and hit the soul-killing bell with the old woman at the same time. Bang! The two eighth heaviest elders in the territory of Dizun vomited blood at the same time, and were blasted out by the soul-destroying bell, suffering heavy losses. When Ning Xiaochuan was in the 6th level of Dizun territory, he could defeat the 8th level warrior of Dizun territory. Now, he has stepped into the 7th level of the Earth Zun territory, and has also cultivated the vitality of Heaven's martial arts. The martial artist of the 8th level of the Earth Zun territory is far from threatening him. Of course, he was still very surprised, and there were too many strong people in Jiu Xinjiang. I'm afraid only one Lei clan has used the power to flatten the entire Yulan Empire. After all, the two Lei elders were the 8th strongest in the territory of Dizun. They forcibly held their bodies in midair. When Ning Xiaochuan's arm was chopped in the past, they rushed backwards to escape the fate of being hacked by Ning Xiaochuan. The two elders of Lei nationality, the 8th heaviest in the territory of Dizun, were all in cold sweat. It was too dangerous just now. They almost died in the hands of Ning Xiaochuan. Is this sun so powerful? Lei Yi frowned slightly, stepped on the ground, and the purple dragon gun in his hand flew out, turning into a purple lightning stabbing Ning Xiaochuan's heart. Lei Yi is a peerless Tianjiao with extraordinary physique. Naturally, it is not comparable to the two Lei elders. His combat power is extremely terrible. Ning Xiaochuan sensed the danger and immediately mobilized the soul-killing bell to block it. Dang! The purple dragon gun and the soul-killing bell collided together, and a terrible sound wave broke out, shaking Ning Xiaochuan's eardrums a little painful. The other warriors of the Lei clan were even worse. They made a lot of screams, and many people vomited blood and fell to the ground. Ning Xiaochuan held the soul-killing bell and retreated more than 10 steps in a row. As soon as he stood firm, Lei Yi took off and stabbed Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows from above with a purple dragon gun. When Lei Yi fought with Ning Xiaochuan, he knew that Ning Xiaochuan's soul was condensed in the center of his eyebrows, so he attacked Ning Xiaochuan's soul as soon as he made a move. He came too soon, and a series of actions seemed to flow, showing a wealth of combat experience. If you change a martial artist with the same level, with just 2 moves, you will be killed by Lei Yi. This is the difference between genius and ordinary martial arts. However, Ning Xiaochuan is not an ordinary martial artist. Ning Xiaochuan's mouth showed a smile, not flustered, flames burning. Wow! The purple dragon gun was getting closer and closer to Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrow center. Suddenly, a white flame condensed from Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrow center. In the flame, there is a round ball-shaped flint wrapped, which is almost like an extraterrestrial meteorite. The purple dragon gun is blocked. Under the fire, the purple dragon gun seemed to melt, forcing Lei to stop and retreat. He retreated, and Ning Xiaochuan naturally attacked. Swing the soul-killing bell with your hand and hit it with a bang at the thunder. Lei Yi had no choice but to resist with a long gun and inject all his vitality into the long gun to make the array in the gun work. Bang! The soul-destroying bell collided with the spear, and a huge sound sounded again, which made both of them have some tinnitus. Although the soul-destroying bell will attack the warrior's soul and even hurt himself, Ning Xiaochuan's soul is strong, but he is not afraid at all. Continue to swing the soul-killing seal and hit it at Lei, without giving him a chance to breathe. Bang! Bang! Lei Yi was badly beaten and could only passively resist. Moreover, the sound waves from each collision are attacking his martial spirit, so that he can't even find a chance to fight back. After being attacked more than 10 times, Lei Yi finally found a chance to breathe. With a loud roar, he tore open the silver robe on his chest. Unexpectedly, a lightning beam shot out of his chest, blowing out the soul-killing bell and Ning Xiaochuan. After attacking with this move, Lei Yi immediately closed the silver robe on his chest and killed Ning Xiaochuan again with a purple dragon gun. Ning Xiaochuan immediately showed a colorful move, and his body changed 7 directions in a row to avoid the strike of Lei Yi. What magic power did you just show? Ning Xiaochuan stared at Lei Yi's chest and was very curious. Just now, Lei Yi opened the silver robe and showed a powerful magic secret method. If Ning Xiaochuan didn't block his body with the soul-killing bell, he would probably be injured by that force. Ning Xiaochuan only vaguely saw that Lei Yi's chest seemed to be inlaid with more than 10 stones, forming a pattern similar to a ray. Ning Xiaochuan still has some research on arrays, but he has never seen anyone arrange attack arrays on his body. Haha. This is just an attack blood array embedded in the body surface. I'll show you more powerful means later. I know your martial spirit is very powerful, but it's impossible for you to win me. Ray laughed wildly. Blood formation, as the name suggests, is a battle formation inspired by the blood of the warrior. It can be placed on the surface of the warrior's body, or condensed into the warrior's body, and can erupt into terrible power. It can be an attack array or a defense array. Generally speaking, it is necessary to cultivate to the realm of ladder of heaven, and the martial arts master a trace of the true meaning of martial arts, so that the body can withstand the power of blood array. Lei Yi's talent is extremely high, and his physique is extraordinary. Although he is only the 8th peak of Dizun realm, he can withstand the power of the blood array, and with the help of Lei's predecessors, he refined an aggressive blood array in his chest. Blood array attack is a terrible means, but it will consume the blood of the warrior, so no one will easily use the power of blood array unless it is absolutely necessary. Arrogance. Ning Xiaochuan's legs sank, stopped his body, no longer retreated, suspended the soul-killing bell in the void, and 4 swords flew out of his chest, condensing hundreds of sword qi, and converging into a sword qi cage. The sword gas cage trapped Lei Yi, and the 4 war swords stabbed him in the chest. Lei Yi was forced to open the silver robe again, and dozens of lightning flew out of his chest again, gathering into a strong column of light, breaking the cage of sword qi. The power of the blood array is really strong, breaking all the concrete magic powers exerted by Ning Xiaochuan. However, Lei Yi's blood gas consumption is very large, and he will become weak after each blood array. The soul-destroying bell was still shaking, sending out sound waves of attacking the martial soul, causing huge casualties to the martial artists of the Lei clan. The old people of the Lei clan were also a little anxious. One of them, a yellow-robed old man with a high seniority, came out and broke into the monk's temple. Lei Yi, I'll help you. As soon as the old man in yellow robe stepped into the Bicho temple, he mobilized the mysterious qi of heaven and earth in the whole temple to form an independent field. The air around his body spun rapidly, forming a huge vortex, which seemed to involve Lei Yi and Ning Xiaochuan. This is the power of martial arts. This old man turned out to be a strong man who reached the ladder of heaven. However, his Taoist power is still very weak, and he should be the martial artist who took the first step of the ladder of heaven. Ning Xiaochuan knew that the martial artists in the Tianti realm were quite terrible. He entered the Tao with martial arts, and his martial arts knew metaphysics. Even if it is only the first step of the ladder of heaven, it is not comparable to the 9th level of the land. There was a warrior who took the first step of the ladder of heaven, and Lei Yi fought more and more fiercely, leaving no more spare strength, which was the most powerful means of attack. A thunderbolt. The thunder roared and integrated the martial arts magic power with the purple dragon gun in his hand. In the sky, there were countless thunderbolts, which fell like a knife blade. The sun is burning. Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows again showed flames, and the power of white bone beads and the seal of heaven overlapped, turning into a pillar of light. Heaven's seal and the power of white bone beads are integrated. Boom! All the thunder and lightning in the sky were broken, and the pillar of flame bombarded Lei Yi's chest, tearing up his armor and throwing it out like a broken kite. Poof! Lei Yi's body fell several miles away, his whole body was charred, his chest was bloody, more than a dozen ribs were all broken, and his mouth kept coughing blood. In Tianzhi City, many people are watching the direction of Pichu Temple. For the younger generation of monks, naturally, they are looking forward to the battle results of Lei Yi and Ning Xiaochuan. After all, Lei Yi is known as one of the top 10 masters of the younger generation of Jiu Xinjiang, and is the idol benchmark of many young people. However, as soon as Lei was blasted out, many people had a loud bang in their minds. How could this happen? The top 10 masters of the younger generation of Jiu Xinjiang were defeated by an unknown person? This result is difficult to accept, because Lei Yi's talent is really high, and he has never lost in his generation. He can be called a myth among the young generation of martial artists. What a powerful magic power! Who is that young man? Under the siege of many strong lay people, he can even defeat lay people's masters. It's too strong. Zihanyan standing on the tower was also very shocked. She knew that Ning Xiaochuan's martial arts cultivation was very strong, but when he defeated Lei Yi, it was still difficult for her to calm down. With such a strong combat power at such a young age, it is likely to impact the realm of heaven and man and become the overlord of martial arts in the future. At the moment, the person with the most complicated mood is Yan Mingzhu. She knows more than anyone how strong Lei Yi's martial arts cultivation is. She thought that no one in the younger generation was his opponent, but she didn't expect that an unknown man would be born and beat him ruthlessly. The strong man of the Lei clan rushed over, took out the healing medicine and gave it to Lei Yi. Then, he sent an expert to escort Lei Yi away. Ning Xiaochuan stood on the stone steps outside the Buddhist hall with the soul-killing bell in his palm, staring at the strong lay people outside the Buddhist temple indifferently, with no fear on his face. On the ground, there were many lay warriors lying in a row. Hundreds of them had blood dripping from their ears and were shattered by the soul-killing bell. For Lei clan, I didn't expect to lose so much when dealing with a young warrior. Those old and powerful lay people were very angry one by one. The yellow-robed old man who reached the first step of the ladder of heaven said in a deep voice, "Young man, what is your origin? With your martial arts cultivation, you can't achieve such an achievement through self-study." Ning Xiaochuan slightly hooked his lips and said, "It's already this time. Isn't it too late for you to ask this question?" You are too arrogant. Even if the people behind you support us, we Lei clan are not afraid at all. Today, you were killed here, only because your life is bad." The yellow-robed old man's eyes sank, and the air around his body quickly rotated again, turning into a swirling yellow wind, and quickly moved towards Ning Xiaochuan. Though swept in by the yellow wind, the Buddha hall was crushed by the wind, the trees were uprooted, and the boulders broke into stone powder in an instant. This is a martial artist who climbed the first step of the ladder and cultivated his own martial arts, which is far from being comparable to other martial artists. However, Ning Xiaochuan is not afraid, because he has the vitality of Tianwu and is enough to compete with those in Tianti. He also quickly turned the Tianwu vitality in his body, mobilized 4 swords, condensed into a sword dragon, and rotated to the yellow. The whirlwind of color rushed past. Who? Yellow. A huge claw rushed out of the whirlwind of color, slapped at the 4 swords, blocked the power of the 4 swords, and there was a tendency to press back. Ning Xiaochuan naturally struggled to resist, sliding his feet on the ground and constantly retreating. What a powerful force! In fact, with Ning Xiaochuan's current martial arts cultivation, he has been able to refine 6 swords into his body, but he still has only 4 swords because he hasn't found the other 2 swords. If he could refine all 6 war swords into his body, the power of 10,000 swords melt rain would definitely be more than doubled, enough to break the yellow wind. It's too late to say this at the moment. Ning Xiaochuan had no choice but to call out the magic sword, so that he could resist the attack of the warrior who climbed the first step of the ladder. Originally, Ning Xiaochuan didn't want to expose his cards, but now there is no way. If he doesn't use the power of magic sword and Jiu Dang Jia, he can't compete with the martial artist who climbed the first step of the ladder. Haha. Boy, don't you use the power of Jiu Dang Jia? Do you think you can compete with the warrior who climbs the ladder of heaven with your own power? Yellow. Inside the whirlwind of color, there was a huge figure in yellow, and a cold laughter came out of his mouth. Even if you don't use the power of Jiu Dang Jia, you can still defeat you. Ning Xiaochuan's pupil flashed a blood-red magic stripe, and 12 world-destroying gases rushed out of his heart and merged into a 5-foot-long blood magic sword. Destroy the world sword soul. Ning Xiaochuan's back burst out of a blood-red cloud. In the cloud, a huge female demon virtual shadow emerged, which was 9 feet tall and full of long hair, like a waterfall. Her magic pupil sent out the light of hell, which made the whole Bhikkhu temple full of evil spirits, as if it had turned into a magic temple. Blood-red sword chi, chop it down. That huge female demon phantom also made a huge magic seal. Ning Xiaochuan found that after transforming the earth force vitality in his body into heaven force vitality, the power of the annihilation sword formula also became more powerful. The magic sword cut into the yellow whirlwind, tore a huge hole, and slammed into the head of the yellow-robed old man. The old man in yellow robe was extremely frightened, and he could only rely on strong martial arts cultivation to hold the magic sword temporarily. However, it only held for a moment, and the magic sword broke his martial arts magic power and bombarded it. Poof! A piece of blood turned yellow. The whirlpool of color rushed out and dyed the whole earth red. When the yellow wind completely dispersed, the head of the old man in yellow robe was cut off by the magic sword, and white brains flowed out. The yellow-robed old man screamed in his mouth and immediately retreated to escape. The magic sword is so terrible that it can break all magic powers and cannot be stopped at all. He can only escape. But can he escape? Ning Xiaochuan's body moved out, turned into a rainbow, and flew over the old man in yellow robe, and the magic sword was cut down again. Poof! The yellow-robed old man's body was torn in two and fell outside the Buddhist hall, turning into a dead body. A warrior who climbed the first step of the ladder spilled blood 3 feet and died under the magic sword. The elders of the Lei clan were shocked beyond measure. A warrior who climbed the first step of the ladder died miserably? Ning Xiaochuan also ignored their shocked look, and took out a jade bottle as if there was no one else, and collected the blood of the yellow-robed old man. This is the blood of the warrior who climbed the first step of the ladder. It can be used to make the lamp oil of the ancient bronze lamp, which can make the power of the ancient bronze lamp more powerful. What sword is he holding in his hand? Why is the power so terrible? Is it another 9-grade mysterious weapon? Ning Xiaochuan squatted on the ground to collect blood, and an old man of the Lei family wanted to attack him. However, Ning Xiaochuan just waved the magic sword in his hand, and he was so surprised that the 9th heaviest old man in the territory quickly fled back. In Tianzhi City, the young talents of all forces have been shocked beyond measure. It's too incredible. Even the warriors in Tianti realm died miserably in his hands. Did he really master 2 9-grade mysterious weapons? He was full of demonic chi and murderous spirit. He was like a young demon king, looking down at the world's heroes. At this moment, Lei Ao, sitting on the metal flying boat, finally couldn't help but make a thunderous voice and said, "Boy, what's your origin? If you don't tell the truth, don't blame me for taking your life." Can such a young man be a nameless person without background who can have top martial arts talents and Jiu Dang Jia? If Ning Xiaochuan really has a great background, Lei clan will kill him, which may cause great trouble. In the north, there are many terrible existences in Xinjiang, which are taboos that the Lei nationality cannot provoke. Once provoked, the whole Lei nationality may be destroyed. Ning Xiaochuan naturally felt the terrible pressure above his head, stored the collected blood, looked up at the thunder cloud above the sky, and said with a smile, Lei Ao. As the top strength of the Lei clan, are you still afraid of me, an unknown person? Ning Xiaochuan secretly took out the ground product Xianqi. As soon as Lei Ao shot, he immediately put the ground product Xianqi into the Xianqi doll and killed Lei Ao with the power of the Xianqi doll. Who can stop the attack of heaven and man? After killing Lei Ao, it's a big deal to escape into the wilderness. No matter how powerful the Lei clan is in Jiu territory, I'm afraid I can't help him. You really think this seat dare not kill you? Lei Ao stood on the top of the metal flying boat, with countless lightning condensed in the palm of his hand, and slowly extended his arm. Standing on the ground, you can see that a huge lightning fingerprint with a length of more than 100 meters condensed from the thunder cloud, and the mysterious chi of heaven and earth in the whole Tianqi city was evacuated, and many martial artists felt a burst of suffocation. Huge lightning fingerprints, towards the Pichu temple, beat down. Just when Ning Xiaochuan was preparing to use the Xianqi doll, a dazzling golden Buddha light appeared in the Bhikkhu temple, illuminating the whole night sky, and countless sweet Sanskrit sounds echoed in the air. A huge virtual shadow of the golden Buddha, rising from the Bhikkhu temple, is more than 100 meters high, like a flying Buddha. Golden Buddha virtual shadow, hit a huge golden Buddha hand, and smashed that huge lightning hand. Boom! The whole Tianqi city flickered slightly, and the lightning and Buddha chi broke the thunder cloud cover arranged by the Lei family. 24 Lei clan warriors who arranged the thunder cloud cover vomited blood and fell to the ground, unconscious. Lei Ao, standing on the metal flying boat, was slightly stunned, staring at the huge golden Buddha below, and his eyes became cold. No wonder these two boys would escape into a broken temple. It turned out that there was a Buddhist master hidden here. Then I'll see if you can protect them? Lei Ao drove a silver metal flying boat more than 100 meters long. After rotating in the air, he directly rushed towards the Pichu temple. At the bow of the metal flying boat, a huge array moved under the urging of Lei Ao, turning into a huge sword more than 20 meters long. The speed of the metal flying boat was so fast that all buildings were impacted and collapsed by the air waves and turned into rubble. That impact force is like being able to crush all creatures in the world. The Sanskrit sound in the Bhikkhu temple was incessant, and the eyes of the Buddha statue more than 100 meters high were opened, and a gorgeous golden brilliance was blooming. A huge golden Buddha's hand stretched out and pinched the metal flying boat with a length of more than 100 meters. Click! The metal flying boat made a cracking sound, and there were many broken lines on it. With a loud bang, the huge metal flying boat was crushed by the Buddha's hand. Huge pieces of metal fell from the sky and hit many big holes on the ground. Lei Ao rushed out of one of the large metal fragments, and a pair of lightning-integrated lei wings grew on his back, suspended in the void hundreds of meters above the ground, with a shocked look on his face. How could such a terrible Buddhist strongman hide in Tianqi city? It's so terrible. That blow just now crushed the silver metal flying boats. I'm afraid only the strong in the realm of heaven and man can have such a strong power. He stared at the huge golden Buddha with lingering fear and said, all the warriors of the Lei clan listen to the order and retreat. Without any hesitation, Lei Ao spread his wings and ran away first. Those strong warriors of the Lei clan were also stunned. Even Lei Ao fled. Naturally, they didn't dare to stay here for a long time. They immediately took those seriously injured Lei clan and ran away in despair. It didn't take long for the Lei people to escape completely. All the giants in Tianqi city were also stunned. A Buddhist expert appeared and scared away the strong people of Lei Ao's level. There is such a powerful Buddhist master beside that boy. It seems that he is not an unknown person. If you dare to offend the Lei clan, how can you be a simple character? Somalian and Mrs. Luan of Sima clan also became dignified, took a deep look in the direction of the monk's temple, and then hid in the dark and disappeared. Originally, some strong people also wanted to play the idea of Jiu Dang Jia, but after seeing that Buddhist strong person, they gave up this idea, and no one was willing to offend such a powerful enemy. Many people think that the strong Buddhist must have something to do with Ning Xiaochuan and Sima Jing, and maybe their patrons. However, no one knows that Ning Xiaochuan is the most confused person at the moment. Ning Xiaochuan was surprised for a long time. Seeing that no one continued to fight, he rushed into the Buddhist hall. In the Bhikkhu temple, except for him and Sima Jing, there is only one monk Tantian who is full of nonsense. Could it be he who is strong in Buddhism? The Buddha appeared. The Buddha appeared. With a huge cloth bag on his back, monk Tantian rushed out of the Buddhist hall and ran to the yard, kneeling piously at the huge golden Buddha. The Buddha appeared. The Buddha who saved the suffering and saved the trouble, you finally appeared. I am your believer, burning incense and praying every day, drinking tea and vegetarian food, and helping others. Finally, I see your true face. Buddha, don't go, don't go. Monk Tantian knelt on the ground, holding the sky with his hands, pleading bitterly. However, the light of that huge Buddha slowly faded and finally disappeared completely. Ning Xiaochuan touched his chin, turned around monk Tantian for 3 times, looked at him carefully, and said, I knew you weren't an honest monk. When will you continue to install it? Monk Tantian stared at Ning Xiaochuan suspiciously, and said in a daze, Benefactor, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. I don't understand, do I? Ning Xiaochuan's palm condensed a flash of lightning, and he punched it out, hoping to test the true identity of monk Tantian. Bang! The fist hit monk Tantian's chest. Ah! Monk Tantian uttered a scream and was punched out by Ning Xiaochuan. He hit the wall under his head and feet, and his bald head sank into the soil, revealing only his nose and mouth. The big bundle on his back was also broken, and hundreds of Buddhist scriptures fell out of it and fell all over the ground. Ning Xiaochuan stood in place, looking at his fist blankly. How can this happen? Situ Jing heard screams and rushed out of the Buddhist hall. He saw monk Tantian planted on the ground with a disheartened face. He rushed to throw monk Tantian's bald head out of the soil and said, Brother Ning, what's the matter? Why did you suddenly hit the master? Monk Tantian sat on the ground with a depressed face. He rubbed his bald head, spit out the grass leaves from his mouth, and cried, Yes. Why? Although he didn't try to find out the result, Ning Xiaochuan still didn't believe the saying of Buddha's manifestation, and felt that it must be monk Tantian who was playing tricks. Ning Xiaochuan said, Master, where did you go when the warriors of the Lei clan came to attack the Pichu temple? I was packing the scriptures in there. Your friend can testify that he was always there. I'm a proper monk. Who provoked who? Alas! My scriptures. These are all my treasures. Seeing the scriptures falling on the ground, monk Tantian immediately burst into tears, climbed over to pick up the Buddhist scriptures on the ground and put them into the bag again. Situ Jing nodded to Ning Xiaochuan and said, That's right. I did stay with the master at that time and didn't leave an inch. Ning Xiaochuan's eyebrows suddenly frowned deeper, and he began to doubt whether he had made a mistake. Is there anyone else in this temple? He immediately rushed into the Buddhist hall and turned the whole monk's temple upside down, but he didn't even find a ghost. When Ning Xiaochuan returned to the courtyard again, monk Tantian had already reloaded the Buddhist scriptures into the bag, bowed to Ning Xiaochuan and said, Ba. Benefactor Ning, you are possessed. It was really the Buddha's manifestation just now. why do you have to keep looking for it? Situ Jing also came over and said, Brother Ning, our top priority now is to escape from Tianzhi city immediately before all forces have reacted. Yes. Yes. The Buddha will not appear every time. We'd better escape from the city quickly. Monk Tanqian also seemed very eager. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Monk Tanqian and said, those people are all aimed at us. Let's just run away. You're not a proper honest monk? Why do you run away with us? Monk Tanqian shook his head and sighed, some sad words, I can't help it, Benefactor Ning. You need to know that Jiuyue Xinjiang is the civilization of Taoism. Taoism won't allow Buddhist disciples to preach. Once they are found, they will be expelled or killed. I came here to preach according to the will of the Buddha and spend a party of creatures, but now my identity is exposed, and I have to escape. I expose my identity because of you, and you naturally want to take me to flee. Ning Xiaochuan had heard the saying that Buddhism and Taoism do not stand side by side. After thinking for a moment, he said, well, if you have to come with us, you can do it. Let's go now. Ning Xiaochuan, Situ Jing and Tan Qian escaped from Tianzhi city overnight and ran towards the wilderness. When the next day came, they had gone thousands of miles into the wilderness. Brother Ning, what are your plans now? Are you going to continue to find your friend? Situ Jing asked. Ning Xiaochuan sent out his mind and covered hundreds of miles around. He was relieved to make sure that no one followed him, and said, I have to go to the Black Fog Ghost Field first to confirm one thing. After hearing Ning Xiaochuan's words, Monk Tanqian, who was standing not far away, cast his eyes on him and said, Ba. Benefactor Ning, the Black Fog Ghost can't go. There are ghosts there. Ning Xiaochuan said, have you been to the Black Fog Ghost Forest? No. No. Just completely heard that it was an ancient blood soil. A long time ago, an earth-shaking war broke out, and many people died. The blood invaded the soil, making the surrounding area of 100,000 miles into a murderous place. In the Black Fog Ghost Field, there was a fearsome giant ghost king, with powerful power and overwhelming magic power. Even several Shan beast masters in the wilderness were very afraid of it, and did not dare to easily step into the ghost forest face. Monk Tanqian said. Situ Jing said, Brother Ning, I'll go with you. Tanqian and Shang said, don't go there. It's a place where life is forbidden. Anyone who walks in will become a ghost slave with black skin and blood hair. It's better to break into the burial mountain than to go to the Black Fog Ghost Land. We're not a map with a corner of the burial mountain. We'll go in according to the way of life marked on the map, and maybe we can find the god hide once left by the Zijin Emperor. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes shrunk slightly and said, are you still thinking about that corner of the map when you escape into the wilderness with us? How can it be? Sin. Sin. The poor monk is really persuading you. The Black Fog Ghost really can't go, and will regret it. Tanqian and Shangdao. Ning Xiaochuan seemed to not hear Monk Tanqian at all, so he called out the double-headed stone beast and jumped on the back of the double-headed stone beast. Situ Jing also jumped up and sat on the tail of the double-headed stone beast. Master, will you come with us? If you're afraid, don't go, let's go first. Situ Jingdao. I'll kill thousands of demons and demons. How can I be afraid? Wait. I'll go on the road with you, and one more person will take care of me. Monk Tanqian also climbed onto the back of the double-headed stone beast and took out the Buddhist scriptures from the bag. He actually began to meditate and chant sutras. He exuded a faint Buddha light, which was somewhat like a Buddhist monk. The two-headed stone beast spread out a pair of huge stone wings, took off and flew steadily at low altitude. Ning Xiaochuan took out a bottle of the spirit of blood quenched from the blood of a 7-level Shan beast and handed it to Situ Jing, saying, There are 152 drops of the spirit of 7-level blood in it, which should help you completely recover your martial arts cultivation. The spirit of blood is quite precious medicine. A bottle of 7-level blood spirit can buy more than 100,000 xianchi, such a precious thing, but Ning Xiaochuan directly gave it as a gift, which naturally made Situ Jing very grateful. "Brother Ning, thank you." Situ Jing didn't want to say anything superfluous, but just kept his gratitude in mind. Situ Jing began to refine the spirit of blood and restore cultivation. Ning Xiaochuan is also ready to start practicing. His current state has reached the peak of the 7th level of Dizuan state, but it is not something he can do in a moment and a half to reach the 8th level of Dizuan state. If Yu Ningxing is not found in the Black Fog Ghost, he must consider breaking into the Burial Mountain. Naturally, the stronger his strength is, the better. Otherwise, it is easy to die in it. Last night, when Ning Xiaochuan fought with Lei, the power of the Heaven's Seal and the white bone bead in the middle of the eyebrow unexpectedly merged into one, and a rather terrible power erupted. Lei was seriously injured with just one blow. If we can integrate the God's Soul Seal and the white bone bead, we will certainly be able to burst out with more powerful power. Ning Xiaochuan closed his eyes and mobilized the Emperor's Soul Seal and white bone bead respectively, hoping to perform the blow of last night again. However, the Heavenly Warrior Soul Seal and the white bone bead are mutually exclusive and contradictory, and there is no sign of integration at all. Ning Xiaochuan tried more than 10 times without success. It seems that last night was completely lucky. It's almost impossible to show such a powerful attack again. However, since this happened once, the two can definitely integrate, but I haven't found the right way yet. Ning Xiaochuan stopped to think, and suddenly his eyes brightened. The Wu Soul Tianzuan Seal and the white bone bead can't be fused for the time being. You can first try to integrate the Wu Soul Ding Seal and the Yang Xian Jin Ding. Once I succeed, maybe I can directly become a great heart-nourishing teacher. Ning Xiaochuan is different from other martial artists. He has 3 soul seals. However, to Ning Xiaochuan's disappointment, the integration of Wu Soul Ding Yin and Yang Xian Jin Ding also failed. However, their repulsion is not strong, and they feel that they are just a little short of success several times. However, they all failed in the end. Finally, Ning Xiaochuan had to place his hope on the integration of Wu Soul Sword Seal and Magic Sword. Wu Soul Sword Seal and Magic Sword are suspended in the blood hole, showing the shape of the sword, rotating each other constantly, like overlapping, or pulling apart from each other. After the previous 2 failures, Ning Xiaochuan also had some experience. He did not integrate the 2 in a tough way, but slowly beat the power of the 12 world-destroying gases, and wrapped the sword seal of Wu Soul with the world-destroying gases. Zheng. When the 12 world-destroying Qi and Wu Soul Sword Seal contacted each other, Wu Soul Sword Seal immediately trembled, as if to break free. However, Wu Soul Sword Seal soon adapted, and no longer rejected the gas of destruction, but moved closer to the magic sword under the pull of the gas of destruction. There is a play. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was happy, and he was going to urge the 2 to integrate. However, the magic sword and Wu Huan Sword Seal were violently shocked and separated again. Failed again. However, the repulsion of Wu Huan Sword Seal and Magic Sword is the smallest, and there may be a possibility of successful integration. Continue. Ning Xiaochuan once again mobilized the spirit of annihilation to draw the sword seal of Wu Soul, so that the 2 continued to run in, but it was a pity that he failed in the end. After 7 failures, Wu Soul Sword Seal and Magic Sword finally stick closely together, and Wu Soul Sword Seal seems to have begun to integrate with Magic Sword. Ning Xiaochuan's heart is naturally extremely excited. If the Wulin Sword Seal can be integrated with the Magic Sword, how powerful can the Magic Sword be? Let the soul of martial arts and sword be integrated. Generally speaking, this is a unique means of sword cultivation, which can make your combat effectiveness extremely strong and can be called invincible in the same realm. Ning Xiaochuan's integration of Wu Soul Sword Seal and Magic Sword is actually similar to the cultivation method of sword cultivation, and his combat effectiveness will certainly be improved by a large margin. When the magic sword is waved and cut out, it will attack with the Wu Soul Seal, and it is even possible to cut through the enemy's Wu Soul Seal with one sword. Ning Xiaochuan's incomparable expectation. As time passed day by day, the magic sword and Wu Huan sword seal finally fully integrated. A faint sword pattern appeared on the sword body of the magic sword, and the spirit of the sword body became stronger, as if it was completely integrated with Ning Xiaochuan. As long as Ning Xiaochuan's idea moved, it could be mobilized. Cut. Ning Xiaochuan suddenly opened his eyes and pointed forward. The magic sword immediately flew out of his body and nailed a black-winged lizard 300 miles away. The magic sword sucked the blood in the black-winged lizard, turned it into a blood light, and flew back to Ning Xiaochuan's hands again. This is the legendary sword fairy's means. Move your mind and kill the enemy thousands of miles away. Ning Xiaochuan was quite satisfied with the power of the magic sword. He could clearly feel that the spirit of the magic sword was getting stronger and stronger, and the sword seal of Wu Soul could support a small ruins world in the sword body. This is the ruins world born from the sword body of the magic sword. Although the space of this ruins world is still very narrow, with less than 10 cubic meters, it also marks that the magic sword has officially become a congenital 9-grade mysterious weapon. The innate Jiu Dang Jia is much more powerful than the acquired Jiu Dang Jia. In addition, there is room for growth, and it is possible to grow into a supreme imperial weapon in the future. I believe that the ruins world space in the magic sword will become larger and more powerful in the future, and grow into a supreme imperial instrument, and even a legendary secondary artifact. After the magic sword absorbs the blood of the black-winged lizard, the ruins world inside seems to become larger. After the magic sword absorbs blood, will the ruins world inside continue to grow? In order to verify his guess, Ning Xiaochuan let the magic sword fly out again, and with one sword, a 6th-grade golden-winged ghost scorpion 200 miles away was nailed to the trunk. After absorbing the blood of the golden-winged ghost king scorpion, the magic sword flew back to Ning Xiaochuan's hands again. Sure enough, the ruins world and the magic sword added a cubic space. This discovery made Ning Xiaochuan overjoyed. Finally found another way to make the magic sword powerful. However, if the magic sword wants to become stronger, it can only constantly kill and drink other people's blood to strengthen itself. Benefactor Ning, you have fallen into the devil's way. This sentence I have always wanted to tell you, that the devil's way you cultivate will make you deeper and deeper, and eventually turn into a madman. If you don't turn back, the Buddha will not be able to melt you in the future. Monk Tan Qian stood behind Ning Xiaochuan, with a solemn expression, his hands folded, and an appearance of great mercy. Ning Xiaochuan took the magic sword back into his body and said, Buddhism and Taoism are Tao, and magic is also Tao. Since they are all Tao, there is a reason for its existence. Master, you'd better continue to recite scriptures. However, I can feel that the magic you cultivate is more ferocious than others. I'm afraid it will cause endless destruction in the future. I'm afraid all creatures in the world will die under your magic sword. Monk Tan Qian's eyes were more serious, as if he had seen through Ning Xiaochuan's future. Ning Xiaochuan glanced slightly at Monk Tan Qian. Did the monk see that I was practicing the way of destroying the world? Of course, since I'm here, I can't watch you become a demon. Monk Tan Qian showed a peaceful smile on his face and slowly took out a fist-sized Buddha bead from his sleeve. Benefactor Ning, your evil spirit has become more and more serious, which will certainly affect your mind. I have a magic Buddha bead here, which I asked from the Western Buddhist Holy Land, the Great Sun Blissful Palace. To be honest, I always feel that you have a lot of affinity with this Buddha bead, so I decided to give up and sell it to you at the price of 1 million xianqi. You should know the value of this magic Buddha bead. If it's someone else, let alone 1 million xianqi stone, even if 10 million pieces of xianqi are placed in front of the poor monk can't sell it to him. Buddha beads are only sold to predestined ones. Monk Tanqian's eyes were very eager, pursed his lips, and nodded to Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan always felt that what he just said was too familiar, as if he had heard it before. However, Ning Xiaochuan is indeed a little worried about the destruction of the world. Sui Hanyu also told him long ago that practicing this way is extremely dangerous. If you are careless, it will be destroyed by flying ash. Ning Xiaochuan took the Buddha bead in doubt and held it in his hand. He felt a little cold and the surface was quite rough. He used his mind to probe into the Buddha bead. This is clearly a very different and ordinary Buddha bead. It is polished with Yulan wood. It is very common and has no aura. Ning Xiaochuan threw the Buddha bead to monk Tanqian, and his trust in the monk was greatly reduced. He said, "This Buddha bead is too valuable for younger generations to accept. Go to find someone else." "Hey! Don't touch it carefully." Monk Tanqian was not discouraged and continued to sell Buddha beads to Ning Xiaochuan. Ow! Situ Jing, who was sitting on the tail of the double-headed stone beast, swelled up the skin on the body surface, like turning into a big meatball, and the chi force of the whole body kept turning, and finally rushed to the throat, turning into a long roar, spitting out from his mouth, just like a dragon singing in the sea and a tiger roaring in the mountains and rivers. The double-headed stone beast's body trembled slightly, and he felt the strength of chi burst out from Situ's body, and immediately stopped. His long roar, containing the internal strength of Wu Dao's vitality, shattered the trees and grass leaves around for tens of meters and turned into powder. Ning Xiaochuan was also slightly surprised, and immediately laughed and said, "Congratulations, Brother Situ, martial arts cultivation has returned to the peak. From now on, it will be like a diving dragon going to sea, and no one can stop it. Even if there is no one to stop, Brother Ning will definitely block in front of me." There is a powerful mysterious beast breath coming in this direction, 300 li, 250 li, 200 li, 100 li. Here. Situ Jing looked towards the west. In the west, the top of a 3,000-meter-high mountain is covered with ancient pine trees. A short, round man stood on the top of the mountain, holding two black stout maces in his hands, and a pair of bright eyes were staring at the double-headed stone beast below. When he saw Ning Xiaochuan standing on the back of the double-headed stone beast, he immediately laughed, "Grandma, I have found you. Ning Xiaochuan, follow me back to the king, or I can only tie you back." Situ Jing stared at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "What's the origin of that high-level Shan beast? It seems to know you." The short, round man had a strong animal spirit on his body, which was obviously a high-level mysterious beast turned into a human form. A 9-level Shan beast under the throne of Qinghe is called Zen Toad. However, it has just been promoted to 9-level Shan beast, and its cultivation is probably equivalent to the 9th level of the Earth Zun realm. However, it has the strong physique of Shan beast, and it will not be easily defeated even if it fights with the martial artist who climbs the first step of the ladder. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly, thinking to himself that he was really persistent, and he didn't know how long he had been in the wilderness. Zen Toad, carrying two maces, covered with bulging cyan muscles, walked over with big steps, revealing a big die, and said with a rough smile, "Ning Xiaochuan, the king has spoken, you are too disobedient, if you don't go back, she will come to catch you herself." Ning Xiaochuan refined 6 iron bone pills, increased the strength of one arm by 540,000 gene, and transformed the vitality of the earth force into the vitality of the sky force. The combat effectiveness was far from comparable before, so he was no longer afraid of fighting with Zen Toads. "Even if we only rely on the flesh to fight, we will not be weaker than it. Situ Jing laughed and said, Brother Ning, my cultivation is just back to the peak, or you can give it to me and let me suppress it. Ning Xiaochuan thought for a moment and said, well, you have the humanoid heart palace whose combat power is far beyond that of the martial arts of the same realm, and should be enough to fight it. Situ Jing laughed, took off from the back of the double-headed stone beast, changed 4 directions in the air, crossed a distance of more than 3,000 meters, and fell opposite the Zen toad. Hey! Who is your boy? Why should I be blocked? Grandma. Zen toad pointed at Situ Jing and said in a rough voice. Brother Ning said, you are a 9-level Xian beast. I wondered in my heart, how strong is the 9-level Xian beast? Situ Jing Dao. Go, you are not qualified enough. Let Ning Xiaochuan come out and fight with me. Zen toad said impatiently. Whether you are qualified or not, you won't know until you have fought. Situ Jing showed the posture of a dragon and a tiger. With a slight kick of his feet, the ground shook and his arms stretched out, just like a tiger fighting a rabbit. Just a few actions showed, he had promoted himself to the best fighting state. Zen toad's mouth gave a light sigh. He looked at Situ Jing carefully, and seemed to have some interest. In his body, he rushed out of the vast animal vitality, bombarded the mace, and the muscles and bones of his arm burst like a string of firecrackers. Zen toad's physical strength is the most terrible. With any blow, it can break the cliff and cut off the peak. Its strength is incomparably thick. Situ Jing has a human heart palace, and his physical strength is also extremely powerful, and he is more flexible than Zen toad. His body is like a ghost, cleverly avoiding the thunder blow of a mace, turning his fist into a palm, and cutting the wrist of Zen toad. Although it is only the palm of the hand, it is sharper than the real blade. If it is cut, even the xian where forged with xian iron will be broken. Zen toad naturally noticed the crisis, and with a strange cry, his body expanded in a big circle, bulging like a ball, and suddenly hit Situ Jing. If Situ Jing continued to cut the wrist of Zen toad, his body would be bumped by Zen toad. With the powerful attack power of the 9th-level Xian beast, the skin is like gold and iron, the bone is like divine jade, and the blood is like lead and mercury. Even if an Iron Man is hit by it, he may be torn apart. Situ Jing did not dodge, but ran the vitality in his body, and even hit the Zen toad. Bang! The 2 bodies collided, making a sound of metal collision, which was like 2 iron mountains colliding together. Both of them retreated at the same time, but they were unharmed. Haha! Good guy, the flesh is so strong, I like it. Zen toad became extremely excited, and his eyes kept shining when he looked at Situ Jing, as if he were looking at a peerless beauty. He threw 2 maces on the ground and rushed towards Situ Jing. Bang! Bang! Both of them are very rebellious, and each punch will burst out a fierce attack wave. The ground was torn open by their strength, breaking a huge gap. Ouch! Out in the distance, a black cloud came. Standing on the back of the double-headed stone beast, Ning Xiaochuan saw the smoke rolling in the west sky, and many huge black shadows flying in the clouds. He could vaguely hear the low howling of the Xian beast. It must be the heads of the big Xian beasts under the throne of Qinghe who came. Ning Xiaochuan no longer waited, but grew a pair of huge lightning wings on his back, took off from the back of the double-headed stone beast, and in a moment flew to the top of the head of the Zen toad, making a lightning fingerprint, and suppressed it. Zen toad's mouth spewed out a blood-red air flow, and his arms became blood arms, thick as a bucket, facing Ning Xiaochuan. Boom! Half of the Zen toad's body was photographed into the ground, and 4 or 5 blood cracks were split on his arm, and his flesh and blood were broken. Grandma, Ning Xiaochuan, why are you so powerful? Zen toad turned his animal vitality, healed the blood seam on his arm, and pulled up his body. He said, what's the ability of you 2 to fight one? If you have the ability to fight alone, I will be convinced if I lose. Ning Xiaochuan said, don't talk nonsense with it. Several heads of Xian beasts under the throne of Qinghe have rushed over, captured it and left here immediately. When Zen Toad heard this, he picked up 2 maces on the ground, turned around and ran away. Ning Xiaochuan and Situ Jing catch up at the same time. After a fierce fight, they finally catch Zen Toad. Before the head of the mysterious beast came, they had left this wilderness and hid in a hidden canyon. Ning Xiaochuan arranged an array on the periphery of the canyon, and when the ground was heavy, wisps of white clouds and smoke burst out, turning into fog, covering the whole canyon. The Zen Toad was locked by the trapped dragon lock and tied to a big tree with a diameter of 3 meters. Once the trapped dragon lock is locked, even the 9th level Xian beast cannot escape, and the cultivation in his body will be imprisoned. Ning Xiaochuan, don't be so excellent. We are all kings. We shouldn't make the relationship too rigid. Zen Toad struggled several times, but he couldn't shake off the trapped dragon lock, and finally chose to accept his life. Situ Jing came in from outside the valley and said, those Xian beasts have left. It seems that they are really the leader of the Xian beast under the throne of Qinghe. Several Xian beasts emit the terror of 9-level Xian beasts. Zen Toad said, nonsense. Our king is in charge of the territory hundreds of thousands of miles around Zhantian Barren Ridge. There are hundreds of 9-level Xian beasts under his seat, and I'm just the weakest one. Brother Ning, what's the deal with this guy? It's said that the 9th level Xian beast is full of treasure. Blood can be used to refine pills, bones can be used to refine medicine, and animal skins can be used to forge armor. Situ Jing said. Zen Toad's face changed, and he felt his legs softened a little. Hey! Don't do this. I just reached level 9 Xian beast, or how about you keep it for another 2 years? Ba. Sin. Don't kill. Monk Tanqian closed his hands and came out, saying, its ancestor was a Buddha toad beside the Daming Buddha, which has a deep connection with our Buddhism. If the 2 benefactors trust the poor monk, they will hand it over to the poor monk. How about it? Ning Xiaochuan never thought about killing the Zen Toad, so he asked, what are you going to do with it? Monk Tanqian stared at Zen Toad deeply and said, I'm going to take him as an apprentice, eliminate his beast nature with Buddhism, and lead him to be like a Buddha. In the future, I will also become the great King Kong Buddha of my Buddhism. Bah! Just because you want to take me as an apprentice, and don't pee, take care of yourself. Zen Toad spit out, sprayed sandalwood and kindness, and his face was full of venom. The venom vomited by Jipingshuan beast is so terrible that even fine iron will corrode into molten iron. Monk Tanqian's face is also unknown to be thick. After wiping the venom off his face with Buddhist sleeves, he did not suffer any damage. Ba. Disciple, your intensity is difficult to tame. As a teacher, I can only suppress you temporarily with wonderful methods. Monk Tanqian took out a gold bracelet from his sleeve and injected a trace of Buddha gas into the bracelet. The bracelet suddenly became larger. Small and mysterious Sanskrit texts are burned on the outside of the bracelet. With the continuous flashing of the Buddha light, the handwriting is also constantly ups and downs. Is this the Vajrahoop of the divine Buddha in the Buddhist legend? Situ Jing was shocked and pale. Monk Tanqian laughed and said proudly, no, it's just a fake. I named it Diamond Bracelet. Ning Xiaochuan was also slightly moved, because there was also a myth about the King Kong hoop on Earth, which suppressed an immortal stone monkey. Is there any connection between the two? Monk Tanqian put the diamond bracelet on the head of the Zen Toad, and read a mantra in his mouth. The diamond bracelet and the head of the Zen Toad fit together, completely. The Buddhist text kept beating, strangled into the flesh of the Zen Toad, and strangled his skull with a gurgle sound. Its head seems to explode. Pain. How painful. Old bald donkey. You're too cruel. Ah. Help, king. Uncle, I'm wrong, I'm your apprentice. I convert to Buddhism, I have Buddha nature. Zen Toad was so painful that he was convulsed all over, holding his head in his hands, crying bitterly. Ning Xiaochuan is also an eye-opener. It turns out that there are really diamond bracelets in the world. Master Tanqian, what spell did you just say? Ning Xiaochuan is very curious. Tanqian and Shang said, the mantra of the Moro Heart Sutra. Isn't it a hoop spell? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Monk Tanqian was slightly surprised and said, I'm proficient in 9 kinds of Mahayana Buddha mantras and 144 kinds of Mahayana Buddha mantras, but I've never heard of the hoop mantra. Benefactor Ning, is the hoop mantra you said Mahayana Buddha mantra or Mahayana Buddha mantra? Well, when I haven't asked. Ning Xiaochuan said angrily and stopped asking. I thought to myself, maybe it was just a coincidence. In Buddhism, there are many Buddhist artifacts that are cast with spells. It's also normal to encounter a diamond bracelet. Since Zen Toad had succumbed to Monk Tanqian's diamond bracelet, Ning Xiaochuan put away the dragon rope, and then asked Zen Toad about the black fog ghost. The black fog ghost disappeared? Ning Xiaochuan's face became quite dignified. Yes. I was going to block you at the other end of the black fog ghost field, but I just walked half the way, and the black fog ghost field with a radius of 100,000 miles disappeared out of thin air. Then, I reported this to the king. The king himself rushed to the black fog ghost field to explore and found traces of space waves. She said that the whole black fog ghost field was probably swallowed up by space, saying that it might not have been trapped in the burial mountain. Said the Zen Toad. This is the worst case. Ning Xiaochuan frowned deeply. Since the king of Qinghe asserted that the black fog ghost had fallen into the burial mountain, it was estimated that Yuningxing was probably already in the burial mountain. How dangerous it is to bury the sacred mountain. I must save her. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes became more and more firm. Tan Qian and Shang said, Ba. I said to bury the holy mountain, but you didn't listen. Fortunately, we have a corner of the remnant map, and we still have a great chance to break in. Ning Xiaochuan turned over and jumped on the back of the double-headed stone beast, and ran quickly in the direction of the burial mountain. Monk Tanqian, Zen Toad and Situ Jing also quickly caught up and jumped on the back of the double-headed stone beast. 7 days later, the party came to the foot of the burial mountain again. Many people have gathered in the periphery of Funerary Mountain, which is 10 times more than that of Ning Xiaochuan when he last came. The strong forces of all major forces have rushed to form an independent camp. The 9 Clan and the 4 Avenue View all had great figures coming, which broke out an extremely strong atmosphere, making all the monks present feel great pressure. Several Shan beast masters in the wilderness also came, and they gathered together, as if they were talking about something. When the double-headed stone beast ran to the foot of the buried god mountain, it was immediately discovered by the strong warrior of the Lei family. Ning Xiaochuan, let's fight again. Either you or I will die. Lei Yi jumped down from a metal flying boat and ran to Ning Xiaochuan with a purple dragon spear in his hand. The spear pointed to Ning Xiaochuan's heart. He was wrapped in lightning, and his momentum kept climbing. Compared with the last battle, his martial arts cultivation seems to be much stronger. After the Battle of Pichu Temple, the Lei clan suffered heavy losses. They investigated in all directions in Tianzhi City and finally found out the taboo of Ning Xiaochuan. Moreover, they found that the death of another favored son of the Lei family, Lei Jiao, was also related to Ning Xiaochuan. For Lei clan, a top clan, even if Ning Xiaochuan changes his appearance, he will certainly leave clues. As long as they are given time, they can find out all the old stories of Ning Xiaochuan. Yan Mingzhu also came out of the crowd, dressed in white, with green silk and jade ribbons around her waist. Her eyebrows were like willow leaves, her eyes were like a secluded pool, and her shell teeth were neat and crystal, giving people an elegant temperament like a lotus out of water. Her eyes were especially bright. She glanced at Situ Jing and Ning Xiaochuan and walked to Lei Yi's side. Situ Jing stood beside Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Lei Yi, you are already the defeated general of Brother Ning, and you dare to come up and fight. Was your last defeat not bad enough?" Lei Yi was not angry and said, "Thanks to him. After the disastrous defeat last time, I broke through to the 9th level of Dizuan territory. In addition, I have been comprehending Thunder Nerve all the time, and I can only have the opportunity to reach the level of the first step of the ladder of heaven in half a year. At that time, the younger generation of Jiu Xinjiang, who can compete with me?" Ning Xiaochuan couldn't help looking at Lei for a few more eyes, and found that he was indeed a little less impetuous, a little more wise and calm. It is obvious that Lei Yi has really gone beyond the scope of Dizun realm and stepped into a new realm. If others suffer a disastrous defeat, they are likely to sink and never recover. However, Lei Yi is worthy of being the top hero in Jiu Xinjiang. He was reborn in adversity, became stronger in humiliation, and broke through to a higher level. To break through the realm, it is natural to be ashamed before the snow. Ning Xiaochuan said, "If you want to be ashamed of yourself, I can give you that chance, but if you lose again, you must give me the local xiancher you photographed, otherwise I won't fight with you and waste my strength." Lei Yi was extremely angry when he mentioned the ground-grade basalt. If it weren't for his breakthrough, the elders of the clan would surely put him to death for this matter. Even if he now reached the 9th level of the Lanzun realm, he still faced severe punishment when he returned to the clan. Lei Yi was about to promise Ning Xiaochuan. Among the Lei clan, an old man came out and stood in front of Lei Yi, completely blocking what he wanted to say. The old man was quite tall and thin, with bright eyes. Wearing a wide gray robe, he stood so casually that he not only blocked Lei Yi's words back to his throat, but also suppressed Ning Xiaochuan's martial momentum. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was a little nervous. The old man in gray robes had a strong breath, giving people a feeling that he was looking up at a high mountain, and he couldn't see the top of the mountain at all. Although Lei Yi was also very strong and began to understand the martial arts sutra, his martial arts was too shallow compared with the old man. The former is a drop of water, and the latter is a vast ocean. Ning Xiaochuan wanted to try to see the real face of the old man in gray robe, but he could only see an outline all the time, and could not see his 5 senses clearly. There seemed to be a water curtain between them. He is a mental body. Gray running old man is not the real body of flesh and blood, but the mental body of a powerful warrior. Not bad. No wonder it's extraordinary to defeat Lei Yi. The old man in gray robe stared at Ning Xiaochuan for a long time and nodded gently. Lei always bows to the old man in gray robes, and his eyes are in awe. He says, "Ancestor, I want to fight with Ning Xiaochuan again. I will lose my former shame and recapture the glory of the Lei family. This is the gratitude and resentment between you young people, and you can solve it yourself. However, the supremacy of our families will immediately start the Jiuping Xuanqi, and work together to break the dead spirit of the burial mountain. Only the monks under the control of the 9 families, the 4 Avenue Temple, and the 3 mysterious beasts have the opportunity to enter the burial mountain to find God's treasure. I don't know Ning Xiaoyu, would you like to enter the burial mountain with our Lei family?" The ancestors of the Lei clan seemed very sincere, and there was no anger on them. Ning Xiaochuan said, "No. I don't mean to enter the burial mountain. That's a pity. Ning Xiaoyu is a genius with great luck. If you don't enter the burial mountain, I'm afraid you will miss many opportunities." Lei's ancestors were not reluctant, and their figures gradually dispersed into a breeze. Lei Yi stared at Ning Xiaochuan coldly and said, "Our own gratitude and resentment are not over yet. We will fight again after coming out of the burial mountain. Then, I will let you die." With these words, he turned and left, returning to the camp of Lei clan. Zen Toad was very curious and said, "The old man sincerely invited you to take you into the burial mountain, but why didn't you agree?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "Promise him, then we will all die in the burial mountain." Situ Jing nodded and said, "That's right. The Lei clan suffered such a big loss, how can they give up?" They invited Brother Ning, which must be, for the Jiu Dang Jia, in Brother Ning's hand. Now all forces are staying outside the burial mountain, and the ancestors of the Lei clan are not easy to start, but it's hard to say if they enter the burial mountain. We can't enter the burial mountain with them, but retreat into the wilderness first. Ning Xiaochuan is still not at ease with the Lei clan, and plans to wait until the strong of the major forces enter the burial mountain, and then enter it no later. The party retreated into the wilderness again, 800 miles away from the burial mountain. Ning Xiaochuan took out the remnant of the burial mountain at that corner, spread it on the ground, and studied the remnant with Situ Jing, intending to find a way to enter the burial mountain. We have never entered the burial mountain, and we don't know the geographical structure inside. Moreover, this is only 1/9 of the remnant map, and we don't know what area it depicts. Situ Jing had some distressed words. Ning Xiaochuan has also studied this picture for many times, and can almost recite the above annotations completely. However, he has no clue at all, and he doesn't know which area is recorded above. Let me have a look. Monk Tan Qian grabbed the remnant map and stared at it for a long time. His fingers kept touching the remnant map, and his mouth made a muttering sound. Suddenly, he laughed. "This is the map of the central area of the burial mountain. See that dot? This is the source of the Ghost River. It is said that it is an ancient medicine field, in which there are miraculous drugs." Zen Toad interjected and said, "Monk, you are talking nonsense. The Ghost River is the water of hell. How can it breed miraculous drugs?" Monk Tan Qian slapped on the head of Zen Toad and said, "What do you know? The extreme of death is life. That's what it means to say, when the worst comes, happiness begets sorrow. The source of the Ghost River is actually a bay of water of life, which can not only breed miraculous drugs, but also possibly breed other creatures." Monk Tan Qian said again, Haha. It actually records a way of life, which can lead to the source of the Ghost River. If you can catch several mature psychic miraculous drugs, you will be rich. Zen Toad said, "Monks are not indifferent to fame and wealth, despise money." Pa. Monk Tan Qian slapped again and said painstakingly, "The Buddha's golden body has fallen off paint and the temple has been damaged. Don't you spend money to repair it? Why are you so ignorant?" Monk Tan Qian caught the Zen Toad and constantly explained the true meaning of Buddhism to it. If the Zen Toad contradicted slightly, the monk would recite the mantra of the Mora Heart Sutra and torture the Zen Toad to death. Boom! A thunder roared out of the sky, shaking the mountains and fields. Ning Xiaochuan immediately raised his head and looked in the direction of the burial mountain. Originally, the clear sky was covered by lead black clouds, and hundreds of miles of thunder and lightning trembled in the clouds, like dragons and stingers. A hammer surrounded by divine patterns rose into the sky and attracted thunder and lightning on the sky. It was like a thunderbolt hammer, which had the power to shake the sky and the earth. Boom! When the hammer was waved, thousands of lightning bolts followed, tearing apart the dead spirit of the buried mountain. This is to dig the holy mountain with brute force, cut off the ghosts, extinguish the evil spirit, and forcibly make a way for survival. Leizu Hammer, the 9th mysterious weapon of Lei clan. Situ Jing stared at the huge hammer above the sky and felt huge pressure. Is this the real power of Jiu Dang Jia? Ning Xiaochuan also felt incomparable shock. It was like seeing an artifact of opening the sky. If it was still on the earth, in his previous view, it was already the legendary Thor's magic power. Now he can also mobilize Tianwu's vitality to display the 9-grade Xuanqi, but compared with the strong in Tianrenjing, it's just as ridiculous as a child playing with toys. Even 1/10 of the power of the 9 Xuanqi didn't display. It was conceivable that if the huge hammer fell on them, they would be destroyed, and nothing could stop it. Even if a Xianqi doll is hit by a strong man in heaven and man with a Jiuping Xuanqi, I'm afraid it will fall apart. The dead gas and clouds outside the burial mountain were torn open by Leizu hammer, and dozens of metal flying boats followed behind the giant hammer, broke into the cemetery of the secondary god, and headed for the forbidden area of death. At the same time, the ancestor of the Purple Clan also made a 9-grade Xuanqi, which turned out to be a picture of the blue sky and the red sun. The ancient map unfolds like a world unfolding. The sky can hold up a world. Red sun can burn haze. The ancestors of the Z nationality walked on the blue sky and red sun, as if they were walking in a real world. He is the true god of that world. He has the supernatural power of lawlessness, controls mountains and rivers, and controls life and death. Using the heaven and earth of the scroll, he forcibly broke through a heavy dead breath, led the people of the Purple family into the burial mountain, and disappeared in the gray fog. The ancestors of Yan clan and Situ clan have also arrived, bringing the treasure of Zhenzuan the clan to break the death aura outside the burial mountain and embark on an unknown death situation. This is the essence of the 9 families. The ancestors with heaven and man's territory are in charge, and there are 9 Xuanqi sweeping the world, so they can have an extraordinary position in Jiuyue Xinjiang, which is unmatched by other big families. The 9 ancient clans, the 4 Avenue Temple, and the Xian beasts under the 3 Xian beast masters all dug a road one after another and broke into the burial mountain to find the god hide left by the Purple and Gold Emperor. Other martial artists of big families, disciples of Taoist temples, and scattered cultivation of martial arts can only watch, and they are not qualified to enter the burial mountain. If they rushed to bury the holy mountain beyond their capacity, they would have been killed by death and explosion before they rushed to the foot of the mountain. If I had known that I would have taken refuge at the gate of Xianqing Temple, I might have the qualification to enter the burial mountain. An old Taoist stood outside the burial mountain, facing the gray death. He could only sigh. On the old Taoist's shoulder stood a fist-sized scalper. Although the scalper was small, it was a real rare Jiupingshuan beast, which followed the old Taoist from childhood. One man and one beast are not masters and servants, but Taoist friends. This old Taoist is the Taoist scalper of Jiuashan Taoist Temple. He once wanted to buy Ning Xiaochuan's iron bone pill, but unfortunately, he didn't buy any because of insufficient basalt. His self-cultivation is also very strong. However, Jiuashan Taoist Temple is not an ancient temple that has been inherited for thousands of years. It can't be compared with the Taoist temple of the level of the 4th Avenue Temple, so it is not qualified to enter the burial mountain. Many martial arts practitioners also have the same ideas as old scalper Taoist. They have no hope of entering the burial mountain. They are very sorry and are ready to return to Jiuyue Xinjiang. Boom! A double-headed stone beast ran over and stopped by the Ghost River. Ning Xiaochuan, Situ Jing, Tanqian Monk and Zen Toad jumped off the back of the double-headed stone beast one after another. The 3 of them, a beast, looked at the burial mountain at the same time. The major forces have used Jiuping Xuanqi to dig a way of life, which has thinned the death on the periphery of the burial mountain. Now is the best time to enter the burial mountain. With the power of the 4 of us, sacrificing Jiuping Xuanqi is enough to open a way of life. Ning Xiaochuan rode. After seeing Ning Xiaochuan, Taoist Huang You's face showed joy and immediately rushed over and said, Ning Dao Yu, may take the old Taoist into the burial mountain together, and the old Taoist can do something. Taoist Huang You knows that Ning Xiaochuan has 9 mysterious weapons, and has the ability to break dead qi. Therefore, he took the initiative to come and wanted to join Ning Xiaochuan's team. Taoist Taurus laughed and said, It's not the first time for you to meet me. Although you changed your appearance last time, your spirit can't be changed. Ning Xiaochuan said, "It's a very dangerous thing to break into the burial mountain. I don't want to bring people who are uncertain about the relationship between friends and enemies into it. Predecessors should understand my difficulties." Taoist Huang Miao didn't want to miss this opportunity easily and said, "The Taoist priest understands the concerns in your heart, but he can swear with the divine power of the Emperor of Heaven that we are definitely teammates when we enter the burial mountain. If we do something to hurt our teammates, it will not be easy to die. The treasures found in the burial mountain will go to whoever finds them, and he won't be jealous. What do you think, Taoist Ning?" Situ Jing and monk Tanqian didn't speak. After all, the Jiuping Xuanqi belonged to Ning Xiaochuan, and all decisions were in his hands. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's meditative look, Taoist Huang Miao knew that there was still a play, and continued, "Ning Daoyu, we are not strong in the realm of heaven and man. If there is one more person, there will be more care, which can also make the power of Jiuping Xuanqi stronger. Okay. I promise you to join in, but you must obey my orders. After entering the burial mountain, we will go our own ways, and no one can interfere with anyone. If you want to go out of the burial mountain, meet at the designated place." Ning Xiaochuan rode. In fact, what Ning Xiaochuan really taboo is not the ghosts in the burial mountain, but the top strong among those big families. These people all want to get the Jiuping Xuanqi on him. Knowing that he enters the burial mountain, they will kill him at all costs and take away the treasure from him. In fact, for Ning Xiaochuan, the more people enter the burial mountain, the more they can distract the attention of the top strong among the big families, which is a good thing for him. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan agreed, Taoist Scalper was immediately overjoyed. After entering the burial mountain, he didn't want to stay with Ning Xiaochuan and others, and planned to go to the treasure hunt alone. Because although he swore, Ning Xiaochuan and others did not swear. In case he finds the treasure, what will Ning Xiaochuan and others do to him? Therefore, he was also very satisfied with the conditions put forward by Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Daoyu, the old Taoist, also wants to join. The famous Taoist of Shu came in the wind with an ancient sword on his back, and fell to the ground gracefully, like a fairy, giving people a feeling of closeness. The famous Taoist of Shu is the supreme elder of Tianji Temple. He belongs to the same level of existence as the Taoist of cattle. The realm of cultivation hovers between the first step and the second step of the ladder. Famous Shu Road humanitarian, the old road is also willing to swear by the divine power of the Emperor of Heaven. Just ask Ning Daoyu to give a chance to enter the burial mountain. If you get lucky to get out of the burial mountain, you will have a good reward in the future. Later, some people came to join the gang, all of whom were powerful beings of cultivation. Among them, there are Taoist monks, martial arts masters, and some high-level Shan beasts. They all want to enter the burial mountain with the help of Ning Xiaochuan. If you can find a scroll of martial arts sutra or a miraculous psychic medicine, it is completely worth fighting with your life. Ning Xiaochuan is naturally willing to take them with him, but he only chooses the strong among them, so as not to make some of them too low in cultivation and become a burden. All monks who have reached the 7th heaviest level of the land can go to bury the sacred mountain with me, to look for opportunities. However, the premise is that they must swear by the divine power of the Emperor of Heaven. Ning Xiaochuan said. After hearing Ning Xiaochuan's words, the monks were very happy and rushed over. They all practice martial arts in a casual way. In the case of resource shortage, they cultivate to the current level with extraordinary perseverance. However, because there is no martial arts sutra that can be cultivated, they cannot cultivate to the realm of the ladder of heaven, and can only be stuck in the realm of the earth. Now they have the opportunity to enter the funerary mountain to look for martial scriptures, and they naturally refuse to let go of this opportunity. Thank you, Ning Daoyu. I got your kindness today, and I will repay you in the future. Many people are grateful to Ning Xiaochuan. If it weren't for Ning Xiaochuan, they wouldn't have the opportunity to enter the burial mountain at all. Of course, there are also some people with evil intentions, but they are also a minority. After all, martial artists who cannot depend on the big family and do not become the slaves of the big family are all proud people, and they will never be mean people. Although Ning Xiaochuan set the threshold very high, and only monks who reached the 7th heaviest level of the land can join the gang, 53 people still joined. 53 friars, the 7th heaviest in the territory of Dizun, were unimaginable in the Yulan Empire. They absolutely had the power to sweep all forces, which was stronger than all the troops of the imperial court and all the princes, combined. Ning Xiaochuan took out the single round star ball. The silver ball, which was originally the size of a fist, was operated by the vitality of Wu Dao, and then it continued to expand, becoming huge and incomparable, with a diameter of 30 meters. Wow! Those strong players standing around Ning Xiaochuan's body also played out their vitality in succession, turning into a pillar of light and scoring a single round of star ball. A total of more than 50 light pillars rose, making the volume of the single round star ball larger and the light brighter. Soon its diameter reached 80 meters long. It's like a real star floating in the void, sending out shocking power. Gather the power of all the strong, and urge all the power of the single round star ball. At the moment, if Ning Xiaochuan controls a single round of star ball bombardment, it is enough to turn a city into ruins, and even compete with heaven and man. Boom! The ruins in the single round of star ball condensed white brilliance, bombarded into the burial god mountain, and tore the death apart. The power of the white dazzle light of the single round star ball. Only by stimulating this force can we break through the dead spirit and break into the land of death. The party began to move slowly towards the burial mountain. Just as they had just walked for more than 10 miles, a black cloud surged over with a shrill sound. Even the 7th heaviest martial artist in the territory of Dizun, hearing the voice of Yin Sha, he was sweating all over, like jumping into a cold pool, and he felt tingling all over. This is still because they were wrapped by the white dazzle boundary light of Jiu Dang Jia, guarding their bodies and excluding the evil spirit. Otherwise, they must have exploded and died. Ning Xiaochuan was the master of the single round star ball. He immediately mobilized the power of the star ball and smashed the black cloud with the momentum of thunder. Walking more than 50 miles forward, a skeleton with a height of more than 70 meters climbed out of the ground and attacked Ning Xiaochuan and others with a war hammer. He was a giant guard who had followed the Emperor Zijin. Although he was dead and turned into bones, he was still guarding the mausoleum of the Emperor Zijin and killing all creatures who dared to break into the burial mountain. Boom! A single round of star ball bombards down, smashing the huge white bones into broken bones all over the ground. However, the skeleton's body has been demonized, and the skeleton and the dead spirit between heaven and earth are integrated, dead but not stiff. Broken bones are constantly shaking and connecting with each other. In a day at most, it will resurrect. This is a fierce place, which was arranged by the descendants of the Emperor Zijin, and especially used to guard the mausoleum of the emperor. Without Jiu Dang Jia, even heaven and man can't easily break in. The purple gold divine kingdom has long disappeared in the clouds of history, and the descendants of the purple gold emperor have also disappeared, leaving only a cemetery that still exists in heaven and earth. Along the way, I encountered many dangerous and strange things. On one occasion, they walked to the edge of a blood pool and were almost dragged into the bottom by the ghost hands in the blood pool. Even the single round star ball was almost taken away by the ghost hand. Fortunately, Monk Tan Qian threw out a scripture and gave the ghost hand back to the town in the blood pool. After this incident, everyone present was impressed by Monk Tan Qian. However, Monk Tan Qian called for good luck. The scripture was found in a Buddhist cave. The scripture on it was written by a Buddhist monk, which can suppress ghosts. At the same time, Monk Tan Qian also cried bitterly for a long time, like a dead son. because the scripture sank to the bottom of the blood pool and could not be retrieved. Originally, those monks thought he was a Buddhist monk, but seeing his crying, they denied the idea in their hearts. Just in private, I felt that monk Tanxian was so lucky that even the Buddhist scriptures written by Buddhist monks could be found. The area of Burial Mountain is quite vast, and the world inside is very huge, which is not as serious as it looks outside. Standing on the periphery of the Burial Mountain, it is only held that the Burial Mountain is a mountain with a radius of hundreds of miles. However, walking into the dead spirit, I found that the Burial Mountain was more than hundreds of miles, thousands of miles, tens of thousands of miles, and the space was incomparably vast and endless. Shrink the ground to an inch and fill the space. The vein of the earth has been changed by people with great magic. Look at the earth on the ground. Monk Tanxian said. Ning Xiaochuan looked down and found that the soil under the ground turned pale red. This is a bloody land. Taoist Scalper said. Monk Tanxian shook his head and said, this is not the point. If the tomb of the Purple King didn't turn into blood and earth, it would be a strange thing. The poor monk said the grade of earth. Taoist Huang Niu picked up a handful of soil from the ground, and his face suddenly showed a surprised look, saying, the weight of this soil is 7 times heavier than ordinary soil, and every grain of soil contains a trace of mysterious gas. It is certain that black stones can be dug out at the bottom of the earth, which is the real spiritual land. If you cultivate on this soil, you can definitely get twice the result with half the effort. After hearing this, some monks showed ecstasy on their faces, and even began to dig the soil on the ground and enter the heaven and earth cloth bag. Take out the soil here, which can be used to plant mysterious medicine and dig out a spiritual field. You can also arrange a mysterious and dense cultivation cave to help cultivate. Monk Tanxian sighed, what's the meaning of digging earth for a group of people who haven't seen the world? After taking it outside, the mysterious qi in the soil will soon be lost and become ordinary soil. Do you think the soil here is naturally spiritual soil? What's going on? Taoist Scalper asked. Monk Tanxian touched the beard on his chin and said, someone buried the earth vein under the Burial Mountain, which changed the rules of the whole earth, so that the soil in the Burial Mountain became the same as the soil in the 6th grade civilization. The earth vein at the bottom of Tiandi Mountain has changed, so that everything under the ground and on the ground has also changed. A stone as big as a fist may weigh only a kilo outside. However, I came across a stone of the same size here, but it weighed 7 or 8 kilograms. An ordinary grass is a weed outside. However, if it grows here, it may turn into a mysterious medicine. Different earth veins lead to different crustal structures and different ground environments. High civilization can breed higher-grade Xianyao and purer Shancher. The earth vein under the ground must be different from that under the ground of low civilization. The soil is also different, the cultivation environment is also different, and the cultivation of strong martial arts is naturally different. Jiu Xinjiang and Yulan Empire belong to the 5-level civilization. The former is the intermediate civilization of the 5-level civilization, and the latter is the primary civilization of the 5-level civilization. Although the civilization level of Jiu Xinjiang is far higher than that of Yulan Empire, the gap is not too big, and the earth vein under the ground is not too big, but the territory is broader and the number of monks is more, so we can't see much difference. However, if the Yulan Empire is compared with a 6th-level civilization, the gap is 1 sky and 1 earth, as if it is completely different. Just the material structure of the Lupin civilization is far more than that of the Yulan Empire and Jiu Xinjiang. The geological strength and material structure of Tiandi Mountain have reached the level of 6th grade civilization. The concentration of Xuanqi is 7 or 8 times that of the outside world. Even the most common soil is comparable to spiritual soil in the outside world. Outside, Ning Xiaochuan can blow a hill to the ground with 1 punch. However, in Tiandi Mountain, it is impossible to achieve such a powerful combat power in any case. Because the material in Tiandi Mountain is more condensed and the structure is more compact. The density of ordinary stone is almost equal to that of iron. We have passed through the dead zone and reached the foot of Tiandi Mountain. Let's disperse. When we leave, we will gather here. Ning Xiaochuan put away the single round star ball, swallowed a shandan that had recovered its vitality, and silently recovered the Tianwu vitality consumed in his body. Indeed, they have passed through the dead zone, and when they look up, they can see the huge mountains in the distance, which are like graves, but they are incomparably towering into the clouds, huge and boundless, which makes people feel awed. However, they are still far away from the main mountain of Tiandi Mountain. It is unknown whether they can reach the main mountain across a barren field. The outer dead zone is very dangerous, but the inside of Tiandi Mountain is even more dangerous. Thank you, Taoist Ning. If we can walk out of Tiandi Mountain alive, we will definitely repay you in the future. Brother Ning, take care. Those monks who entered Tiandi Mountain with Ning Xiaochuan, after seeing the main mountain in the distance, were excited and set out on the road of treasure hunt. Some are lone rangers, who instantly spread their body methods and disappeared into the desolate tombstones. Others walked with well-known friends into the towering forests. Finally, there were only Ning Xiaochuan, Situ Jing, Tanqian monk and Zen Toad left. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Now we have two roads. On the left is a boundless bloody grassland, which is full of tombstones and cemeteries. At a glance, we know that it is a place of evil. We must have buried the bones of many strong people. On the right is the silent dense forest. It seems quiet, but it is more disturbing. It seems that there are ghosts hidden in the forest. Now how do we go?" Situ Jing also frowned deeply and said, "The monks of the 9 clan and the 4 Avenue Temple don't know which way they are going?" Zen Toad said, "Why bother so much? In my opinion, we'd better fly over. It seems that we're not far from the main mountain of the burial mountain. We flew over in less than an hour." Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, "Since Master Zen Toad has such courage, then you fly over and try it?" "Cut. Then I'll fly over. If I get the martial arts sutra and miraculous medicine, don't envy me." The Zen Toad took a deep breath, and the muscles on his back became 2 huge bulges, which turned into a pair of 8-meter-long meat wings, and rushed to the main mountain of Tibet God Mountain. However, it just flew hundreds of meters away, and the fog and the clouds condensed into a huge hand and pinched it down. Standing on the ground, you can vaguely see that an eye as big as a lake is exposed above the sky. The whole world trembled violently, with the angry howling of the gods. Seeing that the situation was bad, Ning Xiaochuan immediately played a single round of star ball and exerted the power of Jiuping Xuanqi to save Zen Toad. That huge hand did not grasp the Zen Toad, and immediately turned into a huge handprint, bombarding the position that Ning Xiaochuan and others had just stood. Boom! On the earth, there was a huge palm pit more than 100 meters long, and the soil turned scorched black, making a chi-chi sound. Ning Xiaochuan, Situ Jing and Tan Qian escaped into the dense forest at the first time, restrained their breath, and crawled under a huge stone to avoid the huge eye above the sky. Zen Toad was also trembling with fear, and his legs were swinging all the time. If Ning Xiaochuan hadn't saved it in time just now, at this moment, he must have become a dead body. After a long time, the huge eye above the sky disappeared, and seemed to hide in the clouds again. Zen Toad's face was still very pale and said, "Well, what is it? How can it hang in the sky?" Monk Tanqian stood up, flicked the dust on the Buddha robe, and said, "That should be the God's eye transformed by the God's will. When the God's eye opens, it is day in the mountain of God. When the God's eye closes, the world is night. Then why did it kill me?" Zen Toad said. Ning Xiaochuan said, "This is the graveyard of the secondary God. Anyone who comes here should be pious and awed by the gods. Flying over the graveyard of the gods is to offend the gods, and the will of the gods will naturally kill you. Then we can only walk forward? However, I think this dense forest is too strange. I always feel that I have been targeted by something. Zen Toad felt hairy all over, and every hair stood up. Ning Xiaochuan also had the same feeling. It really seemed to be stared at by something, and he was very close to them. Boom! Suddenly, the boulder above their heads shook, and many cracks broke out under the ground. Grandmas, it's a stone beast. With a cry, the Zen Toad lifted the mace and waved it at the arm of the stone beast. Bang! The stone beast's arm shook slightly, and was hit by the Zen Toad and missed. However, its stone arm cannot fail to break, and only a few pieces of gravel fell down without much damage. Just now, in order to avoid the giant eyes above the sky, they hid under a boulder. But I didn't expect that the boulder turned out to be a human-shaped stone beast, which was more than 100 meters high, and half of its body was buried on the ground. At this moment, it wakes up. He crawled out of the ground and was fighting with Zen Toad. The stone beasts bred in the burial mountain are more terrible than those outside. Because its body is harder, and every stone is like fine iron. If you are hit by it, even those who climb the first step of the ladder will be shot to death. Zen Toad is also powerful, but it is much worse than the human stone beast. Bang! The arm as thick as the human stone beast's column cleaved the Zen Toad's chest, smashed the Zen Toad out, and smashed a human-shaped pit on the ground. Grandma! Of! Zen Toad cursed in the pit, spitting out a mouthful of animal blood. Ning Xiaochuan spread out the colorful movement, changed 7 directions in a row, moved sideways to the side of Zen Toad, pinched his fingers into a sword, and pointed to the palm of the human stone beast. Wow! A blood-red sword light flew out of Ning Xiaochuan's fingertips, crushing the palm of the humanoid stone beast into rubble. The sword light flew back again and fell into Ning Xiaochuan's hands, turning into a bloody magic sword. Monk Tan Qian took out a scripture from the bag on his back and pressed it on the top of the humanoid stone beast. Thousands of golden scriptures fly out of every page of the scripture, turning into a golden Buddha garment formed by scriptures, which is suppressed on the human stone beast. Every scripture is as heavy as a mountain. It even presses the human stone beast on the ground and has no attack ability anymore. Ning Xiaochuan and Sidu Jing both felt that a scripture can crush a giant. Is it really a scripture written by a Buddhist monk? Ning Xiaochuan and Sidu Jing both stared at the huge burden on Monk Tanqian's back. It was full of scriptures. Wouldn't every book have such divine power? What are you looking at? Do you want to rob even the monks? Monk Tan Qian suddenly stepped back and held the burden in his arms for fear of being robbed by Ning Xiaochuan and Sidu Jing. Ning Xiaochuan picked up the scripture on the head of the humanoid stone beast. When the scripture was taken away from the head of the humanoid stone beast, all the golden scriptures covered on the humanoid stone beast flew back into the scripture and were converted into Sanskrit characters. Although the scripture has disappeared, the humanoid stone beast seems to have suffered a heavy blow and is still lying on the ground, unable to stand up at all. Master, I think I have a lot of fate with this scripture. Why don't you sell it to me? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Yes. 1,000,000 shanshur. Tanqian and Shangdao. Ning Xiaochuan thought that Monk Tanqian would not agree to die or die, but he didn't expect that Monk Tanqian really planned to sell it to him. This monk is really greedy for money. He even sells scriptures. If he hangs an order in the temple, he will sell everything in the temple soon. This scripture can easily suppress the human stone beast, and its power naturally goes without saying that it must be a scripture written by a Buddhist monk. Spending 1,000,000 pieces of basalt to buy is naturally worth more. Without frowning, Ning Xiaochuan threw a Qiankuan cloth bag to Monk Tanqian, and put the scriptures into his chest. After buying this scripture, Ning Xiaochuan spent all the shanshur on his body and began to look at the human stone beasts on the ground. After checking the number of xianzhe in the Qianquan cloth bag, Monk Tanqian laughed like Maitreya, as if he had never seen so many xianzhe before. He quickly put away the Qianquan cloth bag for fear of being robbed. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan sacrificed the heart-nourishing tripod, collected the human-shaped stone beasts on the ground into the tripod, and refined them with yin-yang open fire. Before long, he called the double-headed stone beast out of the Xian beast's mirror and put it into the heart-nourishing tripod. The heart-nourishing tripod became 9 meters high, red with fire, and 2 stone beasts in refining. Master, what is Brother Ning doing? Situ Jing asked. Monk Tanqian touched his chin and said, it should be melting 2 stone beasts to make his Xian beast and pet more powerful. This is a means only understood by the heart cultivator. Just have a look. After a while, Yang Xinzhending gradually became smaller, only as big as a fist, and flew back to Ning Xiaochuan's heart. If you want to integrate the double-headed stone beast and the human-shaped stone beast, it is not possible for a while. At least it takes half a month to refine the yin-yang open fire before you can integrate the yuan spirit of the 2 stone beasts and integrate their forces. Half a month later, the combat effectiveness of the double-headed stone beast can be upgraded to the level of level 9 Xian beast at least, which is enough to fight the martial arts in the Heaven Ladder realm. Let's go. The noise just made is too big, and it will soon attract foreign objects in the burial mountain. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Go? Can you still go? In the jungle, a burly man stepped on leaves, wore thick armor, and was wrapped in lightning. He couldn't see what he looked like at all. However, Ning Xiaochuan recognized him by his breath alone. Lei Ao, one of the top 10 strong people under the ancestors of Lei nationality. Lei Ao walked towards Ning Xiaochuan and others step by step. With each step, lightning scattered on the ground. The sound of footsteps shook people's hearts, and their hearts seemed to break. Ning Xiaochuan and Situ Jing's faces became dignified, and they didn't expect to encounter Lei Ao so soon. Once the warrior in Dizun territory is watched by such a strong man, he has no chance to escape at all. Lei Ao's face wore a cold smile and said, I knew you would enter the burial mountain and have been waiting for you here for a long time. The 9 mysterious weapons in your hands must belong to our Lei clan. Situ Jing also knew that Lei Ao's strength was not something they could resist at all, and said, Lei Ao, you are also a famous Lei family figure who has been famous for 100 years. If you fight against us, you don't think it will insult your reputation? It doesn't matter. As long as you can get that Jiopin Xuanqi, all means can be used. Besides, in the burial mountain, even if you are killed, who will know? Lei Ao's voice was domineering, like a supreme king looking down on his subjects. Lei Ao's strength of martial arts is like a vast ocean, and he has understood martial arts to a very deep degree, almost reaching the realm of the 5th step of the ladder. Zen toads have always been arrogant, but under the pressure of Lei Ao's aura, they dare not go out. The gap between cultivation levels is too big, so you can only wait to die. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes sank and said, if you are so aggressive, you will only bring disaster to yourself. Lei Ao laughed and said, boy, you overestimate yourself too much. Last time, it was a strong Buddhist who secretly helped you escape. Now in the burial mountain, it's easy for me to take your life. Did you hand over the Jiopin Xuanqi yourself and I'll kill you again? Or did I kill you first and then take the Jiopin Xuanqi on you? Don't bother so much, I'll take you on the road. Get up. Ning Xiaochuan beat out the xianzhe doll, and the white ground xianzhe automatically flew into the chest groove of the xianzhe doll. The strength of the ground product xianzhe escapes, flows through every bone meridian of the xianzhe doll, and fills the whole body. The basaltic figure, which is only the size of a palm, was wrapped by white light and turned into a huge skeleton 12 meters high. The black-boned hand cleaved down towards Lei Ao. At the moment when the xianzhe doll flew out, a huge breath erupted, lifting the ground within a radius of tens of meters. The huge shockwave shook Lei Ao out. Lei Ao's face changed dramatically, and he hurriedly made a move of martial arts magic. A pair of huge arms were propped up, facing the bone hand that blocked the basalt doll. However, he underestimated the power of the Shancher doll. Just as soon as he touched it, Lei Ao's arm was broken, and half of his body was photographed into the ground. With his body as the center, a huge sunken handprint was formed on the ground. If you change a martial artist, it is turned into fly ash at the moment, and the gods and forms have all disappeared. No. This is the power of heaven and man. How can it? Lei Ao clenched his teeth, and a blood array rushed out of his head. It turned into a huge array with a diameter of 100 meters. Countless electric lights shuttle through the array, crushing the surrounding trees, and the whole earth moves with it. Ning Xiaochuan and Situ Jing immediately retreated for fear of being swept up by the blood formation. Because Zen Toad retreated a step slower, his arm was stained with a trace of blood gas, and the whole arm immediately turned into a blood mist, and even the bones turned into powder. Monk Tanqian ran away very fast. As soon as he caught the Zen Toad under his arm, he ran away frantically. He ran away for dozens of miles in a row and then relaxed a little. This is because the material structure in the burial mountain is solid. If it is outside, it is not safe to escape hundreds of miles away. Lei Ao's level of strength, the destructive power, is too terrible. The blood array in Lei Ao's body rotates, and the earth under his feet rotates. Any creature close to him will only be a dead end. However, Lei Ao was frightened to find that the huge black skeleton slowly walked into the blood array and came towards him, just like a god of death. Lei Ao has always been a big man at the top, and he felt hopeless for the first time. How is it possible? What is it? Why is it so strong? Lei Ao's forehead was sweating constantly, and his heart was under great pressure. The two big hands of the black skeleton grabbed Lei Ao's body, like an ant bug. Papa. No matter how Lei Ao exerts his magic power, he can't resist two bone hands at all. The bones in the body made a broken sound, and the blood kept flowing from the mouth. No. I'm unwilling. Lei Ao's eyes widened and he struggled desperately, making the whole earth tremble. Every foot on the ground has the power to flatten a mountain. Gradually, his feet stopped moving. The black skeleton loosened his hand, leaving only a bloody corpse on the ground. Lei Ao's body below his neck and above his legs were all crushed. The most important thing is that Lei Ao's heart was crushed, and he had already died. Human warriors are different from Shan beasts. Once the heart and head are broken, they are really dead. However, the vitality of Shan beasts of the same level is more powerful. Even if there is only one head left, they can live for a few more months. If they can find a miraculous drug for channeling, they can even reshape their bodies. When everything calmed down, Ning Xiaochuan flew back to the battlefield, played the formula in his hand, and said, "Close." The 12-meter-high black skeleton immediately turned into a palm-sized doll and flew back to Ning Xiaochuan's hands. The power of the Shancher doll is indeed considerable, reaching Ning Xiaochuan's expectations, but it also consumes a lot of Shancher. Every time you use it, the strength of the ground product basalt will be reduced by 1 point. Naturally, you should use it sparingly in order to use it at the most critical time. Just like just now, if there was no Shancher doll, Ning Xiaochuan and others would have to wait to die. Grandma, Ning Xiaochuan, you still hide such a powerful means. How can the skeleton be summoned? Teach me, too. Zen Toad's heart was extremely shocked. The power of the black skeleton just now was really terrible, like death, sweeping thousands of troops. Even Lei Ao was crushed alive, and there was no power to resist at all. Situ Jing was already waiting for death, but he didn't expect that it was Lei Ao who died. He couldn't calm down for a long time, and said, if the news that Brother Ning killed Lei Ao is spread, Brother Ning's name will surely shake the whole Jiu territory. In that case, I'm not far from death. Ning Xiaochuan is a cautious person, who knows how much he has. Using the black stone doll to deal with the masters under heaven and man can also achieve the unexpected effect of killing the opponent. However, once the news that he has a basalt doll is spread, it will be wiped out by the strong in heaven and man. Being watched by the strong in the realm of heaven and man, even if he has a basalt doll, it can only be used to escape. Fighting with the strong in heaven and man is tantamount to suicide. Ning Xiaochuan said, if Lei Ao gang is not so light on the enemy, he will have the opportunity to kill me in advance at the moment when I play the basalt doll. Lei Ao strong at that level is too terrible to be provoked, so it's best not to be provoked. Ning Xiaochuan took out a jade bottle and collected Lei Ao's blood. The blood of the person who climbed the fourth step of the ladder is priceless to him. I don't know how powerful the bronze ancient lamp can be when it is lit with Lei Ao's blood. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was extremely excited. After collecting Lei Ao's blood, Ning Xiaochuan looked for other treasures on Lei Ao. I don't know whether the ground product basalt photographed in the Yan auction house is on Lei Ao. Ning Xiaochuan found 2 Chankuan cloth bags on Lei Ao. The first one is a high-grade Chankuan cloth bag, which has a space as big as a hill. There are more than 10 mysterious objects in the cloth bag. The highest grade is up to 8 mysterious objects, and the lowest grade is only 5 mysterious objects. There are also more than 10 bottles of pills, most of which are intermediate pills, and only 3 bottles are high-grade pills. Ning Xiaochuan opened the bottle cap and smelled the medicinal properties of the pill. He smelled 8 or 9 times. It's actually a Diwu pill. Hey! Brother Situ, have you ever taken Diwu pills before? Situ Jing stood not far away to patrol, wary of unknown dangers. After hearing Ning Xiaochuan's words, he shook his head and said, in those days, I was very talented and practiced very fast. I didn't take Diwu pill. I originally intended to reach the 8th weight of Dizuan and then take Diwu pill, which hit the 9th weight of Dizuan at one stroke. Whoever thought that I was secretly plotted and became a waste? Ning Xiaochuan threw the medicine bottle to him and said, take it now. In the burial mountain, if you improve your cultivation, you will have more chances to save your life. Ning Xiaochuan once took Diwu Dan, and the medicine of Diwu Dan was useless to him. Situ Jing was not polite. He poured out the Diwu pill in the medicine bottle, swallowed it, and began to refine it. Ning Xiaochuan opened the second bottle of high-grade pills. There were 5 cyan pills in it, and gently sniffed, beast yuan pills. Unexpectedly, Lei Ao got 5 pills, which is indeed worthy of being the top strength of the Lei family. The animal yuan pill is quite good among the advanced pills, but it is not very useful for humans. However, Shu Yuandan can greatly improve the cultivation of Xian Beast, and even help Xian Beast improve its physique and level. 5 longevity pills are actually a gift that the Lei family plans to give to a master in the wilderness. However, the gift has not been sent out, but Lei Ao has died in the hands of Ning Xiaochuan. Beast Yuan Dan. Hearing these 3 words, Zen Toad's eyes lit up immediately, and his ass bumped over and said, Brother Ning, this beast Yuan Dan. It's useless for you to keep it. Or. It added lips and stared at the medicine bottle in Ning Xiaochuan's hand. Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, if you answer me a question, I can give you a longevity pill. Zen Toad nodded vigorously, my brothers, who follows who, don't say 1 question, that's 10 questions. Ning Xiaochuan poured out a pill from the medicine bottle, pinched it between his fingers, and said solemnly, what's the purpose of the king of Qingxi taking Xiaohong and Xiaolinger? Don't you know? Zen Toad said in surprise. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head. Zen Toad said, of course, the king accepted them as disciples, and because of this, a special ceremony was held. At that time, many high-level mysterious beasts in the wilderness, and the leaders of each mountain came to congratulate them with gifts. I heard that several animal kings rushed there in person, but my level was too low to see those animal kings. I can't help but say that their two little guys were really lucky. They will definitely get a lot of cultivation in the future after practicing with the king resources. After Ning Xiaochuan learned the news, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and didn't have to worry about them anymore. Ning Xiaochuan handed the beast yuan pill to Zen Toad and said, "In fact, only the first pill can be taken, and the effect is the best. Taking the second pill will have the effect." Zen Toad took Shou Yuan down and was very happy. He swallowed the longevity pill directly into his mouth, sat on the ground and began to practice kung fu. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the remaining 4 longevity pills in his hand, and with a slight hook at the corner of his mouth, he took out the Xian beast Jian, and released the fish Jiao, the black-haired ghost bat beast, the white-headed 7-clawed eagle, and the Taisui beast. 4-headed Xian beast war pet. The cultivation of the white-headed 7-clawed eagle is the strongest, followed by the fish Jiao, then the black-haired ghost bat beast, and the Taisui beast is the weakest. Taisui beast is still in its infancy, and its combat effectiveness is only equivalent to level 7 Xian beast. However, Taisui beast is the royal family among the underground Xian beasts. Its potential is the largest among all Xian beasts. Once it grows up, it can grow into a monster beast that surpasses the 9-level Xian beasts. The growth cycle of Taisui beast is very slow, and it takes hundreds of years to grow up. Of course, there is also a way to speed up its growth, that is to take Spring of Life. Ning Xiaochuan took the remaining 4 longevity pills to them respectively, and then put them into the Xuanshou Jian. After taking the beast yuan pill, the white-headed 7-clawed eagle should be able to grow into a white-headed 8-clawed eagle. If they can go to the source of the Ghost River and find the Spring of Life, it is a real opportunity for them. Maybe all of them can grow into 9-level Xian beasts. The first purpose of Ning Xiaochuan's entry into the burial mountain is to find the Jade Ningxing, and the second purpose is to go to the source of the Ghost River to find the Spring of Life and magic medicine. Ning Xiaochuan grabbed the last bottle of high-level pills, which contained only 1 pill, and put it on the tip of his nose to smell it slightly. It's just an ordinary high-level pill for healing, but with the medicine of high-level pills, it's enough to save my life under serious injury. Ning Xiaochuan received all the pills left by Lei Ao into his Qiankuan cloth bag, and continued to check other things in his Qiankuan cloth bag. Most of the treasures Lei Ao collected are precious treasures, including rare calcining materials, medicine refining materials, and a large number of basalt. The combined value of all things is roughly equivalent to the wealth of 8 million basalt. Among them, the value of those 2 8-grade Xuanqi accounts for half of the total wealth, equivalent to 4 million xianshi. You should know that this is only Lei Ao's personal wealth. It is already quite frightening and can be called a country of great wealth. I'm afraid that the wealth of many large clans, with tens of thousands of people, doesn't add up so much. For Ning Xiaochuan, naturally, he made a windfall and could buy many rare alchemy materials. Ning Xiaochuan put away this Qiankuan cloth bag and opened the second Qiankuan cloth bag. There is only one thing in it. The backbone of the 9th-level Xian beast. Ning Xiaochuan took out this spine and put it on the ground. The spine of this 9-level Xian beast is 6 meters in diameter and more than 80 meters in length. It exudes red brilliance all over, just like a blood-red crystal jade. This is definitely not the backbone of the ordinary 9-level Xian beast, but the backbone of the 9-level Xian beast whose cultivation has reached the peak. Its combat effectiveness is higher than that of the heyday of the white fox ancestor. My God! Lei Ao actually killed such a powerful 9-level Xian beast, and also preserved his spine completely. Ning Xiaochuan's face showed a look of ecstasy. Even if he got 8 million pieces of basalt treasure, he was not excited at the moment. The spine of a complete 9-level Shan beast is simply priceless. In the view of calciners, this is the best material for calcining. However, what Ning Xiaochuan likes is the bone marrow in the spine, which can be called the holy product of Xianyao. Bone marrow of level 9 Shan beast. This is the essence of the 9-level Shan beast, which can improve the cultivation of martial artists and increase their understanding. If you give a drop to a newborn child, it can greatly increase the child's wisdom, refine his bones, and channelize his flesh and blood. Even if he practices to the realm of the divine body before the age of 10, it is not strange. If you can take the bone marrow of the 9th-level Shan beast from childhood, use the blood of the 9th-level Shan beast to forge the body, and take psychic magic drugs to improve your talent potential, plus your own qualifications are also very high, and you are willing to work hard to cultivate, even before you are 20 years old, it is possible to cultivate to the realm of heaven and man. In high-level civilization, there are also geniuses of this level. There are rich cultivation resources since childhood, and the most powerful martial arts and martial arts classics have become the Tao before the age of 20, becoming the invincible myth of the young generation. Master Tanqian, I'm going to take the bone marrow of the 9th-level Shan beast and impact the 8th weight of the Earth Zun realm. It's estimated that we have to stay here for a period of time. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Monk Tanqian glanced at Situ Jing and Zen Toad and said with a smile, Ba. You all begin to practice in isolation, so I'll help you protect the Dharma. But you have to practice faster. If you're late, others will take all the good things. Monk Tanqian took out a scripture from the bag and opened it. A piece of golden Buddha light shot out from the paper, flying hundreds of thousands of Sanskrit Buddha words, forming a huge light ball that wrapped everyone in the light ball. Ning Xiaochuan was amazed. Monk Tanqian's burden was really precious. No wonder he had to pack away the scriptures when he wanted to run for his life. Every scripture is priceless. Ning Xiaochuan summoned the magic sword, cut off a large bone on the bone of the 9th-level Shan beast, revealing a small hole, which emitted a dense glow. A faint fragrance filled the air. Drops of milky bone marrow flowed from the glow. Every drop of bone marrow is glittering and fragrant, like Qiongyang Shenyang, containing the essence and wisdom of the 9th-level Shan beast. Ning Xiaochuan didn't dare to waste a drop, so he hurriedly collected the bone marrow with a long-prepared bottle. When the bottle was full, he immediately sealed the gap in his spine. After drinking a mouthful of bone marrow, the mouth is very cool, like drinking honey. After eating, even the bones feel a little cool. He sat down cross-legged and ran the mysterious qi of heaven and earth in his body, refining the qi of bone marrow and transforming it into his own Tianwu vitality. After the vitality in his body is transformed into Tianwu vitality, he needs more resources to break through the realm. A martial artist in the same realm, who breaks through the 8th level of the Earth Zun realm, only needs to refine a bottle of bone marrow of a 9-level Shan beast, while he needs to refine dozens of bottles of bone marrow of a 9-level Shan beast, in order to condense enough energy to break through the realm. Lei Ao is dead. The ancestors of Lei nationality stood in a black forest and stepped on the thick leaves. Suddenly, they stopped and felt that Lei Ao was dead. Lei Ao is the descendant of the Lei clan's old ancestor. He has the same blood in his body. With the ability of martial arts in heaven and man, even if Lei Ao died thousands of miles away, he can feel it at the first time. All the Lei warriors around changed their faces, and their hearts shook greatly. Lei Ao is the top strongman of the Lei clan. He is infinitely close to the existence of the 5th step ladder. He has the qualification to reach the realm of heaven and man. Who can kill him? Lei Yi's face changed and said, with his old man's cultivation, it only takes one finger to press Ning Xiaochuan to death. How could he fall? An old woman nearby said, he must have met a foreign body in the burial mountain, and it must be a creature of the level of heaven and man. Otherwise, Lei Ao at least has a chance to escape. The ancestors of the Lei clan had a deep vision, containing a treasure light, and said, "There is a spirit of ghosts flowing in the buried God Mountain, covering my mind, and I can't see the cause of Lei Ao's death. However, since it can kill Lei Ao, it must be able to kill the rest of you, so you must be very careful after I leave." The old ancestor is leaving? Thunder together. The ancestors of the Lei family said, "The heavenly people of our families have made an appointment to explore the main mountain of the burial mountain together before coming in. That's the most dangerous place, so don't go. You go to find the source of the Ghost River, where there is the spring of life, and there may be miraculous drugs growing next to the spring of life. Whoever can catch a miraculous drug, even if he has made great contributions to the Lei family, I will reward him personally. You have to hurry up, and the children of other big families will certainly drive to the source of the Ghost River, and there will be fighting and fighting at that time. One more thing." The ancestor of Lei nationality raised his head, looked at the black trees in front of him, frowned slightly, and said, "You have to be careful, too. I always think this black forest is very strange, which is somewhat similar to the legendary Black Fog ghost." With these words, the ancestors of the Lei clan turned into a thunder and lightning, disappeared in the black woods, and rushed to the main mountain. As time passed day by day, the vitality contained in Ning Xiaochuan's body became deeper and deeper, escaping from his pores. Every wisp of vitality is like a dragon and a tiger, emitting a high roar of dragons and tigers. The heavenly heartbeat, rotating rapidly in the body, refined the bone marrow power of the 9th level Xian beast at a speed of 512 times. Every drop of blood, every muscle, and every inch of bone are absorbing that force. Blood vessels, fascia, and 5 internal organs are like absorbing the water of life, becoming bright, and their physique is improving in an all-round way. The magic sword is also greedily absorbing this power, and the ruins world inside is constantly growing, chaotic, like the scene of the beginning of heaven and earth. The power of Wu Soul Sword Seal is supporting the ruins world, making the ruins world more and more broad. His whole body was wrapped by a stream of blood, sitting in it, swallowing and spitting blood, like a beating heart. Situ Jing has refined Di Wu Dan, reaching the 8th level of Di Zun Jing, staring at the vitality formed by dragons and tigers around Ning Xiaochuan's body. "I have a human heart palace, which can cultivate human form vitality, and the intensity is far higher than that of other martial artists. However, compared with Brother Ning's vitality, it seems that there is a big gap. It's true that there are some perverts. Obviously, his cultivation level is higher than that of him, but there is a feeling of being suppressed by him in his heart." Zen Toad said. Monk Tanqian sat in the distance, reading the scriptures, and heard the dialogue between Situ Jing and Zen Toad. He just smiled faintly and said, "He has transformed the vitality in his body into Tianwu vitality, and you naturally can't compete. But your physique is very strong. If you are willing to practice hard, your future achievements may not be weaker than him." Tianwu vitality. Situ Jing and Zen Toad both showed gaping expressions. The martial arts realm of Earth Reverence Realm can cultivate the vitality of heaven. This ability has gone against the sky. It's not something they can do, and they can only admire it from the bottom of their hearts. Boom! Suddenly, Ning Xiaochuan's blood vitality expanded into a huge ball, wrapping everyone in the ball. The ball began to shrink again, and finally completely converged to Ning Xiaochuan's body. Ning Xiaochuan's mouth gently exhaled a breath, turning into a smoke bridge. Under the bridge, there are 24 arches. The smoke bridge looks real and empty. Even if people walk on it, it won't collapse. When the smoke bridge dispersed, it turned into a huge palace, and then into a dragon elephant, a big dragon, and a giant ghost. Finally, Ning Xiaochuan inhaled, and all his vitality flew back into his body and integrated into his blood. Is this the 8th level of the Lanzun realm? Situ Jing widened his eyes and said. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, "That's right. I'm also the 8th level of the Earth Reverence realm. Why can't I control my vitality to such a degree? Forget it, I can't compare with you. You have cultivated Tianwu vitality, and it's normal to produce some wonderful changes." Situ Jingdao. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Although I convert the vitality in my body into Tianwu vitality in advance, it is more difficult for me to break through the realm." Say not necessarily, you have entered the realm of heaven and man, and I still stay in the realm of earth. Situ Jing said, "It's not so exaggerated. I have calculated that I need to practice hard for at least 1 year to reach the 9th level of Dizun territory. To understand the martial way and the ladder of heaven is another natural moat for us martial artists." Lei Yi also narrowly escaped death and broke through the realm in frustration and hatred. Ning Xiaochuan laughed, "It's not difficult to hit the 9th weight of the earth Suanjing. The bone marrow in the backbone of this 9-level Xian beast is enough to support us all to cultivate to the 9th weight of the earth Suanjing. However, this is your booty, and it's so precious." Situ Jing said. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Anyway, after reaching the 9th weight of the earth Zun territory, the bone marrow of the 9th level Xian beast is useless to me. Take out the utensils first." "Thank you." Situ Jing didn't know what to say. After all, Ning Xiaochuan had helped him too much. If you say too much, it will appear hypocritical. This kind of friend is hard to meet in this life. Situ Jing took away the bone marrow spiritual liquid needed by the 9th level of the impact of the earth, and Ning Xiaochuan put away the spine of the 9th level Xian beast, ready to move towards the source of the Ghost River. If you continue to practice in seclusion, perhaps in another month, Ning Xiaochuan will be able to step into the 9th level of the land. However, the water of life and miraculous drugs at the source of the Ghost River may have been taken away. The party set out again, followed the road on the map, and rushed to the source of the Ghost River. 5 days later, they entered a black forest, filled with black fog, giving people a gloomy feeling. Ah! Curious, there is no black forest on the map. Situ Jingdao. Ning Xiaochuan's face showed a happy look and said, This is the Black Fog Ghost Original." The Black Fog Ghost Original was actually carried to the Burial God Mountain by spatial fluctuations. If nothing happens, Yu Ningxing should still be in this ghost land. Of course, she may also go to other secret places in Shinshan. Yu Ningxing's talent and wisdom are very high. Maybe she has found the magic medicine in advance to heal her injury. Compared with Ning Xiaochuan's excitement, Situ Jing and Zen Toad changed greatly. The 100,000-mile Black Fog Ghost was originally a place that the mysterious beast masters in the wilderness dared not easily break into. It is said that there was an extremely powerful giant ghost king who once devoured heaven and man. I have to enter the Black Fog Ghost Forest to find a friend of mine. You don't need to go on an adventure with me. You can bypass the Black Fog Ghost Forest and go directly to the source of the Ghost River. Ning Xiaochuan rode. I have no opinion. Even if Brother Ning wants to break through the flames, I will accompany him. Situ Jing cut gold and cut iron. Monk Tanqian picked up a few black stones from the ground, and after some calculation, he said, The world in the Buried God Mountain and the world in the Black Fog Ghost Land have been twisted together, forming a vast chaotic land of more than 100,000 miles. We must cross the Black Fog Ghost Land, because the source of the Ghost River is no longer on the original map, but in the depths of the Ghost Land. Come and see, there is a body here. The Zen toad has a sensitive sense of smell and finds a mutilated corpse from a piece of gravel. The heart of the corpse was taken away, and the skin of the whole body became dark, but the hair was blood red. It seemed that it didn't die long, and there were still drops of black blood on the ground. Ning Xiaochuan and Situ Jing rushed there immediately. Looking at his clothes, he should be a martial arts expert of the Yan nationality. It seems that the Yan nationality must have been attacked by ghost slaves in the Black Fog Ghost Forest. Situ Jingdao. Wow. The dead body, which was already dead, suddenly opened his eyes, showed sharp fangs in his mouth, and bit at the neck of the Zen toad. Zen toad instinctively shot, slapped down, and beat the dead body to pieces. Grandmas are already dead, incredibly dare to bite me. If you are still alive, I will eat you. Zen toad spit hard on the ground and wiped the black blood on his hands on his clothes. Pa. Monk Tanqian slapped Zen toad on the head and angrily said, "People in Buddhism, don't kill." "Master, I'm just thinking." Zen toad saw Monk Tanqian and immediately withered, bowed his head and said with a smile, "Pa." Monk Tanqian slapped him again and said, "You can't even think about it. How can you become a Buddha if you have the idea of killing animals in your heart?" Yes, Master is right." Zen toad dared not argue and greeted him with a smile. Ning Xiaochuan followed the trace of Yan's retreat and headed for the Black Fog Ghost Forest. On the way, he encountered more than a dozen dead bodies. There are also 3 dead bodies wearing Lei Clan costumes. Among them, an old man once fought with Ning Xiaochuan, who had the 9th level of martial arts cultivation in the territory of Dizun, but now he has become a headless corpse. Ning Xiaochuan made a fire and burned the dead bodies on the ground to ashes, saying, "It seems that the warriors of Lei and Yan have joined together." Situ Jing frowned deeply and said, "I'm very curious." The ancestors of Lei and Yan, who both had heaven and earth, met how powerful ghosts and slaves, and even the characters of heaven and earth couldn't protect them. Ning Xiaochuan thought for a moment and said, "I think the strong man in heaven and man must be out of the ranks of the 2 races, and he should go elsewhere." They pursued the traces of the battle and continued to drive forward until they went deep into the Black Fog Ghost Land for more than 10,000 miles, and finally saw the warriors of the Lei and Yan families. They were trapped in a canyon. The martial arts strongmen of the 2 races used more than a dozen 8th-grade xuanqi to prop up a protective barrier and seal the valley entrance. Outside the canyon, dozens of ghost slaves gathered. Some were more than 10 feet tall, and some were just 5 or 6-year-old children. Their breath was very strong, and they were wrapped in black fog, making a ghostly hell. Even if it was just a child ghost slave, the combat power was comparable to the 9th heaviest warrior in the territory. He raised his hand and threw a hill into the valley. Boom! The hill hit the enchantment and was smashed by a tripod-shaped 8-pin xuanqi. It didn't hit the valley. In the valley, the warriors of Lei and Yan are very uneasy and afraid. Half of them were injured in the previous war, and their wounds were deteriorating. A wisp of ghost gas was eroding their bodies, making their skin blackened, and their hair and pupils began to turn blood red. Naturally, there are also senior mental health practitioners in the 2 races, but they have nothing to do with ghost qi. They can only watch those injured turn into ghost slaves. Ow! A Yan woman with tusks in her mouth and long blood-red hair on her head grabbed at the heart of a senior heart therapist. Pooh! The senior cardiologist's heart was pierced by her and the heart was taken out of the body. She was about to swallow it. Bang! Thunder slapped on the woman's head, half of her body burst open, and her bloody heart rolled to the ground again. Kill all those who were injured by ghost slaves. When they become ghost slaves, they will attack us. Lei Yi said. Ning Xiaochuan, Situ Jing, Zen Toad and Tanqian monk stood in the jungle in the distance, looking at the direction of the valley. It seems that it is time to give the Lei clan a fatal blow. Ning Xiaochuan took out the single round star ball and squeezed it in his hand. Situ Jing said, "Ning Xiaochuan, are you? Those ghost slaves can't break the barrier at the mouth of the valley, because they have only brute force, and they don't know that the barrier also has the weakest point. Naturally, I want to help them and give them a chance to enter the valley." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Since the Lei clan has sent Lei Ao to kill Ning Xiaochuan will not be merciful to them. If they can escape this disaster, they will certainly continue to pay Ning Xiaochuan. In that case, why not start first? Ning Xiaochuan turned the Tianwu vitality in his body and sacrificed the single round star ball into a huge star, blooming with dazzling brilliance. Situ Jing and Zen Toad also burned Shuyuan, played a white column of light, blasted into a single round of star ball, and mobilized half of the power of the Jiuping Xuanqi. Under heaven and man, only Ning Xiaochuan can mobilize half of the power of Jiuping Xuanqi. Because his body has Tianwu vitality. And, what do you think it is? Yan Mingzhu stood in the valley, graceful, still very beautiful, with a surprised look in her eyes, staring at the huge star slowly rising. Yan Mingzhu's aunt is the white-haired woman who makes Lei Ao feel taboo. She is somewhat similar to Yan Mingzhu, but her martial arts cultivation is more than 10 times that of Yan Mingzhu. The white-haired woman's eyes shot 3 feet of light, through the black fog, saw Ning Xiaochuan's 4 people outside the valley, his face slightly changed, and said, "Oh, no. Jiuping Xuanqi. It's Situ Jing and Ning Xiaochuan. They should want to deal with the Lei people, but we Yan people suffer. Has the martial arts cultivation of Situ Jing been abolished?" Yan Mingzhu showed an unbelievable look. The white-haired woman's face was dignified, and she didn't answer. She just mobilized her inner strength, propped up a circle of light fog, and wrapped her and Yan Mingzhu in the light fog. She has the cultivation of the 5th step of the heaven ladder, which is invincible under the realm of heaven and man. The body protection divine light condensed out may not be able to break even the 9th grade Xuanqi. Outside the valley, the huge star crashed down, hitting the weak place of the barrier clan at the mouth of the valley, depressing the barrier and sinking constantly. Bang! The border was shattered. Poof! Poof! Several martial artists of Yan and Lei nationalities, the 9th most respected in the territory, vomited blood at their mouths, flew backward, and their viscera were shattered. Those martial artists who entered the ladder of heaven were also impacted by the power of Jiuping Xuanqi and kept retreating, which was difficult to resist. At the moment when the border was broken, all the ghost slaves guarding outside the valley gave out a happy howl, turned into ghost shadows, rushed into the canyon, killed into the martial camp of the 2 races, dug the heart of the martial artist, and drank the blood of the martial artist. For them, only by constantly drawing the blood of living people and devouring the hearts of living people, their cultivation will become stronger. It's over. An elder of the Lei clan stared at dozens of ghost slaves rushing in, and his face was deathly gray. Yan clan and Lei clan also have a number of martial artists who reach the 5-step ladder. They began to break through and flee to the valley. At this time, I can't worry about others at all. It's good to be able to escape. Shua. The white-haired woman's cultivation was strong, and she wrapped Yan Mingzhu with the magic light of body protection, which turned into a white streamer and rushed out of the valley. She did not immediately escape and fell into the hiding place of Ning Xiaochuan and others. Ning Xiaochuan had already called out the Xianqi doll, which was 12 meters high, like a skeleton god of death, guarding behind him. Ning Xiaochuan saw this white-haired woman at the auction and knew that she was a senior member of the Yan nationality. However, he didn't mean to be afraid of her at all. He said, "The person I want to deal with is the Lei nationality. If you Yan people want to escape, I can let you go." The white-haired woman snorted coldly and said, "No one has ever dared to be so arrogant in front of me, Yan Shuai. If I want to kill you, even if you have 9 Xuanqi in your hand, you will also die." Ning Xiaochuan looked at her with the same momentum as her, and said, "If you dare to fight, Lei Ao is your end." "Lei Ao was killed by you?" The white-haired woman was slightly surprised, and her eyes couldn't help looking at the huge skeleton behind Ning Xiaochuan. Her mind is very strong, and she can clearly feel the terrible power bred in the skeleton. It is cold and frightening, just like the ghost crawling out of hell. Her cultivation is also better than Lei Ao. If Lei Ao really dies in the hands of this skeleton, Ning Xiaochuan's strength can't be ignored. Phew! In the canyon not far away, an electric light rushed out. A gray-haired old man with Lei escaped from the canyon and flew not far away from Ning Xiaochuan and others. This white-haired old man is a martial artist who climbed the fourth step of the ladder. His name is Lei Yun. He is also one of the top 10 strong men of the Lei clan. He has a high ranking in the Lei clan and is the younger brother of the Lei clan's old ancestors. Lei Yun's eyes were extremely sharp. He stared at Ning Xiaochuan and said, "Yan Shui, join hands with me to get rid of this son. With the strength of both of us, even if he has the means to connect heaven, there is only one way out." Yan Shui was meditating and didn't immediately promise Lei Yun. She has some taboos about the black skeleton standing behind Ning Xiaochuan. Lei Yun stared at Yan Shui one by one and said, "Just because of this son's attack, the enchantment was broken, and your Yan family's warriors were almost wiped out. Are you going to let him go? Kuala, or are you scared by him?" Ning Xiaochuan just looked on coldly and said, "Even if I don't break the barrier, you won't last long. Today, none of you Lei clan is doomed to escape, so why drag Yan clan into the water? Boy, I will abolish you now." Lei Yun's body turned into a flash of lightning, so fast that there was almost no trace. He wanted to kill Ning Xiaochuan with the momentum of thunder. Bang! A dark shadow flashed past. Lei Yun then flew out upside down and rolled to the ground. The arm of his right hand was separated from his body, and blood gushed from his shoulder. The black skeleton stood in front of Ning Xiaochuan, holding Lei Yun's arm in his hand. On his arm, he was still bleeding. Lei Yun hurriedly ran the vitality in his body, stopped the blood flow on his shoulder, stared at the 12-meter-high huge skeleton in horror, trembling all over, and said, "No wonder Lei Ao will die. It turns out that you have a death puppet in your hand." Yan Shui's eyes changed slightly, and finally saw the power of the black skeleton. He hurriedly said, "This is your Lei clan and his gratitude and resentment, which has nothing to do with us Yan clan. Yan Shui is ready to leave with Yan Mingzhu." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Wait." Yan Shui's heart sank slightly, but he restrained his anger and said, "Ning Xiaochuan, we Yan people have never done anything sorry for you, and there is no resentment between us." Ning Xiaochuan shook his head, pointed to Yan Mingzhu, and said, "You Yan people have no grudges with me, but they have grudges with my friends. Since Miss Yan is already my friend's fiancée, why do you choose to withdraw from marriage and marry Lei again? Has my friend agreed?" Yan Shui said, "At that time, Situ Jing was plotted by others, and his cultivation continued to decline, and he could hardly achieve anything in his life. However, my niece's martial arts talent was extremely excellent, and her beauty was unparalleled. They were doomed not to be the same people. What happened to the dissolution of the marriage? Besides, their Situ elders also agreed on this matter." Ning Xiaochuan's voice sank and said, "It's natural and reasonable to dissolve the engagement. However, I only ask, has this matter been approved by my friend?" Yan Shui was speechless, because this matter was indeed not approved by Situ Jing. After Situ Jing's cultivation was abolished, Yan Mingzhu had decided not to marry him, but to marry Lei of the Lei family. The elders of Yan nationality are naturally willing to marry Lei nationality for the sake of family interests. So the big men of the two clans negotiated with Situ Nanlai, the current king of Situ clan, and wanted Situ Nanlai to promise to dissolve the marriage in exchange for some interests. Situ Nanlai didn't want Situ Jing to have a relationship with Yan nationality, so naturally he readily agreed. The Yan people successfully dissolved their marriage, and Situ people got benefits. However, all grievances must be borne by Situ Jing, who was laughed at, beaten and scolded by Lei people, and expelled from his home by Situ family. Situ Jing put this matter down and didn't want to pursue it anymore, because he didn't want to fight against a woman, nor could he fight against a woman. Therefore, choose silence. However, as a friend of Situ Jing, Ning Xiaochuan didn't have so many scruples, and it was natural to seek justice for his friends. Yan Mingzhu clenched her teeth, and her eyes looked very complicated. She didn't expect that Situ Jing would turn over that day. Yan Shui bit her lips and teeth tightly and said, "What do you want to do?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "Now that the three parties are here and my friend's cultivation has been restored, please choose Miss Yan Mingzhu again. She can choose my friend or Lei Yi, and the decision is in her hands." Yan Shui said, "What if she still chose Lei Yi?" Ning Xiaochuan said, "Then she belongs to the Lei nationality woman. I can only kill her today." Yan Shui has understood Ning Xiaochuan's meaning. Ning Xiaochuan is asking Yan Mingzhu to pay for her original decision. If Yan Mingzhu chooses Lei Yi, she is doomed to die. If Yan Mingzhu chooses Situ Jing, he is doomed to be rejected by Situ Jing and his dignity is trampled. Want her life? Or dignity? This is a difficult problem in front of Yan Mingzhu. Lei Yi was also extremely nervous at the moment, staring at Yan Mingzhu tightly, and said, "Mingzhu, you must not choose Situ Jing, he will never accept you again. Once you choose him, it means that you will be immediately abandoned by him, and there will be no dignity from then on." Lei Yi will naturally be nervous, because if Yan Mingzhu chooses Situ Jing, not only Yan Mingzhu's dignity will be humiliated, but also his dignity. For martial artists who have reached their level of cultivation, dignity is more important than anything. Once there is no dignity, no matter how firm the martial heart is, there will be flaws. Ning Xiaochuan just looked at all this indifferently. Yan Mingzhu was responsible for the whole incident. She only cared about her own feelings, regardless of the humiliation Situ Jing suffered. In Ning Xiaochuan's view, she is even more hateful than Yao Lanqin. Only by letting her taste the humiliation, can she know how to respect people in the future. Yan Mingzhu came out from behind Yan Shui, slim and graceful, with a unique style. She is definitely a real beauty, and will become the focus of everyone wherever she goes. Without any hesitation, she walked towards Situ Jing with deep tenderness in her eyes and said, "I told you at the Yan auction house that Lei Yi and I were married by family elders, and I had no choice at all. If you really give me another chance to choose and put aside all the constraints, I will choose you. Can you accept me?" Her eyes were misty, pitiful, and affectionate. If someone else sees her eyes, she will melt them. She will believe anything she says unconditionally. However, Situ Jing's determination was firm, and he had no intention of trusting her anymore. He just said faintly, "Sorry. We are not suitable. From now on, we don't owe each other." Lei Yi's 5 fingers tightly clasped his palm, grabbed the blood, and burst out laughing. "Today I can see what a woman's heart looks like? Situ Jing, congratulations on making the most correct decision." "Wow." Lei Yi, holding a purple dragon gun, stabbed Yan Mingzhu's vest. Yan Shui, who stood by the side, reached out faster, stretched out a finger and pointed out, penetrating Lei Yi's heart. Although Lei Yi's heart is broken, his soul and fighting spirit are still alive. He continues to stab out the spear. Even if he dies, he will also pull Yan Mingzhu, the bitch, to be buried with him. Poof. Yan Shui waved a palm knife again and cut Lei Yi's hands off in the air. Lei Yi finally fell to the ground, his eyes staring at the sky, and he didn't close his eyes when he died. Yan Mingzhu, who was a little lost, left Yan Shui and disappeared into the jungle. Ba. Monk Tanqian folded his hands and recited a Buddhist name. Zen Toad laughed happily. "This is what Buddhism calls retribution. What kind of person should be punished?" Seeing Ning Xiaochuan and others relax their vigilance, Lei Yun shot again, and with the momentum of lightning, he played the martial magic power, and a huge handprint was covered and pressed down. He is a strong man who has reached the level of the 4th step of the ladder of heaven. His power is naturally not trivial. The power of one palm is enough to cut off mountains and rivers. Ning Xiaochuan is always paying attention to him. How can he be given a chance? Move. Ning Xiaochuan read a word in his mouth. The black skeleton turned into a dark shadow and rushed out, punching Lei Yun into the ground. The earth was made a huge hole, and the ground was full of cracks. Lei Yun suffered a heavy blow, and his martial arts magical powers naturally dispersed, causing no damage to Ning Xiaochuan and others at all. Boom! Boom! The black skeleton pounded down one punch after another until he beat Lei Yun into a ball of blood mud. Close! Ning Xiaochuan took back the black skeleton and turned it into a palm-sized basalt doll. With only 2 short shots, the ground product Xianqi on the chest of the Xianqi doll consumed 1/3. The fighting power of the Xianqi doll is indeed strong, but the consumption of the ground Xianqi is too large. If you fight with the strong in heaven and earth, you can fight for dozens of rounds at most, and the ground Xianqi will be consumed. If you can find other ground Xianqi. Ning Xiaochuan sighed and put the Xianqi doll away. Lei Yun and Lei Yi found a total of 5 heaven and earth cloth bags, which naturally also contained a large number of basalt and treasures. However, to Ning Xiaochuan's disappointment, there is still no ground Xianqi. We have to leave here at once. Looking at the direction of the canyon, Monk Tanqian said with some worry. The battle on the other side of the canyon is almost over. It is estimated that few Yan and lay people can escape. When those ghost slaves get rid of them, they will certainly come to pay Ning Xiaochuan and others. Ning Xiaochuan knew that ghosts and slaves were difficult to deal with, and it was by no means a good thing to be watched by them. They set out again and drove towards the central area of the Black Fog Ghost Land. Yan Shuai and Yan Mingzhu are also rushing to the central area of the Black Fog Ghost Land, like 2 slim ghost shadows, with an amazing speed. Suddenly, Yan Mingzhu stopped. Yan Shuai also stopped and said, "Feel your dignity being trampled? Aunt. I hate it." Yan Mingzhu's eyes were extremely cold, his fingers were tightly pinched, and the cold air emanating from his body froze the ground around him into solid ice. Yan Shuai said, "It's good to know hate. Knowing shame and then being brave is also the driving force for cultivating martial arts. The dignity lost in the hands of who, go to whose hand to find it back. Situ Jing did it. If you can do it, then you will become the final winner." Yan Mingzhu said, "The person more hateful than Situ Jing is Ning Xiaochuan. I will definitely let him return the dignity lost in his hands. Although I know I can't change your will, I still want to remind you that it's best not to provoke Ning Xiaochuan again. There must be a big man behind this sun." Yan Shuai's martial arts cultivation is close to heaven and man, and he can clearly feel the unusual breath on Ning Xiaochuan. That breath, even she felt fear. If Yan Mingzhu doesn't know good or bad, going to Fu Ning Xiaochuan is likely to be the end of moths to the fire. Yan Mingzhu had regarded Ning Xiaochuan as the #1 enemy, but her beautiful eyes were cold, and she couldn't listen to any advice at all. "Brother Ning, do you know how miserable it will be if you offend a woman?" Situ Jing, with a purple spear on his back, walked steadily on the black leaves. That spear is Lei Yi's soldier. The purple dragon spear is a treasure of Lei family. Ning Xiaochuan thought for a moment and said, "It's terrible." "Then do you still offend Yan Mingzhu? She will certainly retaliate against you, and by all means." Situ Jing was a little worried. "It doesn't exist. Anyway, I have offended women who are more cruel than her." Ning Xiaochuan seemed very optimistic and did not take Yan Mingzhu to heart. They walked in the dark fog Gillen for more than 10 days. During the day, they hurried to find Yu Ningxing, hoping to find the mark she left. "In the evening, I look for a secret place to hide. Because at night, the power of ghost slaves will become more powerful. Ning Xiaochuan naturally won't rest, and continues to refine the bone marrow of the 9th level Shan beast, striving to reach the 9th level of the land Zuanjing as soon as possible. Until the 17th day, I finally heard the sound of water in the forest. I rushed along the sound of water and finally saw the Ghost River. As long as you drive upstream along the Ghost River, you will be able to reach the source of the Ghost River. Situ Jing seemed quite excited. Ning Xiaochuan said cautiously, however, you have to be careful. Other big clan children, Taoist sect members, and high-level Shan beasts are likely to rush to the source of the Ghost River, and we may encounter them at any time. Situ Jing said, besides, we have to be careful of the 2 women of Yan clan. They may hide in the dark and sneak attack. Ning Xiaochuan's heart moved, and his face showed a happy look. The double-headed stone beast and the humanoid stone beast are completely integrated. The heart-nourishing tripod flew out of the mind, suspended in the void, the top cover was opened, and a red glow rushed out of it. Ow! A monster roar. The double-headed stone rushed out of the heart-nourishing tripod, and his whole body was covered with hot magma, and his huge body fell heavily into the black jungle. The high temperature on the body made the trees in the jungle burn, forming a forest fire. Ow! The double-headed stone beast's body became 200 meters high, and the rock became more condensed, with a very thick breath. Its mouth sent out a long howl, shaking the earth and mountains, and even the Ghost River was rolling fiercely. Zen Toad said, "Good guy. It's probably better than me now, but I have ancient blood. If I use the magic power left by my ancestors, it's enough to break it." Situ Jing looked at the behemoth in front of him and said, "I'm afraid its combat effectiveness can be comparable to that of the warrior who climbed the 2nd step of the ladder." Ning Xiaochuan also nodded with satisfaction. The combat effectiveness of the double-headed stone beast has indeed improved to a big level. Come back. Ning Xiaochuan took the double-headed stone beast back into the Shan beast's mirror, and then continued to rush to the upper reaches of the Ghost River. They found the traces left by other human warriors on the bank of the Ghost River. It was obvious that someone had gone to the source of the Ghost River 1 step ahead of them. 7th day. They finally reached the source of the Ghost River. As soon as they looked up, they could see the black waterfall hanging above the mountain. As long as you climb this mountain, you can find the Spring of Life, which is the source of the Ghost River. However, they were intercepted. The Fountain of Life has a master. Please go back. A man covered with silver fish scales came out and stood on a boulder, staring at Ning Xiaochuan and others, coldly. Ning Xiaochuan glanced at him and said, "It's a joke. The Spring of Life is the strength of heaven and earth. How can there be a master? If you're told to get out quickly. What's so much nonsense? The Spring of Life has been occupied by the 4th prince of our Holy Fish clan and Princess Diyu of Tsanghu clan. If human warriors dare to provoke, they will die." The silver scale man said. "One is wearing a red belly. Pocket sex." The feeling woman stepped out with a white fluffy fox tail on her plump hips, peeped out from the skirt, and said with a smile, "Even the 2 proud women of the Yan nationality have retreated. Do you dare to break in? Young people, learn to bear." A 3-meter-tall man came out of the forest, dragging 2 dead bodies in his hands, and throwing them in front of Ning Xiaochuan and others. With a ferocious smile, he said, "In northern Xinjiang, our Shan beast alien race is the master. You human beings had better be honest. Otherwise, this is the end." Situ Jing stared at the 2 dead bodies on the ground, his face changed, and said, "These are the 2 elders of Situ clan, both experts who have reached the ladder of heaven realm." Hey! It turned out to be the clan elders of Situ clan. Their blood is really delicious. Like medicinal spring, it has increased my cultivation a lot. The big man showed a sharp tooth and laughed recklessly. Situ Jing was extremely angry and said, "Aren't you afraid of Situ family revenge?" Haha. When standing in front of the Holy Fish King, the king of Situ family must bow down. What are you? A 3-meter-tall man seems to hear the funniest joke in the world. In the distance, many human monks gathered and stood on a mountain, looking at the direction of the source of the Ghost River from a distance. Who is that? It seems that he is not a disciple of our 9 families and the 4 Avenue Temple. A beautiful woman in Taoist robes stared at Ning Xiaochuan's 4 people from a distance, trying to see their origins. A man wearing armor frowned slightly and said, "The Holy Fish clan and Songhu clan have occupied the Spring of Life. Once human monks get close, they will be suppressed, and they are estimated to be no exception." No way. The Holy Fish King and the 3-tailed Songhu King are both animal kings in the wilderness, and their cultivation is extremely strong. Even your ancestors are quite taboo about them. The 4 princes of the Holy Fish clan and the Princess Diyu of the Songhu clan are both wizards of Tianzong. It is estimated that they want to use the power of the Spring of Life to impact the heaven and man. With them 2 sitting at the source of the Ghost River, who can break in unless it is the heaven and man? Unfortunately, all the ancestors have gone to bury the main mountain of Shinshan. Even if there are treasures at the source of the Ghost River, it will not be our human monks. Human warriors of all ethnic groups gathered not far from the source of the Ghost River. They all came to look for psychic miracles. However, everyone was blocked by the subordinates of the 2 great Xian beasts. Anyone who dared to approach was skinned and turned into the human flesh medicine of the Xian beasts. Zihanyan also stood in the camp of human warriors, fresh and refined, charming, with a pair of bright eyes staring at the direction of the black waterfall. 2 elders of the Purple clan followed her and guarded her safety. When she saw Ning Xiaochuan, her heart was filled with joy. It turned into a purple streamer and flew to the direction of the black waterfall. "Ning Xiaochuan, you can't break through here." The voice of purple smoke is soft and beautiful, with a fragrance like Lingbo fairy. 2 purple-robed elders followed behind her, protecting her safety and guarding against the 3 high-level mysterious beasts that turned into human shapes in the distance. Ning Xiaochuan asked, "Why not?" Zihanyan was very taboo to the 3 high-level mysterious beasts that turned into human shapes in the distance, and said, "I heard that the strong men of the Lei family want to deal with you and seize the 9 great mysterious tools in your hands. You must be careful in the burial mountain. The old ancestors believed that you were very appreciative and intended to attract you into the Purple family, or you would still walk with us, and at least have one care." She didn't know that other monks of the Lei clan had died cleanly except the ancestor of the Lei clan. If she knew, I'm afraid she would look at Ning Xiaochuan with another kind of eyes. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Is the Holy Fish King and the 3-tailed Song Fox King very powerful? You purple people dare not provoke them?" Zihanyan seemed unwilling to mention them more and avoided their names, saying, "First leave here, they are the 2 masters in the wilderness, and the 9 families are unwilling to provoke them, otherwise they will cause great disaster." In the distance, a man covered with silver scales laughed, "This girl knows current affairs. What kind of woman are you?" Zihanyan frowned slightly, and said in an unassuming way, "Zizu, Zihanyan. I've heard the name of Yinlin clan for a long time. Should you be the beast general of Yinlin clan?" The Silver Scale clan is one of the 6 mysterious beast races under the Holy Fish throne. I am the 4th beast general of the Silver Scale clan, Mu Tiancheng. Girl, would you like to be my maid? The man with silver scales laughed. High-level Xian beasts can be transformed into human forms, which can be connected with human nature. Among them, many high-level Xian beasts will catch some beautiful human women and raise them in captivity as maids and women. Slaves, arch them to drive and lust. Happy. If these maids have relations with high-level Xian beasts, they can also conceive and give birth to the lower half human and half beast. Most of the half-human and half-beast aliens are unable to cultivate martial arts and inherit the powerful physique of the Xian beast because of congenital deficiencies, and eventually become the lowest slaves in the Xian beast group. Only a few species can produce a rebellious constitution, but their status is still quite humble. It doesn't belong to Xian beast or human. Hearing the words of the silver scale man, Purple Hanyan's face changed slightly. A purple-robed old man standing behind her came out, bowed to the man covered with silver scales, and said, "Dear Beast General, our miss is the granddaughter of the king of the purple family, and she has a noble position. If the Beast General really wants to accept maids, we purple family can send another 100 to the silver scale family." A man covered with silver, his eyes red, staring at the purple Hanyan naked. "The more you see it, the more you feel that the daughter's beauty is amazing." With a sneer, you said, "It's the granddaughter of the purple family king. In that case, I'll marry her as a Taoist companion. In the future, I will definitely go to the purple family to propose marriage to the purple family king. But today, she must go with me." The purple-robed old man's eyes were cold and said, "Our purple family is also a big family with ancient inheritance. Don't deceive people too much. Don't be ignorant. I've given you enough face of the purple clan." On the arm of the man with silver scales, silver light came out, turned into a huge hand dozens of meters long, and grabbed at the purple smoke. "Don't take my miss." The purple-robed old man raised his hands and condensed a spherical purple flame. The purple flame kept rotating, and the temperature became higher and higher, like turning into a stove, attacking the man covered with silver scales. The purple-robed old man is the 9th-level master of the Earth Zune realm. He uses the martial arts magic of Hunyuan purple fire to specifically restrain the mysterious beast in the water and wants to drive the silver scale man back. With a strange smile, the silver scale man slapped down and broke the huge purple fireball. A man who didn't even understand the ladder of heaven dared to fight with this seat. He really didn't know what to do. The silver scale man turned into a silver streamer, stretched out a claw full of scales, and broke the protective vitality of the purple-robed old man. The purple-robed old man was stunned, and the soles of his feet severely stepped on the ground, and the soil surged up from the bottom of the ground, casting a high wall 3 feet thick. The high wall is wrapped by vitality, with a layer of metallic color. Bang! Behind the man with silver scales, a huge silver fish was condensed. The fish's tail swayed, smashing the wall and punching the old man in purple on the chest. Click! The purple-robed old man's chest was punctured, his ribs were all broken, a mouthful of blood came out of his mouth, and his body kept retreating. The silver scale man chased up, slapped the head of the old man in purple into his neck with a lightning speed, stretched out his hand to take out the heart of the old man in purple and put it into his mouth. Bravo, bravo! The silver scale man chews and tastes delicious. The heart of a human warrior is like a high-level shandan to improve his cultivation. Eating the heart of the 9th heaviest warrior in the land of honor, the cultivation of the silver scale man can be greatly improved. Mu Tiancheng, you've gone too far. If you kill the warriors of the purple clan openly, you must pay a price. Another purple-robed old man was so angry that he trembled. Our silver scale clan is still afraid of your purple clan? The silver scale man's hands were full of blood. He walked towards the purple smoke with a smile on his mouth and said, "Little girl, come with me. Don't force me to use force. It's not good for you. Purple girl, you step back first and leave it to me." Ning Xiaochuan naturally won't forget the kindness of the purple family. This little thing can still be solved. Zihanyan gently shook his head and said, "Let me solve it. After all, I'm the granddaughter of the king of the purple family, and the silver scale family doesn't dare to really do anything to me. You leave with your friends quickly, so as not to be stared at by them." Seeing Ning Xiaochuan and Zihanyan's words were quite intimate, the silver scale man suddenly showed a killing intention in his eyes and sneered, don't go either. It's just that I'm going to hit the realm of a high-level 9-level Xian beast and swallow your heart, which should help me. Boom. With a wave of the silver scale man's arm, a large silver scale flew out, with hundreds of pieces. Each scale is extremely sharp, wrapped by silver light, marking hundreds of silver light marks. Ning Xiaochuan's palm condensed Tianwu vitality and turned into a golden barrier. On the top of the barrier, ripples like water lines appear, sweeping all scales in. Phew, phew. The silver scales fly back at a faster speed. The silver scale man was slightly surprised, his sleeve shook, and a mysterious shield like a turtle shell flew out, blocking all the silver scales. Bang bang. A series of bangs. All the silver scales fell to the ground. No wonder so ignorant of heaven and earth, but a little capable. The silver scale man suddenly kicked on the ground, and his body rushed out like a silver arrow leaving the string, hitting a handprint. His palm was 5 times larger than that of a normal human, full of scales, and there was a silver flame in the center of his palm. The temperature of the flame is not hot, but flowing with wisps of cold air. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes were sharp, and he strode forward. Lightning light flowed from every pore on his arm, and he also hit it with one palm. A huge lightning claw emerged from the palm, with black scales and extremely sharp claw prints. This is the magic power of Lightning Beast. Since Ning Xiaochuan cultivated Tianwu vitality, the Lightning Beast has become more solid, just like a beast claw made of steel, with unbreakable destructive power. He even suspected that if he practiced this move to the extreme, he might be able to truly cultivate a Lightning Beast from his body. Boom. 2 palms hit together. The Lightning Beast claw tore the silver scale man's palm out of a bloodstain, and the scales were broken, and the flesh and blood turned outward. Lightning drilled into the wound, cleaved into the flesh and blood of the silver scale man, and hit the bone. The silver scale man made a muffled sound in his mouth and immediately backed away. He only felt that the blood of the whole arm was cut off by lightning, half of his body was unconscious, and his heart was very angry. He pinched the turtle shell ancient shield in his hand and smashed it fiercely at Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan shot faster than him. Once again, he used a lightning magic power to smash the turtle shell and ancient shield in his hand out into the soil. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan turned his palm into a knife, cleaved out Tianwu vitality, and broke the silver scale man's protective vitality, leaving a foot-long blood mark on his neck. Bang bang. There are 3 palm knives in a row. The silver scale man was split upside down, and 3 bloody scars appeared on his body. His whole body was covered with silver scales, but he couldn't stop Tianwu's vitality. If it weren't for his strong body, he would have been cut into several sections. Ow! The silver scale man was extremely angry, and his mouth gave a long whistle. The body emits dazzling silver light, and tens of thousands of silver drops condense in the air, like light spots suspended in the void. The silver water drop completely surrounded Ning Xiaochuan, and attacked him at the same time, turning into a huge silver water ball, which imprisoned Ning Xiaochuan inside. This is the Silver Scale Clan's gifted magic power, Tai Divine Water. Every drop of water weighs 10,000 jin. Only when you reach the level of level 9 Xian Beast, the innate magical powers in your body will awaken. Qua qua. A human boy dares to fight with me, and he doesn't know how to die. The Silver Scale Man snorted coldly. As soon as his voice fell, a loud noise broke out. Bang! A column of red flame rushed out of the silver water ball and split the Tai Divine Water. Ning Xiaochuan stood in the void with an ancient bronze lamp in his hand, and pointed at the Silver Scale Man with a look of arrogance. You are the one who doesn't know how to die. A huge 3-legged firebird flew out of the bronze ancient lamp and flew out along Ning Xiaochuan's fingers. Wow! The 3-legged firebird was wrapped in flames, like a fiery sun, and stretched out a huge claw to tear the Silver Scale Man to pieces. The terrible power of fire burnt his body to ashes. The lamp oil of the bronze ancient lamp uses the blood of the warrior in the fourth step of the heaven ladder, which is naturally much more powerful than before. Is it just a beast that can resist? Ning Xiaochuan, holding an ancient bronze lamp, fell from the sky. He was wrapped by divine light, like a young god coming to the world, and the other two high-level mysterious beasts in the distance retreated slightly. Bold! You dare to kill the beast under the holy fish throne. No matter who you are, you will die miserably in the burial mountain. The 3-meter-tall man knew that he was not Ning Xiaochuan's opponent. He let out a long roar in his mouth, which reached the top of the mountain and sent a message to the 4 princes of the holy fish family. Zen Toad smiled coldly and said, "The beast under the holy fish throne will be killed. He deserved it. I really don't believe it. How dare you treat us? Your Excellency has such a big tone that he doesn't even pay attention to the holy fish king. I'm afraid no one has such a big tone in the whole wilderness." The woman with a white fluffy fox tail smiled coldly. Really? Zen Toad took out a token, shown at the big man and the fox woman, and said, "To tell you the truth, we are the people of Lord Qingba. What kind of thing are you, and dare to be enemies with King Qingba?" King Qing. The 3-meter-tall man and the fox woman were slightly surprised and stared at the token in the hand of Zen Toad. On the top of the Black Mountain, dozens of high-level Shan beasts took off. They can all be transformed into human shapes, and they are at least 7-level Shan beasts. Some become beautiful women, some become scholars in white, and some become old and rickety men. The person standing in the front is a scholar in white. He is the scribe beside the 4 princes of the holy fish family, but he is not a servant. His cultivation has reached the level of a high-level 9-level Shan beast. Among the Shan beasts, it has been regarded as a very powerful existence. The scholar in white had a fair face, and with a bit of bookish anger, he slightly stared at the 3-meter-tall man and said, "How could Mutian Ken of the Silver Scale family be killed? This little thing can't be done well. How can you work for the 4th prince? I think you want to suffer the punishment of bone eating." The 3-meter-tall man hurriedly knelt on the ground and said, "Master Shushi, please say a few good words around the 4th prince. It's really not our fault. They are the subordinates of the king of Qing. The subordinates of the king of Qinghe." The scholar in white was also slightly surprised and looked at Ning Xiaochuan and others. He followed the 4 princes all the year round and was able to enter the palace and cave of the Holy Fish King. Naturally, he knew the king of Qinghe better than other Shan beasts. King Qingyu is not just a great wild master. He has an extraordinary identity. Even the Holy Fish King is very respectful to her when he sees her. "Are you a subordinate of the king of Qing?" the scholar in white said. Zen Toad copied his hands and said, "Nonsense. The king himself sent us to fetch the water of life. If you delay it, be careful that your head is not protected." The scholar in white also had doubts in his heart. After all, if the other party could take out the token of the king of Qing dynasty, he must have a high position beside the king of Qing dynasty. If they are really the people sent by the king of Qing to take the water of life, they really can't afford to offend. Monk Tan Qian folded his hands and said, "Ba. Benefactor, you'd better make away quickly. If we can't get the water of life, the king will blame it. I'm afraid you can't afford it." Ning Xiaochuan and Zen Toad all showed strange looks on their faces. "What's the matter with the king of green?" Monk Tan Qian looks honest, but when it comes to the critical moment, he begins to be shameless. The scholar in white couldn't make up his mind, because the 4 princes of the Holy Fish clan and the Princess Du of the Tsanghu clan were attacking the realm of heaven and man with the help of the Spring of Life. If you let them go to the source of the Ghost River, it would certainly disturb the 2 big men to attack the realm. At this time a mighty man's voice came from the top of the black waterfall, saying, "Go back. The spring of life has been requisitioned by the prince. In the future, the prince will definitely send a big gift to Zhangtian Baron Ridge and make an apology to the king of Qing in person." Ning Xiaochuan spread out the voice of the thunder and said, "I'm sorry for the four princes. We came at the order of the king. If we can't get the spring of life, we'll die if we go back. Since going back is a dead end, we naturally have to fight." Zen Toad felt out the mace, swept across to the group of mysterious beasts in front of him, and forcibly broke a road. Situ Jing also rushed up and beat 2 8-level Xian beasts away, falling into the Ghost River and sinking into the Black River. Monk Tan Qian felt a scripture in his hand, tore a golden scripture from the scripture, and pasted it on the forehead of a woman with a fox tail. "Fox spirit, be determined." The woman was petrified and her body became immobile. Poof! Zen Toad waved his mace and beat the woman's body to pieces, leaving only a corpse lying on the ground. The blood in her body splashed all over Monk Tan Qian's face. Monk Tan Qian was stunned for a long time, and quickly bowed to the corpse on the ground, saying, "Ba. Sin, sin." When Monk Tan Qian stared at the Zen Toad again, the Zen Toad waved a mace and was already fighting with another 9-level Xian beast. "Purple girl, there's only so much I can help you. You first step back and stay with the strong of the purple family, so it's safer. I have to go to the source of the Ghost River." Ning Xiaochuan rode. "Are you really a subordinate of King Qing?" Purple Cold flew. "This?" Ning Xiaochuan smiled and said, "Maybe she thinks so." With these words, Ning Xiaochuan summoned the magic sword and killed it. He had to go to the source of the Ghost River and look for miraculous drugs. "Miss, we'd better leave here first. This is a fight between their big Xian beast races. We must not get involved." The rest of the old man in purple said. Purple Smoke stood there, like a fresh and beautiful orchid, staring at Ning Xiaochuan's back, and a pair of lavender eyes showed charming light. The old man in purple advised again, "Ning Xiaochuan's backer is the king of Qinghe. Even if he offended the Silver Scale clan and the Holy Fish King, no one would dare to retaliate against him." "Yes." Zihanyan nodded. She and the purple-robed old man left here and returned to the camp of the purple family again. Poof! The demon sword turned into a blood-red glow, flew out quickly, and inserted into the body of an 8-level Xian beast of the White Scale clan Xian beast. Hua hua! The blood in the 8th-level Xian beast was sucked by the demon sword and turned into a mummy. Ning Xiaochuan took back the magic sword again and joined Situ Jing, Zen Toad and Tan Qian Monk to form a battle circle. More than a dozen high-level Xian beasts were killed, some became mummies, some were pierced by long guns, and some were beaten half of their bodies by maces. "Don't think you are the people of the King of Qing dynasty, so I dare not kill you. Don't go too far. If I want to suppress you, you will die at any time." The scholar in white was angry. His white arms grew white scales, and his body was completely wrapped by white light. The scholar in white is a White Scale clan. He is a high-level 9-level Xian beast. His strength is very strong, which is far from being comparable to other Xian beasts. "Grandma, how dare you say that we will die at any time? Have the ability to try?" Zen Toad showed a huge mouth, with a provocative tone, sticking out his tongue at the scholar in white. "I'll get back, and I'll suppress them." At the order of the scholar in white, those high-level Xian beasts retreated to 100 feet away, forming a surrounding circle, staring at Ning Xiaochuan 4 people covetously. "Seeing that you are the subordinates of King Qingli, I will spare your lives for the time being today, and only suppress you here." The scholar in white took out a white conch and injected a trace of vitality into it. 18 mysterious words emerged on the surface of the conch and slowly rotated. "Wow, dash. The white conch rotates and becomes more than 20 feet long, lying across the void like a white mountain. If you want to suppress us, it depends on your ability. Ning Xiaochuan threw out the single round star ball and threw it at the scholar in white. The single round star ball also became huge, emitting silver brilliance, like a real star. The scholar in white controls the white conch to attack, and collides with the single star ball. A terrible shock wave broke out, rushing out those high-level mysterious beasts around, as if overturned by invisible waves. In terms of cultivation, Ning Xiaochuan is indeed far inferior to the scholar in white. However, he had Tianwu vitality in his body, and his martial arts cultivation also quickly stepped into the 9th level of the Earth Zun realm, and he displayed the 9th level Xuanqi. The first confrontation did not fall below. "Brother Ning, let me help you." Situ Jing and Zhen Toad hit a light column at the same time and rushed into the star ball. The diameter of the star ball has increased a lot, and its power has risen, suppressing the power of the white conch. Boom! Once again, the scholar in white felt a great increase in pressure. A huge force surged in, forcing him to step backward. Jiuping Xuanqi. Damn it, the king of Qing asked you to bring a Jiuping Xuanqi. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. The scholar in white put away the white conch, turned it into a white shadow, and ran away towards the top of the Black Mountain. Although it has the combat power of the high-level 9-level Xian beast, it can't defeat the 9-level Xian weapon. If it continues to fight, it is likely to fall. Even the scholar in white fled, and other high-level Xian beasts naturally fled to the Black Mountain. The Ghost River flows down from the Black Mountain to form a 1,000-meter-high waterfall. In the void, black smoke filled the whole mountain, and it was impossible to see what was on the top of the mountain. Phew! The magic sword flew out and nailed a high-level mysterious beast to the cliff. The blood in the Xian beast turned into wisps of blood springs, which were absorbed by the demon sword, and the body gradually shriveled and became a thin mummy. Every time the blood of a mysterious beast is absorbed, the ruins world and the demon sword will be supported more and its power will be stronger. I don't know if he was affected by the death in the buried God Mountain. Ning Xiaochuan's absorption of the world-destroying Tao became extremely fast, and even condensed the 13th world-destroying gas. If I can practice in the burial mountain for a year, I will definitely be able to condense enough 18 ways of killing the world. With the power of killing the world, I will be able to reach the realm of the 5th step of the ladder of heaven, even if I can't hit the realm of heaven and man. Ning Xiaochuan thought so. Brother Ning, your cultivation seems to have become stronger again, reaching the 9th level of the Earth Zun realm? Situ Jingdao. Ning Xiaochuan shook his head and said, no, it's almost. Let's go to meet the 4th prince of the Holy Fish family and the princess of the Tsanghu family for a while. If their talents are really high, I'd like to accept them as the pet of the mysterious beast war. Ning Xiaochuan, holding a magic sword in one hand and a bronze ancient lamp in the other hand, climbed to the top of the Black Mountain. After hearing this, Zhen Toad froze for a while and chased Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan, this idea is good. However, the 4 princes of the Holy Fish family roasted and ate more delicious, and increased their cultivation. Princess Diyu of the Tsanghu family can be a servant of the mysterious beast, but she is willing to practice the Heavenly Fox Sutra, don't be squeezed by her. Those human monks standing in the distance were stunned. Having 9 mysterious weapons is powerful. It can sweep all powerful enemies. Their backstage is also very hard. Unexpectedly, they are subordinates of the King Qingmin. No wonder they dare to confront the Holy Fish clan and Tsanghu clan. Sita Lian smiled with a cruel look in her pupils and said, the 4 princes of the Holy Fish clan and the Princess Diyu of the Tsanghu clan both have 9 mysterious weapons in their hands. If they go to the source of the Ghost River, they will only be dead. Sita Lian's heart was very unhappy, because the Situ realm, which had become waste, had been restored. We also rushed to the source of the Ghost River, looking for opportunities to get rid of the boy, and we must not let him return to Situ Clan alive. With a chill on her face, Mrs. Luan used her mind to transmit a message to Situ Lian. Both of them showed their bodies and sped away towards the top of the Black Mountain. Situ Lian and Mrs. Luan rushed to the source of the Ghost River. They must want to seize the water of life. The scuffle between the big Xian beast races, maybe we also have a chance to seize the water of life, which is worth the risk. If you catch a miraculous psychic drug, it will be profitable. Situ Lian and Mrs. Luan took the lead, and other human monks naturally wanted to take a share, and they all used their body methods and ran towards the Black Mountain. Black mountains, very tall, are full of cliffs. If the cultivation is not strong enough, you may fall down the cliff at any time and be crushed to pieces. Some of the high-level Xian beasts ambushed in the cracks of the cliff and surprised Ning Xiaochuan. Double-headed stone beast. The two-headed stone beast flew out of the Xian beast's mirror and lay on the cliff. The 4 strong hooves of the stone beast were almost integrated with the cliff. Ning Xiaochuan jumped onto the back of the double-headed stone beast, stood in the hollow of the stone, and fixed his body. The double-headed stone beast climbed steadily and quickly towards the top of the cliff, as fast as running on the flat ground. Those high-level Xian beasts who hid in the cliff and wanted to sneak attack Ning Xiaochuan's 4 people were mentioned and detected by Ning Xiaochuan before he had time to take action. They mobilized the sword formula of destroying the world, and the magic sword flew out quickly, penetrating the body of the high-level Xian beast. In less than half an hour, they reached the top of the Black Mountain. Boom! The double-headed stone beast jumped up, and with a flick of its tail, it was like a huge stone whip, which drove the 3 7-level Xian beasts out and fell off the cliff. Ning Xiaochuan flew up from the back of the double-headed stone beast and fell to the ground. The top of the Black Mountain is like being cut off by a heavenly sword, revealing a huge peak platform, which is as wide as hundreds of miles, and you can't see the edge at a glance. Which is it like a mountain? It's like a plateau. On the left side of the platform on the top of the mountain is a black lake in the shape of a crescent, which is covered by black fog. Black fog dragons can be vaguely seen rolling in the lake. On the right is a white lake in the shape of sun, covered by white fog. On the lake, wisps of white fog flow, forming a fairy bridge. As long as you probe carefully, you will find that the 2 lakes are slowly rotating. However, their rotation speed is too slow for the naked eye to distinguish. Between the 2 lakes, there flows a river with a width of 100 meters. The water flows out from the top of the mountain, forming a black waterfall and turning into a ghost river that makes people pale. This is a black and white Tai Chi diagram? Situ Jing looked at the 2 huge lakes in front of him with great shock. He could feel a mysterious power gestated in the lake, which made people feel a sense of awe. It can't be formed naturally at all. It's definitely the heaven and earth array arranged by someone. Ning Xiaochuan said, 2 lakes, where the sun and moon meet and condense the essence of heaven and earth, will produce the life force of a newborn fetus and turn into a spring of life. The Black Moon Lake breeds a negative spring of life, the White Sun Lake breeds a positive spring of life. However, when life is vigorous to the extreme, it will turn into death. Therefore, the Ghost River flows out from between the 2 lakes, condensing the water of hell Huangshui. This is definitely a human-built black and white lake, which can absorb the gas of life in the whole funerary mountain and continuously transform it into water of life. Monk Tanqian stared at the 2 lakes in front of him, pinched his fingers, nodded, and said, "It seems that the legend is true." When the king of purple and gold was dying, he built a yin and yang divination plate, condensed the water of life, and wanted to be reborn by nirvana with the help of the power of heaven and earth. Ning Xiaochuan said, "This is the yin-yang divinatory chart built by the purple and gold royal family?" Monk Tanqian nodded and said, "Although the purple gold emperor has reached the level of secondary god, and his martial arts cultivation is at its peak, which is invincible, he still can't resist the catastrophe of life and death, and finally died in his twilight years. Naturally, he is not willing to disappear into the world like this, so he wants to live another life and be reborn against the sky. The ancestors of the 9 families all thought that the body of the Emperor Zijin was buried in the main mountain, but they were in the wrong direction. If the poor monk didn't guess wrong, the body of the Emperor Zijin should be buried at the bottom of 2 lakes. Situ Jing stared at the 2 great lakes in front of him and said, after so many years, he didn't come back to life. I'm afraid even his bones were rotten. A generation of emperor finally couldn't fight with the sky and slept under the ground forever. There is a small boat on the Black Crescent Lake, on which sits a girl in pink. Zen Toad's eyes were fixed on the girl in the boat, his eyes were about to jump out, and his mouth was constantly drooling. No way, that girl is so beautiful. Even Monk Tanxian looked at it, and his blush. He quickly lowered his head and read the Buddhist scriptures in his mouth. The dark red boat is like a maple leaf floating on the black lake. The girl's body looked very petite, wrapped by wisps of pink mist, and she couldn't see clearly what she looked like. However, she seems to be younger, only 16 or 7 years old. Her skin is particularly white, like a body shaped by ice skin and jade skin. Wearing a pink tulle, you can vaguely see the moon-white bra wrapped inside, outlining an attractive curve. She should be Princess Diyu of Songhu clan. Situ Jing exhaled deeply, almost suffocating his internal injury. Every part of the girl in pink is flirtatious. Even if she just sits in the boat and doesn't move, it makes her blood spurt and her mood uneasy. Those high-level Xian beasts attached to Songhu clan, guarding the bank of the Black Crescent Lake, have more than 100 strong beasts. Some weak level 7 Xian beasts are collecting the spring of life in the lake. The powerful Xian beast turned into itself and stared at Ning Xiaochuan and others who rushed to the top of the mountain. Human boy, stop your steps. If you dare to take another step forward, be careful to be swallowed by the seat. A huge white bear stood by the lake, covered with white hair, with arms as thick as columns, and a deafening howl in his mouth. Ning Xiaochuan walked over and said, "We are the subordinates of King Qinghe. We were ordered to take the spring of life. If anyone blocked my pace, I would also swallow it." Ha ha. Sisters, you see, this human brother is not only handsome, but also so powerful in speaking, which makes my heart itch. Child, what's your name? Are you willing to join our Songhu clan? A fox woman of all kinds boldly winked at Ning Xiaochuan. Among these mysterious beasts, the most important one is the more than 10 flirtatious women of Songhu clan. Other orc strongmen are very respectful to them, like their servants. Situ Jing whispered in Ning Xiaochuan's ear, "You have to be careful. The fox women seduce human men very badly, and some supreme figures in human beings have left romantic legends with the fox women." Zen Toad said, "The fox clan is different from other mysterious beast races. If they want to inherit their families, they will look for excellent human men. After combining with human men, they will give birth to a new generation of fox women. The higher the talent of human genius, the easier it is to be selected by them. However, the fox clan women are also the most likely to forget their feelings. After giving birth to fox women with human men, they will forget all their feelings about that human man. If they want to have a second child, a fox woman, they will find a second human man who is attracted. Bah. You are all too young. Don't be confused by them. Let me get rid of these demons and make way for you." Monk Tanxian's face was serious and righteous. He sat on the ground, took out a Buddhist sutra and put it on his knees. His mouth spits out golden scriptures, which turn into runes, illuminating the dark crescent lake. The scripture actually has a restraining effect on the fox women of Songhu clan. Once the scriptures touch them, they will stick to the surface of their skin and suppress them so that they can't move. Wipe. Master. Master. I'll learn this. Zen Toad was very excited, and blood flowed from his nose. He thought this move was the most effective. Later, when he met beautiful female Shan beasts and read them a scroll of sutras, they couldn't move all over. What a wonderful thing that is. Ow! Those Shan beasts were already angry and roared, rushing towards Ning Xiaochuan and others. Ning Xiaochuan ignited the bronze ancient lamp and called out 24 huge three-legged firebirds, like 24 huge furnaces, sweeping all the way, blowing more than a dozen mysterious beasts away, and the fur on his body was ignited by the fire, turning into more than a dozen fire lanterns. If you dare to disturb the cultivation of your Highness Royal Highness Princess, you will die. A huge white bear rushed towards Ning Xiaochuan, with a fist as big as a millstone, and cracked a three-legged firebird, turning it into a fire rain. Ow! The body of the white bear is constantly expanding, like turning into a giant. It opened a big mouth, sucked fiercely, and sucked the remaining 23 three-legged firebirds into its mouth and swallowed them into its body. How awesome! Ning Xiaochuan was surprised. Other 9-level Shan beasts can't even resist the flames emitted by the three-legged firebird. However, this white bear actually forcibly swallowed more than 23-legged firebirds into its body, using its flesh and blood to refine the three-legged firebirds. Grandma, it must be the Demon Bear clan. They are the guardian race of the Fox clan, with low wisdom, but their flesh is extremely terrible. The ancestor of the Demon Bear can fight the dragon with his bare hands, said the Zen Toad. Ning Xiaochuan was not flustered. He turned the Tianwu vitality in his body and sacrificed the single round star ball. A huge star is suspended above Ning Xiaochuan's head, and the silver airflow surrounds the star ball in all directions. Each silver airflow can cut out and blow a high-level mysterious beast away. However, the body of the demon bear is extremely terrifying, and it collides with the star ball with its fist. Both sides fought fiercely for the water of life. Situ Lian and Mrs. Luan flew up from the bottom of the cliff and gently fell to the ground, looking at the battle in the distance. Situ Jing's cultivation has really recovered and seems to have become stronger. Mrs. Luan flashed a killing intention in her pupils on Situ Jing in the distance. Situ Lian's face was quite pale, and the corners of her mouth slightly hooked, saying, "Since I was able to dig out his Wudoxin palace 3 years ago, now I can naturally dig out his Wudoxin palace again." They are fighting for the water of life with Sunghu clan. Now is the best time to kill him. Mrs. Luan shook her head and said, "Let the Sunghu clan take care of them first. Once they offend Princess Diyu, it will definitely be a dead end. We hide, wait for the opportunity, and collect the water of life." Situ Lian nodded and decided to follow Mrs. Luan's plan. Then, more and more human monks climbed the cliff and came to the top of the mountain. Some people with strong cultivation, taking advantage of the struggle between Sunghu clan and Ning Xiaochuan, took out the vessels that had been prepared long ago, exercised the magic formula, and secretly collected the water of life. Gradually, a scuffle broke out between Xian beast and human friars. Both sides have the strong ones in the ladder of heaven. In order to seize the water of life, they fight hard. Ning Xiaochuan repelled the demon bear, took out a high-grade heaven and earth cloth bag, and took away a large number of springs of life. Monk Tanqian was not vague, touching a golden bowl from his arms and throwing it towards the black crescent lake. The spring of life turns into a big black river, which continuously flies into the golden bowl. The golden bowl looks only as big as a bowl, but the capacity inside is quite amazing. It seems that it is not enough. When the water level of the huge crescent lake fell by a full meter, Monk Tanqian took back the golden bowl and stuffed it into his arms. Then, he took out the blue ancient porcelain bowl, threw it on the lake, and began to collect the water of life crazily. Shit! The big monk is too well prepared. He wants to take away the whole lake. Ning Xiaochuan stood not far away and looked a little silly. In just a quarter of an hour, Monk Tanqian changed 6 Buddhist instruments in a row, and I don't know how much water of life he took away. The water level of the lake is constantly falling, and it has fallen several meters deep. Ning Xiaochuan uses the Xian Beast Jian. The 6 Xian Beast palaces opened up in the Xian Beast Jian can be used to contain the water of life. Tiandaran also became excited, and his voice came into Ning Xiaochuan's mind. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes lit up, took out the Xian Beast and propped it up with Tianwu vitality. Xian Beast Jian is a white bone the size of a palm, which is shaped like a fan. 6 halos rushed out of the Xian Beast mirror and turned into 6 gates. Hua hua. On the Black Lake, 6 rivers appear, flow into the 6 light doors, and flow into the Xian Beast mirror. The other end of the 6 light doors corresponds to 6 Xuanzhou palaces, respectively. The first Xian Beast palace where double-headed stone beasts live. The second Xian Beast palace where Taisui Beast lives. The third Xian Beast palace occupied by Tiandi Blade. The fourth mysterious beast palace where the black-haired bat beast lives. The fifth mysterious beast palace where Yu Jiao lives. The sixth Xian Beast palace where the white-headed 7-clawed eagle lives. Under the absorption of Zuan Shujian, the water level of Crescent Lake continues to decline. Monk Tanqian was also very surprised. He didn't expect Ning Xiaochuan to collect faster than him. A large amount of water of life was collected every minute. When the water of life poured into the Xian Beast Jian in large quantities, it was like touching a mysterious power of the Xian Beast Jian. The 6 Xian Beast palaces slowly rotate, transforming the water of life into the power of life. The power of life poured into the Xian Beast living in the Xian Beast palace. Even the Tiandi blade was absorbing the power of life, and the blade became brighter and brighter, just like a blood-red crystal jade carving. After absorbing the power of life, double-headed stone beasts, Taisui beasts, black-haired ghost bat beasts, fish dumplings, and white-headed 7-clawed eagles are also undergoing earth-shaking transformations. The double-headed stone beast was originally more than 200 meters tall, but now its body is shrinking. Each stone is being compressed and squeezed, and it changes, making a crackling sound. The smell on its body also became larger and larger, and the stones on its body became like King Kong stone, emitting a strong chill. Taisui Beast, originally young, absorbed the power of life, accelerated its growth rate, and every minute seemed to grow for a year. Ning Xiaochuan is most optimistic about Taisui Beast, because once it becomes an adult, Taisui Beast has the fighting capacity of heaven and man. Of course, the growth rate of Taisui Beast is very slow. Even with the help of the water of life, it is almost impossible to grow up completely in a short time. After Yu Jiao absorbed the power of life, the scales on his body emitted a light golden on. When it completes its transformation, it can become a 9-level Xian Beast and become a powerful golden dragon. The black-haired bat beast and the white-headed 7-clawed eagle are also changing to the 9-level Xian Beast. Once they are successfully transformed, they can become Kailan Ghost Bat Beast and white-headed 9-clawed eagle. Ning Xiaochuan was extremely excited after using his mind to explore the situation in the mysterious beast mirror. If they all become 9-level Xian Beasts, then he can have 5 more 9-level Xian Beast level war pets. The water level in Yueyao Lake fell, and the qi of life gradually weakened. Princess Diyu, sitting in the lake, frowned slightly, and the vitality in her body was chaotic. Finally, the vitality of life dissipated from her body. She opened a pair of bright star eyes, stood up from the boat and stared at the human monks who were collecting the water of life on the bank, with a hint of cold in her eyes. She was using the power of the water of life to condense the demon yuan and impact the realm of heaven and man. She was about to succeed, but she fell short because of the decline of the gas of life in the lake. Damn, everyone has to die. The red boat at the foot of Princess Diyu hurried to the shore, breaking the waves, and soon reached a distance of less than 100 meters from the shore. An old man in a Taoist robe was taking out a jade bottle to collect the water of life in the lake. Suddenly, he felt a strong murderous breath coming, the ground under his feet turned into ice, and his arms were covered with a layer of frost. He hurriedly threw the jade bottle out and punched out an iron seal of 7th-grade Xuanqi level, trying to block the murderous spirit. Bang! The iron seal was broken by Princess Diyu's palm knife. The Taoist robe elder knew that Princess Diyu's cultivation was terrible, and he couldn't resist at all, so he turned around and ran away. Poof! However, after only 2 steps, his head flew out, and a 3-foot-high column of blood rushed out of his neck. Martial uncle. A Taoist monk who reached the 9th level of the earth reverence level, watched the head of the Taoist-robed old man fly out, and his anger burned. At the same time, they summoned an ancient sword and jointly attacked Princess Tanue. Poof! Princess Diyu didn't even blink her eyes, and her palm turned into a claw shape, tearing the bodies of the 2 Taoist monks, who were the 9th heaviest in the territory, just like tearing 2 pieces of paper. The Princess Temple Lord, his subordinates are guilty, and they can't stop those human monks and let them disturb the princess to impact the heaven and man. The demon bear knelt down in front of Princess Diyu and worshipped piously. It doesn't matter. Kill all human monks and leave none. Princess Diyu stood on the bank of Crescent Lake, her face enchanting and her skin white, but her beautiful star eyes were full of cold light. One of her eyes stared at her, which made many martial artists in Dizun territory feel cold. Some martial artists with weak minds were stunned by the powerful aura emanating from her and fell to the ground. Boom! In the distance, there was a loud noise. Everyone looked at the White Sun Lake. Standing on the White Sun Lake is a young man with feathers, fans, and scarves. He walks slowly on the White Fog Bridge, and with the help of the power of the water of life, he impacts the world of heaven and man. However, he was also disturbed and failed to hit the heaven and earth. In his anger, he just made a palm print and patted 6 human monks to death. Among them, there is also an elder of the Han nationality who climbed the first step of the ladder of heaven. After seeing this scene, Princess Diyu smiled on her gorgeous face. Yu Jingshu, it seems that you also failed to impact the world of heaven and man. The young man standing on the White Sun Lake gave a cold hum in his mouth and said, "It's all disturbed by this group of lowly human beings, otherwise I would have at least 40% chance to impact the realm of heaven and man." Your Highness, the 4th Prince, atone. The Xian beasts of the Holy Fish clan became frightened and knelt by the Sun Lake. Yu Jingshu took a deep breath, and his eyes became extremely sharp. He said in a deep voice, "All the human beings present must die. After killing them, I will impact the realm of heaven and man for the 2nd time." All human monks were afraid. An old man who reached the 2nd step of the ladder of heaven condensed a golden cloud under his feet and rushed down the mountain. Still want to escape? Yu Jingshu stood where he was, just made a big handprint and patted the old man who had escaped 10 miles away. The old man immediately threw out 7 mysterious weapons to block the big handprint. Bang! However, the 7 mysterious objects only blocked the big fingerprints for a moment, and then burst into pieces of iron and fell to the ground. No! The old man shouted in horror, and was finally hit by the big handprint. His powerful body was torn apart and turned into a blood mist. A warrior who took the 2nd step of the ladder fell. Just a wave of his hand, he killed a warrior who took the 2nd step of the ladder. This is the power that only heaven and man can have. How can it be so strong without reaching the realm of heaven and man? Everyone can't believe their eyes, because the fighting power of the 4 princes of the Holy Fish clan is too terrible. I'm afraid they are invincible under heaven and man. Hey! There is an island in the lake. Ning Xiaochuan stood by the Crescent Lake, staring at the direction of the center of the lake. At the center of the lake, a small island with a radius of several miles really appeared. Just because the lake water is black, the same color as the island. Moreover, it is too far from the shore. Therefore, no one found it before. Hearing Ning Xiaochuan's words, everyone looked like the center of Crescent Lake and saw the island. I didn't see an island there at all before. It must be because the water level fell that the island emerged. Princess Diyu's eyes showed a happy look. It is said that there is a medicine field in the water of life, in which miraculous drugs are planted. Is that a medicine field on the island? Yu Jingshu is also very excited. If you can find a miraculous medicine for channeling, you will have a greater assurance of impacting on heaven and man. Ning Xiaochuan summoned the magic sword, stepped on it, and flew towards the Black Island at an amazing speed. Damn it! Even a human dare to compete for psychic miraculous drugs. It's really looking for death. Golden scales appeared in the palm of Yu Jingshu's hand, condensing a golden fingerprint, and slapped it at Ning Xiaochuan. Ning Xiaochuan turned around, hit the single round star ball, turned it into a silver star, and smashed the golden handprint. A huge force hit Ning Xiaochuan. With this force, Ning Xiaochuan rushed forward hundreds of meters, but closer to the Black Island. Hey! It's actually a 9-grade Xuanqi. I underestimate you. Yu Jingshu turned into a golden streamer and a series of residual shadows, and hurried to the Black Island. Princess Diyu chased Ning Xiaochuan one step ahead of Yu Jingshu, and launched the Sky Fox chases the clouds, trying to chase him down and kill him with the momentum of thunder. However, to the surprise of Princess Diyu, Ning Xiaochuan's speed was not much slower than her, and she had boarded the Black Island. Ning Xiaochuan turned around and stared at Princess Tanue and Yu Jingshu, who came behind him, spitting out a word, "Get up." Wow! The black stone doll turned into a 12-meter-high black skeleton, standing behind Ning Xiaochuan. Two white flames appeared in a pair of black eye sockets, emitting a breath of death. Ning Xiaochuan Lang said, "This island belongs to me from now on. Whoever dares to break into the island will be killed without mercy." It's a big tone. Don't think that a Jioping Xuanqi can be invincible. If this prince wants to cut you, one palm can crush you 10 times. Yu Jingshu's cultivation has heavenly wisdom eyes, and he can see through Ning Xiaochuan's emptiness and reality at a glance. His martial arts cultivation has not yet entered the 9th level of the Earth Respect realm. In his view, Ning Xiaochuan can only block his previous blow with Jioping Xuanqi. If Ning Xiaochuan doesn't have Jioping Xuanqi, he can only be regarded as a mole ant, and it's not worth doing it himself. Your Highness, the 4th Prince, you don't need to fight against this lowly human. I'm willing to fight for you. A scholar in white came on the waves, holding a white fan in his hand, with beautiful eyebrows and eyes, and 4 white fish scales on his cheeks. The scholar in white is the scribe of Yu Jingshu. He is a high-level 9-level Xian beast, and his combat power is comparable to that of the martial artist in the 3rd step of Heaven Ladder. He was the first strong man under the Yujing Book seat. Naturally, Yujing Book was very relieved of him, nodded and said, "It's more than enough to kill him with your cultivation, but he has a 9-grade mysterious weapon, so you should be careful." The scholar in white laughed and said, "The maid must take the Jioping Xuanqi in his hand and give it to His Highness, the 4th Prince." The scholar in white naturally scruples about Jioping Xuanqi, but now it is different from when he was at the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Ning Xiaochuan, together with Situ Jing and Zen Toad, exerted half the power of Jioping Xuanqi. Naturally, he could only retreat. But now only Ning Xiaochuan is alone. Even if he burns Shouyuan, how much can he exert the power of Jioping Xuanqi? Therefore, he has absolute confidence to kill Ning Xiaochuan and take away his Jioping Xuanqi. However, he didn't know that Ning Xiaochuan had cultivated Tianwu vitality. It didn't need to burn Shouyuan to urge Jioping Xuanqi, and it could maximize the power of Jioping Xuanqi. Ning Xiaochuan said, wait. I'm a man under the throne of Qinghe. I'm afraid it's against the rules for you to deal with me like this. In the eyes of the scholar in white, Ning Xiaochuan is timid. He laughed and said, My Royal Highness the Fourth Prince is the father and son of the Holy Fish King, and the successor of the future Holy Fish King. You are only the servant of the King Qinghe. Even if you are killed, do you think the King Qinghe will fall out with the Holy Fish King because of a servant? It seems to make some sense. I originally wanted to turn fighting into friendship, but it seems that I must kill today. Ning Xiaochuan sighed. On the shore of the lake, many human monks took this opportunity to escape and dared not stay here any longer. There are less than 10 human monks left. These people are all the strong ones with top cultivation, and the weakest one has reached the realm of the 3rd step ladder, and 2 of them are the realm of the 5th step ladder. They all have confidence in their cultivation and are waiting for opportunities. If they are lucky, they may be able to catch a miraculous psychic medicine. Zihanyan stared at the island in the distance. Grandpa, can you save him? He helped me before. An old man of the Purple Clan, who reached the 4th heaven ladder level, shook his head and said, Girl, don't be impulsive. The 4 princes of the Holy Fish Clan and Princess Diyu are the young overlords of the Xian beast race. Although the cultivation didn't reach the heaven and man level, we have the fighting power to escape from the monks of the heaven and man level. If we offend such people, we will be killed by them in an instant. The Jinshui fairy in Xianqing Temple sighed and said, in front of the 4th prince of the Holy Fish Clan and Princess Diyu, he dared to occupy an island. This young man really bumped into some. It seems that the 9-grade Xuanqi in his hand will also become the trophy of the 4th prince of the Holy Fish Clan. In the center of Crescent Lake, the battle broke out. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't plan to use the power of Xianqi Dal now, but wants to fight with the scholar in white. Compared with the 3rd step of Heaven Ladder realm, the powerful Xian beast is absolutely challenging. If you fight with him, you may not be able to stimulate your potential and hit the 9th level of Earth Zun realm. Recently, Ning Xiaochuan has been refining the bone marrow of the 9th level Xian beast. His cultivation has been raised to the bottleneck, and he is only 1 step away from the 9th level of the ground Zuanjing. Wow! Ning Xiaochuan swallowed all the blood spirits of a bottle of level 8 Xian beast, and swallowed the bone marrow of a bottle of level 9 Xian beast at the same time. The power of the 2 kinds of spiritual fluids poured into Ning Xiaochuan's body at the same time, filling every cell of Ning Xiaochuan. His body seems to be pregnant with a flame, with inexhaustible power. The scholar in white naturally saw Ning Xiaochuan's purpose, and a trace of disdainful evil smile appeared in his mouth. It's useless even if it hits the 9th level of the land honor. The gap between us is too big, and the victory or defeat has long been doomed. The scholar in white raised his hands slowly, and 2 50-foot-high water pillars rose from the lake. The top of the water column condensed into the shape of a tap, and 2 sharp dragon claws grew below. The water column is like having life, turning into 2 angry water dragons and attacking Ning Xiaochuan. Death and later life. Even in the face of the strong in the 3rd step of the ladder of heaven, Ning Xiaochuan did not frown at all, and his fighting spirit was surging. In his heart, he released a sense of killing the world, condensing the lake water into thousands of sword chi, and also condensing into 2 sword dragons. Both sides fight with the water method, which is very powerful, and each blow has overwhelming power. I'm a mysterious beast of the aquarium. You dare to fight with me with water. You're so ignorant. The scholar in white pinched his index finger and middle finger together and nodded 9 times towards the water. 9 huge whirlpools were born, which rolled up the waves and turned them into a 100-meter-high water wall, overwhelming Ning Xiaochuan. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan had just broken the water wall, and he had a bad feeling. Sure enough, after the water wall was broken, it didn't fall back into the lake. Instead, it turned into white water chains, winding Ning Xiaochuan's body. Water is flexible. The chain turned from water is also the most flexible chain. Even if you can pull the mountain, it is impossible to break the chain of water. Qua qua. You can die. The scholar in white hurried on the water, turning his body into a series of shadows, and slapped Ning Xiaochuan's heart. Boom. Just when the palm print of the scholar in white was about to beat down, suddenly, I saw a bronze ancient lamp in Ning Xiaochuan's hand, and a dazzling fire came out. The scholar in white was slightly surprised, immediately closed his eyes and retreated backward. He is not a demon bear. He is the mysterious beast of aquarium, and he is most afraid of the power of fire. Although the scholar in white retreated quickly, he was still burned by the fire. What a terrible flame! What lamp is in your hand? The scholar in white said. The bronze ancient lamp was once used by the Emperor of Heaven to illuminate. A vague ruins world has been born in the wick, which has the potential to grow into a congenital 9-grade mysterious weapon. Ning Xiaochuan let the bronze ancient lamp suspend in the void, illuminating the whole black crescent lake, and the particles of light emitted from the wick turned into tens of thousands of flames suspended in the void. The fire space supported by the ancient bronze lamp makes the air temperature rise to the temperature level of ordinary flame. If an ordinary person breaks in, his body will spontaneously ignite, and he will be burned into fly ash in less than a minute. This level of temperature can't kill the scholar in white, but it can suppress his power to a certain extent. He has the combat power of the third step Tiandi realm, but now he can only play the combat power of the second step Tiandi realm. There are so many treasures on his body. The origin of this bronze ancient lamp is definitely not small, and it is stained with divinity. It is said that it is not necessarily a vessel once used by a secondary god, which can be sacrificed and refined into a congenital 9-grade xuanqi. Princess Diyu's beautiful eyes showed a trace of happiness. The scholar in white grew white scales inside his skin, wrapped his body like a white scale armor, isolated from the temperature of the outside world and resisted the flame suppression of the ancient bronze lamp. White electric sword core. The scholar in white spit out a white thin sword, only 1 meter long, as thin as a needle, with a very fast speed, like a white lightning, stabbing at Ning Xiaochuan. Phew! The sword core is like a white mark, fast as streamer, and like a divine shuttle. Ning Xiaochuan didn't dare to have any reservation anymore. He called out the single round star ball and the magic sword, controlled the 2 Jiuping xuanqi, and attacked the scholar in white at the same time, blocking the white electric sword core. The cultivation gap between him and the scholar in white is too big. Only by using all the means can he win a chance. You rewrite. Even if all the cards are taken out, there is only a chance. If you are careless, you will die here. At the same time, controlling 2 Jiuping xuanqi tools greatly consumed Ning Xiaochuan's Tianwu vitality. Fortunately, he swallowed a bottle of the spirit of blood and a bottle of the bone marrow of a 9-level Xuanwu beast in advance. Otherwise, even if he had 512 times the speed of absorbing xuanqi, he would definitely overdraw his vitality and die. 487 drops of the blood spirit of the 8th level Xian beast and 351 drops of the bone marrow of the 9th level Xian beast were just like bullets exploding in his body, releasing countless forces, which were quickly absorbed by the heavenly heartbeat and transformed into heavenly martial energy to support the operation of the 9th level Xian Ware. It is precisely because Ning Xiaochuan is so desperate that he even fights with the scholar in white with the help of 2 Jiuping xuanqi. Oh, my god! He actually has 2 9-grade mysterious objects. No wonder he dares to fight with you, Jingshu's book attendant. How can he have so many Jiuping xuanqi on his body? No, even if he has 3 Jiuping xuanqi, with his 8th level martial arts cultivation, how can he burst out the power of the 3 Jiuping xuanqi at the same time? Those high-level Xian beasts were stunned. The strong of the remaining human monks were also startled. There was no way. Ning Xiaochuan had too many treasures. Unexpectedly, the 8th level of the earth reverence level blocked the strong of the 3rd step of the ladder. Princess Diyu also stared at her beautiful eyes, and a trace of doubt flashed in her pupils, saying, "How can I feel the vitality he showed? It's Tianwu vitality." Yu Jingshu stood on the water, staring at Ning Xiaochuan, his eyes particularly sharp. Even he and Princess Diyu didn't cultivate Tianwu vitality. It's incredible that a young human warrior cultivated Tianwu vitality. Princess Diyu gently touched her chin and said, "His talent is so high, and he carries several 9-grade mysterious weapons. It is absolutely impossible to be as simple as the servant of King Qinghe. No matter who he is, he can't stop my will. If I want him to die, he must die." Yu Jingshu's eyes are extremely firm, full of fighting spirit, and he is full of confidence without any fear. The battle with the scholar in white forced Ning Xiaochuan to the Jedi. He lingered on the line of life and death every moment. If he was careless, he would die on the spot. The blood flow in his body was faster and faster, and every drop of blood turned into a sword, like hundreds of millions of blood swords flowing rapidly in his body. The supreme power was born, rushed out of the blood, diffused into the muscles and bones, circulated to the viscera, and rose from the backbone to the brain Ling Tai. He can clearly feel that the breakthrough of the realm is imminent, and he will break through the bottleneck at any time. Break it. Ning Xiaochuan controls 2 9-grade mysterious weapons and frantically smashes them at the scholar in white. Each blow has the power of opening mountains and cracking the earth. With the power of attack, the Tianwu vitality in Ning Xiaochuan's body was quickly consumed, while the spirit of blood and the bone marrow of the 9th level Xian beast quickly made up for the consumption, forming a delicate balance. As Ning Xiaochuan's attack intensity increases, the balance between the two is broken, and the running speed of Tianxin's Hu is faster and faster. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan's martial arts heart palace made a loud noise, like the beginning of the world. The whole heart palace was filled with martial arts vitality, and then began to slowly compress, condensing a golden droplet. Vitality liquefaction. This is the 9th level of Dazun realm. Ning Xiaochuan knew that he had broken through the bottleneck and stepped into the 9th level of Dizuan. Finally entered this realm. Of course, he has just entered the 9th level of Dizuan realm, and the realm is not stable. He must convert all the Tianwu vitality in the heart palace into liquid, which is the consolidation of the realm. If the realm is unstable, you may be beaten back to the original shape at any time, and fall back to the 8th level of the ground. He is now condensing a drop of yuan liquid, and it takes at least 3 days to convert all the martial vitality in his body into yuan liquid. Ning Xiaochuan fought with the scholar in white in order to use his oppressive force to impact the 9th level of earth respect. Now, he has stepped into the 9th level of the land of honor. If he continues to fight with him, he is likely to fall back to the 8th level of the land of honor because of the unstable state. Now he just wanted to consolidate the realm quickly, so he immediately put away the bronze ancient lamp, magic sword and single round star ball, returned to the island, sat on the ground, and operated the vitality of heaven and earth to consolidate the realm. Seeing that Ning Xiaochuan suddenly retreated, the scholar in white chased him up and said coldly, "Boy, admit defeat so soon?" Ning Xiaochuan just sat on the ground, running the skill, and didn't look at him at all, saying, "I originally wanted to use you to impact the 9th level of Zuanjing. Now the realm has broken through, and we don't need to fight anymore." The scholar in white was a little stunned, and immediately laughed, "You can't help fighting or not." His hands turned, condensing a white brilliance. The airflow like metal blades shuttled through the white light, and he would attack Ning Xiaochuan at any time. "If you want to live, I advise you to go back. This island has been occupied by me, and anyone who breaks into it is dead end," Ning Xiaochuan said calmly. Naturally, the scholar in white would not be frightened by the other party's words, but felt that Ning Xiaochuan was too arrogant. With a wave of his arm, he threw the white brilliance out, and hundreds of air currents like metal blades rushed out, stabbing Ning Xiaochuan's body at the same time. Despite thousands of knives and swords from the outside world, Ning Xiaochuan still sat like an old monk, motionless. The black skeleton standing behind Ning Xiaochuan bent down and guarded his body. Bang bang! Those metal blades hit the black skeleton, making a sound of metal impact and emitting sparks. The scholar in white gave a light sigh in his mouth, stared at the black skeleton deeply, and his body soared like a big white bird, hitting Ning Xiaochuan on the top of his head. He didn't believe that a black skeleton could stop the full blow of the warrior who took the third step of the ladder. Bang! The action of the black skeleton seemed to be slow, but in fact, it was surprisingly fast. Before the palm print of the scholar in white came down, it first smashed its fist out and hit the chest of the scholar in white. Click! The sound of broken bones. The scholar in white only felt that his chest was hit by a hammer, his internal organs were broken, and a mouthful of blood was spit out of his mouth. In the blood, there are also residues of organs. Poof! The scholar in white flew out upside down and directly fell to the shore hundreds of miles away, smashing a deep pit on the ground, and the ground was torn apart. He crawled out of the mud and stone hard, stared at the black island in the distance unbelievably, and spat blood out of his mouth again. Just one punch not only made his chest bloody, but also nearly shattered the bones of his whole body. If it weren't for the strong physique of the high-level 9-level Shan beast, I'm afraid he would be dead now. Bang! The scholar in white insisted for a moment, but finally fell to the ground and passed out. Ning Xiaochuan sat quietly on the edge of the island, with a black skeleton still guarding his side. A pair of black hole eyes looked at those high-level Shan beasts, and the whole world seemed to be quiet. Those human monks and high-level Shan beasts can't describe the shock at this moment in words. Just one punch, a high-level Jioping Shan beast was seriously injured and dying. No wonder. No wonder he dares to occupy the island and challenge Princess Tanua and the fourth prince of the Holy Fish clan. He has such a strong hand. The Jinshui fairy in Shanqing Temple exhaled deeply, and was also surprised by the power of the black skeleton's punch just now. If it were her, I'm afraid she would be broken by that punch. Princess Diyu and Yu Jingshu's face also became dignified. They no longer despised Ning Xiaochuan as before, but seemed to face a great enemy and dared not act rashly. Let me try, how strong are you? Behind the fishnet book, a huge golden holy fish virtual shadow rushed out, and reattached to his body. His fighting spirit and momentum climbed rapidly, and soon reached the peak. Yu Jingshu has integrated martial arts into the soul seal, condensed the holy fish Fa Xiang, and practiced the power of martial arts to the extreme. Once the Dharma phase comes out, it will be invincible under heaven and man. The 5-step ladder of heaven refers to human ladder, earth ladder, heaven ladder, martial Dharma body, martial Dharma phase. Yu Jingshu is the realm of the 5th step of the ladder, so it can condense the holy fish Fa Xiang. Of course, even if you cultivate Fa Xiang and want to impact the realm of heaven and man, it will be as difficult as heaven. Take Yu Jingshu, for example. Now, his cultivation has reached the peak, but there is only a 40% chance to impact the realm of heaven and man. Moreover, with the help of the water of life, there is only a 40% chance. If there is no water of life, he estimates that there is only a 10% chance that it can impact the world of heaven and man. For more martial artists, the realm of cultivating to the 5th step of the ladder of heaven is the extreme, and there is not even a chance to impact the realm of heaven and man. Just like the Jade Haze Empire, only one heaven and man can appear every 100 years, and other warriors will always be stopped under heaven and man. Although both Yu Jingshu and Princess Diyu have begun to impact the realm of heaven and man, they still have to wait for many years to succeed. Yu Jingshu naturally knows that the power of the black skeleton is terrifying, so it is also the most powerful force to show the power of Dharma. It is changed into 3 chapters every day. The first chapter is updated at 0 a.m., the second chapter at 12 noon, and the third chapter at 6 p.m. Lao Jiao has had a lot of things recently, so he used some to save the manuscript, so he didn't explode enough chapters. First say sorry. However, Lao Jiao will try to keep 3 chapters this month and try his best. I hope you can understand that Lao Jiao's code speed is really slow. It takes only 2 hours to write a chapter, and 3 chapters a day is already gambling all his spare time. If there is any emergency, let alone chapter 3, please understand. Wow. The golden holy fish Dharma phase attracted the water of life in the whole Black Crescent Lake and hit Ning Xiaochuan with mountains and seas. The black skeleton blocked Ning Xiaochuan's body, raised his arm, broke the holy fish Dharma phase, and hit Yu Jingshu on the chest. The cultivation of Yu Jingshu is not comparable to that of a scholar in white. At the moment when the Dharma phase was broken, he immediately clapped his hands and attacked it. Bang! A terrifying force came out of the palm of the black skeleton, broke into Yu Jingshu's arm, spread to Yu Jingshu's body, and crashed Yu Jingshu hundreds of meters away. A pair of sleeves of Yu Jingshu were broken, and his viscera felt pain, and his arms seemed to break. Fortunately, the black skeleton didn't catch up, otherwise, he didn't know how many moves he could stop. He worked his vitality to recuperate the internal injury in his body. After a long time, he exhaled deeply and said to Princess Du, the combat power of the black skeleton is comparable to the martial arts of heaven and man. Only when we burn Shouyuan at the same time and sacrifice the 9-grade Xuanqi can we defeat it. Princess Du naturally saw the confrontation between Yu Jingshu and the black skeleton just now. After a long time, she gently shook her head and said, "It's just guarding the human man now, and what it shows is the power of passive defense. If the human man is irritated, he is likely to control the black skeleton to actively attack us. How sure are you that you can escape?" 50%. Yu Jingshu once escaped in the hands of a strong man, but that time was also dangerous. He used all his cards before he escaped from heaven. Therefore, he knows better than anyone the terrifying nature of the strong. Don't take risks. Princess Du said, since there is an island hidden in the Black Crescent Lake, there may also be an island hidden in the White Sun Lake. It's better to find that island than fight with him. Yu Jingshu smiled coldly, stared closely at Ning Xiaochuan on the island, and said, "Go. But I have to fight him. Only by fighting with the strong in heaven and man can I understand the true meaning of heaven and man faster." Cultivation has reached the realm of Yu Jingshu. It is difficult to make further progress. Only by fighting with opponents stronger than yourself can we break through the shackles. Ning Xiaochuan slowly opened his eyes and said, "Okay. Since you want to try the power of martial arts in heaven and man, I also want to try the power of martial arts in heaven and man to show the power of 9-grade Xuanqi." Ning Xiaochuan's arm pressed on the black skeleton's leg, and wisps of blood-red sword gas flowed out of his palm and rushed into the black skeleton's body, condensing a huge magic sword in the black skeleton's hand. The black skeleton was possessed by magic gas and held a magic sword. Its momentum was even more surging. It was like a demon god coming into the world, which frightened all the monks present. Yu Jingshu was also shocked by that momentum and kept retreating, and he could no longer have the mind to fight. The strong man in the realm of heaven and man is already very terrible. With a magic sword, I'm afraid he can be killed by just cutting down with a sword. It's a warrior to fight with an opponent stronger than yourself. However, it is a fool to fight even though he knows he will die. Yu Jingshu is naturally not a fool. Boy, you're great. Yu Jingshu retreated to the lake and drew a long distance from the black skeleton. However, I can also see that the energy of that black skeleton is provided by the local shancher on the chest. When the local shancher is exhausted, it is your death. Ning Xiaochuan really wanted to control the black skeleton, and killed the big threat of Yu Jingshu with a sword. However, he must not do so, because once the black skeleton uses the magic sword, it will consume more ground product, basalt. I'm afraid that with one hit, ground product basalt will be exhausted. In this case, even if you kill Yu Jingshu to Jinsha, what will you do to frighten Princess Diyu? It depends on whether you can wait until that time. Ning Xiaochuan takes the magic sword back into his body and must practice with his eyes closed. Xian Beast Jian suspended in front of him, still absorbing the water of life in the lake and pouring into the 6 Xian Beast palaces. The 5 Xian Beasts are all changing, impacting the realm of 9 level Xian Beasts. If they all step into the realm of 9 level Xian Beasts, with their power, Ning Xiaochuan will arrange the 8 Winds God array again, and its power will be more powerful. When Ning Xiaochuan consolidated his realm, Princess Diyu and Yu Jingshu led those high-level Xian beasts to the White Sun Lake to find the island in the Sun Lake. Haha! Brother Ning is so powerful that he forced the 4 princes of the Holy Fish clan and the Princess Diyu of the Tsunghu clan to retreat. This island belongs to us now, doesn't it? Zen Toad walked on the Black Island and patted Situ Jing on the shoulder, with a happy laugh in his mouth. This small island is not big. You can see the whole island at a glance. The island is bare, like a huge black reef, and there is no magic medicine at all. On the island, there are some pits and lines, interwoven and interspersed with each other, forming mysterious textures. While Zen Toad and Situ Jing were looking for miraculous drugs for channeling, Monk Tanqian was studying the lines on the island, sometimes with a happy face, sometimes frowning and thinking hard, and sometimes even sitting there meditating without moving for a few hours. Master, what are you studying? Situ Jing really couldn't help asking curiously. Monk Tanqian felt the dents and lines on the ground and said, if I guessed correctly, this should be a space-shifting array. However, this array is really old and very complex. It is likely that it was carved by the Purple and Gold Emperor. It is not easy to open this array. Let me study it for a few days, and maybe I can figure out the operation mode of the array. Situ Jing said in surprise, can the master understand the array arranged by the secondary god? A little research. Boy, don't disturb the poor monk. Go to practice yourself. Monk Tanqian said impatiently. Situ Jing shook his head angrily and ignored him. He sat down beside the island and refined the bone marrow of the 9th level Xian beast, impacting the 9th level of the earth. At this moment, Ning Xiaochuan received a trace of induction, controlling that his mind had entered the blood orifices. The mind condensed into a human form and stood under the magic sword. The beautiful shadow of Sui Hanyu appeared on the sword of the magic sword, still cold and beautiful, and his voice did not contain any emotion. He said, Ning Xiaochuan, your martial arts cultivation has entered the 9th level of the Land of Honor? Yes. Ning Xiaochuan said, the disciple is about to ask the master. Since the disciple has reached the 9th level of the Earth Zune realm, should the master pass the martial scripture of the world-destroying Tao to the disciple? Sui Hanyu said, the inscription on the stone tablet of the God of Destruction is the Sutra of Destruction. The inscription is the Sutra of Destruction? But I can't understand the inscription above. The 10th magical power cultivated by Ning Xiaochuan is the stone tablet of the God of Destruction. However, the inscription on it is very mysterious, ancient and esoteric, and can't be understood at all. Sui Hanyu said, that's because your martial arts cultivation is not enough. However, the sword formula you are cultivating now is also a part of the Book of Destruction. There are 3,000 kinds of ways of destruction in the Book of Destruction. You only need to cultivate one of them to a great perfection, and you can condense Dao Yuan. Ning Xiaochuan suddenly said, the death sword formula I practiced also belongs to one of the 3,000 death methods, so that is to say, as long as I practice the death sword formula to great perfection, I can enter the realm of heaven and man? That's right. Sui Hanyu thought for a while and added, at least in the cultivation of the world-destroying Tao, you have the qualification to enter the realm of heaven and man. If cultivating the sword formula of destroying the world is also in the enlightenment, it means that he has already been practicing Tao and started much earlier than others. Other martial artists, who reached the 9th level of the earth reverence realm, began to understand the Tao, cultivate their own Tao, and impact the realm of the 5-step ladder. However, Ning Xiaochuan began to understand Tao in the Xuanqi realm, cultivate Kendo, and understand his own martial arts. It's just that he didn't know it before. No wonder he was able to kill all the fighters in the Tianti realm with the 8th weight of the earth respect realm, and even cross 4 realms to fight with his opponents. Other martial artists, even if they are born wizards and have powerful soldiers, can only be invincible in the same realm at most. Some of these heroes can only cross 1 realm to kill their opponents. After all, the gap in the realm of martial arts is difficult to make up with physique and soldiers. It can be said that Ning Xiaochuan is stronger than other geniuses because he has been understanding the power of Tao from the very beginning, and has initially formed his own martial arts. Ning Xiaochuan said, now I have cultivated the 3rd sword formula exterminate the world sword prison, and understand 4 sword meanings, namely, destroy the sword, cage the sword, demon gas the sword, and kill the sword. Now my cultivation of martial arts is equivalent to the realm of the 3rd step of the ladder. Sui Hanyu said, the first move of the Annihilation Sword formula, Annihilation Sword Wave, and the second move, Annihilation Sword Soul, belong to the cultivation of the human martial arts realm. You have successfully cultivated the human martial arts realm. The third move, Annihilation Sword Prison, is the cultivation of the earth martial arts realm. If you can understand the 7 sword meanings of this move, you will succeed in cultivating the earth martial arts realm. There are 4 moves to kill the world sword formula. The 4th move corresponds to the cultivation of Tianwu realm. 5-step ladder, Renwu realm, Diwu realm, Tianwu realm, Wudao Dharma body, and Wudao Dharma phase. Ning Xiaochuan said, am I now the realm of the 2nd step of the ladder? Sui Hanyu snorted coldly and said, if you are now in the realm of the 2nd step of the heaven ladder, your combat power is too weak. Although you have stepped into the 9th level of the Earth Zun realm, you also understand the martial arts comparable to the Earth Wu realm. However, you have not integrated your martial arts with the martial soul seal. Only by letting the 2 integrate, can you really step into the realm of the 2nd step of the heaven ladder. Recommend a good-looking fantasy book, Dragon Blood Emperor. Ning Xiaochuan read in his mouth, I have refined the Wu Soul Seal into the magic sword. To integrate Wu Dao into the Wu Soul Seal, we must first integrate Wu Dao into the magic sword. I see. The martial art I cultivate is sword skill, which is similar to sword cultivation. Only when I cultivate the 3-move sword formula now and completely integrate it with the magic sword, and reach the realm of human sword integration, can I really step into the realm of the 2nd step of the ladder of heaven. Sui Hanyu nodded and said, with your talent, it's not too difficult to integrate the sword way and the sword body. Ning Xiaochuan said, I still have a little doubt. Since there are only 4 moves in the Annihilation Sword formula, I can only practice to the realm of the 3rd step of the heaven ladder. How to practice the Wudao Dharma body and Wudao Dharma phase in the next 2 steps of the heaven ladder? Sui Hanyu said, when you have successfully practiced the 4 movements of the sword formula, you will naturally know how to condense the body and phase of the martial arts method. There is another point to remind you. Even if you practice the Annihilation Sword formula to a great perfection and condense the Tao Yuan, you may not be able to reach the realm of heaven and man. Why is this? Ning Xiaochuan puzzled. Sui Hanyu said, your situation is very special, and I'm not sure. Because, whether it's the martial Dharma body, the martial Dharma phase, or the Taoist Yuan, it's all transformed from the martial soul seal. Others have only one martial soul seal, but you have 3 martial soul seals. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and said, do I have to cultivate 3 Dao Yuan to enter the realm of heaven and man? Cold Rain Path, that's not necessarily true. At least your Wulin tripod seal doesn't need to be cultivated into Dao Yuan. As long as you can reach the realm of a great heart-nourishing master, you can cultivate Shan Shui in the heart-nourishing tripod, which can integrate the Wulin tripod seal and the heart-nourishing tripod. However, the Wulin Tianzuan seal in your eyebrows definitely requires you to find another martial sutra, cultivate Dharma body, Dharma phase, and refine Dao Yuan. Only let the Wulin sword seal and Wulin Tianzuan seal be removed. Only when you become Dao Yuan can you be 100% sure of entering the realm of heaven and man. Ning Xiaochuan smiled bitterly. Being too talented was also a burden. Others only need to understand a martial arts sutra and condense a Dao Yuan to enter the realm of heaven and man. However, he needs to condense the Wulin sword seal and Wulin Tianzuan seal into Dao Yuan, and he must reach the realm of a great spiritual master before he can impact the realm of heaven and man. It's too difficult to impact the realm of heaven and man. If you change someone, I'm afraid you'll give up cultivation directly. I still have to find a martial arts sutra suitable for cultivation. Which martial arts sutra is so easy to find? I'd better practice the sword formula of destroying the world until it is completely perfect. Ning Xiaochuan thought so. The beautiful shadow of the cold rain disappeared from the magic sword. Ning Xiaochuan's mind also withdrew from the blood orifices and began to consolidate the realm with all his strength, transforming the Tianwu Yuan qi in his body into Tianwu Yuan liquid. 3 days later, Ning Xiaochuan completely transformed the vitality in his body into a liquid. The originally huge ocean of vitality turned into a golden liquid as big as a fist, like golden soup and divine slurry, emitting a burning brilliance. The 9th level of Dizuan has been consolidated. Once the realm is consolidated, it is almost impossible to go backwards. Unless a large amount of Shuyuan is consumed, resulting in a decrease in blood gas, it may affect the realm of martial arts. At the other end, Princess Diyu and Yu Jingshu led the Shan beasts of all ethnic groups to find the island in the Sun Lake in 3 days. That island is white, 20 meters deep under the water. The island is like a natural white jade. There is no magic medicine on it, only some ancient array lines. With the cultivation of Princess Diyu and Yu Jingshu, they can't understand the lines on it at all. It's like reading the Book of Heaven. It must be the space-shifting array recorded by the Emperor Zijin. Even heaven and man may not be able to start the array. Yu Jingshu sighed at the array pattern on the island. Hey! Yu Jingshu, you see, they seem to be starting the array. Princess Diyu's beautiful eyes had a trace of amazement, staring at the black crescent lake in the distance, and saw a faint white halo suddenly lit up on that black island. Those high-level Shan beasts stared at the past. Before long, the 2nd regiment lit up again. Monk Tanqian was walking on a black island. While studying, he put basalt into some grooves of the array. Every time a piece of basalt is placed, the whole island will shine a circle of brilliance. After Yu Jingshu saw it, his heart moved, and he began to follow suit, putting the basalt into the groove of the white island. However, after the basalt fell into the groove, the island did not respond at all. Whether it is a white island or a black island, there are 8,436 grooves on the surface, which are connected with dense array patterns. However, there are only 360 grooves that can start the array. The array cannot be started if the groove is placed in the wrong position or in the wrong order. It can be said that only those who really study the array can make the array work. It is impossible to start the array by luck. When Monk Tanqian looked for the array eye and operated the array, Ning Xiaochuan was integrating the sword way and the sword seal of Wu Soul, striving to enter the realm of the 2nd step of the ladder of heaven as soon as possible. If he can completely reach the realm of the second step of the ladder, his cultivation can be immediately improved by a large part. Monk Tanxian arranges the array very slowly. Sometimes it even takes several hours to find an array eye. It took half a month to start the array completely. 356 array eyes have been activated, and 4 are still missing. Master, you must hold on. Situ Jing has hit the 9th level of Dizun Jing. He is full of energy and powerful vitality waves flow around his body. He helped Monk Tanxian and walked on the Black Island, calculating the remaining 4 array eyes. It takes a lot of energy to start the array of sub-god burning, and Monk Tanxian is also very tired. If it weren't for Situ Jing's help, I'm afraid he would be tired on the ground. With the help of the water of life, Zen Toad cultivated to the realm of medium-level 9-level Xian beast, stood on the edge of the island, and stood on guard against the Xian beast of Songhu clan and Xingyu clan. Songhu clan and Xingyu clan are divided into 2 camps, stationed on the left and right sides of the Black Island, surrounding the whole Black Island. They are all waiting for the array on the island to start. Once the array starts, they also want to rush into the array and go to unknown areas to find miraculous drugs, even more valuable things. Suddenly, sitting on the edge of the island, Ning Xiaochuan exuded thousands of sword qi, forming a sword ball. Wow! A magic light rushed out of his head and turned into a bloody sword. All the sword qi rushed into the demon's sword and rushed into the ruins world inside the sword, which was completely integrated with the ruins world. Ning Xiaochuan stood up, and his body was like a straight magic sword, integrated with the magic sword suspended above. The unity of man and sword. My heart moved, and a sword breath flew out of my pupils. A sword was cut out, and the sword gas separated the whole black crescent lake. Among them, 3 high-level Xian beasts couldn't escape and were cut by the sword gas. Their bodies suddenly broke, like being cut into flesh by thousands of war swords and turned into blood-red fragments. As soon as the sword qi stopped, it flew back to Ning Xiaochuan's body. Your Highness, Royal Highness Princess, why did his sword suddenly become so strong and powerful? Even if he broke through to the 9th weight of the earth statue, he shouldn't be so powerful. A fox woman of Songhu clan said. The voice of the demon bear was rough and said, that's right. When he fought with Yu Jingshu's scribe, his combat effectiveness was still very poor, which was all supported by a few Jioping Xuanqi and the Tianwu vitality in his body. However, I feel that if he fights with Yu Jingshu's scribe now, even if he doesn't use Jioping Xuanqi, he won't fall into the bottom. This progress is too fast. They don't know that Ning Xiaochuan's real cultivation is not the 9th level of earth respect, but the 2nd level of heaven ladder. Princess Diyu stood gracefully on the water, slender, pink close floating. Even if she did not deliberately display the charm of the Fox clan, she was already very charming, enchanting as if she were a female goblin. She also had a trace of curiosity about Ning Xiaochuan. It was clear that there was only the 9th level of the earth respect realm, but why was it so powerful? With the cultivation of Princess Diyu, Ning Xiaochuan cannot be seen through. Ning Xiaochuan's martial spirit is printed in the magic sword, and the kendo is also in the magic sword, not to mention Princess Diyu. Even if Tianren came to investigate him personally, they would only think that he is the 9th level of the Earth Zun realm. Brother Ning, how did your cultivation become a little unpredictable? I thought I could fight with you after stepping into the medium level 9 Xian beast, but now I have no confidence. The Zen Toad sighed. Ning Xiaochuan laughed, everyone has different opportunities. It's said that you may not step into the realm of heaven and man in the future. I'm still in the realm of today. On the water, a strong wave of vitality surged over. Ning Xiaochuan, our princess wants to discuss something with you. The demon bear flew to a place 100 meters away from the Black Island, and made a painful sound in his mouth. Ning Xiaochuan stared at the demon bear and said, sorry. There is no possibility of negotiation between us. Young Master Ning, don't rush to refuse. Princess Diyu was charming and curvaceous. She walked not far from the Black Island and made an elegant and moving sound in her red lips. She has an angel-like face and a devil-like body. Every part of her body is perfect, which makes men full of desire. Look. Under her pink skirt, there are two soft white velvet tails, which are very cute and make her more charming. A faint power of enchanting magic power quietly escaped from her enchanting eyes. Ning Xiaochuan has heard the story of the fox since he was a child, but now he is really seeing the power of the fox. It is seductive, and fascinating. As expected, it is different from the beauty of human beings. He has a faint demon on his body, which makes people's blood boil. Ning Xiaochuan's mood was difficult to calm, and she was tickled by the two fox tails on her hips. There were many beautiful pictures in her mind, and there was really an impulse to hold her in her arms and knead her. On the lake, a cold wind blew and hit Ning Xiaochuan's face. The cold stimulated his whole body. Magic power. Ning Xiaochuan suddenly woke up with a cold sweat on his back, soaked through his clothes, and was very shocked. What a terrible charm, it made him almost lost. If Ning Xiaochuan didn't cultivate kendo and didn't reach the realm of the second step of the ladder, he would certainly be unable to resist Princess Diyu's magic power. Enchanting magic power is also a kind of martial magic power, which specially attacks the will and spirit of martial artists. Once the warrior cannot resist, the will and spirit of martial arts will collapse, and eventually become her slave for her to drive and enslave. This kind of martial magic is very difficult to cultivate. Few human martial artists can cultivate Mahayana. However, some Xian beast races are easy to cultivate successfully, such as Fox Clan and Snake Clan. Ning Xiaochuan mobilized the power of Qiqiao Demon's heart, and the heart and blood orifices turned into white and red brilliance, rotating around the heart to form a red and white Tai Chi scroll. Fight back. Ning Xiaochuan exerted a spiritual force and attacked Princess Tanyue. Ning Xiaochuan has the heart of 7 orifices, and the power of the mind is the most powerful. He can even use the mind to control other martial artists and turn other martial artists into heart slaves. Princess Diyu wants to use the magic power of Mei Shu to defeat Ning Xiaochuan's will and spirit, while Ning Xiaochuan uses the power of the mind to attack her mind and want to take her as a slave. Although they stood still, they had launched a dangerous battle. Princess Diyu never thought that Ning Xiaochuan could stop her magic power, let alone that Ning Xiaochuan's mind could actually fight back against her. Such a thing had never happened before. Her posture twisted, and her delicate body was covered by a faint mist. The twin peaks loomed, and she even danced like a fairy in the clouds. Every action is extremely enchanting. I'm afraid even the gods in the sky will be fascinated by her. This is fairy dance. It's the magic power of flattery she cultivated. The main target of attack is Ning Xiaochuan. However, Zhen Toad and Situ Jing were attacked by the afterwaves of Mei Shu, and they became confused in just a moment. Princess Diyu herself is extremely beautiful. Coupled with her cultivation of the 5th step of the ladder, she shows the strongest charm magic power. Even if heaven and man are not careful, they may be confused by her and their spiritual will be destroyed by her. Although Zhen Toad and Situ Jing are facing only the aftermath, they still fall into a dangerous illusion. If they are careless, they will fall into the bottomless abyss. For Ning Xiaochuan, Princess Tanyue is also an unprecedented enemy, and it is very difficult to deal with it. Wow! 7 halos fly out of the 7 orifices demon's heart, surrounding the 7 directions of the heart and inlaid on the red and white Tai Chi diagram. In each aura, a spiritual force flew out, twisted together, turned into a substantial spiritual spear, and stabbed at Princess Diyu. What? How can the power of mind be condensed into essence? How can the mind be so strong? Princess Diyu immediately showed her strongest magic power, mobilized all the spirit in her body, and turned into countless rays of light twisted together. Bang! The barrier formed by the heart spear and light was broken, and only part of the fragments hit Princess Tanyua's heart. Ning Xiaochuan's mind fragments did not defeat Princess Tanyua's mind defense, but they also bombarded Princess Tanyua's mind with ripples. Both of them almost stepped back at the same time. It's so powerful that it deserves to be the strong one of the fifth step ladder. It's hard to break it. Ning Xiaochuan can clearly feel that his mind is consumed greatly, and his heart is very painful. If he fights with her again, he is likely to lose. However, Princess Diyu's shock was even stronger. From small to large, she has been called the immortal wizard of Sanghu clan, and has never met an enemy. She never failed to show her magic power. Today, she failed and was counterattacked by the other party, which almost defeated her mind. Princess Diyu fell from the sky, like a pink petal, lightly onto the lake. Her body was dripping with sweat, and she stared at Ning Xiaochuan with some bitterness, and said, "You are a man who doesn't know how to be merciful. People just want to negotiate with you about something beneficial to both sides. Why do you need to look like you are thousands of miles away? Once Princess Tanyue gets cold, she is like an iceberg that will not melt for 10,000 years. Anyone who touches it will be frostbitten." However, once she showed her pitiful side, she was like a charming flower shining on the water and a weak Lu Fufeng. She was like a little jasper in a boudoir, which was indescribably provocative. Ning Xiaochuan's heart still had some pain, and he didn't want to continue fighting with Princess Tanyue, saying, "What on earth does your Highness Royal Highness Princess want to discuss?" Princess Diyu laughed and said, "It seems that the ground product basalt in your skeleton puppet is going to be consumed?" Ning Xiaochuan looked at the chest of the black skeleton. Sure enough, the ground shancher had consumed more than half, less than 1/5. For half a month, although the black skeleton didn't fight, it still stood on the island to intimidate Princess Diyu and Yu Jingshu. The local shancher will naturally consume a lot. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan's face become dignified, Princess Tanyue smiled and said, "In fact, you can cooperate with me. We Sanghu people and King Qinghe have always been friends, and there is no need to face each other." How to cooperate? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Princess Diyu said, "The space-shifting array on the island is about to open, and it will definitely lead to the ancient medicine field where miraculous drugs are planted. Take me into the array, and I'll help you deal with Yu Jingshu." Ning Xiaochuan glanced slightly at Yu Jingshu, and a smile came out of the corners of his mouth, saying, "Aren't you an ally with your Highness the Fourth Prince?" Princess Diyu laughed like a silver bell and said, "There is no permanent ally in the world, only permanent interests. Our Sanghu clan and Xingyu clan are both cooperative and fighting relations. Prince Ning, you must consider carefully. Cooperating with me is beneficial to both of us. Don't think about it. Alliance is impossible, Your Highness Royal Highness Princess, please come back." Ning Xiaochuan flatly refused. Princess Diyu's cultivation is so high that she is brought to the other end of the array. Ning Xiaochuan can't see her at all. If she really finds the magic medicine, I'm afraid she will not hesitate to kill Ning Xiaochuan and others. If you really make an alliance with her, it is to seek skin from the tiger. No one can take advantage of dealing with demons. Princess Diyu didn't expect Ning Xiaochuan to refuse so simply, tightly pinched the jade fist, and finally left angrily, throwing Ning Xiaochuan to the same slim figure. "Ning Xiaochuan, you're dead." Ning Xiaochuan just shook his head with a smile, and didn't take Princess Diyu's threatening words to heart. Soldiers come to block, water and earth cover. On the Black Island, 359 array eyes are lit up, only the last one is missing. Monk Tan Qian wiped the sweat on his forehead. "Avenue, everyone is ready. The array will soon move us to an unknown space. According to my guess, there are probably two possibilities. The first possibility is that we will be moved to the legendary ancient medicine field, where we can find many rare miraculous drugs. The other possibility is that if we are unlucky, we may be moved to the burial place of the Emperor Zijin. If there are two cases, let alone miraculous drugs, even the possibility of escaping back is quite small. Let's start. No matter what kind of situation it is, we have to rush. Ning Xiaochuan rode. All right. The poor monk will start the array. Monk Tanqian put the last basalt into the groove. Wow, dash. The black island emits 360 lights, forming circles of ripples, condensed into a vortex-like shape, and forms a circular light curtain on the periphery of the island. At the moment when the array was stimulated, Princess Diyu and Yu Jingshu almost simultaneously took out the Jioping Xuanqi and broke the light curtain of the array, trying to break into the array. They also want to take a share. Ning Xiaochuan had been on guard against them for a long time. At the moment when the light curtain was broken by Yu Jingshu, the black skeleton made a bold move, attacked with one punch, and blew Yu Jingshu out. On the other hand, Princess Diyu had strongly broken into the array and just stood firm. The black skeleton's arm struck sideways and cut into her waist. Princess Diyu held a blue demon yuan bead in her hand and injected her vitality into the demon yuan bead, hoping to block the attack of the black skeleton with the power of this 9-grade mysterious weapon. However, she still underestimated the power of the black skeleton. With just one blow, the black skeleton flew her and the demon yuan zhu out, and her slender body flew upside down to the outside of the black island, falling into the black ice-cold lake water, splashing large waves. After exerting the power of this move, the ground chancher on the chest of the black skeleton was also completely exhausted. The black skeleton, turned into a palm-sized basalt doll, flew back to Ning Xiaochuan's hands. Princess Diyu and Yu Jingshu saw that the mysterious beast doll's energy was exhausted, and their faces showed joy. They regrouped and attacked the black island again. Wow! With a flash of light, Ning Xiaochuan, 3 people and 1 beast disappeared from the black island, and the light of the array also slowly dimmed. Princess Diyu and Yu Jingshu hit all the 9 mysterious weapons empty, but they hit the black island violently, and did not hit Ning Xiaochuan and others. Damn! They escaped. Princess Diyu fell on the black island, put the demon yuan zhu away, and tightly bit a snow-white shell tooth. A pain came from her slender jade waist, which was hurt by a black skeleton. Her heart, Ning Xiaochuan to hate, never met such a hateful human. Yu Jingshu stood on the black water, his brilliance gathered, and said, they may not necessarily be transported to the ancient medicine field, or they may be transported to the burial place of the Emperor Zijin. Recommend a novel, Evil Slave Pangu, made Chang'e, God-level exchange system. After the light flashed, Ning Xiaochuan and others flew into a chaotic space channel, which was like drilling into a colorful cloud and being transmitted to an unknown place by the power of space. It was not the first time for him to experience space transmission, and he soon settled down. However, Situ Jing and Zen Toad were not calm and extremely excited. They felt as if they were shuttling through world spaces. If you want to cross space, it is not possible for ordinary martial artists. Even martial artists in the realm of heaven and man have no such means. For them, nature is extremely fresh. Hey! That's a camel. Zen Toad stared at the colorful clouds not far away and saw a huge blood-red camel walking slowly. Situ Jing also stared at him, his face full of horror. What a huge camel. What kind of creature is this? If you step on it, I'm afraid you can trample heaven and man to death. The blood-red camel walked in a layer of space. Its body was more than 10,000 meters high. Its flesh and blood were rotten, and its iron locks were rusty. Carrying 2 golden boxes, it walked not far from Ning Xiaochuan and others. That's... Ning Xiaochuan stared at the top of the blood-red camel's head. A graceful woman in white sat cross-legged on the top of the camel's head, with a white veil on her face, giving people a dusty temperament, like a banished fairy in the clouds. Her body burst into a myriad of rays, and above her head hung 3 clusters of brilliance, showing lead, silver, and gold respectively. The 3 clusters of light balls were wrapped with 7 petals, each of which was crystal clear, emitting bright light, and falling down one by one. Another 5 pillars of light gathered from the foreign exchange of heaven and earth, showing cyan, white, yellow, black and red light. The 5 pillars of light connected with her heart and wrapped her in colorful brilliance. Every inch of her body seemed to turn into colorful godstones. My God! Is that the legendary 3-flower Fa Xiang, 5 Qi Dao Yuan. Monk Tan Qian showed a surprised expression. Zen Toad stared at the woman sitting on the back of the blood-red camel and said, "Is she the goddess of the divine world, Grandma? We won't really meet the real God. I guess it's really a goddess." You didn't see Ning Xiaochuan, who has always been calm, and he was scared silly. Situ Jing laughed. Ning Xiaochuan was extremely shocked, staring at the woman in white sitting on the head of the blood-red camel, suddenly chased the blood-red camel and shouted, "You Ningxing! You Ningxing! Where are you going?" Monk Tanqian hurriedly stopped Ning Xiaochuan, grabbed his arm and said, "This is a space-moving tunnel. It seems that she is very close to us, but in fact, she is probably so far away from us that you can't catch up." Master, there must be a way to catch up, right? There must be a way, right? Ning Xiaochuan grabbed Monk Tanqian's shoulder with both hands and shook him hard. Monk Tanqian shook his head and said, "Unless you have the cultivation of sub-god level." Ning Xiaochuan was silent for a long time, looked at the direction of the blood-red camel again, stared at the woman in white, and said, "How could this happen? How could it happen?" Ning Xiaochuan clearly remembered that on the head of the blood-red camel, there was a human skeleton more than 100 meters high, but the huge human skeleton actually disappeared, and Yu Ningxing sat there instead. "Brother Ning, is she the person you are looking for?" Situ Jing's expression moved. Ning Xiaochuan breathed out a long breath and nodded. Then he told the story of him and Yu Ningxing breaking into the Black Fog ghost land and encountering a bloody camel. However, he still couldn't figure out what happened to Yu Ningxing. "How can you sit on the back of a blood-red camel?" Monk Tan Qian stared at the huge camel, his eyes changed light and dark, and said, "If the poor monk guessed correctly, she should have become the guardian of the blood-red camel, and she will follow the blood-red camel to an unknown destination until she reaches the destination." "Guardian?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. Tan Qian and Shang said, "The guardian of the blood-red camel of the previous generation should have died and turned into bones, and your friend will inherit the power and mission of the guardian of the previous generation and continue to guard the camel." "Where is the end?" Monk Tan Qian shook his head. "Avenue, no one knows where the end point is. However, everyone is saying that the blood-red camel has a big secret about the apotheosis era, which is likely to open the next apotheosis era. Moreover, recently, many monks are saying that a big era will come, which may mean the next apotheosis era. Young gods will be born one after another, fighting with people, fighting with God, fighting with heaven, and in the midst of blood there will certainly be many people who will become gods, and many more will become skeletons at the feet of gods. If the blood-red camel really heralds the arrival of a great era, then your friend, as the guardian of the camel, will certainly become one of the key figures. So don't worry about her. It may also be a big opportunity for her." Ning Xiaochuan looked ahead, watching the blood-red camel gradually disappear into the chaotic space, leaving only a faint shadow, and I don't know where it has gone now. He originally came to find her in the burial mountain, but when he saw her, she had gone to another remote region hundreds of millions of miles away, and could not catch up at all. After this farewell, I don't know how many years it will take to meet again. The ends of the earth, the vast sea of people. How vast is the whole world? Compared with heaven and earth, 2 people are like 2 mole ants, like 2 fish and shrimp living in the South China Sea and the North Sea, like 2 grains of dust under the stars. Is there really a chance to meet? Ning Xiaochuan's heart showed a faint loss, but soon buried that loss in his heart, and replaced it with a firm belief: we must work hard to cultivate. Only when the martial arts cultivation is strong enough, can we catch up with the pace of the camel, otherwise it will always be impossible, and we can only watch her disappear at the end of the space from a distance. Boom! A light door opened in front, and 3 people and 1 beast felt their bodies falling down, like falling into an ice cave, and the surrounding space became extremely cold and dark. Bang! Ning Xiaochuan fell to the ground first, and immediately took out the bronze ancient lamp and lit the wick. A red glow illuminated the darkness, revealing a barren land. Black soil, frozen mountains, and steep cliffs. How can this happen? Where is this? Can you grow miraculous drugs here? Zen Toad shivered and stared around carefully. Situ Jing was holding a purple dragon gun, his eyes were cold and sharp, and said, I don't think there can be miraculous drugs for channeling at all, but it seems that there are ghosts. Wow! As soon as Situ Jing's voice fell, a shaggy head emerged from the ground, with a ferocious roar, spitting out a black fog in his mouth, and then rushed towards the canyon between the 2 cliffs. Zen Toad was startled, stared at the flying head and said, My darling, you really hit it. It's really a ghost. But why did it escape by itself? Ning Xiaochuan stared at the canyon, his eyes lit up, and he said happily, That's not a ghost, that's a miraculous medicine. Hurry up. Ning Xiaochuan immediately spread out his body method and chased into the canyon. Monk Tanqian also had bright eyes and ran fast, closely following Ning Xiaochuan. What? Is that a psychic drug? Zen Toadlin didn't react, and finally chased into the canyon. After they chased into the canyon, they didn't find the trace of that head at all. It seemed to disappear out of thin air again. Ning Xiaochuan wrung his eyebrows and knocked around the cliff and the ground, still looking carefully. Zen Toad continued to ask, What's the matter? It's obviously a head, how is it a miraculous medicine? Dong. Monk Tanqian knocked on the head of the Zen Toad and said, The psychic magic medicine has given birth to wisdom, has spirit, and can be transformed into trees, birds, turtles, stones, and even into human shapes. The head just now was transformed into a psychic magic medicine. It must have listened to our dialogue, so it deliberately turned into a ghost to escape. Grandma, I'm out of my sight. I should have caught it when I knew it flew over my head. It must have turned into stone. I'll beat it out. Zen Toad was really angry, carrying a mace, exerting enough strength to bombard the cliff. Boom! A stick bombarded down, how terrible the power was, smashing the whole cliff and shaking, and a boulder rolled down, filling the whole canyon. Monk Tanqian originally wanted to stop him, but he was still a little late. Before the cliff collapsed, Ning Xiaochuan took off first, fell to the top of another cliff, stared at Zen Toad and said, What are you doing? Zen Toad came out of the pile of stones with a mace in his hand. He picked up the dust on his body and said, Beat that guy out. Ning Xiaochuan was a little stunned and immediately said, Now the whole canyon is buried and there are gravel everywhere. How can we continue to look for it? Zen Toad was also stunned. He immediately scratched his scalp and said with a silly smile, I didn't think about it before, otherwise we'll find it one by one? Ning Xiaochuan gently shook his head and said, No, it must have escaped into the ground. Sorry. I didn't mean to. Zen Toad hurried. It doesn't matter, it's not a big deal. Ning Xiaochuan patted Zen Toad on the shoulder and said with a smile, Since we can encounter a miraculous drug, we must also encounter other miraculous drugs. We must remember that miraculous drugs have a strong perception ability, and we can smell human and animal qi across 10 miles. If we want to get close to miraculous drugs, we must first close our cultivation and breath. Monk Tanqian nodded and said, It's too big here. Otherwise, let's go separately to find the magic medicine and meet here in a month. What do you think? Okay. That's it. If you encounter danger, immediately shoot a white column of light into the sky as a signal. After finishing these words, Situjing put the purple dragon gun away, sealed his breath and cultivation, and walked towards the north. Monk Tanqian and Zen Toad went to the east and south, respectively. Ning Xiaochuan also closed the cultivation in his body and walked towards the west. Ning Xiaochuan's body is very strong. Even if his cultivation is sealed, he still has a huge force of millions of kilograms in one arm. One bounce can lift hundreds of meters high, enough to span several miles away. The power of a miraculous psychic medicine is enough for the heart-nourishing master to cultivate a drop of mysterious water, which is likely to help Ning Xiaochuan reach the level of a great heart-nourishing master. Only in the murderous place like Burial Mountain can one or several plants be found. Ning Xiaochuan naturally is extremely eager to find the magic medicine. Pa. After the four people left, the head flew out of the pile of stones, made a strange sound in his mouth, turned into a golden ginseng, and went into the ground and disappeared. The source of Ghost River, by the Black Crescent Lake. Princess Diyu bowed slightly and said, "Mother, this is how the whole thing happened." They claimed to be the subordinates of King Qinghe, who had inspired the array on the Black Island and had gone to the legendary ancient medicine field. Standing opposite Princess Diyu is a young beautiful woman with very tender skin, provocative eyes, a red jade belt wrapped around her slender waist, plump breasts and hips, exceptionally round legs, and most importantly, 3 fox tails on her tail. She looks a little like Princess Tanue, not like Princess Tanue's mother, but like her sister. The subordinates of King Qinghe? 2 young people, a monk and a mysterious beast. It's interesting that King Qinghe sent such a team to seize the divine treasures left by the purple and gold royal family. She also underestimated our other 2 families. The 3-tailed Sun Fox King carried his hands on his back, with a provocative smile on his face, and his body naturally emitted a torrential aura, so that all other high-level Xian beasts knelt down under her. Princess Diyu also knelt on one knee and said, "Mother, aren't you going to bury the main mountain of Shinshan? Why did you retreat again? What happened?" That main mountain is just a fake tomb. Someone set a killing game there, and several heavenly people of the Terran were seriously injured. In retrospect, the 3-tailed Song Fox King still had some lingering fears. The killing in the main mountain was really terrible. If she didn't have a natural and human fake body to die in the killing instead of her, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to retreat all over. "What shall we do now?" Princess Diyu asked. The 3-tailed Song Fox King stared at the black island in the center of the lake and said, "Wait. Since they go in here to find the magic medicine, they will definitely come out from here. It's a wonderful thing to let them help us collect the medicine." They thought they found the magic medicine, but they didn't have the power to hold the magic medicine at all, just make wedding clothes for us. The dark world seemed boundless, as if there was no end at all. There was no grass on the ground, and there was no vitality at all. If it hadn't been for a miraculous medicine, Ning Xiaochuan even suspected that he had come to the burial place of the Emperor Zijin. After walking for 6 days, he finally found a miraculous psychic drug. That miraculous psychic medicine grows on the icy cliff, like a cyan vine, which is more than 20 feet long, with cyan leaves as big as Pufan, emitting emerald colors. Before approaching, Ning Xiaochuan smelled a faint fragrance of medicine. Evergreen Lingting. According to legend, evergreen lingting only grows 1 foot long every 100 years. This evergreen lingting is more than 20 feet long. Hasn't it grown for more than 2,000 years? Ning Xiaochuan suppressed his joy, walked carefully, and slowly approached the evergreen spirit vine. Generally speaking, miraculous drugs can be channeled after growing for thousands of years, and become miraculous drugs for channeling. The miraculous drugs for channeling that have grown for more than 2,000 years are more rare, and their spirituality is absolutely stronger, which is not comparable to ordinary miraculous drugs for channeling. The main function of the medicine of evergreen spirit vine is to increase the longevity of martial artists. This evergreen spirit vine has a history of more than 2,000 years, which is enough to prolong the life of martial artists for 20 years. If the evergreen spirit vine is refined into an adult-level pill, it can even prolong the life of martial artists for 40 years. The efficacy of each psychic wonder drug is different. Some can prolong life, some can heal wounds, and some can improve cultivation. It is also very important to collect psychic miraculous drugs. If you collect them by force, it is likely to damage them. Ning Xiaochuan quietly walked to the top of the cliff. Suddenly, the evergreen spirit vine felt his breath, and 2 human legs grew at the root, which was like a cyan snake fleeing to the distance. Still want to escape? Ning Xiaochuan's palm spits out a circle of yin and yang open fire, which turns into a circular flame, forming a flame ball, trapping the evergreen lingting in the center of the flame. For the heart-nourishing master, it is the best way to trap the psychic magic medicine with Xianhua. Because Xianhua is the nemesis of psychic magic medicine. Once it is trapped in Xianhua, there is no chance of escape. Pa. Evergreen lingting kept fighting back, trying to rush out of the yin-yang flame. Ning Xiaochuan hit a big handprint, entered the fireball, caught the evergreen lingting, and threw it into the Xianling wooden box that had been prepared for a long time. The Xianling wooden box is the best vessel to hold the magic medicine. It can not only lock the power of the magic medicine, but also make the magic medicine survive forever. Pa. The Xianling wooden box was closed and put into the Qianquan cloth bag by Ning Xiaochuan. There are really a lot of miraculous drugs here. If it were in other places of the wilderness, I'm afraid I couldn't find one in 100,000 miles. Ning Xiaochuan thought so. Wow. In the north direction, a white column of light rushed to the sky, forming a thin white line on the horizon, connecting the ground and the sky. Situ Jing sent a distress signal. He was in danger. Ning Xiaochuan's face was solemn, and he spread a pair of light wings on his back and flew quickly to the north. Half an hour later, Ning Xiaochuan broke through the steep cliffstone forest, fell to the ground, slowly walked towards the black mist, found a purple spear, and there were several drops of bright red blood on the ground. Purple dragon gun. Situ Jing's gun. Ning Xiaochuan pulled the purple dragon gun out of the ground, turned the vitality to his eyes, and 2 rosy qi came out of his pupils. His eyesight immediately increased 10 times, and he carefully observed all around. It seems that there are not only miraculous drugs in this world, but also some other dangerous things. In all directions, there are towering cliffs, which are covered with thick ice, and between the cliffs are full of black mist. The whole world is very cold, and every wisp of fog seems to be able to freeze people's souls. Dada. Ning Xiaochuan, carrying a purple dragon gun, walked towards the depths of the black fog. Every 100 meters, some bloodstains could be found on the ground. I don't know how long I walked. Ning Xiaochuan heard a faint sound of footsteps behind him. Wu Dao's vitality was immediately injected into the purple dragon gun. The purple long gun puffed out lightning light, and a gun stabbed out behind him. The spear point of the purple dragon spear is in the middle of Monk Tanqian's eyebrow. If there is only an inch difference, it will pierce Monk Tanqian's bald head. Ba. Benefactor Ning, what are you doing? I'm scared to death. Monk Tanqian held his breath, and his whole body was tense, and he didn't dare to move. Ning Xiaochuan put away the purple dragon gun, sighed with relief, and said, "The black fog here is a little strange, which suppresses my mental power. I can only judge whether there is an enemy approaching by ear. Monk, how did you come here? When you see me, can you shout first to avoid accidental injury?" Tan Qian and Shang said, "I also saw the help signal of Benefactor Situ and rushed over immediately." I didn't expect to see a person who looks like you as soon as I walked outside. Naturally, I went up to say hello. However, as soon as I walked forward, a big mouth grew on the back of his head and almost swallowed the poor monk's head. Fortunately, the poor monk escaped quickly, otherwise, how can I stand in front of benefactor Ning? After entering the black fog, I saw a figure that looked like you. Without saying a word, I took out a Buddhist sutra and planned to press it on his head. However, before the Buddhist sutra of the poor monk was pressed down, you stabbed it first. Monk Tanqian took out a purple-covered Buddhist scripture from his sleeve. Obviously, he really wanted to press the Buddhist scripture on Ning Xiaochuan's head just now. Ning Xiaochuan naturally believed that Monk Tanqian was telling the truth, frowned slightly and said, you saw a figure that looks like me outside? That's right. It's exactly the same. Tanqian and Shangdao. Ning Xiaochuan said, then what you encounter should be blood-eating grass. A miraculous psychic medicine that can improve the cultivation of martial arts devour blood and turn into grass? Monk Tanqian was still a little sad. After hearing the miraculous medicine, he came to the spirit again, and his eyes shone. Ning Xiaochuan was vigilant around and said, the blood-devouring grass can devour the blood of the warrior and increase his Taoism. Since it didn't succeed just now, it will definitely do it again. Otherwise, master, you can make a bait to lure the blood-devouring grass out, and I will clean it up. After we get the blood-devouring grass, we will share equally. Okay. That's it. Tanqian and Shangdao. Monk Tanqian walked on the open earth, holding a scroll of Buddhist scriptures in his hand, reading the Buddhist scriptures, and exposed a pair of white and tender meat arms outside the Buddha's clothes, as if he was afraid to eat blood and turn into grass instead of eating him. My meat is delicious, come and eat it. My meat is sweet, come and eat it. Monk Tanqian kept reading in his mouth. Ning Xiaochuan hid in the dark, his body integrated with the stones on the cliff, and looked at the direction of Monk Tanqian from a distance. Before long, a man who looked like Situ Jing came out of the black mist and wandered around Monk Tanqian carefully, trying to attract the attention of Monk Tanqian. Monk Tanqian looked up, and sure enough, he saw the figure of Situ Jing. He was happy and chased up, Situ benefactor, I'm looking for you. Monk Tanqian just caught up with him, and the body of the man who looked like Situ Jing suddenly burst into a blood-red fog. A huge blood-eating grass grew in the blood fog. There are 32 grass leaves in total, each of which is tens of meters long. It's like a blood-red blade. Like a whirlwind, Monk Tanqian is wrapped in the grass leaves, trying to tear his body to pieces. Boom! Ning Xiaochuan rushed out of the stone wall immediately, condensed a vitality war sword in his hand, and cut at the grass leaf that entangled Monk Tanqian. Hua hua! The combat effectiveness of blood-eating and shaped grass is not weaker than that of Ning Xiaochuan, and is comparable to that of the strong in Tianti. Every blade of grass is as hard as iron and as sharp as a knife. Dozens of grass leaves are cut down towards Ning Xiaochuan at the same time. There is murderous and knife gas everywhere, giving people a feeling of entering the sea of knife and fire. No matter how fierce and fast the attack of blood-devouring and shaped grass was, Ning Xiaochuan didn't panic at all, stepping on colorful steps and shuttling between blade-like grass leaves. At the heart of Ning Xiaochuan, a bright fire of yin and yang flew out, showing two colors of red and blue, and attacked the blood-eating grass. The yin and yang open flames grew stronger and intertwined with each other, and soon turned into a sea of fire where red and dark blue intersected, wrapping the blood-eating and shaped grass in the center. The fighting power of the blood-devouring and shaped grass is not comparable to that of the evergreen lingting. It is enough to fight the warrior of the second step of the ladder. There is a white stone the size of a fist hanging at the root. There was a metallic brilliance in the stone, which made 32 grass leaves wrapped by metallic light. Unexpectedly, they were not afraid of Xianhua and forcibly broke the yin-yang open fire. Boom! One of the grass leaves was as wide as the palm of the hand and very sharp. It turned white, like a jade sword, and stabbed Ning Xiaochuan's heart. Ning Xiaochuan took his time, exercised his body method, moved out sideways, and rushed to the root of the blood-eating grass. At the same time, from the position of the chest, a heart-nourishing tripod flew out, constantly expanding into a 9-meter-high giant tripod. Bang! Bang! The heart-nourishing tripod hit the root of the blood-eating and shaped grass, beating the blood-eating and shaped grass back and forth. Drops of blood flowed from the leaves of the grass. Ning Xiaochuan took off and fell in the center of the 32 leaves of the blood-eating grass. A finger was at the root of the blood-eating grass, and a golden glow rushed out of the fingertips to form golden chains. Use the secret method of the heart-nourishing master to block the spirit of devouring blood and turning into grass. Guoshi Dao gave Ning Xiaochuan's great heart-nourishing master's experience, which recorded the secret method of collecting psychic miraculous drugs. One of them is locking spirit. As long as the spirit of the miraculous medicine is locked up, it is easy to collect the miraculous medicine. The spirit of the blood-eating grass was blocked, and 32 grass leaves lost their attack power and spread out automatically. It becomes like ordinary herbs, but its vitality is many times stronger than that of ordinary herbs. Bang! Monk Tan Qian fell down from one of the grass leaves, climbed up from the ground, adjusted his robe, and looked carefully at the huge blood-eating grass in front of him. There are 32 grass leaves in the blood-eating grass, each of which is more than 40 meters long, showing a crystal red color, with a light flowing on the surface. Why doesn't it move? Tanqian and Shangdao. Ning Xiaochuan said, it's locked by me. I'm not strong enough in the cultivation of mental cultivation now. If I can become a great mental trainer, I can even lock the spirit across the air. It won't be so troublesome to deal with psychic miraculous drugs. Then how do we divide now? 16 grass leaves for one person? Compared with mind cultivation, Monk Tanqian is more interested in eating blood and turning into grass. Ning Xiaochuan went to the root of the blood-eating grass and dug out a fist-sized white stone from the root. This stone is like jade, crystal clear and very smooth. However, it is extremely heavy, weighing more than 3,000 kilograms, and ordinary people can't twist it at all. Inside the stone, it seems that some lines are intertwined, showing constantly changing fantastic patterns. He had noticed this white stone before when he fought with the blood-eating grass. The brilliance emitted from the stone can improve the combat power of blood-eating and grass-forming. I'll take it. The blood-devouring grass belongs to you. Ning Xiaochuan played with the stone in his hand. Although he couldn't see its material, he always felt that its value was definitely more than a miraculous drug. Monk Tanqian was naturally quite willing to get a whole psychic medicine. For fear that Ning Xiaochuan would regret it, he immediately put the blood-eating and shaped grass into a golden bowl and put it into his sleeve. Benefactor Ning, can you show me the stone in your hand? Monk Tanqian felt that he had picked up a big bargain. He walked to Ning Xiaochuan and said with a smile. Ning Xiaochuan handed him the white stone. After receiving the stone, Monk Tanqian found that the stone was extremely heavy. He rubbed his eyes and continued to look, as if he had seen the origin of the stone. The whole person was petrified and did not move. Ning Xiaochuan said, Master, do you see what it is? Monk Tanqian's face was wrinkled like balsam pear. He stared at Ning Xiaochuan and said, Brother Ning, can we change it? Ning Xiaochuan's heart immediately jumped and said, Master, you can't. Don't worry. I'm definitely not the kind of person who covets wealth. Can I really change it? Monk Tanqian tightly grabbed the white stone in his hand and refused to let it go. He regretted it very much. He had known that he should have wanted this stone when distributing treasure earlier. Is it too late to regret? No. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Monk Tanqian sighed and said with difficulty, well, if you don't change it, don't change it. He reluctantly returned the white stone in his hand to Ning Xiaochuan. The corners of his eyes were still staring at the stone and said, this is not a stone at all, but a human bone. Human bones? How can it be? There should always be a trace of popularity on human bones, but there is no human breath on this bone. Ning Xiaochuan frowned. Tan Qian and Shang said, there will naturally be a trace of human breath on human bones. But what if people become gods? You say this is a divine bone? Ning Xiaochuan stared at the heavy white stone in his hand with wide eyes, which was somewhat incredible. Monk Tanqian nodded and said, although the divine power has been lost a lot, it is indeed a bone of a secondary god. If it can be refined into the body, the physical strength can be compared with the physical body of heaven and man. Ning Xiaochuan was also excited and said, how can we refine it? Tanqian and Shangdao, it takes Tianwu vitality and Xianhua to slowly refine the secondary god bone, so only heaven and man can refine the secondary god bone. However, your situation is special. You don't step into the realm of heaven and man, but cultivate the secondary god bone. As long as you spend more time, you may be able to refine the secondary god bone into your body. There is a secondary god's way in the secondary god bone. If you can really refine it, it will be of great benefit to your future cultivation. Ning Xiaochuan suppressed the excitement in his heart and received the secondary god bone into the bag of heaven and earth, and did not immediately start refining. It's definitely not something that can be done in a while, to refine the secondary god bone into the body. Now the top priority is to find Situ Jing to avoid accidents. That sub-god bone must be the bone of the Zijin Emperor, and we may have come to the burial ground of the Zijin Emperor. It's better to be careful, but if it's the tomb of a strong warrior, it will certainly breed extremely terrible creatures, and the slightest carelessness may break into pieces. Monk Tanqian said. They followed the blood left on the ground and continued to look forward. Before long, Zen Toad caught up with them and joined them. Along the way, they never encountered the magic medicine, and I don't know how long they walked. The black fog in front of them became thinner, and two huge waterfalls flew down from the sky. Voila! One waterfall is flowing black water, and the other waterfall is flowing white water. The two waterfalls meet and fall on the top of a huge skeleton, forming small waterfalls between the skeleton's ears, eyes, corners of the mouth, ribs, and chest. That skeleton is very huge, like a hill, wearing gold armor, jade belt around the waist, and divine boots. These gold armor and boots have become rusty and lost their luster because of the long time. Those two waterfalls are not exactly the water of life. Both kinds of water of life are watering the skeleton's body. Do you want to use the water of life to wake up the skeleton's life? Ning Xiaochuan rode. Zen Toad widened his eyes and said, this skeleton's body is too big. If he is still alive, I don't know how terrible his cultivation will be. I'm afraid he can smash thousands of miles of earth with just a slap. Let alone that he is still alive, even if he is dead now, the breath on his body can oppress us so that we can't get close to his bones. Monk Tanqian said. Zen Toad naturally didn't believe it, and walked towards the skeleton with a mace. However, the closer he was to the skeleton, the more he felt an invisible force pressing on him. At the beginning, it was only tens of thousands of kilograms of power. After another 100 meters, that force became hundreds of thousands of kilograms. Walking for another 100 years, he will bear the weight of a mountain, which makes the Zen Toad a little breathless. Finally, Zen Toad was defeated and came back. He didn't continue to rush. He was afraid of being crushed by that force and died. It's terrible. Not only the body is under heavy pressure, but also the mind is being squeezed more and more, and the heart seems to be breaking. Zen Toad stared at the skeleton in gold armor again, with a bit of awe in his eyes. Ning Xiaochuan said, "This is the divine power of the secondary God. The cultivation of the secondary God is already the peak that human can reach. The divine power is vast. Even if the secondary God is dead, mortals can't get close to his body." Monk Tanqian nodded and said, "He should be the skeleton of the Purple Gold Emperor." How heroic the Purple Gold Emperor was when he was alive. With his own power, he opened up the eternal territory and unified the whole northern Xinjiang. In his later years, he reversed yin and yang, arranged an anti-heaven array, and wanted to use the water of life to help nirvana and rebirth. Unfortunately, the secondary God could not change his destiny and finally turned into a skeleton. Everything went back to dust and earth to earth. Zen Toad said with some regret, "If only I could get close to the body of the sub-god. Taking anything from him is priceless." "Are you here, too?" Situ Jing came out from the bottom of a small lake where the spring of life converged from a distance and greeted Ning Xiaochuan and others from a distance. Two waterfalls, black and white, impinged on the bones of the Emperor Zijin and flowed down to form a lake formed by dozens of small springs of life. Situ Jing came out of a small lake farthest from the Purple and Gold Emperor, covered with a light white glow, giving people a strong sense of strength. His physical strength seemed to have improved a lot, and even a pair of eyes showed a faint divine light, extremely bright, as if he had got some kind of adventure. Zen Toad saw Situ Jing come out alive, rushed up and punched him in the chest, saying, "Grandma, you didn't send a signal for help. I don't think you're in any danger?" Situ Jing withstood a punch from Zen Toad, just stepped back 2 steps and stood still, shook his head and said, "I have made a major discovery, so I urgently inform you to come here." "What happened to the blood on the ground?" Ning Xiaochuan asked. Situ Jing said, "I was just chasing a miraculous psychic medicine and chased into the black fog, but I was hit in the heart by a sub-god bone, and naturally suffered some minor injuries. After finding the sub-god bone, I was naturally quite excited, so I sent a signal to inform you to come. I left the purple dragon gun in place and left bloodstains along the way, so that you can find me." "I see." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Zen Toad's eyes lit up and said, "Where is the secondary god bone? Take it out and have a look? How is your luck? If the secondary god bone flies out, it can hit you? Why doesn't it hit me?" Zen Toad's mouth was so big that it seemed to swallow Situ Jing's head. Situ Jing said, "At that time, that sub-divine bone just hit my heart and got into my heart. Fortunately, I had a human heart palace, otherwise I would have died at the moment my heart was broken." Ning Xiaochuan said, "In other words, is that sub-god bone still sealed in your heart?" Situ Jing nodded and said, "Before you came, I was refining the secondary god bone at the bottom of the lake. It wasn't long before I felt that one arm had at least increased the strength of 100,000 jin. If I refined that secondary god bone completely, I'm afraid the physical strength was enough to compare with heaven and man." Ning Xiaochuan said, "How big is the sub-god bone you got?" "Very small, only a small piece as big as a thumb finger." Situ Jing Dao. Ning Xiaochuan took out a white bone the size of a fist from the Qianquan cloth bag and said, "Is it similar to it?" "That's right." Situ Jing stared at the white bone in Ning Xiaochuan's hand tightly and said in shock, "Brother Ning, your secondary god bone is too big. I'm afraid it must weigh thousands of kilograms?" Monk Tanqian showed a dignified look and said, "Situ benefactor, I'm very curious. How did you refine the secondary god bone without cultivating the vitality of heaven?" Situ Jing said, "If I were in another place, it might be really difficult for me to refine the secondary god bone. However, there is the power of divine power flowing here. With the power of divine power, I can slowly refine the secondary god bone into my body." The saliva in Zen Toad's mouth fell down, grabbed Ning Xiaochuan's arm, and said eagerly, "Ning Xiaochuan, why are you brothers living and dying? Such a big sub-god bone, how long will you have to refine it? How about you share my half? I'll help you share it." Both Monk Tanqian and Situ Jing think that Zen Toad is talking in a dream. How can such a precious treasure be distributed to others? Besides, even if Ning Xiaochuan really doesn't mind, what can cut the bones of the secondary god in the world? However, to their surprise, Ning Xiaochuan agreed. Ning Xiaochuan said, I can give you a small piece, but you have to give me the mace in your hand. It doesn't matter. It's just a mace. If Brother Ning needs it, he can give you a car in the future. Zen Toad was as happy as heaven. He was so excited that he wanted to jump up and hug Ning Xiaochuan. A wolf-tooth stick of 8th-grade Xuanqi level can be exchanged for a small piece of secondary god bone, not to mention a Zen Toad. Anyone will be willing to. Ning Xiaochuan walked into the black fog with a mace, sacrificed 333 array flags, inserted them on the ground, and surrounded him in the center, isolated from the outside world. At this time, Ning Xiaochuan took out the Xian beast Jian and called out the Emperor's blade from inside. Langia stick belongs to you. Cut this sub-god bone into 10 parts. Ning Xiaochuan threw Langia stick to Tiandi blade. To cut the secondary god bone, only the Tiandi blade that killed the secondary god can do it. However, if you want to invite the Tiandi blade, you must at least give it a 7th-grade Xuanqi. Haha. Ning Xiaochuan, you are becoming more and more popular. To be honest, I'm greedy for that mace. It's not a day or two, and I finally got it today. If you give me the single round star ball next time, I can help you 10 times for free. With your current cultivation, if you add my strength, it's not impossible to fight the strong man of the 5th step ladder. Tiandi Blade Road. That's a 9th-grade mysterious weapon. Don't even think about it. Ning Xiaochuan Road. It doesn't matter. I've decided to raise the price. Next time if you want me to sell again, at least 1 8th-grade Xianware. 7th-grade Xianware, this kind of low-grade goods, don't give it to me again. Tiandi Blade began to refine that mace, and soon absorbed the soul and essence of the mace. The original 8th-grade Xianware has become a piece of ground broken iron. After absorbing this 8th-grade Xuanqi, the blade of the Heavenly Emperor blade became more bright, and the blade was extremely sharp, emitting a monstrous evil spirit. Tiandi Blade has become more powerful and is constantly changing. The Emperor Blade kept his word, and soon divided the fist-sized secondary god bone into 10 pieces, each of which was as big as a thumb finger and glittered with glittering light. Ning Xiaochuan put away the Emperor's blade, withdrew the array, walked out of the black fog, and handed a small piece of the secondary god bone to Zen Toad. Grandma's. I finally got a second divine bone. Brother Ning, you are so generous. In the future, you will be my brother. Whoever bullies you, tell me that I ate him. The Zen Toad pinched the secondary god bone in his hand, added his lips, and then swallowed the small piece of secondary god bone directly into his stomach. After eating the next god bone, the Zen Toad immediately rushed into a lake where the water of life converged and began to refine the second god bone. Monk Tanqian said curiously, Ning Xiaochuan, what means do you use to divide the secondary god bone? Ning Xiaochuan previously hid in the black fog and arranged the array before taking out the Tiandi blade. The most unbelieving person was Monk Tanqian. Tiandi blade, but the supreme imperial weapon, naturally can't be taken out at will for people to see. Zen Toad and Situ Jing are fine, and their origins can be checked. However, Monk Tanqian always gives Ning Xiaochuan a feeling of uneasiness. I always feel that this monk is very dishonest, and he hides many secrets, which makes people uneasy. If the Emperor Blade is seen by him, it is difficult to ensure that he will not be moved. Ning Xiaochuan naturally needs to be cautious and take precautions. Ning Xiaochuan said, although the secondary god bone is tough, it is not god iron after all. There will always be a way to divide it. Monk Tanqian naturally recognized that Ning Xiaochuan was unwilling to tell him the truth. He was no longer cheeky to continue to ask, but said with a smile, "Better benefactor, or you also give me a secondary god bone? Don't Buddhist disciples regard the flesh as a smelly skin bag? Does the master also want to refine the secondary god bone and improve the strength of the flesh?" Ning Xiaochuan rode. Monk Tan Qian laughed and said, "Even if you don't have to refine it, it's better to use it for research. The bones of secondary gods are different from those of ordinary people. If you can study the reason, you may be able to understand the secret of becoming gods. If the master really wants a second divine bone, I can give you one. But in exchange, can the master give me all the scriptures in your bag?" Ning Xiaochuan laughed. After hearing this, Monk Tan Qian's face was instantly solemn, his hands folded, and said, "Ba." In his wealth, he hated his name greed. Greed, anger, delusion, all kinds of delusions, greed, see greed, greed, cover greed. Ning Xiaochuan stared at Monk Tan Qian in surprise, looking at Monk Tan Qian as he chanted scriptures and walked towards the distance, saying, "Monk, do you want a secondary god bone? I am a monk of Mahayana Buddha. How can I be disturbed by such filth?" Monk Tan Qian turned his back to Ning Xiaochuan and kept chanting scriptures in his mouth, which seemed very serious. This monk is really unpredictable. I don't know whether he really realized that he shouldn't be greedy, or because he didn't want to give up the Buddhist scriptures? Ning Xiaochuan smiled, ignored him and walked towards the skeleton of the Emperor Zijin. The closer you are to the bones of the Emperor Zijin, the greater the pressure on you. When it was 3,000 meters away from the skeleton of the Emperor Zijin, Ning Xiaochuan was already struggling, with 10 mountains on his back, and his bones were pressed crackling. The divine power of the secondary god is not only suppressing the flesh and blood of creatures, but also suppressing the hearts and souls of creatures. Ning Xiaochuan's current physical strength can only reach 3,000 meters of the skeleton. If he takes another step forward, the pressure on his body will become stronger, as if he wants to crush the body. However, the divine power of the secondary god can help the warrior refine the bones of the secondary god. The greater the pressure, the faster the refining speed of the secondary god bone. It can be said that it has both suppressing and promoting effects. Ning Xiaochuan took another 9 steps forward, his clothes were soaked with sweat, every muscle of his body was tight, his blood vessels were protruding, and his internal organs were compressed. It's the limit, 2,991 meters away from the skeleton of the purple and gold emperor. Ning Xiaochuan didn't move forward. Now the pressure on him is strong enough. If he moves forward, he will be in danger of being crushed. He walked hard along the distance of 2,991 meters, walked to the edge of a lake where the water of life converged, sat down cross-legged, took out a thumb-sized secondary god bone, put it in the palm of his hand, and used the yin and yang open fire to refine the secondary god bone. Tiangxintu, rotate quickly. Tianwu Yuan liquid flows out and blends with blood, carrying the power of the secondary god bone into the body and refining into the bone. Ning Xiaochuan has Shenhua and Tianwu vitality, and the speed of refining the secondary god bone is 10 times faster than Situ Jing and Zen Toad. Moreover, Situ Jing and Zen Toad were sitting 3,500 meters away from the skeleton of the Emperor Zijin. The pressure of divine power they bear is not as strong as that of Ning Xiaochuan. 10 days later, Ning Xiaochuan refined the secondary god bone in his hand by a quarter, and the volume of the secondary god bone was reduced by a circle. Other secondary god bones were turned into powder, refined by Shenhua, and integrated into his flesh. His physical strength has been greatly improved, and he has been able to easily resist the suppression of divine power. It should be possible to continue walking for a distance. Ning Xiaochuan stood up, turned his internal skills, resisted the suppression of divine power, and continued to walk forward. With each step, the pressure on you will increase greatly. He walked 100 meters forward and reached the position of 2,891 meters away from the bones of the purple and gold royal family. The divine power borne by the body became stronger and reached the limit of the physical endurance. He stopped again to refine the secondary god bone, and the refining speed accelerated a lot. After refining the bones of the secondary gods, Situ Jing and Zen Toad also walked forward, reaching 3,571 meters and 3,350 meters of the bones of the Purple and Gold Emperor, respectively. Only by increasing the physical strength one step, can we take another difficult step forward. It's almost like they are worshipping the gods and entering the cultivation of their whole body. Every step forward represents a point of physical strength. Ning Xiaochuan's refining speed is extremely fast. It took a total of 1 month to completely refine a small piece of secondary god bone, and he has reached 2,400 meters away from the skeleton of the Purple and Gold Emperor. Although the refining speed of Situ Jing and Zen Toad is very slow, they have also entered within 3,000 meters. However, the closer you are to the Purple and Gold Emperor, the greater the divine power you will bear, and each step is very difficult. My physical strength now is about 9 times stronger than that before refining the secondary god bone. With only one palm, I can shoot a Jiu beast to death. Ning Xiaochuan never thought that his physical strength could be so strong that stepping on the ground could make the earth shake. One breath can blow people away. His physical strength can already be compared with that of some weaker human beings. Of course, it's just flesh. In terms of combat effectiveness, he is still far from heaven and man. Heaven and man have understood the martial arts to a very high level, and cultivate Tao Yuan in their bodies. Every move of martial arts magic contains the power of martial arts, and it is difficult for martial artists under heaven and man to compete with heaven and man. Although Ning Xiaochuan is still unable to compete with heaven and man, he can still defeat martial artists who are more powerful than himself with his powerful body, and can show a strong explosive force in close combat. Situ Jing and Zen Toad are still refining the secondary god bone. At their refining speed, I'm afraid it will take at least half a year to completely refine the secondary god bone in their hands. Ning Xiaochuan didn't immediately refine the remaining 8 sub-god bones. After all, his physical strength is close to heaven and man, almost reaching the limit of his current martial arts realm. If the cultivation of martial arts has not been improved, it is difficult to refine the secondary god bone into the body. The next step is to attack the realm of martial arts. The realm of martial arts and the body must be cultivated together. Only when both become strong can the warrior's combat power become strong. The body is the boat, and the realm is the paddle of rowing. If the hull is huge and thick, but there is only a bamboo pole to make an oar. If the oar moves the boat, the warrior will never reach the other shore. If the power of the oar is very strong, the hull is very fragile. When a big wave hits, the ship will break, and the warrior cannot reach the other shore. Therefore, the body and realm must be cultivated together. I am now in the realm of the second step of the ladder of heaven. Only when I understand all the 7 sword meanings of the Doom Sword Prison, can I step into the realm of the third step of the ladder of heaven. I have understood 4 sword meanings: Doom Sword, Cage Sword, Demon Gas Sword, and Murder Sword. There are still Death Sword, Invincible Sword, and Doom Sword. The bones of the secondary god definitely have a strong aura of death. Visualizing the bones of the secondary god can help me cultivate the meaning of the Death Sword. Ning Xiaochuan sat under the bones of the Emperor Zijin, watched the huge bones of the Emperor Zijin, completely released his mind, and felt the heavy breath of death. A moment later, Ning Xiaochuan entered a mysterious cultivation state, and 7 auras flew out of his heart, condensing into 7 mental bodies that looked exactly like him. At the same time, the 7 mental bodies began to understand the meaning of Death Sword, rehearse sword moves with their minds, communicate sword theories, and integrate a trace of sword meaning. Other martial artists have only one mind and spirit body. However, Ning Xiaochuan has 7 orifices and 7 mental bodies, and his speed of understanding martial arts is 7 times that of others. If others need 10 years to realize the Tao, he only needs more than 1 year. 7 mental bodies flew out of his heart, first overlapped with his body, and then came out of his body, taking his body as the center, showing the shadow of 7 people. The shadows of the 7 people constantly move, dance swords, take off, use sword tricks, step on the starting method, and every action is flowing. It's not only practicing sword moves, but also understanding the meaning of the sword. Practice while understanding. The 7 mind bodies wanted to understand the more powerful meaning of the death sword. They were farther and farther away from Ning Xiaochuan's body and walked towards the skeleton of the purple and gold emperor. Some are standing on the head of the Zijin emperor, some are standing on the wrist of the Zijin emperor, some are standing in the chest of the Zijin emperor, and some are walking into the eyes of the Zijin emperor. They are all dancing swords, showing elegant movements and sharp sword spirit. Ning Xiaochuan has entered an extremely mysterious enlightenment, and he doesn't know that his mind has gone into the body of the purple and gold emperor, and he can't even feel his consciousness. He only knew that he was practicing sword formula and understanding the meaning of death sword. The gas of death between heaven and earth naturally gathered, drilled into Ning Xiaochuan's body, and condensed into strands of world-destroying gas. In this state of enlightenment, Ning Xiaochuan's cultivation of the qi of destruction is extremely fast. It turned out that he only cultivated 13 ways of killing the world, but in a short time, the 14th and 15th ways of killing the world condensed successfully, and he was still condensing the 16th way of killing the world. In this state of cultivation, the martial artist's enlightenment speed is so fast that he can't stop at all. I don't know how long ago, Ning Xiaochuan was startled by an extremely powerful mental force, and the 7 mental bodies retreated back to the body like a tide, and his consciousness was immediately awake. Ning Xiaochuan immediately opened his eyes, and his eyes became extremely bright. With a bit of panic, he stared at the huge skeleton of the secondary god in front of him. What a terrible power of mind! How can a skeleton have a mind? Without waiting for Ning Xiaochuan to think more, a strong sense of hunger came from his stomach, and his body became extremely weak. Ning Xiaochuan has never been so hungry. If he doesn't wake up from practice, he may be starved to death alive. How long have I been practicing? Ning Xiaochuan's heart was in doubt. He immediately took out a bottle of the blood spirit of the 7th level Xian beast and poured the whole bottle into his mouth. Use the power of the spirit of blood to supplement the consumption of the body. After absorbing the spirit of blood, even if you don't eat for half a year, you won't feel hungry. Situ Jing and Zen Toad have completely refined the secondary god bone. Standing not far from Ning Xiaochuan, they are also visualizing the body of the Zijin emperor, hoping to understand the martial arts of the gods from the secondary god bone. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan waking up, they withdrew their minds and stood up at the same time. How long have I practiced? Ning Xiaochuan asked. Situ Jing stared at Ning Xiaochuan deeply and said, about 8 months. So long? No wonder I feel hungry. Ning Xiaochuan's face showed a wry smile. Although I almost starved to death, I also gained a lot this time. His understanding of the meaning of the death sword has reached a very high level, even beyond the scope of the sword prison. A sword stabbed out, like death, can cause strong psychological pressure on the opponent. He can't completely control the intention of death sword on his body now. When he raises his hands and feet, he gives people a powerful aura of death. If a child stands in front of him, he will even be scared to cry by the invisible smell of death emanating from him. Situ Jing and Zen Toad can clearly perceive the qi of death on Ning Xiaochuan. If they didn't all know Ning Xiaochuan, they would certainly be unable to help retreating. Ning Xiaochuan also felt that Situ Jing and Zen Toad looked a little abnormal and said, the meaning of the death sword I cultivated is so strong that I can't put it back and forth freely now. It's estimated that it will take several days to completely control the meaning of the death sword on my body. Situ Jing's mouth made a tut-tut sound and said, it's amazing. Zen Toad and I both thought about the bones of the Zijin Emperor, but we didn't understand anything. Brother Ning, you can understand the meaning of the death sword from the Zijin Emperor, and you must have a trace of the martial arts idea of the secondary god in it. Zen Toad nodded and said, the meaning of death sword can be understood from the secondary god, which is definitely far more than other sword meanings. The martial arts, cultivated by Brother Ning, must be stronger than others. Ning Xiaochuan expected to understand the meaning of death sword. What really surprised Ning Xiaochuan was that there were 16 deadly gases in his body. He clearly remembered that there were only 13 deadly gases in his body before. However, 8 months later, not only did the death sword idea practice to great perfection, but also there were 3 more ways of killing the world, indirectly letting Ning Xiaochuan practice the killing the world sword idea. The understanding of the idea of destroying the world sword is an unexpected gain. Ning Xiaochuan has understood 6 of the 7 sword meanings. If I can understand the meaning of the invincible sword, I can step into the realm of the 3rd step of the ladder of heaven. The meaning of the invincible sword must be understood in fighting, and I must accumulate self-confidence in my heart, and I will be invincible in all battles. Only with the idea of the invincible sword can I really cultivate the meaning of the invincible sword. Ning Xiaochuan's heart rose with pride, and he wanted to challenge the world's heroes, defeat everyone, and achieve an invincible state of mind. Ning Xiaochuan immediately restrained his mind, tried to keep an ordinary mind, stared deeply at the bones of the purple and gold emperor, and said with some dignity, "We have to leave here immediately." "What's the matter? Did Brother Ning find anything?" Situ Jing's expression moved. Ning Xiaochuan frowned deeply and said with a dignified look, "Previously, I was understanding the meaning of the death sword. My mind flew out of my body and entered the corpse of the Zijin Emperor. In the Zijin Emperor's body, I felt an extremely terrible mind power. It was because of this mind power that I woke up from my practice. How can it be? The purple gold emperor has been dead for many years. How can there be a mind in his bones?" Situ Jing naturally believed that Ning Xiaochuan would not lie, but this thing was too ridiculous and shocking. Zen Toad also changed his face. "No wonder I always feel uneasy. Is it true that although the body of the Zijin Emperor is dead, his mind is not destroyed? You say, will the Zijin Emperor really be reborn against the sky?" Ning Xiaochuan said with some uncertainty, "It's impossible. After all, the Emperor of Purple and Gold has died. No matter how strong the manpower is, how can it go against the sky? Ba. Let's get out of here quickly. I also feel that there is a vague heart in the bones of the secondary god. If there is something terrible in the bones of the secondary god, we can't cope." Monk Tan Qian said from a distance. "Who?" At this time, the mouth of the huge skeleton blew a breath and turned into a terrible wind. The surrounding space is constantly rolling, and the airwaves are constantly shaking, forming a destructive wind. Ning Xiaochuan immediately turned his strength and stopped his body to prevent being blown away by the strong wind. The strong wind blew for about half an hour before it stopped. Ning Xiaochuan sacrificed all the 9 xuanqi, and then guarded the people. Zen Toad was a little shocked and said, "I'm sure the fragments of the bones of the secondary gods that fell on the ground were all blown out of the bones of the secondary gods by the hurricane before they were picked up by you. If we continue to search, maybe we can find more bones of the secondary gods." "Pa." Monk Tanqian's face became very ugly and said, "Fart, it's not a hurricane, it's the spirit breathing. Now it's exhaling, and later it's inhaling. At that time, we will be pulled by that suction. If we are sucked into the bones of the spirit, we will be dead." Hearing Monk Tanqian's words, Ning Xiaochuan and Situ Jing's faces also changed wildly. 3 people and 1 beast dared not stay any longer and rushed back on the way. However, it was not long before they came to the place where they first entered the world. 3 people and 1 beast started at the same time, exerted their magic powers, dug up the soil, and found an ancient round stone platform 10 meters deep underground. On the stone platform, there are more than 8,000 grooves, with full array patterns. Monk Tanqian immediately took out the basalt and quickly placed it in the groove. Ning Xiaochuan sacrificed the single round star ball, and guarded everyone in the brilliance of Jiu Dang Jia, staring closely at the direction of the purple and gold emperor skeleton. Wow! The black fog turned into a vortex, and a terrible suction swept towards them. Monk, hurry up! The gods are beginning to breathe in. Ning Xiaochuan shouted. Cliffs and mountains rose from the ground, were swallowed by suction, and flew towards the direction of the corpse of the purple and gold emperor. On the earth, countless sands are absorbed, and cracks appear on the ground. In the air, there was a roar of monsters. The Zen toad also stared at the distance, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and said, "Is it really the gods breathing? Is it true that the Zijin emperor is not dead? This suction is so terrible that even Jiu Dang Jia can't stop it. It seems that the single round star ball will be sucked away by the wind." Ow! A long, hairy howl came from the direction of the bones of the purple and gold emperor. The black clouds above the sky turned into a huge ghost hand, and even grabbed Ning Xiaochuan and others. That black ghost hand is extremely huge, completely covering the sky, causing terrible stress to people. If the three of them hadn't refined the secondary god bone and increased the physical strength by a large part, otherwise, they would probably be pressed to the ground by that pressure. Ning Xiaochuan clenched his teeth, took out the scriptures in his arms, and threw them at the black ghost hand above the sky. However, as soon as the scripture flew out, it was crushed by the strong wind and turned into pieces of white paper. How could this happen? Ning Xiaochuan couldn't believe his eyes. He bought the sutra from Monk Tanqian at a cost of 1,000,000 pieces of basalt, just to deal with the crisis. Even if it can't compete with the black ghost claw, it's better to resist it for a moment. However, the scriptures have no power at all. After being thrown out, they will break apart, which is no different from ordinary scriptures. Monk Tanqian quickly broke the basalt into the array and said, "It's done." Phew! At the moment when the black ghost claw was photographed, the array worked, and with a flash of light, they entered the colorful chaotic space again, and were transferred back by the large array moved by the space. Entering the passage of space movement, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and finally escaped. Only Ning Xiaochuan was puzzled and stared at Monk Tanqian. Monk Tanqian deliberately avoided Ning Xiaochuan's eyes, sat in the clouds, and kept chanting scriptures in his mouth, pretending to know nothing. Ning Xiaochuan finally couldn't help but walk over and said, "Master, I spent 1,000,000 xianshi to buy the scripture from you, but it's an ordinary scripture. Should you give me an explanation?" Knowing that he could not avoid it, Monk Tanqian opened his eyes and sighed in his mouth, "Hey, benefactor Ning, the scriptures I sold you were indeed written by the Holy Buddha himself, which is not comparable to ordinary scriptures." Just what? Ning Xiaochuan asked. Tanqian and Shang said, "Only the effect is only once. After using it once, the Buddhist power in the scriptures will be exhausted." I wipe. Ning Xiaochuan had an impulse to strangle him and said, "Since the power of the scripture can only be exerted once, why didn't you say it earlier? Are you a monk too greedy?" Ba. Benefactor Ning, don't spit out blood. Think again. At the beginning, you took the initiative to sell scriptures, and I didn't force you. Besides, this scripture is indeed written by the Holy Buddha himself. For Buddhist disciples, even if they lose the power of subduing demons, just the Buddhist texts recorded in the scriptures are priceless. How can you say that the poor monk talks about your xianshi?" Monk Tanqian said solemnly. Ning Xiaochuan's heart is also very depressed. 1,000,000 xianshi must be impossible to come back. He can only have a heart in his heart, so as not to be cheated by Monk Tanqian in the future. Soon, the power of the array became weaker and weaker. With a flash of light, they moved through the space and returned to the Black Island in Crescent Lake. Around the island, there are many mysterious beasts standing, emitting a strong murderous spirit. Finally come back. Before Zen Toad could be happy, the smile on his face froze and stared carefully at the periphery of the Black Island. The whole Black Island was surrounded by countless high-level mysterious beasts in human form, which were like iron buckets, airtight. The Xian beasts of the Holy Fish clan and the Zhonghu clan are here to surround the whole island. Yu Jingshu, the fourth prince of the Holy Fish clan, came out of the Xian beast camp, stared coldly at Ning Xiaochuan and others on the island, and said, "You're finally out. Give us the Holy Fish clan the magic medicine you're carrying, and this prince can order to spare your life." In the other direction, Princess Diyu came out gracefully, revealing two white furry fox tails. She was petite and exquisite, with fragrance overflowing, and a charming smile. "Ning Xiaochuan, give the miraculous medicine to the Zhonghu people, and this princess will surely save your life." Holy Fish clan and Zhonghu clan have been waiting here for more than half a year, waiting for Ning Xiaochuan and others to come out and seize the miraculous psychic medicine they collected. They all want to reap the benefits. In the eyes of the two great Xian beast races, Ning Xiaochuan and others are already fish on the chopping board, and only have the fate of being robbed. The real threat is between the two ethnic groups. It depends on who gets the magic medicine first. I guessed it would be like this. Ning Xiaochuan's eyes sank without a trace of fear. Even if there are enemies in all directions, we can still be calm. I'm afraid of them. It's a big deal that we fight a bloody way. The cultivation of Zen Toad has made great progress, reaching the realm of high-level 9-level Xian beast, and the strength of the flesh is comparable to heaven and man. With powerful force, my heart is naturally confident. Even in the face of the famous Princess Tanua and the 4 princes of the Holy Fish family, I dare to fight them. Ning Xiaochuan held the Zen Toad and told it not to act rashly. Princess Diyu and Yu Jingshu are both the strong ones in the 5th step of the ladder, and they also master the 9 mysterious weapons. Even if Zen Toad has a body comparable to heaven and man, it is certainly not their opponent. Ning Xiaochuan smiled and said, "To tell you the truth, we didn't arrive at the legendary ancient medicine field, but were sent to the burial place of the Emperor Zijin. We escaped only after narrowly escaping. How can there be a miraculous medicine?" Yu Jingshu said, "It doesn't matter whether there is any magic medicine. I won't know the truth until I search it. Yu Jingshu, we are the people of the king of Qing dynasty. How dare you touch us?" The Zen Toad drank in a deep voice. "Even if the true body of the king of Qinghe is here, this prince wants to kill you. It's a matter of one word. All Xian beasts listen to the order. Whoever takes them down will get a beast yuan pill." Yu Jingshu said coldly. "Haha. We Qinglin people are willing to help His Highness, the 4th prince, capture them." In the camp of the Holy Fish clan, 3 mysterious beasts, covered with cyan fish scales, flew out. They have human bodies, fish tails, long guns in their hands, and kill on the Black Island. 2 medium-level 9-level Xian beasts and 1 high-level 9-level Xian beast. "Haha. Don't even fight, let me suppress them." Zen Toad shouted excitedly, and his arms kept expanding, becoming as thick as a bucket, with fist-sized muscles. Its arms waved like a windmill that turned rapidly, and its feet ran on the ground at a very fast speed. With one punch, it pierced the body of a middle-level 9-level Xian beast of the Qinglin family, exposing a huge blood hole in its chest and breaking its spine. That middle-level 9-level Xian beast had no time to resist, so it fell to the ground. Bang! The Zen Toad stepped down with one foot and crushed the head of the middle-level 9-level Xian beast, splashing red blood and milk. White brain. At the same time, another medium-level 9-level Xian beast flew up from behind and stabbed Zen Toad's vest. Ow! With a long roar, the Zen toad kicked on the ground, pulled up and fell behind the middle level 9 level Shan beast, pressed its shoulders, pressed its fingers into the cyan scales, clasped the flesh and blood, and tore it vigorously. Pooh! The body of the 9 level Shan beast was torn in two, and it immediately recovered to the cost body, becoming the body of a blue arowana tens of meters long in two, spilling blood all over the ground. Haha! Qinglin is still one of the 6 families under the holy fish family, and it's just so weak. The Zen toad was full of blood and laughed happily. Its body was full of war, and it finally broke out. In an instant, 2 medium-level and 9-level Shan beasts were killed. The rest of the high-level 9-level Shan beast was also shocked, and the other party's strength was too terrible, even tearing up the body of a 9-level Shan beast with bare hands. How powerful is this? However, that high-level 9-level Shan beast was not afraid, and its body was blooming with cyan brilliance, and its body was constantly expanding and turned into itself. A cyan arowana, more than 100 meters long, with a dragon's head and 2 fins turned into 2 claws, flows a trace of cyan brilliance, and grabs it at the Zen toad. The high-level 9-level Shan beast has been comparable to the strong one of the 3rd step ladder. The power of one claw is enough to tear up rivers and smash mountains. Zen toad was extremely fierce, and his body ejected, fell on top of the blue arowana, and hit it with one punch. Bang! The blue arawana's body shook violently, and the sound of bone fracture sounded in its body, breaking more than half of its viscera. It was beaten to fall on the Black Island, fell 7 meat and 8 vegetables, screamed in its mouth, and immediately turned into a human shape, trying to escape back to the holy fish camp. The power of Zen toad is so terrible that it doesn't look like the power that a high-level 9-level Shan beast should have, at least 3 times stronger than it. If you don't escape, you may be killed alive by Zen toad. Grandma, still want to escape? Zen toad's murderous nature increased, his body was full of animal gas, his eyes turned blood red, his head continued to expand, and became a huge Zen toad's head. Just a pair of eyes were as big as a millstone, his mouth was getting bigger and bigger, revealing a terrifying mouth, and 2 rows of sharp teeth like swords, trying to devour the high-level 9-level Shan beast of the Qinglin clan into his stomach. Ba. Monk Tanxian read the mantra of the Heart Sutra of the Mora from his mouth, and Buddhist texts spit out from his mouth. The diamond bracelet on the Zen toad's head burst out in circles of Sanskrit, constantly contracting inward, squeezing into the Zen toad's scalp, strangling a bloodstain. The Zen toad had a splitting headache, and his huge head kept getting smaller and smaller, and he regained his human shape. He dared not eat the high-level 9-level mysterious beast of the Qinglin family again, but watched it escape helplessly. No way, this is the rule given to him by Monk Tanxian. Monk Tanxian also knows that it is not easy to tame a fierce beast, which needs to be followed step by step. Therefore, he is not opposed to its killing for the time being, but he wants it to give up meat and blood first. That is, you can't eat animals alive. Once breaking the precepts, the monk will recite the mantra of the Mora Sutra to punish it. Under the suppression of the mantra of the Mora Heart Sutra, the Zen toad soon settled down and dared not take the chance. It was like a little toad standing behind Monk Tanxian, just added lips, and still wanted to eat that high-level 9-level Shan beast. After escaping back, the high-level 9-level Shan beast of the Qinglin clan immediately hid behind Yu Jingshu, looking scared, pale, and coughing up blood in his mouth. It stared at the Zen toad with some fear, which was really terrible. Your Highness the 4th Prince, that toad's physical strength is quite terrible, at least 3 times stronger than my physical strength. Yu Jingshu naturally sees the war just now in his eyes. The Shan beast of the Qinglin clan is already famous for its powerful flesh. Among the Shan beasts in the same realm, the flesh of the Qinglin clan is absolutely superior. However, the Zen toad of the high-level 9-level Shan beast level has more abnormal physical strength. He can tear up the 9-level Xian beast with his bare hands, and can beat the Xian beast of the same level with one punch. These forces really cannot be underestimated. The whole Holy Fish clan, including those 9-level Xian beasts of the older generation, can have such a terrible physical existence. What a powerful physical force, there is such a strong person under the throne of King Qinghe. The three-tailed Song Fox King stood on the bank of the Crescent Lake, wearing white palace clothes. His skin was extremely clear, his twin peaks were extraordinarily full, and his curves were beautiful, giving people a plump and attractive feeling. However, her body was wrapped by wisps of smoke, and she could only see the hazy beautiful outline, which was like a fox fairy falling from the sky. Just in terms of physical strength, it can be compared with the heaven and man who has just cultivated Daoyuan. However, its realm is still very low, and even the Dharma body and Dharma phase have not been cultivated. Jingshu, if you hit it, you can defeat it within 10 moves. The Holy Fish King sat in a golden chariot with a strong voice. The golden chariot stopped at the other end of the Crescent Lake, surrounded by many servants, including human warrior servants and high-level mysterious beast servants. The chariot was guarded in the center like the stars holding the moon. Every servant of the Holy Fish King has powerful power, which is not comparable to ordinary warriors. Yu Jingshu is the peerless talent of your Holy Fish clan. Not only does his martial arts cultivation reach the level of the 5th step ladder, but his body is probably not much worse than heaven and man. Within 10 moves, it is enough to defeat him. The three-tailed Song Fox King laughed and said, although Princess Diyu doesn't have a body of the level of heaven and man, but if she takes action, it takes only 10 moves at most to defeat it. The two mysterious beast masters in the wilderness are standing by the Crescent Lake, representing the two major ethnic groups, respectively. They are both beast kings who manage hundreds of thousands of miles of territory, and there are hundreds of millions of mysterious beasts under their seats. In ordinary times, it is very difficult to see one of them, and only the treasure of psychic magic medicine can let their real bodies arrive. There are two beast kings in the battle, and Yu Jingshu and Princess Diyu naturally have no worries about their future. Even if Ning Xiaochuan and others are killed, they are not afraid that King Qingyu will find trouble in the future. Yu Jingshu took his hand and flew to the Black Island, emitting golden light. His eyes were like two golden balls, flowing with a trace of fire. The 5th step is the realm of heaven ladder, which cultivates both the Dharma body and the Dharma phase to Mahayana, which can be called the invincible combat power under heaven and man. Wow! Yu Jingshu's body has the potential to sweep thousands of troops. His arms, palms and fingers are covered with fine golden scales, and his nails turn into white claws. Waving his arms, animal vitality gushed out at his fingertips. With 5 fingers stretched out, he hit the Zen toad with a golden handprint. Zen toad was not afraid at all. He pinched his fist with his 5 fingers and hit it with one punch. Bang! As soon as he collided, the Zen toad retreated. There were 3 bloody wounds on its arm. 3 pieces of flesh were torn open by Yu Jingshu's claws, and white bones were exposed under the bloody muscles. Yu Jingshu's eyes were cold, and he threw the flesh and blood on his paws to the ground, saying, "It's just like this." Just a Zen toad, does he want to compete with the Holy Fish clan? Yu Jing has the body of Holy Fish since he came to the book. His blood is noble, far more than other 9-level Shan beasts. Moreover, it has been taking natural materials and earth treasures since childhood, refining its own flesh with the blood and flesh of the 9-level Shan beast, refining its body with the blood of the human warrior in the Earth Zune territory, and even devouring the blood and flesh of a flying dragon. Of course, it's not a pure blood real dragon, but a mixed Asian dragon with dragon blood. When Yu Jingshu reached the 5th step of heaven ladder, the body was quenched 7 times. Just for the physical body, its physical body is no longer weaker than the physical body of heaven and man, and it is for this reason that it can escape in the hands of heaven and man. Zen Toad's eyes were full of anger. He squeezed his fists tightly, and the 3 wounds healed quickly. He attacked Yu Jingshu again. Bang! Bang! After a series of fierce exchanges, Zen Toad flew back with blood and flesh blurred all over, hit the ground hard, and spit blood in his mouth. Its body is full of blood claw marks, as many as dozens of ways. One of the paw prints clawed through his neck and tore his windpipe open, almost tearing off his head. It's quite remarkable to be able to fight with me 7 moves, without practicing the Dharma body and Dharma phase. If you are willing to submit to the Holy Fish clan, my prince will spare your life. Yu Jingshu's expression was cold, and he walked towards Zen Toad step by step. Its momentum became stronger and stronger, and 2 golden flames appeared in its eyes, trying to use the momentum of the strong in the 5th step of the heaven ladder to crush the will of the Zen Toad and submit to him. Bah! Zen Toad spit out a mouthful of blood foam and said, "Even if I'm going to be a monk, I won't be a dog next to you. Qua qua. If you don't know the current situation, you will die." Yu Jingshu's body turned into a golden light and rushed away. His paws were wrapped in golden flames and grabbed at the head of Zen Toad. If he is really caught by it, the head of the Zen Toad must be torn apart and turned into blood mud. Bang! The blood-red sword light flashed. The sharp magic sword cut on the claws of Yu Jingshu. Yu Jingshu only felt a breath of death overwhelming, like falling into Shura hell, and it was slightly distracted. In this moment of absence, it was shocked by the sword gas and flew backward. Yu Jingshu's body was wrapped by the golden flame, rotated in the air for a circle, and then unloaded the sword gas, and smoothly fell to the ground 10 feet away. The golden dragon scale gloves on the palm cracked a gap, turned into pieces of broken dragon scales, and fell to the ground. What a powerful sword! Yu Jingshu's eyes looked forward, staring at Ning Xiaochuan standing in front of Zen Toad, and his eyes focused on the magic sword. Is that a congenital 9-grade mysterious weapon? Just now, the strike of the magic sword drove him back. If he didn't wear golden dragon scale gloves, I'm afraid his palm would be cut off by the magic sword. Ning Xiaochuan's body carries a breath of death, which is like a god of death with a sword, frightening people's souls. Princess Diyu's body is extremely enchanting, graceful, and beautiful. A pair of cyan dye eyebrows are slightly provoked, and the star eyes become flashing. She has some interest in Ning Xiaochuan. After all, there are not many people who can beat back Yu Jingshu. Princess Diyu has fought with Yu Jingshu many times and knows the power of Yu Jingshu. The young generation of humans and Shan beasts are not very excellent if they can catch it. Zen Toad was able to catch the 7 moves of Yu Jingshu, which had already made Princess Diyu look at her with great admiration. Ning Xiaochuan was able to force Yu Jingshu back with a sword, which naturally made Princess Diyu interested in him and wondered how many tricks he could catch Yu Jingshu. Lao Jiu pushes books, urban campus cool articles, close masters of school flowers. Ning Xiaochuan's body stood straight and stood horizontally with the sword. Naturally, there was a sense of death sword emanating. He stared at Yu Jingshu faintly and said, "It's not important whether it's a congenital 9-grade xuanqi. The important thing is that if you want to fight, we will definitely accompany you to the end. Monk, are your scriptures ready?" Monk Tan Qian took out an ancient bamboo scripture from the bag on his back, held it in his hand, and said, "The beast writing scripture copied by the Holy Buddha is enough to suppress a monster." Boast. Monsters have condensed demon yuan and have the ability to overturn rivers and seas. Is it a scripture that can hold it? Yu Jingshu has been practicing for many years, and it is only the 5th step of the ladder of heaven. It is not only how long to wait, but also how long to condense the demon yuan and grow into a monster with overwhelming magic power. It naturally knows the power of monsters. The combat power of monsters corresponds to the heavenly beings among human warriors. The mysterious beast condenses demon yuan, and the body will undergo earth-shaking changes, breaking away from the body of the mysterious beast and becoming a monster. When human beings cultivate Dao Yuan, their bodies will also undergo earth-shaking changes, breaking away from the category of martial artists and incarnating into heaven and man. Yu Jingshu wants to get the magic medicine collected by Ning Xiaochuan and others to help him condense the demon Yuan, grow into a monster, and reach a level comparable to heaven and man. It shows the talent and magic of the holy fish. Its body is completely wrapped in golden flames, and every inch of its skin emits a hot temperature, which is like a bright sun. Holy fishes, gifted magic power, immortal flame. Yu Jingshu is strong in self-cultivation and doesn't use Jiuping Xuanqi at all. He wants to suppress Ning Xiaochuan, who has the innate Jiuping Xuanqi, with the power of magic. Ning Xiaochuan's body also erupted a surging sense of war, including the sword of destruction, the sword of cage, the sword of evil gas, the sword of murder, the sword of death, and the sword of destruction. 6 sword meanings emanated from the body and condensed into a sword cage. War. Ning Xiaochuan and the magic sword form the realm of the unity of man and sword. His body and the sword body are almost compatible, and he maintains the belief of invincibility in his heart. Even if his opponent is extremely strong, he should firmly believe that he can defeat him. Bang! Bang! Hundreds of sword qi flew around Ning Xiaochuan, turning into a prison with sword qi, and the sword cut in all directions. 2 human-shaped golden flames appeared in the palm of Yu Jingshu's hands, breaking the heavy sword qi and hitting Ning Xiaochuan's heart. Ning Xiaochuan drove the magic sword with his mind and stabbed Yu Jingshu's eyebrows. At the same time, both hands also condensed the martial magic power of the sun and the moon are the same as the sky. Holding the moon in one hand and the sun in the other hand, they bombarded out. Boom! The 2 magical powers bombarded together, making the whole Black Island vibrate. Yu Jingshu and Ning Xiaochuan retreated at the same time. Ning Xiaochuan's hands were blackened by the golden flame and soaked with blood. If he hadn't been protected by Tianwu vitality, his arms would probably have been burned to ashes by the immortal flame. Yu Jingshu's eyebrows were also punctured with a blood spot by the magic sword. If he retreated a step later, he might be punctured by the magic sword. Come again! Yu Jingshu naturally didn't believe that a human young man could hurt himself. He condensed the golden flame into a huge sword and cut off Ning Xiaochuan with unparalleled strength. Ning Xiaochuan sacrificed the magic sword, the bronze ancient lamp and the single round star ball, and took turns to attack Yu Jingshu with the help of the power of 3 Jiuping Xuanqi. Monk Tan Qian tried several times to press the Beast Writing Sutra in his hand on the top of Yu Jingshu, but the body methods of Yu Jingshu and Ning Xiaochuan turned too fast, and he had no chance to shoot at all. Yu Jingshu is also worthy of being the strong one of the 5th step ladder. Unexpectedly, just by virtue of his own cultivation and physical strength, he blocked all 3 Jiuping Xuanqi, and even wanted to control the immortal flame to refine the 3 Jiuping Xuanqi. The immortal flame, born from the body of Yu Jingshu, is its magical fire, which is more destructive than the yin-yang open fire accepted by Ning Xiaochuan. This human man is so powerful that he forced Yu Jingshu to display the talent and magic of the immortal flame. A coquettish fox woman of the Zhonghu clan has beautiful eyes, and has a strong interest in Ning Xiaochuan. You know, the women of the Fox clan can only be combined with the warriors of mankind to produce the next generation. Therefore, fox women are very concerned about human men with strong talents. If they really encounter a genius hero that is difficult to meet for thousands of years, they will tempt him at all costs, combine with him, and conceive offspring. In this way, the talent of the little fox woman born will also be quite strong. Princess Du naturally observed the battle between Ning Xiaochuan and Yu Jingshu, saying, Ning Xiaochuan's martial arts cultivation is still too weak than Yu Jingshu, and she is at a disadvantage. Yu Jingshu is using the immortal flame to burn 3 Jiuping Xianware. Once refined, 3 Jiuping Xianware will become the soldiers of Yu Jingshu. Those mysterious beasts of the Holy Fish clan also showed a happy look. His Highness the Fourth Prince will soon refine 3 9-grade, mysterious weapons, and then our Holy Fish clan will have 3 more powerful soldiers out of thin air. Just a young human, just want to fight with His Highness the Fourth Prince, and don't weigh his weight. On the surface, it really looks like Yu Jingshu has suppressed Ning Xiaochuan, and is about to refine Ning Xiaochuan's 3 Jiuping Xuanqi. However, Ning Xiaochuan had his own plan to control the bronze ancient lamp to absorb the power of the immortal flame. Instead, he wanted to use the power of Yu Jingshu to help the bronze ancient lamp open up a ruins world. A vague ruins world has been born in the bronze ancient lamp, but it is not a real ruins world. If we can use the power of Yu Jingshu to completely open up the ruins world of the bronze ancient lamp, then the bronze ancient lamp can be turned into a real, congenital 9 mysterious objects. Yu Jingshu soared in the void, and his palms fired golden flames at the same time. He was refining 3 Jiuping Xuanqi, and snorted coldly, "Sad human, everything should be over. These 3 Jiuping Xuanqi will change their surnames from today." Behind the fishnet book, there is a virtual shadow of a golden god fish, which turns into a holy fish Fa Xiang, and a golden big hand sweeps over, trying to take away the 3 9-grade mysterious objects. How can there be such a good thing in the world? I have to thank you for helping me to harden the bronze ancient lamp into a real congenital Jiuping Xuanqi. Today, I'll let you see how powerful it is to promote the bronze ancient lamp to a congenital Jiuping Xuanqi. Ning Xiaochuan's palm played a heavenly vitality, which completely stimulated the bronze ancient lamp. The wick emitted bright flames, and 36 huge 3-legged firebirds rushed out. Their wings were connected with their wings and turned into a huge fireball, trapping Yu Jingshu in the fireball. Ning Xiaochuan pinched his fingers into a sword formula and pointed to the center of the fireball. Wow! The magic sword turned into a blood-red sword shadow, which was entangled by 16 deadly gases and stabbed Yu Jingshu, trapped in the fireball. The bronze ancient lamp really turned into a congenital 9-grade mysterious weapon, and its power became more terrible. Even Yu Jingshu couldn't rush out of the 36 3-legged firebirds in a moment and a half. Unexpectedly, he was used by a human being. Yu Jingshu's heart was extremely angry. A golden spear flew out of his back, which was 5 meters long. The spear was very sharp, and a jiao was cast at the tail. Jiuping Xuanqi, golden holy spear. Yu Jingshu held the golden holy spear in his hand, and the momentum of the whole person suddenly changed, which stimulated the power of the 9 mysterious weapons. Among the holy spears, 12 arrays worked, making the spear emit golden light and emit the roar of the golden dragon. Bang! Yu Jingshu broke the fireball formed by 36 3-legged firebirds, stabbed it out with one hand, and shook the magic sword back. It was like a raptor going to sea, showing extremely terrible combat effectiveness. Its body was integrated with the golden spear, stabbed at Ning Xiaochuan's heart, and clenched its teeth. Boy, this prince wants you to die very. Yu Jingshu's momentum was originally very fierce and menacing, but his body suddenly stopped, and the whole person seemed petrified. The golden spear in its hand is still shining, but it has lost its lethality. Monk Tan Qian slowly walked out from behind Yu Jingshu, folded his hands, bowed to Yu Jingshu, and said, "Ba. Fish benefactor, take it easy." Yu Jingshu's heart is extremely oppressed. If he can move, he must not be impatient for a while, and he can't wait to beat the bald head of the fat monk in front of him. However, the premise is that he can move. A roll of bamboo sutras was pressed on the top of the fishnet book, and golden Sanskrit flew out of the sutras, which suppressed the fishnet book so that it could not move, and even the fingers froze. Previously, Monk Tanqian claimed that the Buddhist scriptures in his hand could suppress monsters, but Yu Jingshu didn't believe it. Now, Yu Jingshu finally believes. The most excited nature is Zen Toad. It snatched the golden holy spear from Yu Jingshu's hand, pinched it in his hand, and said with a smile, "The Jiu Dang Jia of the Holy Fish clan is said to be forged with the body of a golden Jiao. It's really precious. The sad four princes, everything is over. This Jiu Dang Jia will change its name from today." Zen Toad pinched the golden holy spear in his hand and kept touching it, obviously taking this 9-grade mysterious weapon as his own. "Bold, how dare you be unreasonable to your highness, the fourth prince." A 9-level Xian beast of the White Scale clan rushed out and slapped it at the Zen Toad. The Zen Toad picked out the corner of his eye, held the golden holy spear in one hand, and waved it out like a stick, and beat the 9-level Xian beast away, plopping and falling into the black lake dozens of feet away. "Cut. Only you are allowed to rob us, don't you allow us to rob you?" Zen Toad looked very disdainful and was not at all polite, so he was about to put away the golden holy spear. Suddenly, Zen Toad's body stopped, and every joint of his body could not move. A terrible force acted on it, pressing its body to crackle. Fortunately, it has a body comparable to heaven and man, otherwise it will be crushed by that force. Not only Zen Toads, Ning Xiaochuan, Sidu Jing and Tan Qian monks also felt the overwhelming pressure, as if the sky was falling on them. Even the soldiers of the Holy Fish clan follow and rob. You are really brave. Sitting in the golden chariot, the Holy Fish King gave a cold hum in his mouth, slowly raised his palm and pressed it towards the void. Over the Black Island, a huge golden handprint was condensed. Each fingerprint was clearly visible, and each finger was like a mountain, shooting down towards Ning Xiaochuan and others. Recommend an awesome urban novel, The King of War in Huadu, by the Great God of Six Leaves. Everyone felt suffocation, like the sky falling. It's not a force that can be countered by manpower at all, and there is even no possibility of escape. All the high-level Xian beasts present thought that Ning Xiaochuan and others would undoubtedly die, but at this time, another cyan palm stretched out from the void, which was also formed by the condensation of Tianwu vitality. The two fingerprints clashed over the Black Island. Boom! The mysterious chi of the whole space is shaking. A moment later, the golden handprint of the Holy Fish King was broken into strands of golden vitality. The blue palm print also slowly disappeared, turned into a glittering white arm, and was tucked into the blue sleeve. The Holy Fish King's mouth gave a light sigh. Looking at the lake not far away, he saw a slim girl in green. I don't know when she had stood there. The girl in blue has a beautiful face, long hair reaching to the waist, and wears a turquoise dress. Her skin is very delicate. Her long black hair is tied with sapphire and fixed with an ancient jade hairpin, giving people a noble and elegant feeling. Just now, it was she who broke the big handprint of the Holy Fish King. At the moment when the girl in blue appeared, the air of the whole Crescent Lake and Sun Lake solidified. Many high-level Xian beasts' bodies can't move, like being sealed in the cold ice. This is quite a terrifying aura. Just the smell emanating from her body was so frightening that high-level Xian beasts had an impulse to kneel, and their hearts were trembling. King Qing. The eyes of the three-tailed Song Fox King shrunk slightly and stared at the girl in blue. Your Majesty, you are here. Zen Toad was so excited that he knelt on the ground and cried bitterly when he saw the girl in blue by the lake. The girl in blue stepped on the black lake, slim and moving, walked to the Black Island, and kicked Zen Toad on the chest. Don't embarrass me here, don't stand up quickly. Zen Toad stood up shivering and whispered, Your Majesty, you must decide for us. I didn't call your name? The girl in blue slightly frowned two slender eyebrows, looking quite unhappy. Zen Toad said, Yes. However, they said that even if the real body of the king came, they would never pay attention to it. Their confidence is too strong, and I have no choice but to fight with them and defend the dignity of the king with my life. The girl in blue frowned deeper, her voice was cold, and said, Who is so brave? Zen Toad pointed to Yu Jingshu, who was suppressed by the Buddhist scriptures, and said, "That's it." It said that it is the biological son of the Holy Fish King. With the Holy Fish King to support it, even if you see the king himself, you can't miss it. Ning Xiaochuan coughed twice and said, "Yes, it did say so. I can testify." Yu Jingshu's lips twitched, unable to say how bitter it was. Has it ever said such a thing? Pa. The king of Qing fan out with his palm and beat Yu Jingshu to fly. He turned 720 degrees in the air, before he fell to the ground with a bang. More than 10 of its teeth were knocked out, and its left face became red and swollen like a pig's head. Yu Jingshu is the 4 princes of the Holy Fish family, and the best young Xian beast of the Holy Fish family. No matter when, it has infinite scenery and is respected by everyone. How could it ever be so miserable as now? Previously, it still had a good chance to suppress Ning Xiaochuan and others and seize their 9 mysterious weapons and miraculous drugs. Now the situation has taken a sharp turn, and the 4 princes of the Holy Fish clan have become the object of being beaten. What are you waiting for? You don't want revenge, don't you? Qing Wanglong glanced at Zen Toad and Ning Xiaochuan again. Zen Toad naturally would not be polite. He rolled up his sleeve, walked towards Yu Jingshu with a smile, rode on Yu Jingshu, and there was a burst of wild pumping, which made Yu Jingshu howl, and his mouth kept coughing up blood. Princess Diyu, not far away, saw some palpitations. Fortunately, she didn't do it just now. Otherwise, maybe she would also be pressed on the ground and violently smoked. King Qing, you don't pay much attention to this king by doing so. The Holy Fish King made an angry voice and condensed an idea body wearing gold armor on the Black Island. The Holy Fish King's body is extremely powerful, with a domineering momentum on his body, wearing a crown on his head, and his eyes are sharp staring at the Green King. The 2 masters in the great wilderness faced each other with swords drawn, as if they were going to fight immediately. Holy Fish King, 3-tailed Song Fox King, you are all the masters of the wilderness, and it's not a shame that you still attack several younger generations? When you deal with others, I won't care, but if you dare to deal with my people, how can I stand idly by? The girl in Xingyi looks young, but she speaks very mature and looks very serious, giving people a strong feeling. The identity of King Qingyu is very special, and the King of Holy Fish doesn't dare to really offend her. Okay. Today, our Holy Fish clan did a bit disrespectful, but my son was beaten by you. Should this matter be exposed? The Holy Fish King resisted the evil spirit in his heart. If he didn't know that the background of the Green King was very large, he would never have taken the initiative to stop. Yes. However, that golden holy spear will be used as compensation for your Holy Fish clan, and the king will keep it for you for the time being. The king of the Qing dynasty took it for granted. No, yes. That's the battle treasure of the Holy Fish family. Yu Jingshu's head was swollen by the Zen Toad, and he couldn't even speak clearly. Just as he was talking, he was slapped by the Zen Toad, flew out and fell into the heel of the Holy Fish King. It's not just a 9-grade mysterious weapon. Sooner or later, the Holy Fish clan will take it back. The Holy Fish clan belongs to, withdraw from the burial mountain. The Holy Fish King snorted coldly, retreated like a tide with the fish net book and the high-level mysterious beasts of the Holy Fish clan, and soon walked clean. Since King Qing had came in person, it was naturally impossible to seize the miraculous medicine. The 3-tailed Songhu King also took other high-level mysterious beasts and withdrew from the burial mountain. On the Black Island, there are only Qingyu King, Ning Xiaochuan, Zen Toad, Situ Jing, and Tanqian Monk. How cool it is. Zen Toad rubbed his hands, which seemed to have some unfinished business. The king of Qingyu offended the king of Holy Fish and the king of 3-tailed Song Fox at the same time, but he looked very flat and said, "Let's go. It's time for us to leave the burial mountain." Ba. Benefactor Qing, I don't know if I should say something? Monk Tan Qian came out and bowed with his hands. Then stop talking. The king of Qing said simply, ready for them to leave. Monk Tan Qian was ready to say what he wanted to say, but he choked back by King Qing's impolite words. Monk Tan Qian shamelessly stood in front of the King Qingli again, blocked her way, folded his hands and said, Ba. Poor monk. Pa. King Qinghe slapped him in the face of Monk Tan Qian, and said, even the king's way is blocked. I'm impatient to live? I said, where did you receive the monk? You don't know the rules. The Green King stared at Ning Xiaochuan and Zen Toad with a pair of round beautiful eyes in an inquiring tone. Ning Xiaochuan looked up at the sky and didn't intend to explain. Zen Toad also looked down and rubbed his nose with his fingers. Monk Tan Qian had never encountered such a thing. He was stunned by the King of Qinghe's slap. After a long time, he didn't react. He didn't even get angry and quickly said, King of Qinghe. I'm a Buddhist disciple. I don't want to join the gang and join the chopping wasteland, but I want to ask the King of Qinghe for a mysterious beast. It has affinity with the Buddha. I want to spend it to become a Buddha. The King of Qing dynasty was slightly stunned for a long time and said, Monk, you said no earlier. Who do you want? Monk Tan Qian carefully pointed to the Zen Toad and said, this is the toad. Okay. Here you are. Without hesitation, the King of Green promised to come down. Zen Toad's heart was slightly surprised, and he was too ignored. Before Monk Tan Qian was happy, King Qinghe immediately said, I'll give it to you. What are you going to exchange with me? This. Exchange? But monks have always been poor and penniless. Except for a Buddha's clothes, there is nothing valuable at all. There is not a silver. Ba. Monk Tan Qian said honestly. The Green King gently touched his chin and said, really? But you have a big burden on your back. Why don't you give it to me? No way. There are Buddhist scriptures in it, which is useless for you. Benefactor, don't. Don't rob my baby, I won't change with you, I don't want that toad. Help. With a sad face, Monk Tan Qian kept retreating and struggling hard, but he couldn't compete with the King of Qinghe at all. The burden on his back was finally taken away by the King of Qing. Carrying a bundle of Buddhist scriptures, King Qinghe waved to Monk Tan Qian and said, you can go. Monk Tan Qian stared at the bag in King Qingli's hand, shook his head hard, and refused to leave. Benefactor Qing. Don't do this. We can still be friends. Monk, let's go. The king has always said nothing. She told us to go, and we'll leave quickly, so as not to be found out by her later. Zen Toad helped the shaky Tan Qian monk and walked down the mountain. Monk Tan Qian looked back 3 times in one step. He looked pitifully at the baggage in the hand of King Qing, as if he had suddenly aged 10 years. Situ Jing also left with Monk Tan Qian and Zen Toad. He didn't want to be caught by King Qinghe as a servant. Ning Xiaochuan also wanted to quietly follow them to leave, but as soon as he stepped forward, he was pressed on his shoulder by the King of Green, and said, Ning Xiaochuan, come back with me to cut the Sky Barren Ridge. The king still has something to ask you. The King of Qing dynasty looks like a girl of 14 or 5 years old. She is very slender, with a semicircular curve slightly protruding from her chest. Her jade waist is flexible and slender, and there is no fat at all. Her legs are very round and slender, and half of her legs are exposed from the blue feather skirt, which is almost carved from beautiful jade. She is half a head shorter than Ning Xiaochuan. She doesn't look like a king of beasts at all. Instead, she looks like Ning Xiaochuan's little sister. However, it happened that her body was pregnant with the power of terror, but a slender jade hand pressed on Ning Xiaochuan's shoulder, like 5 mountains pressing on her body, making Ning Xiaochuan unable to move. Ask for a monthly ticket. In his other hand, King Qinghe took Monk Tanqian's bag and poured out a large number of scriptures, including yellowed paper scriptures, scriptures carved from bamboo slips, and scriptures carved from tortoise shells, with dozens of volumes. A poor monk is really all Buddhist scriptures. The king of the Qing dynasty held his chin, looking a little disappointed. He turned over the scriptures for a long time, and then packed them again. Ning Xiaochuan stood aside, staring at the king of Qinghe. His lips moved, and finally did not tell her the origin of these scriptures, saying, "King of Qinghe, I have some things to do, and I can't go back to cut the sky and the barren mountains for the time being. When I finish what I have to do, I will go back to see you." Ning Xiaochuan came to Jiujiang originally to find the magic medicine for Yuningxing, and at the same time, to find the ground product Xianqi, so that the Xianqi doll can reach the battle power of heaven and man, so as to deal with the crisis of Yulan Empire. Yuningxing has become the guardian of the blood-red camel, and has gone to the unknown territory. I think her injury has healed, so there is no need for Ning Xiaochuan to worry about her. Originally, Ning Xiaochuan had found a teppanyaki, but that teppanyaki was exhausted in several wars. If there were no Xianqi, with his current cultivation, it would be impossible to compete with heaven and man. Once Emperor Yulan, or the Sword Saint, walks out of the discussion of Tao, he must step into the realm of heaven and man. If there is no cultivation of heaven and man, how can we compete with them? Therefore, Ning Xiaochuan must go to Jiu Xinjiang again. The king of Qinghe was slightly stunned at first, blinked his big eyes, and said, "But you are my servant. You must do whatever I ask you to do. If I ask you to go back with me to cut the waste mountains, you must be obedient." "Sorry. I'm not anyone's servant." Ning Xiaochuan's face was very serious, and the Tianwu vitality in his body ran rapidly. With the blood flowing through his body, he spread the body method of rainbow movement, turned into a colorful streamer, and rushed down the mountain. Phew! In just a moment, Ning Xiaochuan's body changed 7 directions in a row, and each time he moved, he would span a distance of tens of feet. After the 7th move, we reached the crescent lake. He jumped, spread a pair of light wings on his back, and dived under the cliff. Soon he fell to the ground and rushed towards the black ghost forest. After he cultivated Tianwu vitality, his speed was extremely fast. Even those who were in the same level with him might not be able to see his figure clearly. Wow! Behind him, a huge evil spirit came, and a blue cloud rushed after him. Ning Xiaochuan stared back and was startled. The king of green had chased 30 feet away. His long black hair swayed up, and his blue luo shirt was closely attached to his delicate body, outlining a graceful and delicate curve. How can she be so fast? Ning Xiaochuan, what are you running for? You still want to run in front of me. Don't you know that speed is my specialty? Just a breath of time, the king of Qing has caught up with him 10 feet away, and his mouth emits a silver bell-like laughter, as if it were ringing in Ning Xiaochuan's ear. Ning Xiaochuan's speed is not slow. Even if he meets ordinary martial artists in the heaven and man realm, he may escape. However, King Qingyu is not an ordinary martial artist in heaven and man. She is a monster of birds and is good at speed. Even a martial artist in heaven and man is unlikely to escape from her hands. The king of Qing ran after Ning Xiaochuan and planned to catch her. However, at this time, a black ghost fog rushed out of the black fog ghost field, overwhelming. Boom! That piece of ghost fog condensed into a huge ghost shadow, revealing a ferocious mouth, and bit at Ning Xiaochuan and King Qinghe. Ghost King. The Green King frowned, stabbed the golden holy spear from the fishnet book, and a piece of golden holy light burst out from the spear tip, turning into a huge golden jiao, hitting the giant Ghost King. After the golden holy spear fell into the hands of King Qingyu, the power it showed naturally became extremely terrifying. With just one blow, the ghost fog above the sky was scattered. Ow! In the fog, there was a long angry howl. A ghost body more than 80 meters tall came out of the ghost fog, with black skin all over, 3 huge heads, and long blood-red hair all over his head. It has a total of 6 arms, 2 of which are human hands, 2 of which are animal claws, and 2 of which are giant hoofs. This is the real body of the Ghost King. The king of the giant ghost is the master of the black fog ghost, who once devoured heaven and man. He is definitely a terrible taboo undead. Qing Wang's face also slightly changed. When he looked at Ning Xiaochuan again, where was there any trace of Ning Xiaochuan? When the king of Qingyu and the king of the giant ghost fought, Ning Xiaochuan took the opportunity to escape. At this moment, he has fled hundreds of miles away. Ning Xiaochuan turned around and stared at the distance. He saw that the king of Qing dynasty had been fighting with the ghost king. It was dark, and the ghost gas and the demon gas were constantly colliding. Just the aftermath of the battle came out, which shook Ning Xiaochuan dozens of meters away. The king of Qingyu is so terrible. No wonder even the king of Holy Fish and the king of Three-Tailed Sanghu won't fight with her. She can fight with the king of the giant spirit. It shouldn't be difficult to retreat. Ning Xiaochuan doesn't have a bad feeling for Qing Wang, but she is childish and domineering, and feels that everything is hers, like a little girl who is not very sensible. However, although the king of Qingyu was somewhat unreasonable, he was very protective of his subordinates. In order to protect Ning Xiaochuan and others, he dared to offend the king of Holy Fish and the king of Three-Tailed Sanghu at the same time. Any other beast king or human overlord would never do this. Ning Xiaochuan did not dare to stay in the burial mountain. In case King Qing had defeated the king of the giant ghost, he would surely catch him again and take him back to be a footman. He rushed out of the black fog ghost field at full speed and rushed to the direction outside the burial mountain. I don't know how many people in the scattered cultivation of martial arts came out of the buried God Mountain alive. Together with Ning Xiaochuan, there are 53 martial arts practitioners who enter the burial mountain, all of whom are the 7th or more powerful in the territory of the earth. When entering the burial mountain, Ning Xiaochuan promised them that he would take them out when he went out. Since he said this, Ning Xiaochuan would not throw them into the burial mountain. Almost 9 months have passed. If they are still alive, they must have gathered together. Ning Xiaochuan rushed to the first negotiated rendezvous. In order to be careful, he didn't immediately break into the rendezvous, but separated a mind and went to check the situation inside first. At the rendezvous, it is set in a secret mountain depression, with no grass and jagged rocks. Not far from the mouth of the mountain depression is the dead gas zone surrounding the buried God Mountain, and wisps of gray gas clouds form a death fog. Inside the mountain depression, there were actually more than 10 people gathered there, all monks who entered the burial mountain with Ning Xiaochuan 9 months ago. Monk Tanqian, Situ Jing and Zen Toad were not there. They should have left the burial mountain first. With the virtue of Monk Tanqian, if there is no way to leave the burial mountain, he will certainly stay shamelessly, and it is impossible to take the initiative to ask to leave with the Zen Toad. Those monks in the depression were very upset. After all, they had been waiting for 9 months, and their calm state of mind was wiped out. You say, has Ning Xiaochuan died in the burial mountain? A big man with brass skin all over said. More than 50 of us came in together, and only a dozen of us survived. It is not impossible for Ning Xiaochuan to die in the burial mountain. If we continue to wait like this, I am afraid it is no different from waiting for death, said a Taoist in a purple robe. Don't be impatient. Wait another month. If Ning Xiaochuan still doesn't come back, we'll arrange an array and venture into the dead zone outside the burial mountain. Everyone must have gained some gains when entering the burial mountain. If you take out your cards, you don't have to have a chance to escape. Other monks also nodded and sighed. Without Jiu Dang Jia to protect their bodies, they had to work hard. Dada. Footsteps sounded. Ning Xiaochuan walked into the depression and said with a smile, "You've been waiting for a long time." Seeing Ning Xiaochuan appear, all martial artists were happy and hurriedly stood up. Taoist Scalper laughed and said, "The old Taoist knew that your boy was fated and could not fall so easily. By the way, what about your friends? They should have left the burial mountain first." Ning Xiaochuan glanced at all the martial artists present. There were a total of 14 people, almost all of whom were in the 9th level of the earth statue, and only 2 of them stepped into the 1st level of the heaven ladder. Those who can survive are naturally people with relatively stronger cultivation. Moreover, they are not the monks of martial arts, or the monks of small families and small Taoist temples. It is impossible to have a complete practice of martial arts at all. It is also normal for them to be trapped and die in the 9th level of Dazun territory. Of course, the small families here are also small, compared with the forces at the level of the 9 clan. In fact, I'm afraid their family's power can be compared with, and even more powerful than, the Marquis of Jiangya. With Ning Xiaochuan's current state and the 3/9 grade Xuanqi on his body, it is naturally easy to escort them out of the burial mountain. After walking out of the burial mountain, Ning Xiaochuan put away the single round star ball and said to them, "Now, you can all leave. Why don't you go your own way?" "Young Master Ning, thank you this time. If you have time to visit Tianwei City, I am the Lord of Tianwei City, and I will receive young Master Ning with the highest etiquette." A middle-aged man whose cultivation reached the 9th level of the earth reverence. A Taoist in her 30s said, "Young Master Ning, although we Qisha Temple are all nuns, we never allow any man to climb Qisha Mountain. However, if young Master Ning comes to visit, I'm also very welcome." Those monks thanked Ning Xiaochuan one after another and invited him to be a guest. Ning Xiaochuan responded one by one, claiming that he would visit him when he had time in the future. The crowd left one after another, and only Taoist Scalper had not left. He said, "I don't know what plans Prince Ning has next." What Ning Xiaochuan wants to do most now is naturally to find a complete book of martial arts and ground Xianshi. However, these 2 things are not easy to find. "I'm afraid I have to go to the 9 clan and the 4 Avenue Temple before I can gain something. I should go to Jiuyue Tiancheng first." Ning Xiaochuan rode. Ning Xiaochuan promised Sidu Jing to go to the Sidu clan in Jiuyue Tiancheng to heal his grandfather. Naturally, he will go. Jiuyue Xinjiang has not established a country. Jiuyue Tiancheng is the center of Jiuyue Xinjiang, and it is also the place where the earth veins of the whole Jiuyue Xinjiang converge. Among the 9 clans, 5 clans gathered in Jiuyue Tiancheng, including Sidu clan, Lei clan, and Zi clan. Taoist Huang Niu laughed and said, "What a coincidence. Our Jiuishan Taoist temple is built in the middle of Jiuyue Tiancheng. Although it can't be compared with the spiritual place of the 4th Avenue Temple, it still has some status in Jiuyue Tiancheng. If Prince Ning goes to Jiuyue Tiancheng, he will live in our Jiuishan Taoist temple, and at least have a foothold." "That's great. It happens that I'm not very familiar with Jiuyue Jiang. I have some questions to ask the Taoist priest." Ning Xiaochuan rode. "We'll talk as we walk. Let's leave the wilderness first to avoid accidents." Ning Xiaochuan and Taoist Huang Niu set out on the road together and rushed to Jiuyue Tiancheng. 5 days later, they walked out of the wilderness and came to Tianchi City again. "I bought a mysterious beast ancient car in Tianchi City and drove it to Jiuyue Tiancheng." Sitting on the ancient car, Taoist Huang Niu said, "The 9 Yu Jiang is divided into a Yu Jiang, B Yu Jiang, C Yu Jiang, D Yu Jiang, E Yu Jiang, Already Yu Jiang, Ji Yu Jiang, Xian Yu Jiang, and Ren Yu Jiang. The center of the 9 Yu is the 9 Yu Tiancheng. In fact, the Nine Yujiang is a human civilization that is still opening up wasteland and belongs to the intermediate civilization among the 5 civilizations. Ning Xiaochuan said, "What is reclamation?" Before the apotheosis period, in fact, human beings were quite weak, killed, bullied, enslaved, and kept in captivity. At that time, human beings did not form civilization at all. It was not until the apotheosis era that human beings began to rise, and human heroes were constantly born, cultivated into gods, opened up territories in the wilderness of fierce beasts, propped up a territory belonging to human beings, and established human civilization. After the apotheosis era, human beings became stronger and stronger, prospered, opened up wasteland, and established civilization. Take the Tianshu continent for example. It not only gave birth to the advanced civilization of the 5-level civilization, the lord of the 5-level civilization, but even gave birth to a 6-level civilization. However, that 6th-level civilization was not in North Xinjiang, but in Middle Earth, and it was extremely far away from us. Unless it reached the realm of heaven and man, it was impossible to cross it at all so far away. Ning Xiaochuan said, "Tiandi Mountain is a lord of 5 civilizations?" That's right. The lord of the 5-level civilization is to manage several 5-level civilizations, or the holy land of dozens of 5-level civilizations. Of course, when the lord of the 5-level civilization is strong enough to a certain extent, he can integrate the 5-level civilization under his jurisdiction and impact the 6th-level civilization. Tiandi Mountain is a 5-level civilization lord, which governs 12 5-level civilizations, including Jiu Xinjiang. Among them, there are 6 low-level 5-level civilizations, 5 medium-level 5-level civilizations, and only 1 high-level 5-level civilization. There are more 4-level civilizations and 3-level civilizations. Taoist Huang Niu continued, if in the future, under the banner of Tiandi Mountain, more Wuping civilizations will be opened up, or the 4th civilization will be upgraded to Wuping civilization. As long as the number of Wuping civilization is enough and the number of masters is enough, Tiandi Mountain may be able to integrate all Wuping civilizations, establish a huge country, and impact into the 6th civilization. The meaning of reclaiming wasteland is to seize territory from Xian beasts, fight with each other, and establish their own civilized territory in the Sea of Corpses. Just like the current 9 Yu territory, human beings and Xuanwu all coexist. In fact, thousands of years ago, the whole 9 Yu territory was a wilderness, which was the territory of Xuanwu. It was the ancestors of the 9 families who came here to open up wasteland, and forcibly built villages, cities, and offspring from the cracks of Xuanwu. Thousands of years later, the current situation can be achieved. Ning Xiaochuan secretly said that Jiu Xinjiang was only an intermediate 5-level civilization, and it already had the terrible power of the 9 ethnic groups. How powerful should the advanced 5-grade civilization be? Huang Niu said, although Jiu Xinjiang belongs to the medium-level Wuping civilization, it is still much weaker than the other 4 medium-level Wuping civilizations under the seat of Tiandi Mountain. That is because Jiu Xinjiang is still in the period of opening up wasteland. Jiu Xinjiang is not completely ruled by human beings, and many mysterious beasts also exist on this territory. Ning Xiaochuan said curiously, what kind of situation should Jiu Xinjiang have in the future? Taoist Taurus laughed and said, there are no more than 2 situations. The first situation is that thousands of years later, human beings completely control Jiu territory, repel the Xian beast, and turn Jiu territory into a mature intermediate 5-level civilization. In the second case, thousands of years later, mankind was defeated, Jiu Xinjiang fell into the end, and finally turned into a vast wilderness. In recent hundreds of years, human beings have been gradually at the bottom of the battle between Xian beasts and human beings, and they can only barely keep the territory they have captured. 300 years ago, each of the 9 tribes in Jiu territory had more than a dozen strong people in heaven and earth, so that the masters of the 9 kingdoms had to retreat. The war of banning beasts organized by the Nine Kingdoms almost killed all the high-level Xian beasts in Jiu territory, making Jiu territory open up wasteland in advanced success. However, it was the war of banning animals that lasted for 10 years that made the 9 families in Jiu Xinjiang decline. Ning Xiaochuan was a little surprised and said, at that time, the 9 ethnic groups were not prosperous and powerful. They took the initiative to launch a campaign, but why did they suddenly decline? Taoist Scalper seems to be very interested in that period of history, he said with assurance. In the late stage of the war of prohibition of beasts, a demon beast named Liao suddenly appeared in Jiu Xinjiang, which was of terrible cultivation. At that time, not only human monks did not know its strength, but even those mysterious beast masters had not seen Liao, and no one knew where it came from. However, in the late stage of the war of prohibition of beasts, human beings regarded it as an ordinary mysterious beast, and wanted to kill it, but it was devoured by it. At this point, Taoist Huang Niu's face also changed slightly, saying, Liao was angry. In one day, he killed 12 heavenly people in a row, shaking the whole Jiu territory. Later, he killed the heavenly people of the 9 families almost completely. If it weren't for the intervention of Tiandi Mountain, I'm afraid the human beings in Jiu territory would have been destroyed 300 years ago. Ning Xiaochuan's face also changed constantly, saying, Liao was subdued by the strong of Tiandi Mountain? Taoist Scalper shook his head. Although Tiandi Mountain is the lord of the Wuping civilization, it cannot directly interfere with the evolution of the Wuping civilization. Otherwise it will certainly cause dissatisfaction with the Xuanwu lord of the same level as Tiandi Mountain, and a devastating war will break out. Neither human beings nor Xuanwu want to break out that level of war, so that time, Tiandi Mountain did not kill Liao with a strong posture, but sent a strong person to secretly reach an agreement with Liao. Later, Liao no longer slaughtered humans wantonly, but established the magic Liao Hall and became the master of the 9 Yu heavenly city. Both human warriors and Xian beast creatures are quite taboo of the magic Liao Hall. Because Liao will neither help humans nor Xian beasts. However, if anyone actively provokes it, he must die miserably. Therefore, every year, the 9 families and the Xian beast masters will pay a large amount of cultivation resources to the magic Liao Hall to come here to please Liao. Ning Xiaochuan breathed a chill. There are such terrible creatures in Jiu territory that even Tiandi Mountain can only negotiate with it. It is simply the master of Jiu territory. Taoist Huang Niu also nodded and said, it's not too much to say that Liao is the master of Jiu territory. However, it has been cultivating in isolation all the year round, and in fact, it rarely cares about the struggles of the major forces in Jiu territory. On the contrary, those human monks and high-level mysterious beasts who joined the demon Liao Hall, taking advantage of the background of Liao, pretending to be tiger power, even the 9 clan and the 4 Avenue Temple don't pay attention to them. At this point, Taoist Huang Niu was also a little angry. Obviously, Jiuashan Taoist Temple must have been squeezed by the magic Liao Hall. Ning Xiaochuan pondered and digested the history of Jiujiang mentioned by Taoist Huang Niu. After a while, he said, in Jiujiang, in addition to the 9 clan and the 4 Avenue View, who else has a complete martial arts classic? Taoist Huang Niu's eyelids shrunk and said, Young Master Ning, it's for the martial arts sutra to go to Jiu Tiancheng. That's right, young Master Ning's martial arts cultivation has reached the 9th level of the land reverence, and it's really time to worry about the martial arts sutra. Ning Xiaochuan's kendo is sealed in the magic sword. Therefore, in the eyes of outsiders, he is the 9th level of the earth respect realm. The complete martial classics are really hard to find. Even the 9 clans and the 4 Avenue Temple have only one complete volume of martial classics. Moreover, in order to prevent the loss of martial classics, their management of martial classics is also very strict. Martial artists in the Heaven Ladder realm can only practice one step to get the next step of martial classics cultivation method. Only heaven and man can master the complete martial classics. Taoist Huang Yo added, not to mention the complete martial scriptures, even the incomplete martial scriptures suitable for your own cultivation are not easy to find. Our Jiuashan Taoist temple is also a large Taoist temple, and the collection is only a volume of only 2/5 of the incomplete Taoist scriptures. Martial arts practitioners cultivate martial classics, while Taoist monks cultivate Taoist classics. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly. If the complete martial classics were in the hands of heaven and man, wouldn't it be as difficult for him to win a volume of martial classics? No matter how difficult it is, we must look for it, otherwise, we will be trapped and die under heaven and man. Huang Yo said, I don't know what type of martial arts Master Ning wants to find. Each martial artist cultivates different skills and physiques, and the martial classics he cultivates naturally differ. If you can find a volume of martial arts sutra that is consistent with your constitution and skills, it will be easier to practice. Ning Xiaochuan's Extermination Sutra corresponds to Wu Soul Sword Seal. And the martial scripture he was looking for was used to cultivate the seal of Wu Soul Heaven. Heaven Seal. Maybe what I'm looking for is not martial scriptures at all, but Taoist scriptures. Ning Xiaochuan thought so. The seal of Wu Soul Heaven is indeed closer to Daomen. Ning Xiaochuan naturally won't say this. If Taoist Scalper knew that he was a martial arts fellow practitioner, he would certainly lose his chin. Besides, Ning Xiaochuan is not sure whether he is really a fellow practitioner of martial arts. Whether the seal of Wu Soul Heaven needs to practice Taoist scriptures will only be known after trying. If he practices Taoist scriptures, he can only visit the Four Avenue Temple. Ning Xiaochuan sat in the soft carriage, smiled slightly and said, I'm not sure what martial arts sutra is suitable for practicing now. As long as I can find a volume of Remnant Sutra, I'll be satisfied. This is the most normal psychology. If he wants to find a complete volume of Taoist scriptures, he will scare Taoist Scalper. Taoist Huang Yo nodded and smiled, saying, it's true. With Child Ning's talent, finding a relatively complete volume of remnant scriptures may also impact the realm of heaven and man. As long as you reach the realm of heaven and man, it's not too late to go to some secret houses and forbidden areas to find complete martial scriptures. The territory of Jiuyue Xinjiang is very vast, which is far from being comparable to that of Yulan Empire. It took a whole month to get to Jiuyue Tiancheng by taking the ancient car pulled by Wu Pin Xuanzhou. Jiuyue Tiancheng doesn't have a strong wall, but it looks like a large market. However, this market is too large. With Ning Xiaochuan's current vision, he can't see the end of Jiuyue Tiancheng. According to Taoist Huang Yo, Nianyu Tiancheng spans thousands of miles, and monks of all ethnic groups gather, more than 100 million. Ning Xiaochuan looked at the city and saw that there were many peaks and towering ancient trees. Some houses were built on the top of mountains, some on the plains, some on the banks of rivers, some on trees, and even some mysterious beasts built nests on cliffs. Of course, there are also some areas with dense houses, such as palaces and castles, ancient cornice turrets, white stone square for practicing martial arts, and green friars. Luqin Pavilion, etc. This is a huge city and a treasure land for monks of all ethnic groups. Ning Xiaochuan and Taoist Huang Yo sat on the Xuanzhou car, drove into the city from a wide street, and rushed to Jiuashan Taoist Temple. Jiuashan Taoist Temple was built in the Nanqing district of Jiuyue Tiancheng. When Ning Xiaochuan and Taoist Huang Yo came down from the ancient car, they were already standing at the foot of Jiu Mountain. This is a mountain more than 2,000 meters high. There are dense green tiled Taoist temples on the mountain, and the white mist floats in the mountains, giving Jiuashan a bit more aura and fairy charm. Shishuzu is back. Outside the gate of the mountain, two young Taoist priests in green robes saw Taoist Scalper step down from the car and immediately came forward to salute. Taoist Huang Yo still had a high position in Jiuashan Taoist Temple, and said, Master Ning is a good friend of the old Taoist priest. He will stay in Jiuashan Taoist temple for a while, and you can arrange a clean cave as a shelter. Taoist Huang Niao smiled at Ning Xiaochuan and said, Master Ning, the old Taoist just walked out of the burial mountain. I have to explain something to the senior brother of the temple. I'm afraid I can't accompany you to the cave. Taoist priest, get busy with your business. I'm only staying in Jiuashan Taoist temple for a few days. When I find a place to live, I'll leave immediately. After all, I offended the lay family. Staying in Jiuashan Taoist temple for a long time will only bring trouble to Jiuashan Taoist temple. Ning Xiaochuan rode. Taoist Huang Niao didn't force him to stay. After all, Jiuashan Taoist temple really couldn't afford to offend the lay clan. He took a great risk by bringing Ning Xiaochuan to Jiuashan Taoist temple for a temporary stay. The two young Taoist monks took Ning Xiaochuan to a rather quiet cave and left. It deserves to be the place where the earth veins of Jiuyue Xinjiang converge, and the Shuangji is indeed much richer than other places. Ning Xiaochuan arranged an array inside the cave to cover up the breath in the cave, forming a vast white fog. After arranging the array, he took out the Xian beast. After coming out of the burial mountain, Ning Xiaochuan has been paying attention to the state of the 5 Xian beasts in the Xian beast Jian. Xian beast Jian absorbed a lot of water of life, and transformed it into the power of life, so that the 5 Xian beasts in it all grew significantly. The white-headed 7-clawed eagle grew 2 claws, and became a 9-level Xian beast white-headed 9-clawed eagle. The black hairs on the black-haired ghost bat beast disappeared, but instead grew black scales, and some strange water caltrops grew on its head, much like the head of a unicorn. It also grew into a 9-level mysterious beast, Kailan ghost bat beast. The vitality of the double-headed stone beast has become extremely vigorous, and it has even stepped into the level of high-level 9-level Xian beast. Ning Xiaochuan was most surprised by Yu Jiao, whose scales showed golden fine lines, each of which was extremely bright, and seemed to contain the power of Tao. It's not just fish dragons, but also double-headed stone beasts, white-headed 9-clawed eagles, and Kailan ghost bat beasts, which seem to be different from ordinary 9-level Xian beasts. You know, even if Ning Xiaochuan wants to cultivate the Tao, he must understand the martial classics. Even the Xian beast needs to cultivate the Demon Sutra, so that it can condense the demon yuan and reach the realm of heaven and man. Of course, there are also some mysterious beasts, with ancient divine beast blood. As long as they can stimulate the blood in their bodies, they can also condense the power of Tao in their bodies and impact the realm of heaven and man. For example, Zen toad. It has the blood of Buddha and toad, so it doesn't need to cultivate demon scriptures deliberately, just stimulate the blood in the body, and it can step into the level of high-level 9-level Xian beast. Fish dumplings, double-headed stone beasts, white-headed 9-clawed eagles, Kailan ghost bat beasts, their bodies do not have the blood of ancient gods and beasts, nor have they practiced demon scriptures. How does the power of Tao appear in their bodies? Ning Xiaochuan is puzzled. Yu Jiao, come out. Ning Xiaochuan called softly. The surface of the Xian beast Jian flashed. The fish Jiao flew out of the Xian beast's mirror and turned into a beautiful woman with a fish tail. She had snow-white skin, long blonde hair, ruddy lips, sexy collarbones, and plump breasts. However, there was a fish tail under her flat abdomen. That pair of fish tails gradually degenerated into a pair of slender and straight, and turned into a beautiful woman with white skin and blonde hair. Being able to reach the 9th level of Xian beast, it can naturally turn into human shape, and its temperament is not comparable to that of ordinary women. She knelt on the ground, bowed respectfully to Ning Xiaochuan and said, Master, what's your order? Ning Xiaochuan didn't expect this. He was all red. The naked beauty knelt in front of him and called him master. Even if his concentration was strong, some of them couldn't stand it. Yu Jiao also seemed to notice something wrong. Using the vitality of his body, he condensed a thin golden silk gown on the surface of his skin, which was hollow and solid, like a layer of mist covering his body, but added a bit of temptation. Ning Xiaochuan sat on the ground, controlling his mind and said, "Sit down. I have something to ask you." Yu Jiao sat opposite Ning Xiaochuan, staring at Ning Xiaochuan's eyes with a pair of golden pupils, and said respectfully, "The master wants to ask us how the power of the Tao in our body comes from?" Being able to reach the level of 9-level Shan beast, he was extremely intelligent. It was normal to see what Ning Xiaochuan thought at a glance. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, "That's right." Yu Jiao said, "After the water of life was absorbed by Xuanwu Jian seems to have changed. Demonic patterns are automatically born in Xuanwu Jian. As long as we breathe and breathe, those demonic patterns can be integrated into our bodies. Therefore, we not only have changes in our vitality, but also breed Tao in our bodies. My understanding of Tao now is comparable to the warrior of the third step ladder. I think our current physique is weaker than those of the descendants of ancient gods and beasts, and even more powerful than their plasticity. If we continue to cultivate in the Shan beast Jian, we may be able to canonize gods with animals in the future. Gods with beasts. Ning Xiaochuan's heart shook greatly. Although he had long guessed that Shan beast Jian was a great treasure, he still didn't expect it to be so powerful. The Tao is automatically born, and it only needs the Shan beast to breathe, and it can absorb the power of the Tao. This kind of treasure is unheard of. Shan beast Jian and white bone bead are of the same origin. Since Shan beast Jian can produce the power of Tao after absorbing the water of life, can white bone bead also produce the power of Tao after absorbing the water of life? Ning Xiaochuan had a flash of inspiration in his mind and came up with the idea. What he most wants to find now is the Taoist scripture suitable for the cultivation of Wulin Tianzunyan. If the power of Tao can be born in the white bone bead, maybe he can also absorb it. Ning Xiaochuan immediately took out a bottle of water of life and prepared to refine it into white bone beads. Don't waste your energy. It's useless. What you cultivate is the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth, which corresponds to the Heaven and Earth Sutra. It's useless to cultivate other martial classics and Taoist classics. The voice of the Emperor's blade came from the Shan beast mirror. Ning Xiaochuan paused slightly and said, "Heaven and Earth Sutra?" Heaven and Earth Xuanqi and Heaven and Earth Sutra are created by a great figure of Taoism, who wants to integrate martial arts and Taoism. That is to say, since you have cultivated Heaven and Earth Xuanqi, you are doomed to practice only Heaven and Earth Sutra. Heaven is Tao and Earth is martial arts, both of which are indispensable. Ning Xiaochuan said, "What if I have to practice other martial arts or Taoist classics?" "Then you will never enter the realm of heaven and man." Tiandi Blade Road. Ning Xiaochuan said, "If I practice the Heaven and Earth Sutra? Maybe you will become the next emperor." Tiandi Blade Road. Ning Xiaochuan frowned slightly and said, "What do you mean?" The Tiandi Blade laughed and said, "Because what the Tiandi cultivated in those days was the Xuanqi of heaven and earth and the Sutra of heaven and earth, and was finally named the Tiandi. It is precisely because the Tiandi practiced martial arts together, so its combat power is stronger than other gods, enough to kill gods." Ning Xiaochuan took a breath and said, "Where can I find the Heaven and Earth Sutra?" After all, the Heaven and Earth Sutra is a sutra cultivated by the Emperor of Heaven, which can be called the Spirit Sutra. After the Emperor became a god, he left the world. If he left the Heaven and Earth Sutra, he would probably be placed on the mountain of Heaven and Earth. The Emperor Blade added, "Of course, there is another possibility that the Heaven and Earth Sutra may be in the hands of the Emperor's descendants." Spirit Empty Venerable. Ning Xiaochuan rode. The Emperor of Heaven said, "Yes, it's her. What she cultivates is also the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth. If she wants to reach the realm of heaven and man, she will also cultivate the Sutra of heaven and earth." Ning Xiaochuan's eyes kept changing and his heart was thinking. Although Tiandi Blade said it plausibly, Ning Xiaochuan still didn't fully believe it. He refined the water of life into white bone beads, and wanted to check the changes of white bone beads. However, the white bone beads are still the same as before, and the power of Tao has not been born. The Emperor Blade sighed, "Why don't you believe me? There is a big secret hidden in the power of the Tao that Zuan Shijian can conceive. You can't guess it now at all. You know, the Emperor didn't completely unlock its secret in those days. Including the white bone beads you mastered, there is also a big secret." Ning Xiaochuan's eyes shrunk slightly and said, "Do you mean that the Emperor of Heaven also received white bone beads and Xuanzhou Jian?" "That's natural. If the Emperor of Heaven didn't get the white bone beads, how could he practice the skill of the mysterious Qi of heaven and earth recorded above? In fact, I didn't understand why he left the white bone beads and the mysterious beast Jian after the Emperor of Heaven became a god. What's more, why did these two things fall into your hands in a muddle?" Ning Xiaochuan laughed and said, "You haven't fallen into my hands in a muddle. This is what I wonder most." Tiandi Blade rode. Ning Xiaochuan also has a headache now. If he can't practice other martial classics and Taoist classics, isn't it true that he can only find the Heaven and Earth Sutra? To Tiandi Mountain? Go to find Lingxiu Venerable Lingxiu? It seems that it is not easy to get Tiandi Jing from these two places. Fortunately, Ning Xiaochuan can still practice the Sutra of Extermination, otherwise he will really be trapped and die in the 9th level of the land. If the 5 Xian beasts and the Xian beast Jian can condense demon Yuan and reach the realm of heaven and man, my strength will also be raised to a very terrible level, which should be enough to suppress the spiritual virtual venerable. Ning Xiaochuan thought so. The spirit virtual venerable's constitution is not weaker than him, and she also has the white cloud cave left by the Emperor of Heaven. No one knows how far she has cultivated now? Ning Xiaochuan stared at the Yu Jiao sitting opposite and asked, "Yu Jiao, how long do you need to practice before you can condense demon Yuan?" Yu Jiao pursed his red lips slightly and said, "This. It's hard to say. After all, the maidservant doesn't know how many demon lines it takes to condense the demon Yuan. However, as long as the fish scales on the maidservant completely turn into gold and turn into golden Jiao, it must be the time to condense the demon Yuan." Ning Xiaochuan nodded. As long as the Jiao clan reached the realm of heaven and man, it would certainly become a golden Jiao, just like suddenly changing from a poor man to a prince, and its status in the Jiao clan would change dramatically. The Book of Extermination needs to cultivate invincible sword intention to enter the realm of the 3rd step of the ladder of heaven. It is impossible to understand invincible sword intention just by meditating and practicing, but you still have to go out and walk. Ning Xiaochuan is quite curious about Jiuyue Tiancheng. After all, it is the center of an intermediate Wuping civilization. Maybe he can buy Daipen Xiancher. Ning Xiaochuan left the cave and came to the gate of Jiuashan Taoist temple again. After seeing him, the 2 young Taoists, guarding the mountain, bowed down and said, "Meet young Master Ning." Ning Xiaochuan is a friend of their martial uncle, and certainly not an ordinary person. They naturally salute respectfully. Ning Xiaochuan laughed, "Don't salute me, I just want to ask you, where is the largest trading place in Jiuyue Tiancheng?" One of the young Taoists said, "The most prosperous block of Jiuyue Tiancheng is Jinyan Lake in the center of the city, where the 9 families have set up shops and auction houses. If Prince Ning wants to buy cultivation resources, you can go there and have a look." "Thank you." Ning Xiaochuan's body moved, and then disappeared from the original place. The speed was almost indistinguishable to the naked eye. The 2 young Taoists looked at each other, and one of them sighed, "Young Master Ning is so young and his accomplishments are so strong. No wonder he will become a friend of Shishuzu." Yes. The speed of the display alone is very frightening. It is estimated that the martial arts accomplishments have at least entered the territory of Dizun, which is enough to compare with those top talents of the 9 families. Another Taoist said. Before long, Ning Xiaochuan came to the central area of Jiu Tiancheng. Here, dragons and snakes are mixed, and all races of human monks and Xian beasts gather together. On the street, you can see the burly barbarians, the Taoist monks in green robes and big sleeves, and some huge mysterious beasts walking on the street. Ning Xiaochuan went to the shops of several big families in a row, but he didn't find the ground product Xianchi. Instead, 2 acquaintances found his figure. Yan Shui and Yan Mingzhu both took hats and sat on a pavilion by the window, just in time to see Ning Xiaochuan coming out of the purple shop. Ning Xiaochuan. Yan Mingzhu's eyes were cold, and her fingers sent out wisps of martial vitality, which made the air around her body a little cold. Yan Shui raised her arm slightly, and she didn't see her palm pressing on Yan Mingzhu. However, there was an invisible force that made Yan Mingzhu unable to move. She said faintly, "Pearl, don't be impulsive. Aunt, he is Ning Xiaochuan." The hat gauze on Yan Mingzhu's head gently swings open, revealing half of her beautiful face. Her lips are ruddy and her nose is crystal clear. It is definitely a beauty disaster that makes men all over the world crazy. Yan Shui said calmly, "I know he is Ning Xiaochuan." "Then why did you stop me?" Yan Mingzhu puzzled. Yan Shui said, "There are many ways to revenge, but why do you choose the most stupid way?" Yan Mingzhu is the most outstanding Tianzhijio of our Yan family. She became so impetuous after being hit by her opponent once. What about your previous intelligence? Yan Mingzhu's vitality slowly dissipated between her 5 fingers, trying to control her anger in her heart, and said softly, "Aunt taught me that since Ning Xiaochuan came to Jiu Tiancheng, we don't need to do it ourselves at all. Lei clan and Situ clan will spare no effort to deal with him." Yan Shui said, "It looks like something. I will pass the news to Lei clan and Situ clan now. I believe Ning Xiaochuan will definitely not survive tonight." Yan Mingzhu is full of hatred for Ning Xiaochuan and wants to tear him to pieces and frustrate his bones. "Wait a minute, maybe there will be a good play." Yan Shui stared at the street below, with a faint smile in her eyes. "Huh?" Yan Mingzhu also looked down. Below, on the wide street, a huge golden car, pulled by 9 dragon elephants, walked side by side, accounting for almost 2/3 of the whole street. All pedestrians hurried to retreat, and some of them who could not escape were trampled to death by the dragon elephant and turned into a pile of meat mud. A huge sedan chair was pulled on the golden cart. It's a sedan chair, but it's very huge. It's like a small palace. It's resplendent and gorgeous. It's like an emperor traveling at the same time. Ning Xiaochuan retreated to the corner of the street with the crowd, stood under the eaves, and asked, "Who is this person? The pomp is so big? Publicly trampling on dead people, it seems that no one will care about him." "Young man, is this your first time to Jiu Tiancheng?" Nearby, a middle-aged man in black stared at Ning Xiaochuan and looked at him. "That's right." Ning Xiaochuan rode. "Middle-aged people in Black Avenue, I have seen too many young people like you, and I have a passion in my heart. I think Jiu Tiancheng is a golden cultivation, holy land everywhere. I want to be famous and become a young talent respected by everyone. Unfortunately, Jiu Tiancheng is not as simple as you think. At the foot of every outstanding big man, there must be countless white bones. Do you see the one sitting in the golden dragon elephant cart? That's a pity. Nangong Wuyue, the only son of Nangong Ming, one of the 2 vice hall masters of the magic Liao Hall, is also known as Child Wuyue." Ning Xiaochuan said, "Is it very good?" The middle-aged man in black knew that the young man in front of him must be hazy and ignorant, and sighed, "Young man, fortunately, you met me today, otherwise, if you offend Child Wuyue, you will end up miserable. Do you know the top 10 masters of the younger generation of Jiu Xinjiang?" Child Wu Yue ranks first, which can be called the first outstanding person of Jiu Xinjiang. Even if those strong men of the older generation offend him, they will die. Ning Xiaochuan nodded and said, that should still be very strong. Seeing Ning Xiaochuan, the middle-aged man in black didn't seem to listen to him. Some worried, Child Wu Yue is powerful, but no one dares to offend him. He also has another identity, that is, the only son of Nangong Ming, the deputy hall master of the magic Liao Hall. You know, the hall master of the magic Liao Hall, Liao, rarely cares about mundane affairs. Almost everything in the magic Liao Hall is handled by two deputy hall masters, and both deputy hall masters are heaven and man. Imagine who dares to offend him as Child Wu Yue? Ning Xiaochuan said, the 9 families dare not offend him? The middle-aged man in black smiled faintly, Avenue, the 9 families dare not offend the magic Liao Hall, otherwise. The purple family will not compromise with the magic Liao Hall and send the Tianzhigio girl of the purple family as a tribute to the magic Liao Hall. Everyone knows that this is the Tianzhigio girl of the purple family whom the Child Wu Yue took a fancy to. In the name of paying tribute, he wants to take her as a practice cauldron to impact the heaven and human world. This matter is even the intervention of the old ancestor of the purple family, but it is still unbeatable the strength of the demon Liao Hall finally chose to compromise. Ning Xiaochuan's heart was slightly stunned and said, which proud woman of the purple family? The middle-aged man in black pointed to the middle of the street in the distance and said, today is the day of tribute. There is not the tribute to Liao, but also the Tianzhigio girl of the Z nationality, who is called Tribute Girl. Ning Xiaochuan looked over, and behind the golden dragon elephant cart, followed by a long tribute procession, more than a dozen carts, at least 300 martial monks in armor escorting the tribute convoy, and some young girls in white luo shirts constantly scattered petals and wine. In the middle of the tribute procession, there was a wide purple wood chariot, with white curtains falling on all sides. Only a slim and beautiful woman sitting in it could be vaguely seen. The long white yarn covered the whole purple wood chariot, and I couldn't see who was inside. However, Ning Xiaochuan's mind is strong. Not an ordinary layer of gauze can cover his eyes. Naturally, he sees the purple woman sitting inside. I have seen purple smoke several times in Tianzhi City. Her face is very beautiful. Her eyebrows are like willow leaves, her eyes are like pond water, and her mind is smart, which is comparable to that of an unusual woman. However, no matter how smart she is, it is difficult to resist the magic Liao Hall. In order to prevent the purple family from being suppressed by the magic Liao Hall, she can only be regarded as a tribute woman and pay tribute to Liao. Of course, she also knew that she might not even see Liao's real body, and would only become a practicing cauldron for Child Wu Yue. Even though she knew the end would be tragic, she could not resist and had to choose obedience. Even the ancestors of the Z nationality illegally sheltered her. How could she resist? The demon Liao Hall is becoming more and more excessive. On the grounds of paying tribute, it restrains wealth, kills innocent people indiscriminately, and forcibly grabs women's dependents. Now it turns out that even the 9 families don't pay attention to it, and openly snatches away the proud women of the purple family. No way. Who calls Liao too powerful? Even the purple clan can only swallow it and sacrifice a descendant woman to save the whole purple clan. The Yin and Yang Sutra cultivated by Child Wu Yue has reached the level of the 8th double Yang fire. If you want to reach the level of the 9th double Yang fire, you must find a Ding stove. First remove the 8th double Yang fire from your body, and then you can successfully cultivate the 9th double Yang fire. Purple Hanyan is the most outstanding daughter of the purple family, and having the ice and snow heart palace is the best Ding stove object. In order to help Child Wu Yue win the cauldron, it is said that even Nangong Ming, the deputy hall lord of the demon Liao Hall, has personally visited the purple clan and put pressure on the king of the purple clan. On both sides of the street, many monks were whispering, some were lamenting, some were gloating, and some were indignant. However, they all just said a few words of sigh. Even if it's not pleasing to see the demon Liao Hall again, who dares to really offend the demon Liao Hall? Boom! A two-story house fell from mid-air, smashed into the tribute-paying team, overturned a tribute car, and two warriors guarding the tribute car were thrown out and pressed under the ruins. The street was in chaos. The tribute convoy stopped. Shwa shwa. A group of warriors dressed in black shot out of the crowd, covered with black cloth, with cold murderous spirit, holding black knives in their hands, just like a group of gods of death killed into the tribute convoy. Poof. Poof. The cultivation of black-clad warriors is very strong, like a group of fierce wolves. Just a breath of time passed, they brought down more than a dozen warriors escorting tribute to deal with. One of them, a tall man in black, like a leader, broke into Zihanyan's chariot, grabbed Zihanyan's wrist and wanted to take her away. These black-clad warriors were very quick and well-trained. They soon killed the convoy guards escorting the tribute in scattered parts, and they were about to leave with purple smoke. Phew! A sharp white brilliance flew out of the golden dragon elephant cart in front, changing dozens of directions in a row, and the speed was as fast as a streamer. When the white brilliance stopped, the crowd saw that it was a man in white. However, his speed is too fast, so it looks like a white light. Bang! Bang! Dozens of strong black-clad warriors fell to the ground, and there was a blood hole the size of a finger in the center of their eyebrows, which flowed red blood and white brains. Just in a flash, dozens of martial arts masters were killed. Such means were really shocking the monks on both sides of the street. He is the first strong man of the younger generation in Jiuyue Xinjiang, Child Wuyue. Child Wuyue is not a gentle and beautiful man. Instead, he is very burly, with a national-shaped face, dark skin, thick eyebrows, and a body more than 2 meters high. He stood in the middle of the street with his hands on his back, which was like a tower. His eyes were sharp at the head of the black warrior and the purple smoke standing opposite. He snorted coldly and said, "You dare to rob the tribute of Lord Liao. Your courage is really great. If it's really a tribute to Lord Liao, I won't rob it, but why don't I dare to rob it?" The leader of the man in black stood in front of Zihanyan and whispered, "Smoke, you go first, I'll stop him." Zihanyan tightly pulled the arm of the leader in black, pursed his lips, and shook his head vigorously. Child Wuyue sneered and said, "No one can leave today." Flames burst out on his skin and turned red, like a red iron block. Sparks would appear on the air and his skin. His body moved and rushed towards the leader of Purple Hanyan and black-clad warrior. Child Wuyue made a pair of flaming fists, condensed the virtual shadows of 2 fire Kylan heads, and burst out a terrifying animal roar. The leader of the black-clad warrior and Purple Hanyan simultaneously played martial arts magic to resist the past, but in just a moment, they were blown out and fell dozens of feet away. In front of the terror of Child Wuyue, they couldn't resist a round at all, and suffered heavy losses at the same time. Boom! The speed of Child Wuyue was quick. In an instant, he rushed to the head of the black-clad warrior. Before the head of the black-clad warrior reacted, he chopped down with one palm and cut off the right leg of the head of the black-clad warrior. Ah! The leader of the man in black gave a scream, and the whole right leg lost consciousness. The blood in the knee was broken, and the blood flowed out, soaking the ground red. Dad! Purple smoke covered his chest, with a trace of blood at the corners of his mouth and tears in his eyes, rushed towards the leader of the black-clad warrior, trying to hold the leader of the black-clad warrior. Child Wuyue's expression was indifferent. He grabbed Zihanyan's hair and lifted her face, revealing her beautiful and slender neck. His scalp was pulled bang bang, and his mouth made a painful noise. Child Wuyue ignored her and stepped on the chest of the leader of the black-clad martial arts, which made the leader of the black-clad martial arts unable to move. He snorted coldly and said, Zilianshan, you are so brave that you dare to rob even the tribute of Lord Liao. It seems that you purple people are really too arrogant to pay attention to Lord Liao. The leader of the black-clad warrior clenched his teeth and said angrily, Nangong child, since I dare to come, I have never thought of returning to the purple clan. To tell you the truth, I have left the purple clan. If you want to convict the purple clan on the excuse of this matter, you will make a wrong calculation. Bang! Child Wu Yue kicked the leader of the black warrior out with one foot. The leader of the black-clad warrior severely hit the hard wall, his head broken and bleeding, and was buried under the broken wall. Old thing who doesn't know what to do. Child Wu Yue glanced coldly at the monks on both sides of the street, and was surprised that the monks fled one after another. Because they fled in a panic, some of them stepped on their trouser legs and fell to the ground. Be shameless. Child Wu Yue stared at Purple Han Yin, pulled her hair, dragged her to the ground, dragged her to the bottom of the red sandalwood chariot, waved his arm, and threw her into the red sandalwood chariot. Keep going. As soon as Child Wu Yue said this, he frowned slightly and looked at the top of the red sandalwood chariot. He saw a man in blue standing on the top of the chariot, looking thin and wearing a golden ghost mask on his face. Just now, when he threw the purple smoke into the red sandalwood chariot, there was no one on the top of the chariot. It was only a turning time, and there was an extra person on it, which was simply extremely strange. Who? Child Wu Yue naturally had no fear, and asked, coldly. Wow. That man in a green shirt wearing a golden ghost mask walked down from the top of the chariot, really walking step by step, walking in the air, like stepping on an invisible ladder. He fell gently to the ground, looked at the purple smoke in the chariot, and said, Gong Zichuan. Child Chuan? Child Wu Yue smiled coldly. In front of Child Wu Yue, anyone who dares to call the word child is a capital crime. Child Wu Yue's palm turned into paw prints, and his 5 fingers burst into flames. His feet took 2 steps forward, stepping on the ground to make 2 deep footprints, and one claw grabbed Ning Xiaochuan. The claws, which turned into the claws of Fire Kailan, instantly reached the eyes of the green man wearing a golden ghost mask. The red flame almost completely wrapped the green man. Bang! The man in green shirt wrapped his hands with lightning, tore the flame open, jumped up, jumped into the red sandalwood chariot, and stretched out an arm to hug the shocked purple smoke waste. Child Wu Yue let out a long roar, tore his paw and broke the whole chariot. Bang! The man in green shirt picked up the purple smoke and turned it into a colorful streamer, lifting his body up more than 10 feet high. Child Wu Yue snorted coldly, kicked his legs on the ground, and suddenly shot up, hitting a unicorn claw again, which turned into a 5-meter flame unicorn claw. The man in green shirt moved his body in mid-air, and the position of each move was extremely mysterious. He drew an arc in the air, which was like wasting in the air. He changed his position 7 times in a row, avoiding the 7 fierce attacks of Child Wu Yue. The monks below were stunned. They were surprised at the power of Wu Dao magical power of Child Wu Yue, and every move had overwhelming power. At the same time, they admired the mysterious man in green shirt, holding a woman in his hand, but his body method was very strange, like clouds and flowing water, so that Child Wu Yue didn't even touch his clothes.